A frigid apocalypse descends, enveloping the world in ice. The end times have arrived. Should one hoard supplies? No. My supplies are distributed daily. In this desolate world, is there a need to stockpile goddesses? No. The goddess will come to your doorstep. As order collapses, the intertwining of humanity and bestiality ensues. For the sake of bread, a proud neighbor's wife may lower her head. For a sip of clean water, a female streamer may display her talents. Lin Dong, orphaned and heartbroken after being betrayed by his girlfriend, finds himself in the midst of the apocalypse. Since everyone has bullied me, do not blame me for eliminating you all. Chapter 1. Countdown to the Apocalypse. An unexpected encounter with a neighbor's wife. In the sweltering summer heat, even the air seems distorted. In the Longwu city of Jiangsheng, despite it being 7 p.m., the oppressive warmth continues to unnerve the spirit. Lin Dong, I'm pregnant. In a residential complex, a woman clad in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, with sallow skin and rough features, appearing to be around 30, suddenly declares to the man before her. The man is tall, with a somewhat dark complexion, well-defined features, donned in a black delivery uniform. Upon hearing the woman's words, he is momentarily taken aback. Oh, congratulations. Lin Dong responds, somewhat perplexed but still chooses to congratulate her. The woman becomes visibly agitated. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Lin Dong is astonished. What responsibility? I just deliver your packages every day. Your pregnancy has nothing to do with me. The woman's eyes immediately brim with tears. You scoundrel! Last month, you delivered a bottle of shampoo to me, and after using it, my period stopped. I found out today that I'm pregnant, and you say it's not your concern? Lin Dong, are you daring to be even more outrageous? Fool! After cursing, Lin Dong turns and flees, awkwardly riding away on his electric scooter from the complex. The woman chases after him, shouting, Lin Dong, you can't evade your responsibilities. According to the customs of my hometown, you owe me 300,000 yuan as a bride price. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of rape. The residents of the complex immediately display expressions of intrigue. Lin Dong escapes far from the scene, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He is a courier responsible for delivering packages in that woman's community, and through frequent interactions, they have come to know each other, albeit barely. He never anticipated being thrust into such a predicament today, which has truly shattered his worldview. Lin Dong is reluctant to entangle himself further with the woman, as he is engulfed in sorrow. Today marks the day his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend Zhao Yufei, receives her postgraduate examination results. He awaited good news, but was met only with a string of cold text messages. Lin Dong, I have successfully moved on. There are some things we need to clarify. Let's break up. You should know we are no longer in the same world. You are merely a courier earning 5,000 yuan a month, while I am already a graduate student, destined for a bright future. I realize this may be harsh, considering you have supported me financially throughout my years of study, but I have also sacrificed years of my youth. We are even now. Let's not contact each other anymore. That's it. God knows how heart-wrenching it was for Lin Dong to read that message. Even more distressing was the fact that she also posted on social media. Ultimately, one person bears it all. Pitiful, seeking a hug.png. Once, he and Zhao Yufei were the envy of their university peers, a couple admired for their beauty and talent. However, their idyllic days were short-lived. Lin Dong's parents tragically passed away in an accident, forcing him to drop out of school and sustain himself through delivering packages while also supporting his girlfriend's aspirations for further education. After painstakingly saving to help her succeed, he never expected to be discarded so callously. Lin Dong instinctively wanted to salvage the situation, but after much contemplation, he ultimately deleted the message he was about to send. What are you carrying? It's all been on my shoulders. So be it. Let her be. He rode his bike to the riverside, gazing at the city's nightscape, silently smoking and wallowing in his sorrow. This life is truly unbearable. In this city, Lin's family has no relatives. After his parents' demise, his girlfriend became his sole emotional anchor. Now that she has callously cast him aside, he is at a loss for how to continue. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully bound the Apocalypse sign-in system. In 5 hours, heavy snow will blanket the globe, temperatures will plummet, and the human living environment will deteriorate. Order and rules will gradually unravel. To ensure the host's survival needs, this system will provide various sign-in rewards at midnight daily. Options include living supplies, weaponry, materials, energy sources, physical enhancements, and more. The host may select one sign-in reward each day. All selected rewards will be stored in the system space, accessible at the host's will. Lin Dong stood there, utterly stupefied, gazing at the myriad stars above. It's the peak of summer, I haven't stopped sweating, and you tell me it's going to snow tonight? Ding! Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Unlimited food and beverages. 2. Medical emergency kit containing all sorts of medical supplies, everything you could need. 3. A golden desert eagle with unlimited ammunition. 4. A can of hairspray that makes you look stunning instantly. Lin Dong furrows his brow, wondering how real this all seems. If that's the case, the first step to survival in the apocalypse is undoubtedly to choose food. No, it must be food. In the apocalypse, food scarcity is the most pressing issue, and to think the first day's reward includes unlimited food. I choose 1. In an instant, the scene before me vanished, replaced by a subtle, enigmatic sensation, as if my consciousness had connected to another realm. Is this the system space? I would like an iced Americano with less ice. Snap! In the next moment, a chilled cup of coffee suddenly appeared in Lin Dong's hand. Damn, it's real. At this point, Lin Dong had completely come to believe in the system, as well as the apocalyptic predictions it had made. As he gulped down the iced coffee, soothing his overheated body and mind, Lin Dong's gaze gradually transformed. Fine, if the rules of survival have changed, then I shall not hold back. I have truly had enough of this damned existence. It is time for a change. From today onward, I will not consume beef. System, give me a few more beef skewers. Lin Dong hastily mounted his electric scooter, one hand on the throttle and the other grasping the skewers, racing homeward. Jiyuan Community is considered a mid-range residential area in Jiangsheng, where Lin Dong owns a property, the last asset left to him by his parents. As he pondered how to survive in the apocalypse while waiting for the elevator, the scent of sweat clung to him, a remnant of a day spent in toil. TSK, what is that smell? A voice of disdain echoed from behind. A tall, curvaceous woman, strikingly beautiful and clad in a bank uniform, with her legs encased in sheer stockings, held her nose in contempt. Lin Dong instinctively turned his head and took 2 steps back. Shen Wanyue. Shen Wanyue is Lin Dong's neighbor. Lin Dong resides in 301, while Shen Wanyue and her newlywed husband, Wang Sheng, live in 302. The couple married a month ago, and at that time, Lin Dong, busy with his delivery work, had caught a distant glance of Shen Wanyue in her white wedding dress, leaving him utterly mesmerized. This woman, with both her beauty and figure, easily scores an 80 out of 100, far surpassing his ex-girlfriend who had unceremoniously kicked him to the curb. She embodies the kind of character that could easily provoke one's inner turmoil. Upon seeing Shen Wanyue, a mysterious smile slowly crept across Lin Dong's lips. What are you smiling at? Shen Wanyue could not conceal her disdain. Working at a bank, she and her husband Wang Sheng, an executive at a company, considered themselves societal elites and looked down upon Lin Dong, a mere delivery man. Nevertheless, they maintained a facade of politeness. Ding! Just then, the elevator arrived and Lin Dong stepped inside, while Shen Wanyue clearly intended to wait for the next one. Lin Dong maintained a cool smile, and just before the elevator doors closed, he suddenly remarked, "If you get hungry, remember to come find me." The elevator shut. Shen Wanyue paused momentarily, then was engulfed by a wave of fury. Who did he think he was? A gigolo? A scoundrel? To seek sustenance from him? Such humiliation was intolerable. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Snowfall. The end of the world upon returning home. Lin Dong flung himself onto the sofa, clutching 2 cans of ice-cold cola. One he eagerly drank from, while the other he playfully tipped over. Given the onset of this frigid apocalypse, it was imperative to retrieve his down jacket and thick blanket soon. Suddenly, a series of urgent and vigorous knocks echoed through the air, accompanied by the furious shouts of Shen Wanyue from outside. "You delivery fool, explain yourself. What did you mean by that remark earlier? Come out, don't hide in there. I know you're home. Get out here." Lin Dong's brows knitted together in annoyance. Was this incessant tirade ever going to cease? Lin Dong, you are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. How can someone like you even exist in society? I'm going to complain to the property management. No, I will call the police. If you don't come out and apologize, I will ensure you can no longer show your face in this community. With a loud click, the door swung open. However, it was not Lin Dong who had opened it, but rather the door to his own home. Wang Sheng, a man who appeared outwardly refined and scholarly, donned glasses that accentuated his intellectual demeanor. He had only opened the door upon hearing his wife's voice. "What is the matter, Xiaoye? Why are you knocking on Lin Dong's door?" Upon seeing her husband emerge, Shen Wanyue furiously recounted Lin Dong's earlier words. "Husband, that insufferable delivery man dared to harass me. I will make sure he can't stay here." Wang Sheng, upon hearing that his wife had been harassed, was filled with indignation. "How dare he? Xiaoye, don't worry, I will make him pay." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong stepped outside. Wang Sheng's anger flared as he looked up, only to be met with Lin Dong's icy and furious gaze, which immediately doused much of his rage. Standing at only 5 feet 7, he could not help but feel intimidated by Lin Dong's towering height of over 6 feet. The outcome of any confrontation was painfully clear. Unfazed by fear, Shen Wanyu pointed at Lin Dong and shouted, "You pathetic loser, you'd better explain what you meant by that remark. Otherwise, our business is far from over." Lin Dong slowly revealed a cold smile and took a deliberate step forward, sensing the robust aura of masculinity emanating from him. Shen Wanyu instinctively took a step back, casting a desperate glance toward her husband. Wang Sheng's eyes darted around, and suddenly a smile broke across his face. "Ah, Lin Dong, you're back. You must be exhausted after a long day of work. Why don't you get some rest?" With that, he hurriedly pulled his bewildered wife back inside and shut the door. "Coward," Lin Dong scoffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Once inside, Shen Wanyu glared at her husband. "Why did you run away? Did you not see how he behaved? He dares to be rude to us after committing an offense. Are you afraid of him?" Wang Sheng shook his head, his expression earnest as he replied, "My dear, you are mistaken. It is not fear that guides me, but rather concern for our safety. We are societal elites, living a blissful family life. Lin Dong, being the scum of society, would undoubtedly be envious of us. If you provoke him and he retaliates in a fit of rage, what then?" Upon hearing these words, Shen Wanyu was suddenly jolted, a wave of trepidation washing over her. "What should we do, my husband? We must call the police and have him arrested." "How could that be?" Wang Sheng replied with a bitter smile. In the end, Lin Dong merely uttered some disrespectful words. It hardly qualifies as harassment. The authorities would never apprehend someone for such a trivial matter. Moreover, your actions would only serve to provoke Lin Dong further, resulting in greater losses for us. In my view, Lin Dong possesses a cowardly disposition, unless thoroughly cornered. He would not dare to take any drastic measures. It would be best to let the matter rest here. Always remember the principle of retreat for the happy. As fortunate individuals, it is wiser to step back when faced with such scum. Shen Wanyu gazed at him, uncertainty etched on her face. Is that truly the case? Of course, Wang Sheng assured her earnestly, though inwardly he felt a pang of fear, relieved that Lin Dong was not some thug, for he would not stand a chance against him. After rummaging through the thick blankets and cotton, Lin Dong finally proceeded to take a shower, ensuring to secure the doors and windows, patiently awaiting the impending apocalypse. As night fell, a sudden chill swept through the stifling air, and gentle snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. Soon, the snowfall intensified, blanketing the surroundings in mere half an hour, plummeting the temperature from 38 degrees to 0, and still falling. At midnight, a notification chimed. Ding! Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. 10,000 sets of thermal underwear made from special materials, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -100 degrees. 2. An infinite battery pack, compatible with all electronic devices available on the market. 3. 10,000 T USB drives, containing all films and dramas for Blue Star, including adult films. 4. A box of gum that one cannot stop eating once they begin. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before selecting option 1. The temperature drop was too severe. Warmth was of the utmost importance. He mused whether the system was jesting, as the fourth option had been so absurd for 2 consecutive days. With a mere thought, a set of black thermal underwear materialized in his hands. Upon examination, the fabric was indeed remarkable, combining the comfort of pure cotton with the softness of cashmere. Once donned, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with delight. His thermal underwear not only provided warmth but also generated heat actively. Even his exposed face and hands felt no chill, akin to the sensations of spring. With his concerns about sustenance resolved, Lin Dong settled comfortably by the window, watching as the snow adorned the city in a silvery cloak. Snow in June elicited excitement among many southern dwellers, who rushed outside in joyous curiosity, building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. After all, Jiangcheng, being a southern city of the Dragon Kingdom, rarely experienced snowfall. Many individuals enthusiastically donned their down jackets and dashed out to revel in the winter wonderland. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Ah! What is that?" From below, a cacophony of terrified cries erupted. Lin Dong hurriedly glanced down, his pupils contracting in shock. Under the glow of the community streetlight, a young man's face was suddenly marred by a greenish, pus-filled abscess the size of an egg. Not only on his face, but also on his hands and arms. Every exposed inch of skin was covered in festering boils, presenting a truly alarming sight. The surrounding onlookers recoiled in horror, casting terrified glances in his direction. "What is this? Help me! Help me!" The man urgently sought assistance, yet within less than a minute, the boils on his body ruptured, oozing a repulsive pus. As the foul liquid seeped forth, his body stiffened, his eyes wide open as he collapsed. "Ah! A dead person!" Soon, those around him were seized by sheer terror and fled in all directions, utterly bewildered by the scene. However, he was not an isolated case. It quickly became apparent that many others were also afflicted with similar boils, plunging the community into utter chaos. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing those afflicted. Just moments ago, they had been playing in the snow outside, indicating that the snow itself was poisonous, and extremely so. Within 5 minutes of contact with it, one would develop boils. Once they appeared, death was inevitable within half a minute. It remained uncertain whether the lethal toxins in the snow were contagious. How alarming! Lin Dong couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. In a mere short span, over a dozen corpses lay sprawled in the community, accompanied by a chorus of wails. As the cacophony of anguish intensified, the lights flickered on in the homes of those still asleep in the vicinity, who rushed to their balconies, pointing and gesticulating at the outside chaos. Some, with irritable tempers, began shouting profanities at the disturbance. "What madness is this? It's the middle of the night. Why are you making such a racket?" However, upon witnessing the bodies on the ground, they were rendered speechless. Moments later, panic consumed them as they realized they too had ventured outside and come into contact with the snow, now feeling the boils begin to form on their own skin. Suddenly, Lin Dong turned his head to see that the light in apartment 302 had been switched on. Shen Wanyue, wrapped in a blanket, had stepped out onto her balcony to assess the situation. Just as she was about to open the window, she noticed Lin Dong also on the balcony. To be fair, her unadorned appearance was striking. Her proud eyes provoked an urge to admire her beauty. "Umph." The insufferable Shen Wanyue, upon noticing Lin Dong's gaze, scoffed and extinguished the light, retreating back inside. Little did she know that this very action had saved her life. Chapter 3. Resource Exchange Meeting. Encountering the exceptional again, Lin Dong redirected his attention after a moment, opening his mobile phone to short videos, only to discover that the world had descended into chaos. News of the poisonous snow had gone viral, with countless individuals pleading for help and lamenting their plight. Several cars had begun to leave the community, but soon enough, they skidded on the icy ground and collided in a heap, drivers frantically honking their horns, creating a deafening uproar. The community owner-s group chat was equally in turmoil. "Help! My daughter just came into contact with the snow. Does anyone have medicine? Please save her. When the world is happening. Is this the apocalypse? The Safety Bureau is unreachable, and 120 is busy as well. What are we to do? Someone please help me. My biological father is starting to develop boils, and I've locked him inside. I don't know if it's contagious. I beg for a chiseled young man to come to my rescue. Neighbors, do not fear. Natural disasters are but temporary. Trust in the authorities, and we shall be saved." "Saved, you say? The world is in chaos. Who will rescue you? Foolish one. Who has bottled water and snacks? I am willing to spend a fortune to procure them. The wise have foreseen that this calamity will not be easily surmounted. Just an hour has passed, and the snow has already accumulated to nearly half a meter, with no signs of abating. Thus, stockpiling food and water has become imperative. Currently, uncertainty looms over whether the toxic snow might permeate through clothing and into the skin. No one dares to risk their life to find out. Consequently, the supplies within each household have transformed into the last beacon of hope. Lin Dong meticulously checked the doors and windows to ensure that no snow would drift inside before finally drifting off to sleep. Chaos reigns. The following morning at 8, Lin Dong awoke punctually and approached the window, unable to suppress his astonishment. The bodies from yesterday had all been buried beneath the snow, which now reached the first floor and was encroaching upon the second. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees. The only solace was that the snowfall had temporarily ceased, though the overcast sky left one wondering when the next storm would arrive. Upon inspecting the household facilities, it was as expected. Water, electricity, and gas were all incapacitated. The already terrifying toxic snow was compounded by the absence of power, leaving only one's inner fortitude and a down jacket to combat the frigid horror. Yet, how many could withstand such conditions? It was likely that many would succumb to the cold today. Lin Dong remained unperturbed, continuing to shelter indoors, indulging in hot pot and sipping warm tea while perusing the messages in the neighborhood group. After a night of torment, many had grown silent. It was uncertain whether they had perished from the toxic snow or the freezing temperatures. Only a few desperate cries for help remained, but evidently, no one responded. Lin Dong did not venture outside all day. By noon, a new reward arrived. Ding! Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. A golden desert eagle with an infinite magazine. 2. An increase in power level by 5. 3. An apocalyptic sled capable of gliding over ice and snow without hindrance. 4. A can of soda that induces infinite burping. What a nonsensical assortment. Lin Dong was tempted by the golden desert eagle, but ultimately chose option 2. From this sign-in experience, it appeared that rewards could potentially repeat, so there was no need for concern. He could select again next time. As for the enhancement of power, it possessed a rather sci-fi allure, so he opted to see what it entailed. Upon receiving the reward, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of formidable strength coursing through him, and simultaneously, a line of information appeared in the upper left corner of his system interface. Power level 6. After experiencing this newfound strength, Lin Dong delivered a punch to the solid wood dining table, creating a fist-sized hole upon impact, which filled him with immense satisfaction. It seemed that this strength encompassed enhancements in offense, defense, agility, and other attributes. Delivering such a blow was surprisingly painless. For the ensuing 3 days, Lin Dong remained confined within his home, while outside, the snowfall intermittently danced from the heavens, nearly submerging his windows. At long last, Lin Dong stumbled upon the coveted golden sand eagle and fortuitously discovered the talent skill of impeccable accuracy. For his third reward, he opted for the thermoregulator, a device resembling a diminutive furnace, exuding a gentle blue glow, requiring neither charging nor fuel, as it contained an ample supply of energy. The thermoregulator's effect, when placed indoors, it ensures that the temperature within a 3-meter radius remains a constant 26 degrees Celsius. Its drawback, however, is its inability to penetrate walls. Yet, possessing thousands of these devices would suffice to warm an entire household. Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words. Did this not render his thermal undergarments somewhat superfluous? Nevertheless, with this contraption, he could finally indulge in warm baths at home, as the infinite dining provisions for the day included hot water, alleviating concerns of food cooling before he could savor it. On this day, with only a flicker of battery life remaining, Lin Dong noted that the residents' group chat had begun to buzz with calls to venture to the underground garage for resource exchanges. This indeed seemed a prudent decision. Although the garage connected to the outside world, its entrances had been barricaded by the relentless snow, thus avoiding close proximity was wise. Each building could safely access the garage through designated pathways. Spending the entire day cooped up, indulging in food and idleness, was hardly sustainable. Hence, Lin Dong resolved to investigate. Clad in a thick down jacket, with only his face exposed, he ventured outside. While he felt warm, it was imperative to maintain an appearance of fortitude. Upon reaching the underground garage, he found it teeming with people. A quick estimation revealed that out of the community's 14 buildings and over 700 residents, only around 600 had descended to the garage. Was it truly possible that so many had perished in just 5 days? Yet, contemplating further, it seemed improbable. The snow had fallen during the night, and most had likely remained sheltered, their supplies sufficient for the time being, thus postponing their need to barter. The atmosphere in the community was steeped in sorrow and helplessness. Yet what could be done? As long as life persisted, hope remained, and voices rang out with fervor. Some had smashed furniture to ignite a bonfire, providing both light and warmth. Clever individuals extracted fuel from car tanks to prepare warm meals. I have a 30,000 mAh power bank, half charged, willing to trade for a bottle of mineral water. I possess a pack of cigarettes, seeking to exchange for instant noodles or bread. I have a sausage, hoping to barter for antipyretics. Most exchanges revolved around food and water, though a few sought medications for their ailing family members. With the plummeting temperatures, many were falling ill. Although the mineral water had largely frozen, there remained some hope of thawing it with a bit of heat from the homework of the golden snail. As Lin Dong wandered, he happened upon Wang Sheng and Shen Wanyue, both bundled like dumplings, with only their pallid, weakened faces visible. Before them lay an array of exquisite gold and silver jewelry, indicating that Shen Wanyue had relinquished her dowry in a desperate bid for survival. However, the apocalypse had persisted for several days, rendering wealth utterly worthless as no one was inclined to pay them any heed. Shen Wanyue raised her gaze and was met with Lin Dong's cheerful demeanor, inadvertently recalling his word from that fateful day. If you find yourself hungry, remember to seek me out. Could it be that Lin Dong had foreseen the impending heavy snowfall? Yet, he did not approach her directly, for he preferred not to take the initiative. As they wandered about, he chanced upon another striking beauty, equally as captivating as Shen Wanyue, causing his eyes to sparkle with intrigue. Though the woman was bundled up tightly, her features were exquisitely refined. Her bright eyes resembled precious gems, and her meticulously shaped eyebrows complemented her subtly pale lips, which bore a delicate, alluring shape. Furthermore, even beneath her thick down jacket, her voluptuous figure was subtly accentuated, reminiscent of a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Standing at approximately 175 meters tall, she would be nearly Lin Dong's height if she donned high heels. When had such a stunning individual appeared in the neighborhood? Ling Shui. Chapter 4. The onset of chaos. This woman appeared to be in her 20s, alone and curled up in a corner. Before her lay an assortment of designer handbags and cosmetics, much like what Shen Wanyue and her husband had displayed. Yet no one seemed to pay attention. It would have been wiser to display cash, as all these items were nothing more than useless debris. As Lin Dong observed, he discreetly listened to the discussions around him, piecing together several valuable pieces of information. The first revelation was that the toxin in the snow could only be transmitted through skin contact and was not airborne. This was indeed a piece of good news. Otherwise, who would dare open a door for fresh air? Even if one did not starve, suffocation would surely ensue. The second piece of news was equally reassuring. Some individuals had conducted audacious experiments due to their inability to withstand hunger. They discovered that by encasing their skin in waterproof materials, such as plastic bags within their clothing, and using umbrellas to shield against the snow, they could traverse areas where the snow was not too deep. The sole obstacle was that the snow in the neighborhood had accumulated to over 6 meters, rendering it impossible for anyone to venture out in search of supplies. Naturally, many were discussing the possibility of modifying household tools to adapt vehicles for travel, eager to test whether they could escape. Lin Dong found their ideas to be sheer folly. Given the depth of the snow, even an excavator would struggle to navigate, let alone a car. This illustrated the dire scarcity of resources people faced. The third piece of information left Lin Dong feeling a twinge of unease. The bodies of those who had succumbed to the snow toxin were all found with their pupils entirely white, each corpse frozen in grotesque contortions, emanating an unsettling aura. Would these corpses ultimately transform into zombies? Lin Dong could not suppress his growing apprehension. The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. Once the weather warmed, these frozen bodies might very well awaken. It seems that in the future, when faced with options that could enhance one's strength, one should simply choose without hesitation. The greater one's power, the higher the likelihood of survival. Handsome, do you have any bread or instant noodles? Ling Shui inquired as she noticed a young man lost in thought, slowly approaching her. Lin Dong, returning to reality, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The woman's voice was melodious and enchanting, possessing an alluring charm that was delightful to hear. These items are of no use. Could you provide something more practical? Lin Dong unabashedly scrutinized Ling Shui's lovely face. Ling Shui bit her lip. She was acutely aware that at such a dire moment, luxury handbags were merely ephemeral, wrapped up like dumplings and starving, who had the luxury to adorn themselves with designer bags. It was simply a refusal to give up hope. Living alone without a man to rely on, in these harsh times, the only asset she possessed was her own body. Nevertheless, she was not yet willing to surrender herself so easily. Handsome, how about this? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shui retrieved a black plastic bag from her pocket, entirely oblivious to the fact that her identification card had fallen to the ground. Lin Dong observed and discovered that the woman was named Ling Shui. Upon taking the plastic bag, he was immediately struck with disbelief. Inside were various types of stockings, thigh-highs, mid-calf, body stockings, garter belts, fishnets, everything one could imagine. What the? He exclaimed internally, feeling insulted that she referred to him as handsome while treating him like a mere loser. Ling Shui lowered her voice. Handsome, these are all worn and unwashed. Get lost, Lin Dong retorted, tossing the plastic bag back at her and pulling out a piece of bread from his pocket. I live in building 5, room 301. If you want food, come to my place. We are all adults. You should understand my meaning. With that, he shot her a glance and turned to leave. Ling Shui bit her pale lips until they nearly bled. Had this been before the apocalypse, She wouldn't have given such a loser a second glance, yet now. In this dire situation, she found herself being asked to accompany him. Though infuriated, what could she do? He had food. Lin Dong continued to wander, but within 2 minutes, 3 burly men suddenly burst forth from the safety passage of Building 7. The leader, with a face full of muscle, exuded an intimidating aura. Each of the 3 wielded a kitchen knife. "Grab it," Liang Meng commanded, leading the charge towards the nearest stall, which was run by an elderly woman. He snatched a can of infant formula from her stall. "Hey, why are you stealing my things? Someone help. I'm being robbed," the elderly woman cried, desperately clutching Liang Meng's arm in an attempt to reclaim her formula, her only hope for food. "Damn it, you're asking for trouble." Liang Meng's eyes glinted coldly as he lifted the knife, bringing it down with force. Blood erupted immediately. The elderly woman's head was embedded with a kitchen knife as she collapsed weakly. "Ah! Murder!" A startled voice cried out, and in an instant, chaos erupted as everyone began to flee in panic. Lin Dong observed coldly, slowly making his way towards Building 5 amidst the throng of people. After enduring so many days, order had finally begun to unravel. In the face of survival, all notions of kindness and the brilliance of humanity would utterly dissipate. This murder would mark the onset of turmoil. "What are you dawdling for? Go and rob." Liang Meng, experiencing murder for the first time, maintained a semblance of composure typical of a thug, barking orders at his 2 lackeys as he struck at the nearest individual. Purely frenzied, he disregarded whether the person possessed food, opting instead to eliminate them without hesitation. The 2 lackeys, emboldened by their leader's ferocity, also began their indiscriminate slaughter. As Liang Meng committed his heinous acts, Ling Shui hurriedly made her way home, not even pausing to collect her designer handbag or identification scattered on the ground. Wang Sheng, grasping Shen Wanyue's hand, ran fervently, but amidst the chaos, the pampered couple was soon knocked down. "Husband! Husband!" Shen Wanyue cried out in terror, her legs trembling, rendering her unable to rise. "Wife! Get up quickly!" Wang Sheng strained to pull her up, but his own hunger rendered him powerless. Seeing Liang Meng charging towards them with a knife, Wang Sheng clenched his teeth. "Wife, wait for me. I'll find someone to help." With that, he relinquished her hand and fled without looking back. "Husband! Husband, please save me!" Shen Wanyue was taken aback, never imagining her newlywed husband would abandon her. Faced with the impending threat, she was overwhelmed with fear and began to weep. Lin Dong, witnessing the scene, rushed over to assist her. She was his quarry, and she could not perish so easily. "Come with me." Feeling the strength of his arm, Shen Wanyue realized it was Lin Dong who had come to her rescue. Filling her heart with gratitude, Liang Meng's attacks were indiscriminate. He struck down anyone nearby until the underground parking lot was devoid of life. Only then did the trio pause, surveying the fallen bodies and the anguished cries of those clutching severed limbs. With a sinister grin, Liang Meng proceeded to slay them one by one. "Ha ha ha, boss, it's effective." The 2 lackeys quickly scoured the underground parking lot, amassing a considerable amount of food. Their plan was straightforward: descend, kill, and loot. Others would surely flee in fear, leaving their stalls unattended and vulnerable to theft. Liang Meng calculated that the food they had seized would sustain the 3 of them for 2 days. However, further theft would prove challenging, as the terrified populace would likely barricade themselves indoors, necessitating a more forceful approach to procure food. "Let's head back." At that moment, another lackey suddenly approached, brandishing an identification card with a lewd grin. "Boss, I found something intriguing." Liang Meng took the card and his eyes lit up. "What a beautiful woman. This is indeed an identification photo. Every woman who relies on beauty filters and makeup to step outside will reveal her true self in such a picture. Yet, the woman named Ling Shui on the ID possesses a delicate oval face and a pair of enchanting, bright eyes, a quintessential beauty, without a doubt. The only regret is that the address on the ID does not belong to the Jiayuan community, likely indicating she is merely a tenant here. I wonder which building and unit she resides in." The young man who discovered the ID, Zhang Peng, with a glint in his eye, cheerfully remarked, "Boss, I haven't been with a woman in days. We must not let this exquisite opportunity slip away." Liang Meng chuckled and replied, "No rush. Let us first retrieve our food, then craft a tool capable of breaking in. Eventually, we will find her, for this community has no shortage of women." The 3 men returned home with wicked smiles adorning their faces. After escorting Shen Wanyue away, Lin Dong blocked the door of the emergency exit before returning to the 3rd floor of Building 5. It was only when they approached her front door that Shen Wanyue finally gathered enough strength to stand firm, immediately breaking free from Lin Dong's grasp to pound on the door. Wang Sheng, open the door, she shouted. You coward. How dare you leave your wife alone and run home? Open the door. Her voice echoed with fervor. Lin Dong, grinning, opened his door, crossing his arms and leaning against the entrance to observe the spectacle. Inside, Wang Sheng trembled in fear. Upon hearing his wife's voice, he cautiously peered through the peephole. Seeing only Lin Dong and Shen Wanyue, he finally mustered the courage to open the door. Xiaoye, you're okay. Come in quickly, or that gang will come back. He seemed to forget that moments ago he had abandoned her, desperately attempting to pull her inside. Shen Wanyue, displeased, shook off her husband's arm and pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, Wang Sheng, are you even a man? What happened to the vows you made before our marriage? Huh? You abandoned me in danger and run away. I must have been blind to marry you. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Noticing Lin Dong watching the drama unfold, Wang Sheng's expression darkened. He forced a smile and said, You see, Xiaoye, it's not that I was afraid. I was looking for help, but no one was willing to assist me. I had no choice but to return for tools to save you. You must believe me. Then why did you shut the door? Shen Wanyue's question struck like a dagger. Wang Sheng was left utterly speechless. Shen Wanyue continued to lament, We've consumed everything edible and drinkable at home. And I even lost my gold bracelet earlier. What am I to do? I'm still young, and I don't want to star alongside you. At that moment, Shen Wanyue felt utterly helpless. Wang Sheng was equally at a loss, despite considering himself a social elite with an annual income in the hundreds of thousands. He found himself powerless in this situation. Suddenly, his gaze turned toward Lin Dong, who was stifling laughter and enjoying the scene, and he finally sensed something amiss. This fellow looked well-fed. His complexion was rosy, showing no signs of hunger. Lin Dong, do you have any food at home? Wang Sheng inquired tentatively. Lin Dong candidly admitted, Indeed, there is. In fact, there is quite an abundance. At this revelation, even Shen Wanyue ceased her weeping, her eyes gleaming with hope. That's splendid, Lin Dong. Would you be so kind as to share some of your provisions with us? Lin Dong responded with a radiant smile. I'm afraid that is out of the question. You. Lin Dong retrieved a can of soda from his pocket, took a hearty swig, and let out a satisfied belch. Drinking ice-cold soda in winter is quite refreshing. Wang Sheng and his wife stared in astonishment, their parched mouths watering uncontrollably. This beverage was something one would have disregarded before the apocalypse. Now it felt unattainable. It subtly affirmed that Lin Dong possessed an abundance of resources. After all, who would casually flaunt soda if they were lacking? Wang Sheng interjected with a sycophantic grin. Lin Dong, we are neighbors after all. As the saying goes, close kin are not as helpful as nearby friends. If you could share a little with us, once the calamity passes, I could arrange for you to join my company. How does a monthly salary of 8,000 sound? Lin Dong scoffed, fool. It was evident that Wang Sheng had yet to grasp the reality of their situation. Noticing that his soda had already turned to ice after just one sip, Lin Dong reluctantly tossed it back into his home and pulled out another can to continue drinking. Wang Sheng and his wife were visibly envious. Further convinced of Lin Dong's plentiful supplies, Shen Wanyue bit her lip and suggested, Lin Dong, how about this? We are willing to pay for it. 100 for a bottle of water, and for anything edible, we would pay 10 times the price. Would that be acceptable? Lin Dong continued to deride her. You are quite foolish. Wang Sheng and his wife were left feeling frustrated yet powerless. What would it take for you to share even a little food with us? Wang Sheng asked helplessly. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes with a slight smile, directing his gaze toward Shen Wanyue. How about this? My home is quite chaotic these days, and I could use a woman's touch to help tidy up. I could hire your sister-in-law as my maid, to work from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, attending to my daily needs. As for compensation, I would provide her with 3 meals a day and allow her to take home a piece of bread and a bottle of water each day. What do you think? Shen Wanyue's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, Lin Dong, you are being utterly unreasonable. Why should I clean your house? Do you look down on people that much? Wang Sheng also grew angry, but managed to retain a semblance of composure. Lin Dong, this is simply unacceptable. How about this? My wife and I will help you clean your home, ensuring it is spotless. Lin Dong shrugged. I do not welcome men in my home. If you are unwilling, then so be it. With that, he closed the door. After all, he had food and drink and was not cold. He had plenty of time to enjoy himself. Wang Sheng and his wife exchanged glances, and soon Shen Wanyue erupted once more. Wang Sheng, The matter of you abandoning me to flee is far from over. With that, she furiously returned home, leaving Wang Sheng to hastily console his wife. Later that evening, Lin Dong awoke and decided to prepare a hot pot feast, replete with beef tripe, lamb, shrimp paste, and a variety of other delicacies. Meanwhile, in room 302, after the quarrel, Wang Sheng and his wife fell into a profound silence, for arguing is indeed a tiring endeavor. Their home had been stripped of all consumables, and further disputes would yield no fruitful outcome. Suddenly, Shen Wanyue caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. How curious. Why do I smell hot pot? Is it merely an illusion? Wang Sheng also sniffed the air, astonished. It truly was the scent of hot pot. They exchanged glances, hunger gnawing at their insides. Now exacerbated by the tantalizing aroma, Wang Sheng quietly opened the door and confirmed that the delectable fragrance wafted from Lin Dong's residence, stirring his spirits. Darling, why not consider working for Lin Dong? Chapter 6. The Maid's Code? Shen Wanyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her husband. Wang Sheng, are you aware of what you are suggesting? On this day, her husband had abandoned her to save himself, and now he was asking her to work for Lin Dong, which essentially meant providing companionship to him. A wave of indescribable disappointment and coldness enveloped her, rendering her incapable of even feeling anger. Wang Sheng realized that suggesting his wife work for Lin Dong carried significant implications, yet his hunger was overwhelming. After living for over 20 years, he had never before experienced such an extreme level of hunger that robbed him of the desire to argue. Initially, he had hoped for a barter of resources, but now that hope had vanished, his sole chance of survival rested on his wife earning a loaf of bread through her labor. Please calm down, Xiaoya. You would merely be tidying up for him. If Lin Dong dares to harm you, scream loudly, and I will rush in to save you. Shen Wanyue had lost the will to raise a ruckus. The coldness in her heart surpassed that of her body. Was this what they referred to as mourning being greater than the death of the heart? Reflecting on the past, her husband had once held a respectable social standing, exuding charm and politeness, and had been exceedingly considerate towards her, embodying the ideal husband in the eyes of friends and family. Yet, when faced with calamity, she finally saw Wang Sheng's true nature, cowardly and ungrateful, willing to sacrifice his wife for a morsel of food. And yet, he still draped himself in a veneer of hypocrisy. Seeing his wife in such a state, Wang Sheng hurriedly explained, Xiaoya, I am not deceiving you. You must trust me. Remember the principle of the retreat of the fortunate? We are the fortunate ones. A slight concession could lead to prosperity. So you can offer your own wife in exchange? Shen Wanyue's tears flowed anew. Once again, this so-called principle of the retreat of the fortunate was merely a feeble excuse for Wang Sheng's cowardice. If he possessed the capability, he could easily rob Lin Dong. Why should both of them be here, suffering from hunger? No, why can't you comprehend this? I mean, Wang Sheng still wishes to explain. Shen Wanyue has already struggled to rise, her eyes coldly fixed upon him. All right, you shall go. With that, she turned towards the door. Wang Sheng reached out, intending to grasp his wife, yet he hesitated. Upon realizing that her husband did not attempt to stop her, Shen Wanyue's heart sank completely. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Dong, with a piece of meat in his left hand and an ice-cold beer in his right, heard the door opening and a mysterious smile flickered across his lips as he hastened to answer it. Lin Dong, I shall serve as your maid, Shen Wanyue declared straightforwardly. Overwhelmed by the rich aroma of the hot pot that filled the air, her once lifeless heart began to revive. Perhaps, following Lin Dong was a commendable decision. At least it meant survival. However, it struck her as peculiar. Why was Lin Dong dressed so lightly? Was he not cold? Lin Dong glanced at Shen Wanyue, then at the conflicted Wang Sheng behind her, tossing a piece of bread and a bottle of water to the latter. Thank you, thank you, Wang Sheng exclaimed joyfully, tearing open the packaging without a second thought and devouring it ravenously. Come in, sister-in-law. Lin Dong gestured for her to enter. Shen Wanyue gazed at the steaming hot pot in the living room. Unable to contain herself any longer, she stepped inside. Xiaoyu, do not worry. If anything arises, just call. Bang! The door closed behind them. Upon entering, Shen Wanyue was taken aback. It was incredibly warm. To fend off the cold, she had donned at least 7 or 8 layers. Yet upon stepping inside, it felt as if she had traveled from the Arctic to the equator. Why was his home so warm? There was clearly no electricity. In my house, there is no need to wear such heavy clothing, Lin Dong remarked casually, resuming his seat at the dining table to continue enjoying the hot pot. Shen Wanyue bit her lip, simultaneously removing her thick garments while asking, Lin Dong, I haven't eaten for 2 days. May I have something to eat first? Lin Dong looked up indifferently, suddenly sneering. Have you forgotten your place? Address me as master. You. Shen Wanyue was about to erupt in anger, but her stomach growled with hunger, reminding her of the bread that her husband had not shared even a morsel of, causing her eyes to well with tears once more. Here she was, a member of the elite class, yet she was expected to call a societal lowlife master? What could she do? Her stomach betrayed her, incessantly rumbling. Master. Lin Dong nodded, producing a sheet of A4 paper filled with writing and tossing it toward her. This contains the maid's rules. Remember to adhere to them well. Shen Wanyue picked it up in confusion, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Maid's rules. 1. Standing is prohibited in the master's home. All actions must be performed on one's knees. Any violations will result in a day without food. 2. Upon the master's return, one must bow. Any violations will result in a day without food. 3. Only when a master is the sole male present must the maid wear a designated maid outfit. Any violations will result in a day without food. The master's words are absolute authority. Any act of defiance warrants severe consequences. What sort of maid's rules are these? This is a blatant violation of human rights. Shen Wanyue, in a fit of anger, tore the A4 paper into shreds and hastily donned her clothes again. This is utterly intolerable. There is no justification for such humiliation. I shall return. With that, she turned to leave. Lin Dong observed her coldly, pulling out his golden eagle pistol, aiming it at her back. Disobedient maids do not deserve to remain. However, just as Shen Wanyue reached the door, her hand froze. The frigid air, now beyond the temperature-controlled environment, struck her like a sharp blade. She had gradually acclimatized to the biting cold of -40 degrees, but after experiencing warmth, returning to the cold was met with fierce resistance, both in her spirit and her body, greater than that of Lin Dong's maid rules. As a saying online goes, I could endure the darkness had I not seen the light. Lin Dong regarded Shen Wanyue, hesitating at the threshold with a calm demeanor, one hand on the gun while the other indulged in hot pot. After 5 minutes, Shen Wanyue capitulated. She did not wish to return to that frigid home, nor face her cowardly and hypocritical husband, and she certainly did not want to go hungry again. With a heavy thud, her proud head bowed. Master, I was wrong. In that moment, she relinquished all pride, willingly remaining in room 301, solely for the sake of survival. Since you have chosen to stay, then adhere to the rules. I shall grant you forgiveness this once, given that it is your first offense, Lin Dong said, a smile gracing his lips as he holstered his gun and handed her a set of clothing. It was crafted from a thermal fabric produced by the system, warm and visually appealing. Tears fell onto the floor. Shen Wanyue could only resign herself to her fate. Chapter 7. The Combat Maid? The Maid Outfit? After finishing his bread, Wang Sheng could not help but lean against Lin Dong's door, straining to hear any sounds. But the soundproofing was too effective, leaving him with nothing but the tantalizing aroma of hot pot wafting from within. A single piece of bread was insufficient to satiate his hunger. Lin Dong, do not let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I shall end you. Wang Sheng's face twisted in rage as he returned home. Meanwhile, Lin Dong enjoyed a refreshing smoke, his strength enhanced by the levels acquired from the system, rendering his physical prowess remarkably superior. Indeed, he had become truly formidable in every aspect. By the time Shen Wanyue emerged from her wash, Lin Dong had already retreated to his room for the night, leaving behind a mess of household refuse in the living room and merely remnants of food in the hot pot on the dining table. Reflecting on her recent ordeal, Shen Wanyue felt the urge to weep again, but instead crawled to the table, devouring what little remained, including a significant portion of the broth that she had previously deemed inedible, finally experiencing a long-lost sense of fullness. After finishing her meal, the resentment in her heart dissipated significantly, and she diligently adhered to the maid's rules, tidying up the house. Once everything was in order, she curled up on the sofa and drifted into sleep. She had come to a realization. Lin Dong's abode offers warmth and sustenance, a veritable paradise on earth. As for dignity and chastity, they pale in significance when faced with the necessity of survival. The paramount concern is merely to endure. What perplexes her, however, is the complete mystery surrounding the whereabouts of Lin Dong's food. The kitchen refrigerator stands empty. Could it be hidden in the bedroom? Yet, she dares not trespass into Lin Dong's sanctum, and the comfort here is too exquisite to jeopardize. The temperature of 26 degrees is truly heavenly. There is no need for foolishness. It can only be said that Shen Wanyue is exceptionally fortunate. Upon returning to his room, Lin Dong fashioned a rudimentary locking mechanism, positioning the gun of the golden sand eagle to face the door. Should anyone intrude, the trigger would be activated. Death would befall any who dared enter. As midnight approached, rewards were once again dispensed. Ding! Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Nuclear power generator, unlimited energy. 2. Combat med, fonctionnalité activated. Atiga RPG rocket launcher. Equipped with 1,000 rockets. 4. A pair of socks that will never smell, once worn. Lin Dong sprang up in surprise, gazing at the system panel. What? A combat med? What on earth is that? Without a second thought, he selected option 2. Although the rockets were enticing, in the current situation, a handgun sufficed. The rockets would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Better to choose them later when the time is right. Upon selection, the system panel suddenly shimmered with light, revealing an additional tab. Clicking into it, Shen Wanyue's information appeared prominently. Made 1. Shen Wanyue. System rating, 82. Current strength, level 1. Made outfit, none. Lin Dong stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The rest was straightforward, but what was this made outfit? Surely not something of his own making. Was it a system item? At the top of the system interface, a small toggle icon was displayed, accompanied by the note. The host can control whether the maid can conceive. Did that require any thought? Of course. It would be turned off. He had no desire to become a father. Lin Dong was quite pleased with this little feature. Currently, Shen Wanyue's strength level was that of an ordinary person at level 1, and her advancement differed from Lin Dong's reliance on system rewards. It would be under Lin Dong's control. Indeed, diligent effort could enhance the maid's experience, and upon reaching sufficient experience, she could level up. But why? Why should the maid advance effortlessly while he depended on random system rewards? Lin Dong could not help but curse. However, the system kindly assured him that the maid's level cap would be contingent upon the host's level cap, specifically half of Lin Dong's level. In other words, with Lin Dong currently at level 6, he could laboriously elevate Shen Wanyue to a maximum of level 3. Now, that was more acceptable. With this reassurance, Lin Dong finally settled down for a restful sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. At 8 in the morning, Wang Sheng, unable to resist despite his dark circles, knocked on Lin Dong's door. Upon opening, Lin Dong greeted him with a mischievous grin. Ah, Lin Dong. I wish to inquire about Xiaoyu. She spent the night here yesterday. Isn't it time for her to return? As Wang Sheng spoke, he peered over Lin Dong's shoulder, catching sight of his wife, already clad in her winter coat in the living room. Instantly, a surge of jealousy and anger threatened to erupt within him. Yet he held back. Lin Dong slapped his forehead. Oh, how could I have forgotten? My sister-in-law was incredibly helpful, tidying up my home quite thoroughly, and I must say, I am quite pleased. He then turned to Shen Wanyu. Sister-in-law, you must be exhausted after such a long night. You should go home and rest. Upon hearing the underlying meaning in Lin Dong's words, Shen Wanyu hesitated to meet her husband's gaze. No, I still have the kitchen and bathroom to clean. I won't be going home today. Dear, it's cold outside. You should hurry back. Lin Dong smiled knowingly. This maid certainly understands her duties. Wang Sheng, fully aware of the implications, felt his chest heave with suppressed fury, glaring fiercely at his wife. He yearned to explode, but before he could, Lin Dong tossed him a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Here, this is for today. The fire within him was instantly doused by the sight of food and drink. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. If you haven't finished cleaning, then Xiaoyu should continue her work. I shall not intrude. At that moment, all Wang Sheng could focus on was the sustenance before him. Once the door closed, Shen Wanyu quickly adhered to the maid's protocol, kneeling down. You see, your husband has come not for you, but merely for food, Lin Dong chuckled. Shen Wanyu lowered her head even further, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet it was not as unbearable as she had anticipated. It seemed she was gradually becoming accustomed to staying with Lin Dong. Upon returning home, Wang Sheng hastily devoured the bread, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. He understood his wife all too well. Her demeanor earlier was a clear indication that Lin Dong had once again ensnared her that morning, filling him with indignation. What a wretched woman. After just one night, you are already so compliant? I suspect you have longed to be with Lin Dong. Anger surged within him. He could not continue to be under Lin Dong's influence. I must devise a plan to seize all of his food. With this thought, Wang Sheng quietly slipped out. Chapter 8. All is in chaos. Rules have collapsed in the safety corridor of Building 5. Numerous survivors from the building gathered, causing a chill to run down Wang Sheng's spine. The total number of living souls in the entire building amounted to less than 100. The rest had succumbed to freezing, starvation, or poisoning. Reaching the highest step, Wang Sheng addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, our situation is dire. We must unite. Yesterday, our community ventured to the underground parking garage for a trading event, only to be robbed by Liang Meng, leaving us too fearful to return. Our lives will only grow more difficult. Therefore, I propose that the few of us who remain should form an alliance, sharing resources and mutual interests to confront this crisis together. A furrowed brow interrupted the conversation. Enough with the empty talk. We are all hungry here. How can we share resources with you? Wang Sheng had long prepared his rebuttal. I believe our immediate priority should be to form a guard team composed of a young adult from each household. We will start from room 101 on the first floor, prying open doors one by one to gather supplies. Any home devoid of living souls should be stripped of its resources. Liang Meng dares to commit murder. We cannot afford to remain passive, for merely relying on the security door of the garage will not suffice to deter them. Thus, our resource collection team must act collectively. Even if we encounter Liang Meng, we need not fear. There are only 3 of them, while we number over a dozen. Can we truly be intimidated? As these words left his mouth, nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. The terror instilled by Liang Meng's murderous actions the previous day had momentarily overshadowed the fact that he was but one man among many. Another voice interjected. How will we divide the collected supplies? For those who join the guard team, the resources will be equally shared. A woman inquired. What if there are no young adults in my household? It is just my daughter and me. My husband has likely perished outside. An elderly woman chimed in. Indeed, I find your distribution method troubling. My partner and I are both over 60, frail, and unable to move about. What becomes of us? It was suggested that any resources acquired should be distributed among all households, with the elderly receiving priority. Wang Sheng's eyes glimmered with a ruthless resolve. You old hag, do you expect to receive without contributing? Before he could finish, a disgruntled middle-aged man interjected. What do I care about your fate? Let us proceed as Wang Sheng proposed. Those who contribute shall be rewarded with food. As for those unwilling to labor, if you are agreeable to sharing a bed with me, perhaps I might consider allocating some food to you. But those who expect to receive without giving, they may as well await their demise. Wang Sheng could not help but mentally applaud this sentiment. It resonated with him. The man's words sent the assembly into disarray, a chorus of accusations erupting. What kind of talk is that? You are taking advantage of our plight. Indeed, do not presume we women are easily bullied. We can hold our own. Have you taken a good look at yourself? You may wish for something beyond your reach. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and suddenly, he seized the loudest protesting woman by the head, violently smashing it against the wall. Again and again, blood splattered, the beastly instincts unleashed by the relentless pressures of survival. In a chilling moment, he brutally struck the woman down. This scene left the onlookers in shock, the men exchanging glances as if a long-imposed restraint had been shattered, unleashing chaos akin to Pandora's box being opened. Brothers, seize all these women, keep the attractive ones, and dispose of the old and ugly to avoid wasting food. With a sweeping gesture, the mayhem erupted. Wang Sheng stood petrified, bewildered by how events had spiraled so drastically. In his mind, the plan had been to threaten Lin Dong for food once the guard team was formed, a means to save his wife. He ultimately underestimated the malevolence of human nature. With his timid disposition, he could only flee home, cowering and stumbling in panic. The entire 5th building had transformed into a hell on earth, where the brutality of men was fully manifested. Those armed seized their tools to wreak havoc, while the unarmed resorted to their fists. All women deemed unappealing were mercilessly beaten to death. No, let me go home. My daughter is waiting for me. Murderer, Lu Li, I will report you to the police. Oh, help me. I will not eat anymore. Please do not hit me. I beg you. The sounds of despair echoed incessantly. Shen Wanyue turned, puzzled. Master, it seems there is a commotion outside. What is happening? Lin Dong dismissed her concern. What does it matter? You need only focus on your tasks. The rest is not your burden. Finally, after several minutes, a group of bloodied men stood in the corridor, exchanging wild glances and manic smiles. Brothers, from this day forth, this 5th building is under our dominion. The first man to act was named Zhu Feng, who immediately garnered the approval of his comrades. Where's Wang Sheng? Where did he run off to? Someone suddenly inquired. Zhu Feng scanned the area and waved dismissively, Never mind. He has likely fled home. I propose we start prying open doors one by one, capturing all the pretty girls we find. All the food we gather will be centrally managed and evenly distributed. That dog Wang Sheng, since he dared to flee, will have no share. If we encounter him, we shall deal with him accordingly. Lu Li approached with a lewd grin. Brother Zhu, you may not know, but Wang Sheng's wife is a real beauty from our 5th building, so fresh and tender. Shall we capture her first? Upon hearing this, the men's eyes lit up, clearly having long coveted Shen Wanyue. Zhu Feng smacked him on the head. You fool. It's freezing out here, and you still think of playing around? Are you not afraid of becoming an ice sculpture? First and foremost, we need to secure food. Once we are satiated, we can chop up some furniture to burn for warmth. At that point, no woman in this building will escape our grasp. The group nodded in agreement, as it had been several days of apocalypse, and each of them was starving. The cleansing of the 5th building commenced. But it was not an isolated incident. Liang Ming had set a precedent for all the men in the Jiyuan community, as others in different buildings began to band together, raiding homes for food and women, creating utter chaos. In apartment 403 of the 3rd building, Ling Shui lived alone. She was a female streamer who enjoyed snacks and had hoarded quite a stash, allowing her to endure longer than others. However, her doomsday was approaching. The 3rd building, too, had formed a group of over 20 men who were systematically breaking into homes. The outcome was predictable. Through the peephole, Ling Shui beheld the door of apartment 401 being violently forced open. The man within, armed with a knife, attempted to protect his wife, yet was mercilessly beaten to death by them. They then proceeded to set fire to the furniture, unleashing violence upon the woman. Despite the soundproofing of the security door, Ling Shui could still hear the woman's heart-rending screams, sending shivers down her spine. What should she do? Ling Shui considered herself far more beautiful than that woman. If these men discovered her presence, her fate would likely be even more dire. Suddenly, she recalled the man she encountered in the underground garage yesterday, who mentioned residing in apartment 301 of Building 5. She needed to devise a way to seek his assistance. Chapter 9. Ling Shui seeks help. A flying savior? Seeing the chaos outside, Ling Shui realized that it would not be long before they attempted to breach her door. She hurried to the balcony. Fortunately, it had not snowed again that day. Cautiously, she cleared the accumulated snow from the window and opened it, poking her head outside. The distance between her building and Building 5 was not substantial. Merely over 20 meters separated the two, and through the window, she could see the balcony of Lin Dong's home. Without a moment's hesitation, she began tossing various bottles and jars out, hoping to alert Lin Dong by smashing a window. However, as a delicate woman, her aim was woefully inadequate, and after numerous failed attempts, her anxiety grew. Hurry! I must hit something. At last, a bottle of skincare product struck the glass with precision, while it did not shatter. It produced a loud noise that caught Lin Dong's attention as he was instructing the maid, Shen Wanyue, on her duties. He stepped onto the balcony, frowning as he looked out and spotted Ling Shui waving at him. Come save me. They are about to break in. Her voice was loud, quickly drawing the attention of others. Hey, did I just hear a woman's voice? The man committing the violence in apartment 401 rose in confusion. Meanwhile, a burly man seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, narrowed his eyes and turned to the door, sensing the sound emanating from this very floor. This man, Zheng Dajuan, was regarded as the leader of Building 3. One of his underlings hurried over, saying, Boss, the voice is coming from 403. There's a woman in there. Zheng Dajuan extinguished his cigarette and slowly rose. Let us pry the door open and see. I'm curious who she is calling for. An underling pointed to the nearly lifeless woman on the floor, asking, What about her, boss? Gazing at the woman who was growing increasingly pale and gasping for breath. Zheng Dajuan sighed. Have you all forgotten what it's like to see a woman? After finally encountering one, you've gone and killed her so quickly? The opportunities to meet women will only dwindle from here on out. What'll we do then? The underling chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Don't blame us. It's just that her constitution is too frail. All right. Next time we encounter a woman, let us take our time. Zheng Dajuan waved his hand dismissively and led his men to apartment 403. Pried open. With a series of clicks, the sound of the door being forced open echoed, further heightening Ling Shui's fear as she frantically called out for Lin Dong. They're coming. Hurry. Please save me. Lin Dong, however, remained utterly unperturbed, crossing his arms with a grin and responding, Save you? Are you aware of the price you must pay? Ling Shui was left speechless, her eyes reddening. In such a dire situation, this man still had the audacity to tease her. If you can rescue me, I will be your girlfriend. Yet, Lin Dong slowly shook his head. I have no need for a girlfriend. Ling Shui was taken aback. Then what do you desire? At that moment, Shen Wanyue, clad in a specially designed maid outfit, gracefully approached Lin Dong. This scene left Ling Shui utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, is this some sort of thrilling game? Ling Shui was astounded by Shen Wanyue's attire. Is she a superhero? Does she not fear the cold? With a smile, Lin Dong gently caressed Shen Wanyue's hair and turned to Ling Shui. I can save you, but the price will be the same as hers. Crack! The door was soon pried open, and Zheng Dajuan, accompanied by his men, swiftly surged inside, finding Ling Shui pleading for help on the balcony. Surrounded by various posters and photographs of her perfect visage and figure, igniting excitement among all present. Brothers, we struck gold. She's truly a gem. Huh? How did I never notice such a beautiful girl in our building before? Whoa, she's a live streamer. Look, she even has streaming equipment. Hearing the lewd laughter behind her, Ling Shui felt tears welling up in fear. Please, don't come any closer. Zheng Dajuan stepped forward, hands in pockets, approaching the balcony. Beautiful lady, let us make this easy. Don't worry, I'll ensure they treat you well. Ling Shui's legs felt weak with terror. She had no faith in this man's words. The sister from 401 had cried out in agony. It must have been painfully dreadful. Turning her gaze to Lin Dong, she saw Shen Wanyue had already crawled back inside, and Lin Dong seemed ready to close the window and retreat. In her despair, Ling Shui finally shouted, I'm willing. I'll do anything. I could be like her. Perhaps only he could save her. If those men in the building captured her, who knows how many there would be. It would be fatal. Shen Wanyue smirked slightly. A newcomer, I see. Who are you calling for help? Zheng Dajuan queried, hastening toward Ling Shui. Before his large hand could grasp her, he was horrified to see a young man scaling the window of the opposite building, preparing to leap. What was he planning? A suicide jumped? But in the next moment, with a resounding crash, Lin Dong propelled himself forward, leaping across the gap between the two buildings, charging directly toward the balcony of 403. What the hell? Zheng Dajuan gasped, only to be met with a size 44 foot that collided squarely with his face. The sheer force, sending him flying, crashing into a group of people. Oh my! Boss, are you alright? Ouch, my back feels broken. Who kicked the boss? What the hell? Is he a flying acrobat? Lin Dong landed steadily, a flicker of surprise coursing through him. Was my strength truly so formidable at merely level 6? Just moments ago, he had felt an inexplicable surge, a conviction that he could leap across, and indeed, he had. The system's currency was no small feat. It spanned over 20 meters, a feat akin to soaring through the void. Ling Shui's mind seemed to falter, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Lin Dong, who had just landed before her. How did he manage to cross over? Zheng Dajuan struggled to rise, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Lin Dong. Yet the presence of over 20 men wielding knives rekindled a semblance of courage within him. Boy, do you fancy playing the hero in a rescue? Have you any idea how many of us there are? He barked. Boys, let's finish him. At his command, the men brandished kitchen knives, fruit knives, and other implements, preparing to extinguish Lin Dong's life. Come on in. I've been eager to test my destructive prowess. Lin Dong sneered, licking his lips, ready to engage without his firearm. He clenched his fist and hurled it towards the nearest opponent. Crack! The force of that punch was tremendous, shattering the man's skull as if it were a ripe watermelon, flesh and blood exploding forth, splattering the faces of onlookers, some even inadvertently swallowing the gruesome remnants. The sight left everyone stupefied, halting them in their tracks, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief directed at Lin Dong. Zheng Dajuan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Good heavens, he truly is a superhuman. What kind of destructive power was this? Ling Shui felt the warm blood splatter upon her face, her vision dimming as she fainted. Lin Dong stared, equally astonished, at his own fist, then picked up the fallen knife, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, your courier has arrived to escort you to the afterlife. Chapter 10. Rescuing Ling Shui. I did not nurture the useless Lin Dong's words resonated like a demonic whisper. Run! Someone shouted, igniting a panic within the newly formed group as they frantically surged towards the exit. Zheng Dajuan was the swiftest among them. Yet, with over 20 individuals attempting to squeeze through a narrow door, chaos ensued. Lin Dong paid no heed to their disorder. He seized the knife and commenced his slaughter. limbs severing with each strike, transforming Ling Shue's home into a veritable hell on earth. Only half of the men managed to escape. As Lin Dong exited room 403, he observed the corridor was now devoid of life, and he discarded the bloodied knife. Help! A woman, barely clinging to life, struggled to crawl to the open door of room 401, beseeching Lin Dong with desperate eyes. He glanced over. She was a woman of above-average beauty, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, still possessing a certain allure despite the apocalypse. Regrettably, she was in a state of ruin, likely experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality. "Please, save my daughter," the woman implored, her gaze shimmering with hope. "I'm not interested," Lin Dong replied curtly, preparing to depart. The light in her eyes dimmed further. She raised her head and struck it heavily against the floor, her life slowly seeping away as she uttered a few words that halted Lin Dong in his tracks. Jiangxing Technology University. The woman had not finished her words when she succumbed entirely. Jiangxing University of Science and Technology? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued, for his former girlfriend, Zhao Yufei, was also an alumna of this institution. He glanced at the woman's lifeless body, sighed, and stepped into her home, where her partner lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in eternal despair. Soon, Lin Dong discovered a family portrait, and his eyes brightened. The woman's daughter was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura of youthful vitality, with charming dimples gracing her smile. He surmised that she must be at least of campus belle caliber, likely scoring higher than Xin Wanyue, making her an ideal candidate for a maid. He also learned the girl's name, Chun Yunqi, 19 years old. She was a sophomore at the School of Media at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Very well, once I have the means to leave, I shall pay a visit to Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. I hope she remains safe and unscathed. And Zhao Yufei, you must also stay alive. Putting away the photograph of Chun Yunqi, Lin Dong returned to room 403 and roused Ling Shui from her slumber. As she blinked awake, the sight of Lin Dong, drenched in blood, and the nightmarish scene of the home greeted her. "Ah!" Lin Dong swiftly slapped his hand down, exclaiming, "What are you screaming for? It's utterly annoying." Ling Shui, jolted back to reality, gazed at Lin Dong in trepidation, trembling uncontrollably. "Come, follow me," Lin Dong commanded, rising to exit. Ling Shui, horrified by the corpses strewn about the room, felt nauseous and her legs weak. Yet, Lin Dong had already stepped outside, prompting her to scramble out, terrified. Realizing that she could not remain there any longer, she had to follow him. This time, Lin Dong chose not to theatrically leap from the building, but rather took the stairs, intending to return via the underground garage. Upon exiting, Ling Shui encountered the corpse of the woman from room 401, a wave of sadness washing over her. In this apocalyptic world, a woman's fate could only unfold in two ways, either relying upon a powerful man or subjected to the whims of a multitude of men, with no other alternatives. The notions of dignity, chastity, and moral values paled in comparison to the supremacy of strength. Reflecting on this, Ling Shui felt fortunate to be with Lin Dong. Otherwise, her fate would surely have been far worse than that of the deceased woman. In that moment, clarity dawned upon her, empowering her to hasten after Lin Dong. As the two arrived at the underground garage, they overheard voices. "Damn it, these folks are somewhat clever. They form teams for each building, leaving us empty-handed," Liang Ming grumbled, rubbing the bruise on his head, his face a mask of frustration. Earlier, he had led two brothers to another building to rob it, only to encounter a counterattack from over a dozen men, nearly escaping with their lives. He had not anticipated that his initial act of murder and theft would incite fear among others, leading to the current predicament. Zhang Peng, his arm dislocated and gritting his teeth in rage, inquired, "Boss, what shall we do next?" "I am at a loss as to what to do," Liang Ming exclaimed. He truly found himself in a predicament. Now, the trend of uniting within Building 7 had emerged, which rendered the three of them as targets of public scorn. Zhang Peng was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly heard footsteps, glancing over in haste. "Who is it?" Lin Dong naturally noticed them as well and replied nonchalantly, "Just passing by." Ling Shui recognized them and hurriedly concealed herself behind Lin Dong, fearful of being seen. "Just passing by?" Liang Ming was taken aback. Everyone in the entire community had heard of the notorious reputation of the three brothers. "You certainly have some audacity." Zhang Peng, however, caught sight of the woman behind Lin Dong, and his eyes lit up. "Boss, this is the woman from the ID. It's her." Liang Ming instantly became exhilarated. "Really? What a twist of fate for the three of us." After facing setbacks everywhere today, we unexpectedly encounter such a stunning beauty here. Ha ha ha. Our luck is quite remarkable. With that, the three of them surrounded her. Ling Shui was terrified, attempting to shield her face with her hat. Don't hide, beautiful lady. Let me have a look at you. Liang Meng leered as he reached out to grab Ling Shui's face, seemingly disregarding Lin Dong's presence entirely. Smack! Lin Dong, with an expressionless demeanor, swatted his hand away. Are you blind? Can't you see there's a man present? Liang Meng, feeling the sting, withdrew his hand. Finally noticing Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong was tall and appeared robust, there were three ruthless men who had taken lives before. Zhang Peng observed the blood on Lin Dong and furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet he chose to remain silent. They were capable of murder, and so too could others. However, there did seem to be an excessive amount of blood. Kid, I'm in a good mood today and don't wish to kill. If you willingly let the girl go, I'll spare your life. Liang Meng grinned maliciously. Lin Dong sighed. I'm in a hurry. If you insist on coming forward, don't blame me. With that, he swiftly kicked out. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-breaking sounds echoed, and it took a moment for Liang Meng and his companions to feel the excruciating pain, all kneeling on the ground, clutching their groins and sweating profusely. Damn it, kid. You have no sense of honor. I'm going to die from this pain. Did something break? Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. This man is indeed formidable. Lin Dong turned to her, suddenly retrieving a golden desert eagle from his pocket and handing it to her. You take care of them. Huh? Ling Shui was taken aback. Killing millions might not pose a problem for her, but taking the lives of three living men was a different matter. Hurry, if you wish to be my maid. You must possess the ability to kill. I do not harbor useless individuals. With that, he forcefully placed the gun into her hands. Chapter 11. Survival in the Apocalypse. Learning to kill. The desert eagle felt weighty in her grasp, and the cold metallic touch made Ling Shui instantly realize this was no toy. It was genuine. The gun must be aimed at a person, your index finger placed on the trigger, and your hand must be steady, Lin Dong patiently instructed. Ling Shui's face was etched with reluctance, yet she dared not retort against Lin Dong's piercing gaze. Liang Meng, upon seeing Ling Shui aim a gun at him, mistakenly believed it to be a toy and scoffed, You filthy whore, who do you think you're scaring? I'm not one to be intimidated. I'll remember you. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Ling Shui was momentarily taken aback, her fear dissipating instantaneously, replaced by a surge of fury. Lin Dong whispered in her ear, This is scum. Pull the trigger. Ling Shui bit her lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood. Although she was enraged, the thought of taking a life filled her with resistance. Ha! You filthy whore, will you shoot or not? Too scared, huh? Don't worry, I have a gun too. Soon, you'll get your chance to shoot. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Shui, provoked, pulled the trigger, the deafening sound echoing through the underground garage as Liang Meng's had exploded. Ah! Zhang Peng and another lackey, terrified, scrambled to escape, neglecting their pain. Ling Shui stood frozen, gazing at the lifeless body before her, her hand trembling uncontrollably. This reminded her of the woman from room 401, who had been powerless against a group of men and was tortured to death. This was the power of resistance he had bestowed upon her, and she needed to seize it quickly. Otherwise, her fate might mirror that of the womaness. To her credit, Ling Shui's resolve shifted swiftly, and she pursued Zhang Peng, raising her gun to fire. Bang! Since Zhang Peng was crawling forward, the bullet only struck his thigh, causing him excruciating pain. Don't kill me, please. Bang, bang, bang. One shot missed, so she continued firing, her expression growing increasingly frenzied until Zhang Peng was rendered lifeless. Enough, he is dead. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, reclaiming the gun. As Ling Shui gradually came to terms with her act of murder, the nauseating sensation overwhelmed her, and she turned aside to vomit profusely. Meanwhile, Lin Dong approached the last lackey. Big brother, please, you are my dear uncle. Don't kill me. I can be your dog. Just say the word, and I will bite whoever you want. Spare my life. The lackey was reduced to tears, his pants soaked in fear. Lin Dong frowned, raising his gun to shatter the man's skull. Men like him are unworthy of being my dog. He then patiently waited for Ling Shui to finish her retching. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Shui, having nothing left to expel, approached him with reddened eyes, wanting to speak but lacking the courage. Let's go home, Lin Dong said, continuing towards Building 5. Ling Shui gazed at the corpses on the ground, including the one that Liang Meng had brutally slain the previous day. Her heart gradually steeling, she resolved to live with unwavering strength. The group of men in Building 5 were currently unaware of Lin Dong's presence and had not encountered him. Upon entering, Ling Xue was taken aback. The dining table was adorned with an array of sumptuous seafood delicacies and frothy beer, while fragrant rice steamed invitingly. The room was impeccably clean, infused with a blend of smoke and a subtle aroma, and most importantly, it felt wonderfully warm. What situation? As Shen Wanyuan noticed his return, she promptly approached to pay her respects. "Welcome home, master," she greeted, her voice sweet yet overly saccharine. Ling Xue then caught a glimpse of Shen Wanyuan's visage and was momentarily struck by her ethereal beauty. "How lovely," she thought. "Ah, this must be the new maid. Ensure she becomes acquainted with the rules. I despise witnessing any errors from you." Lin Dong nodded and took a seat at the dining table, beginning to eat. "Understood, master," Shen Wanyue replied, then turned to Ling Xue, equally astonished by her striking appearance. "What a beautiful woman. Her poise and figure seemed to surpass my own." Shen Wanyue felt a pang of insecurity. She realized she must seize this opportunity to establish her authority and prevent Ling Xue from claiming all of the master's affections. "Come with me, I will show you to the bathroom for a wash." With that, she led the way, and Ling Xue followed, somewhat dazed. However, after just a few steps, Shen Wanyue halted, casting a stern glance at her. "Upon entering this door, you become the master's maid. The first rule of being a maid is that without the master's permission, you are not allowed to stand." Ling Xue was taken aback by the intensity of her demeanor, contemplating a hasty retreat, yet the recent encounter and Lin Dong's weapon loomed in her mind. "Forgive me," she bit her lip and mimicked Shen Wanyue's posture. Lin Dong, savoring the peeled shrimp that Shen Wanyue had prepared, couldn't he help but nod in approval. "It appears the maid Yu is adapting swiftly. Truly commendable for someone of her social standing." Inside the bathroom, Shen Wanyue assisted Ling Xue with her grooming, both women remaining silent. "Sister, why is it like this here?" Ling Xue finally ventured. "Do not ask what should remain unasked. You must hold a sense of reverence for the master, or you may find yourself in dire straits without even knowing how it happened," Shen Wanyue admonished. Ling Xue fell silent, unable to comprehend the experiences that had transformed Shen Wanyue into this person. Shen Wanyue's awareness of Ling Xue's figure only intensified her feelings of insecurity, prompting her to apply more pressure during the washing process, nearly causing Ling Xue to faint from discomfort. "Sister, when do you think we will be rescued?" Ling Xue could not suppress her curiosity. Shen Wanyue paused, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Do not speak of such things again. Upon meeting the master, we have already been rescued. Do you not understand the fate that awaits women like us without a master?" Ling Xue remained silent, fully aware of the grim reality she had witnessed just moments ago. "From now on, you shall live well alongside me here. Cast aside your moral compass, for survival is paramount above all else." Shen Wanyue concluded her warning, before beginning to enumerate the rules of being a maid, leaving Ling Xue blushing furiously. Half an hour later, Ling Xue emerged alongside Shen Wanyue. "Master, she is ready." Lin Dong had just finished his meal when he tossed an oolong in front of her, saying, "Well done, this is your reward." Shen Wanyue beamed with delight. "Thank you, master." Ling Xue watched with a hint of envy. In this apocalyptic world, having warm oolong to eat was simply marvelous. Lin Dong turned to her, slowly revealing a smile. Mate 2, Ling Xue. System rating, 85. Current strength, level 1. Mate outfit, none. Lin Dong gazed at the system panel, unable to suppress a satisfied nod. It seemed that not all streamers on Douyin were merely beauty filters and high-tech talents. Quite impressive. Kapter kakstaste, rollon. Let us gather some goodies. The situation in Jiyuan community grew increasingly dire. Each building had its own kingpin, forming violent organizations reminiscent of the mafia, ruling over entire blocks. Women had become their mere playthings, and as the day progressed, there were instances of humiliation leading some to choose to leap from heights, creating human-shaped depressions in the snow below. This was not even the worst part. Due to the deep snow serving as a cushion, most did not die immediately from a fall. Instead, many found themselves trapped in the snow, either suffocating or quietly awaiting death from poison, with screams and wails echoing relentlessly, incessantly assaulting the nerves. In Building 5, Zhu Feng gathered a dozen individuals indoors to allocate supplies. "Today's haul has been quite commendable. We pried open 23 doors, acquiring 10 packs of noodles, 3 large barrels of mineral water, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 14 bags of instant noodles." Zhu Feng was elated. These supplies were primarily scavenged from homes devoid of life. Thanks to those who perished on the very first day of the apocalypse, no resources were squandered. The bounty from today alone was sufficient to sustain them for 2 days. In addition to the supplies, they had also secured over 20 young women. Brothers, feel free to enjoy tonight. Upon hearing this, the men of the guard unit erupted in excitement. With food, drink, and women at their disposal, this was no apocalypse. It was akin to paradise. One younger member inquired, "Boss, when shall we capture Wang Sheng's wife for some fun? The women we gathered today cannot compare to her beauty." Others chimed in, "Indeed, boss, she is truly a gem. The sooner we capture her, the sooner we can indulge. Last month, during Wang Sheng's wedding, I caught a distant glimpse of his wife and even took several photos for a screensaver. I've heard you speak of her beauty, but I've yet to see it myself. Is she truly that stunning? Why would I lie? She is as beautiful as any star on television. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts. Previously, when hunger prevailed, such desires were seldom entertained. But now, with ample food, countless discarded clothes and furniture to burn for warmth, one could hardly deny the notion that men are creatures of base instincts. Even Zhu Feng found himself intrigued. Very well, a few brothers will keep an eye on these women while the rest accompany me downstairs. Zhu Feng recalled having seen an extraordinarily beautiful woman in the elevator on the 3rd floor. Her stunning legs encased in black stockings stirred a yearning within him. In room 301, Lin Dong was comfortably reclining on the sofa, relishing a post-meal dessert. "Come, master, have a grape," Ling Shui said with an enchanting smile, delicately placing a grape between her luscious lips. "Vixen, how utterly skillful," Shen Wanyue exclaimed, her teeth gritting in irritation. "No wonder she's a streamer. She's a professional with an arsenal of seductive techniques," she thought, feeling overshadowed in an instant. "I cannot let this continue. I risk losing my appeal." After a moment's contemplation, Shen Wanyue picked up a bottle of red wine from the coffee table. "Master, please enjoy this wine," she said, gently sipping a small amount. However, as she prepared to return the wine bottle to the table, she momentarily lost her grip and the bottle teetered dangerously. Oh no! In a split second, Shen Wanyue instinctively reached out and caught the bottle. This scene unfolded swiftly, yet Lin Dong caught it with a hint of a mysterious smile. Ling Shui marveled, "Sister, your reflexes are impressive. Damn it, why didn't it fall?" The master might not favor you then, she thought, evidently aware of the subtle competition brewing between them. Shen Wanyue stared in astonishment at her own hand, marveling at her quick reflexes. Even in her prime before the apocalypse, she had never reacted so swiftly. Soon, Shen Wanyue regained her composure, placing the wine bottle back on the table with practiced elegance. "Master, the maid almost made an error. Please punish me," she said, smiling brightly as she looked up at him. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Is this punishment sincere? It's only been a day, and your attributes have skyrocketed." He nudged Ling Shui, resting his chin on his hand, and asked, "Have you noticed your transformation?" Shen Wanyue reflected on her changes. Since the afternoon, she had felt her strength significantly increase, often breaking chopsticks or shattering teacups, things that would have been impossible for her before. Could it be the power bestowed upon me by my master? She pondered, elated. Despite following Lin Dong and benefiting from his ample resources and formidable strength, she had harbored a lingering concern. After all, she felt like a vulnerable lamb without him. But now she had gained strength, and it likely stemmed from her master. Lin Dong nodded. "As long as you fulfill your duties as a maid, strength will naturally follow. Strive well." He had certainly discerned the subtle rivalry between the two women. Had they spent more time together, they might have been embroiled in a dramatic contest reminiscent of empresses in the palace. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance regarding their competition. Let it unfold. Competition breeds improvement, and in the end, I shall reap the benefits. Now, with Shen Wanyue having reached level 2, she possessed strength and speed surpassing that of an adult male. He mused, "What is my own limit?" Shen Wanyue, filled with excitement, bowed deeply, "Yes, master." Yet within her heart, thoughts raced as she realized her own appearance and abilities paled in comparison to Ling Shui. To maintain her master's favor over the long term, she would have to explore alternative avenues. Ling Shui, puzzled by the situation, had only recently joined and had yet to experience the surge of power. She felt as if the two were caught in some mystical ruse. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from acting coyly, for she too desired power from their master. Lin Dong, feeling a surge of impatience as he was provoked, was about to grant her the strength she sought when suddenly he cast a glance towards the door. his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, the two women heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. Preparing for the spectacle, Lin Dong patted the two women and whispered, "It grows tiresome to remain cooped up at home. It is rather thrilling when someone comes seeking trouble." Unexpectedly, however, the person outside was not there to find him. "Wang Sheng, open the door. Don't hide in there without saying a word. I know you are home." Zhu Feng's voice rang out as he banged heavily on the door of room 302, his tone menacing. It was only upon hearing the commotion that Shen Wanyue suddenly remembered her husband, and a wave of complex emotions washed over her. Was she not being a bit too demeaning? How could she, who prided herself on being part of the elite class, willingly serve another man while being married? Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively slapped her own face. "Shen Wanyue, you already have a master, and yet you still think of your husband? You truly are despicable." Chapter 13. Betrayed by her husband again, Shen Wanyue went mad. This scene left Lin Dong momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a thumbs-up of approval. Truly, she was an elite. Her adaptability to the new role was impressively swift. Look at her. She had fully immersed herself in the role. In room 302, Wang Sheng, both famished and terrified, trembled at the sound of the knocking. "Why, you have the wrong person. I am not Wang Sheng." The laughter that erupted from Zhu Feng and the others outside was immediate and boisterous. "Ha ha! How can we never notice before? Wang Sheng is actually quite humorous." "Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. He is a company executive, a wealthy man earning hundreds of thousands a year. This is what we call down to earth." "I see. In the words of the book, this is what they call deaf to the sound of the bell, right?" Zhu Feng chuckled for a long while before banging on the door again. "Stop hiding, Wang Sheng. Open up. Let us have a chat. If you don't open up soon, don't blame us for being rude." The group of them prepared to force the door. Hearing this, Wang Sheng was filled with dread. This sturdy security door was his last line of defense. If it were broken, anyone could come in and bully him. "Don't pry it open. I'll open it." Wang Sheng hurriedly unlocked the door. Zhu Feng could not help but sneer. Is this what a company executive is like? Just a few threats, and he is scared. What a waste of such a beautiful wife. "Ah, haha, brothers, what brings you here?" Wang Sheng forced a smile, attempting to mask his trepidation. Zhu Feng forcefully pushed him aside, and the others streamed in, their gazes drawn to the bread packaging and bottles of mineral water scattered about the room, as well as the wedding photographs adorning the walls, eliciting a sinister smile from them. "Well, Manager Wang, it seems you're living quite comfortably. Where is your wife?" Wang Sheng continued to maintain a shameless facade. "My wife. She had matters to attend to at her family home before the snow fell, so she is not here." One of the men stepped forward and slapped him on the head. "Quit the nonsense. I saw your wife in the underground garage during the trading event a couple of days ago. If you don't hand her over, we might just have to pay a visit to your bedroom." Zhu Feng's eyes fell upon the stunningly beautiful Shen Wanyue in her pristine white wedding dress in the photograph, stirring an insatiable yearning within him. "Manager Wang, we are civilized individuals who prefer to interact in a civil manner. How about this? You let your wife come out to entertain us, and you can join us as well. We'll provide you with half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water as compensation each day. What do you say?" He had set his sights on Wang Sheng's cheap labor. Although he did not appear particularly robust, he was still a man nonetheless. Wang Sheng was infuriated. They were exploiting him even more than during his work hours. "You want me to help you break in and steal things, and you want my wife too? And only half a loaf of bread a day? There's no one as unscrupulous as you. At least Lin Dong doesn't he make me do anything and gives me a whole loaf of bread. Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that my wife isn't home." Zhu Feng's patience was wearing thin. "You're pushing your luck." The others kicked open the bedroom door, only to find no trace of Shen Wanyue in the entire house. Zhu Feng pulled out a steel pipe from behind him and struck Wang Sheng's leg with a resounding crack. Wang Sheng collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, clutching his leg, tears streaming down his face. "Now tell me, where have you hidden your wife? If you don't speak, I'll break every single one of your legs." Wang Sheng was thoroughly terrified, frantically pointing towards the door. "Brother, please don't kill me. My wife is in 301, at Lin Dong's place." "Oh, so you're quite the player, sending your wife off to someone else first?" Zhu Feng and the others were taken aback. Just then, the seemingly dead inside Shen Wanyue opened the door at Lin Dong's signal, her icy gaze fixed on Wang Sheng. Upon seeing his wife emerge, Wang Sheng immediately cried out for help. Xiaoya, Xiaoya, save me." Zhu Feng and the others looked up, all of them momentarily frozen in shock. At that moment, Shen Wanyue was clad in a thick down jacket that reached her calves, concealing her alluring figure. Yet, her face was impeccably fair, adorned with delicate makeup, creating a breathtaking beauty under the candlelight. Moreover, a glimpse of her smooth calves was visible, clad in thigh-high stockings and towering heels, with a collar around her neck. Any man witnessing this scene would be rendered utterly captivated. Before Zhu Feng and the others could recover from their astonishment, Ling Shui also emerged. Her attire similar to Shen Wanyue's, save for the purple fishnet stockings adorning her legs and cat ear decorations perched atop her head. The appearance of two women rendered all the men present unable to suppress their salivation. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong emerged, clad in a black hoodie, with the two women unconsciously standing behind him. In that instant, animosity surged. Zhu Feng's immediate reaction was to wonder why Lin Dong wasn't cold. However, the allure and attire of the two women quickly diverted his attention as he stepped out of the room and coldly sneered at Lin Dong. "Kid, how come I've never seen you before? What is your purpose here?" Lin Dong chuckled while rubbing his nose. "Oh, I'm merely a courier." "A courier?" Zhu Feng scoffed. "What a strange world we live in, where even a courier can possess two exquisite women, while I, the leader of a building, can only settle for the mundane. I am the leader of Building 5. You seem fit. Why not join me? Rest assured, you won't go hungry. Of course, these two women will be shared among us all. Do you have any objections?" In his view, with so many of them, this young man would surely be intimidated, regardless of his physique. However, Lin Dong merely shook his head with a smile. "You are mistaken about one thing. They are not women." "Huh? What do you mean?" "They are maids." Zhu Feng was rendered speechless. Was there really a difference? To Lin Dong, there was indeed a significant distinction. "Let us be straightforward. Can we?" Lin Dong turned to the two women. "What do you say? Do you want to join us?" The two women simultaneously shook their heads. With that, a ruthless glint flashed in Zhu Feng's eyes as he suddenly raised a steel pipe and swung it towards Lin Dong's head. Crack! Yet, a delicate white hand unexpectedly reached out and grasped the icy steel pipe. It was Shen Wanyue. "Huh?" Zhu Feng was momentarily bewildered. But Shen Wanyue suddenly let out a cold laugh, exerting force in her arm, snatching the pipe from him, and retaliated with a swift blow, leaving Zhu Feng's head bloodied and dazed as he collapsed. This scene left everyone stunned. No one anticipated that a seemingly fragile woman could incapacitate their leader. Zhu Feng, after all, was a laborer with considerable strength. Shen Wanyue gazed at the rapidly congealing blood on the steel pipe, momentarily dazed. It was her first experience with taking a life. However, she quickly steeled herself and charged toward the others. Had it not been for her master, with Wang Sheng's cowardice, she would have likely become a plaything for this group. The outcome would only be death. Since she wished to survive, she resolved to ensure their demise. "How can we be afraid of a woman?" one of the men exclaimed. "Brothers, let us take her down together." Soon, Shen Wanyue found herself besieged. But her exceptional physical prowess allowed her to hold her ground, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Ling Shui watched in excitement, lighting a cigarette for Lin Dong while sweetly saying, "Master, I too wish to take a life." Chapter 14. The maid's subtle intentions. Lin Dong nodded, handing her the golden desert eagle. "Just remember not to hit the wrong target." Upon receiving the gun, Ling Shui instantly felt she had grasped the essence of power and raised the weapon to fire. Bang! A man poised to ambush Shen Wanyue from behind suddenly collapsed to the ground. This scene momentarily stunned everyone present. A gun. They were all law-abiding citizens, still entrenched in the era of melee weapons. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? Run. Panic-stricken, they surged towards the exit. However, Ling Shui demonstrated the prowess of a single warrior capable of halting 1,000 foes, barricading the entrance with her firearm, firing at anyone who approached. Each shot echoing through the air. The entire Juan community heard the gunfire, and tension gripped everyone. Surely, I did not mishear. It was the unmistakable sound of gunfire. A handgun no less, equipped with 357 Magnum ammunition. What? How could you discern that? Are you jesting? I am a master of the game. Silence. Let's determine from which building the shots originated. They came from the south, but the exact location remained uncertain. Damn it. Which audacious individual dares to wield a firearm? This could lead to dire consequences. 2 minutes later, the gunfire subsided. In apartment 302, apart from Wang Sheng, everyone else had perished, either shot dead or brutally slain by Shen Wanyue. The steel pipe bent from the force of her blows. The two women exchanged glances, excitement and madness flickering in their eyes. One wielded a gun, the other possessed immense strength. Could they prevail? Yet, a mere glance at the composed Lin Dong, exuding a terrifying aura potent enough to subdue anyone, quelled all their fleeting thoughts. Snowmaid, come with me to inspect the supplies they have gathered. Moonmaid, I leave this to you. Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette, accepted the gun Ling Shui handed him, pocketed it, and calmly ascended the stairs, with Ling Shui following closely behind. In apartment 302, the couple locked eyes. Wang Sheng was utterly terrified. Within just one day, his wife, who previously struggled to even twist off a bottle cap, had nearly decapitated someone. Such a stark contrast was almost too overwhelming. Xiaoyu, after finally seeing his wife, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Words lodged in his throat. Shun Wanyue, her face still stained with another's blood, coldly fixed her gaze upon him, her grip tightening around the steel pipe. Wang Sheng, as husband and wife, you have repeatedly cast me aside. Are you truly a man? Faced with his wife's accusations, Wang Sheng was at a loss for words, tears streaming down his face. Xiaoyu, I was wrong. I truly was. Xiaoyu, while Lin Dong is absent, could you perhaps help me steal some food? I am utterly famished. Trust me, once I am well fed and have regained my strength, I shall fear no one. I promise to protect you well and ensure no harm comes your way. Shun Wanyue could no longer bear to listen. He still wished for her assistance in pilfering from their master. Raising the bent steel pipe, she brought it down with force. Bang! It struck her husband's head, blood gushing forth. One blow was insufficient. Shun Wanyue continued to strike, the sounds echoing relentlessly, until Wang Sheng's head was thoroughly crushed. Shun Wanyue gasped for breath, discarding the steel pipe, and wept bitterly at the sight of the shattered, blood-stained wedding photograph. After crying for a considerable time, she wiped the blood from her face with reddened eyes, only to be suddenly overcome by a wave of nausea, which caused her to vomit on the spot. In the quiet corridor, only the sound of 2 pairs of footsteps could be heard. Ling Shui anxiously gazed at Lin Dong's silhouette, her heart filled with trepidation. Moments ago, she and Shun Wanyue had both entertained a secret thought, uncertain if their master had sensed it. If he had, she would undoubtedly be in trouble. In truth, Lin Dong had indeed sensed their murderous intent, which was barely concealed in their eyes, yet he chose to ignore it, harboring a hint of anticipation. You better provide me with some amusement. Otherwise, life in this impending apocalypse will be unbearably dull. Ever since he had been kicked, his heart had turned as cold as a fish-slicing knife that had been used for over a decade. In his eyes, these 2 exceptional women were merely toys for his entertainment. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he discovered a group engaged in conversation. Damn it. It seems the gunfire just now came from our building. What are old Zhu and the others up to? How would I know? Could it be trouble? Damn. I'm a bit scared. Should we close the door? Close it, and you'll suffocate. The fire inside is blazing. Do you want us to die from asphyxiation? Just then, Lin Dong arrived at the entrance, startling the group. When they recognized Ling Shui behind him, they couldn't help but swallow hard. The sight of the exquisite woman, her face smeared with what resembled ketchup, was somewhat alarming. Is this the latest fashion trend this year? Which building are you from? What brings you here? Lin Dong noticed several boxes of supplies piled nearby and turned to Ling Shui, instructing, let's move these back. We shouldn't waste them. The group immediately changed their demeanor. Are you deaf? I asked where you came from, and you dare touch our things. Before they could finish their sentence, they fell silent as Lin Dong drew out his gun. Wait, is that gun yours? The leader of the group, Zhu Feng, quickly switched to a friendly demeanor. Little brother, what's this about? We have no enmity between us. How about this? Just let us have a pack of instant noodles each, and you can take the rest. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before silently holstering his weapon, causing the group to collectively sigh in relief. However, the next moment, Lin Dong suddenly grabbed a hammer from the shoe cabinet and struck it down on the man's head, creating a gaping hole. He had put away the gun, finding its noise too disruptive for the late hour, as he had always considered himself a civilized citizen. Hey, bang! The group stood no chance against Lin Dong. Completely unable to defend themselves, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing before their heads were smashed in mere moments. As he continued to strike, he muttered, first, if I say it's mine, then it is all mine. Second, I dislike being called little brother. Ling Shui watched in wide-eyed admiration, her gaze sparkling with intrigue. The master is remarkably strong and fierce. Last time, when a master was wreaking havoc at her home, she fainted. This time, I finally witnessed her prowess. Akin to a martial arts master from a television drama, moving with effortless grace and delivering lethal strikes. A wave of dread washed over me. Had there been any delay, I might have perished. After dealing with the remaining foes, Lin Dong heard commotion emanating from the bedroom. Upon peeking inside, her brow furrowed in dismay. There, imprisoned, were over 20 women abducted by Zhu Feng and his cohorts, all huddled together in disarray, with unkempt hair and days of unwashed bodies, exuding a foul odor. Upon spotting Lin Dong and the lifeless body behind her, a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. "You are Lin Dong, the courier from our building, right?" "Yes." "How wonderful. Lin Dong, have you come to rescue us?" "Wah, finally salvation. Those brutes kill my husband and strangle my son. Let me out. I shall avenge them." The women surged forward, eager to exact their wrath. Lin Dong stepped aside, carefully observing the scene, only to let out a disappointed sigh. There were no beauties among them. Not even one who could score above an 80. What a futile journey. These women, either bereaved of their husbands and children or having suffered indignities, were filled with rage, mercilessly unleashing their fury. Ling Shui stood by, watching the frenzied women, grateful once more for Lin Dong's presence. Once their anger subsided, their growling stomachs directed them toward the pile of supplies, and they instinctively rushed forward. Ling Shui, witnessing this, quickly sprinted ahead, arms outstretched to block their path. "These supplies belong to the master. You cannot take them." The women, noticing Ling Shui's rosy complexion and pristine appearance, even wafting a subtle fragrance, felt envious. "Why is it yours? Those items were taken from my home by those men. They belong to me." "Exactly. Can you too consume all of this? You must share with us. Look at you, dressed like a streetwalker. How shameless. I say, let us not quarrel. We are all women, and women should not bully one another." "Young lady, step aside." Ling Shui, exasperated, glanced toward Lin Dong for assistance. "Master, give me a gun. I shall put an end to them." These individuals were utterly unreasonable. The master had saved them, yet they were still unsatisfied, attempting to seize her possessions. Lin Dong chuckled, weaving through the crowd to stand before the supplies. With a mere glance, Ling Shui obediently knelt, forming a makeshift seat. This spectacle left all the women dumbfounded, internally cursing Ling Shui for her shamelessness. "If you wish for food, it's simple. Each of you must answer a question. If I'm satisfied, you shall each receive a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of water." Lin Dong casually crushed a packet of noodles in her hand. The women exchanged glances. Lin Dong's ability to vanquish those men indicated her formidable nature. She was not to be trifled with. "Go ahead, ask your questions. It is quite simple. Do you know any clean and beautiful women? Each of you, please recommend one to me. Simply providing her name and address will suffice. The requirement is that she must not be inferior to the one I already have." As he spoke, he caressed Ling Shui's silky hair. "As for maids, one or two is hardly sufficient. Naturally, the more, the merrier." The women were taken aback. "What is this? He is nothing but a lecher. With such a stunning woman at hand, he still desires more recommendations? How is this any different from a madam at a nightclub?" A middle-aged woman, whose looks were somewhat passable, immediately raised her hand. "I know one, Shan Wanyue from apartment 302 in this building. She is very beautiful." The other women felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. "Oh no, this old woman got ahead of us. Shen Wanyue's reputation in Building 5 is quite formidable." However, Lin Dong shook his head. "That one do. I have already claimed Shen Wanyue. Please suggest someone else." The middle-aged woman was left speechless. The women began to rack their brains for alternatives. One woman, appearing to be in her 30s, was particularly astute. As a human resources supervisor at a company, she possessed a keen intellect. She could immediately discern that the woman kneeling before them had a healthy complexion, indicative of a good diet and restful sleep. This indirectly confirmed that Lin Dong's living conditions were quite favorable. Life there was undoubtedly comfortable, and following him would mean no worries about food and drink. Given the limited resources at hand, even if they managed to obtain some, it would only last a day or two at most. Thus, she boldly stepped forward. "I know someone. She resides in apartment 1704 of Building 5, named Li Xiaoyan." Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Could there be a gem in this building that I have overlooked? However, the other women looked up in astonishment. "Xiaoyan, are you referring to yourself?" Li Xiaoyan confidently replied. "Indeed I am." Lin Dong's eyes, once bright, now grew cold. "What is this? Are you playing me for a fool?" This woman has a flat chest and a round face, barely scoring 60 points at best. Noticing Lin Dong's unsavory expression, Li Xiaoyan hastily interjected. "Don't judge me based on my current appearance. It's simply because I haven't bathed or put on makeup. Just allow me to freshen up, and I assure you I can rival those enchanting vixens. Ling Shui, in exasperation, retorted, "You are the one who resembles an enchanting vixen." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. "You are far too unattractive. You do not qualify." "I can qualify." Li Xiaoyan remained steadfastly confident. "Let me tell you, you were merely a courier in the past. I understand why you are enamored by this woman, as you have not encountered finer beauty before. However, I, Li Xiaoyan, am certainly not to be compared with her artificially enhanced visage. If you accept me, I guarantee that I will serve you well." Attempting to pua me? Lin Dong found himself amused. Could he not discern if Ling Shui had undergone cosmetic procedures? "What did you do before?" he inquired. "I'm a human resources supervisor at a company." "No wonder," he thought. "Your speech reeks of incompetence." Suddenly, Lin Dong's expression shifted to one of inexplicable delight. "Very well. You are presented with an opportunity to serve as my trial maid. Should you excel in your duties, a permanent position may be granted." The notion of a trial was initially unsatisfactory to Li Xiaoyan. Yet after consideration, she acquiesced, recognizing that this was indeed chance. Given the opportunity, she was confident in her ability to ensnare Lin Dong's heart and subsequently dismiss that garish interloper. In doing so, she would have exclusive access to his resources. Her supervisory role was attained through such cunning. Upon witnessing this, other women began to volunteer, yet one after another. They presented themselves as less than desirable. Those scoring 50, 40, or even 30 points in attractiveness left Lin Dong somewhat exasperated. Surely, one would not wish to entertain a woman of such advanced age who could easily be his mother. One woman, however, mentioned a name that piqued interest: Xia Qingyu, a local celebrity in Jiangxing. Lin Dong's expression darkened, despite his disinterest in celebrity culture. He was aware of Xia Qingyu's reputation as a multi-talented star, an emblem of pride for Jiangxing, the dream goddess of countless men. "Do you know her? Are you aware of her residence?" he inquired. I do not know," she stammered. Bang! He swiftly executed her, her head exploding in a gruesome display, which sent the remaining women sprawling on the ground in terror, paralyzed by fear. "I shall reiterate," Lin Dong intoned ominously, "I require an address, not a mere name to placate me." The sudden violence curbed the earlier arrogance of the women, who now recalled that he was a man capable of eliminating rivals without remorse. With this sobering reflection, they began to contemplate their responses seriously, fearing to utter a single falsehood. Yet after half an hour, fewer than half had provided valid names and addresses, all of which were outside the community. As promised, Lin Dong distributed instant noodles and bottled water to them. "Enough. I am weary. It is time to return home," he declared with a yawn, instructing Ling Shui and Li Xiaoyan to carry away the remaining supplies, leaving the others to endure their hunger in place. He had no inclination to concern himself with their fates. Upon returning to the third floor, Shan Wanyue had completed her grim task, having disposed of all corpses, including that of her husband. "Master, you..." Shan Wanyue paused, taken aback. She could comprehend why her master would bring home another woman, yet she was at a loss as to why he had chosen one so unattractive. Chapter 16. Workplace Bullying? Upon encountering Shan Wanyue, Li Xiaoyan could not suppress a disdainful snort, lifting her head with haughty pride. "Just wait. Once I finish my makeup, I will undoubtedly outshine all of you. This is the new trial maid. You two assist her in getting settled and instruct her on the rules," Lin Dong commanded before retreating to his bedroom. He procured a map of Jiangxing, marking the information gathered about the beautiful women, and briefly plotted a route, preparing to create a travel guide. "Look, Brother Dong truly is the ideal travel companion." As Li Xiaoyan stepped inside, she could not help but share in the astonishment. "It is so warm in here. Let us proceed. I shall first take you for a bath." The master has a penchant for cleanliness. Ling Shui, with a heart full of reluctance, led her to the bathroom, utterly perplexed as to why the master would choose such an old and unattractive woman. After the bath, rejuvenated and refreshed, Li Xiaoyan began to unapologetically apply Shan Wanyue's cosmetics. Observing her comfortably seated and beautifying herself, Shan Wanyue furrowed her brow. "Did I not instruct you earlier? Within the confines of this home, without the master's permission, you are to kneel." Li Xiaoyan glanced at the firmly shut bedroom door and scoffed. "What is there to fear? He is not present." The two women exchanged glances. This newcomer was not only unsightly, but also insubordinate. The master's intentions were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. An hour later, clad in fresh attire and adorned with heavy makeup, Li Xiaoyan was utterly transformed, regarding Shan Wanyue and Ling Shui with disdain, as if they were refuse. You wretched hussies, prepare to be overshadowed by my beauty. Arriving at the bedroom door, Li Xiaoyan knocked. Master, the enchanting maid awaits your indulgence. Both women simultaneously turned away. Feeling nauseated, Lin Dong opened the door, immediately locking eyes with Li Xiaoyan's fervent gaze. Is this all? It must be said, Li Xiaoyan's makeup was indeed impressive. She had truly mastered the art. Her round face had been sculpted into an oval, her small eyes transformed into captivating orbs, and her somewhat coarse skin appeared smooth and delicate, with contours that defied belief. Yet, this was where the marvel ended. Lin Dong glanced once and lost interest. You will share the living room with them. Remember to adhere to the rules. With a resounding bang, he shut the door, nearly striking Li Xiaoyan's nose. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui could not suppress their laughter. Serves you right. How does it feel to be humbled? While one might question the master's intellect, his aesthetic discernment was beyond reproach. Li Xiaoyan stood dumbfounded before the closed door, utterly bewildered. How dare he? I'm a carefully selected gem from the company. All the young and beautiful receptionists compliment me daily, and even the boss would surreptitiously take me to a hotel when the madam was away. How could this delivery boy hold me in such contempt? Infuriated, she contemplated rising to knock again and confront Lin Dong. But the thought of his apparent temper and the truth he wielded made her retreat. Enough of these futile thoughts. Focus on tidying up the house. You should be grateful that the master has chosen to keep you, Ling Shui advised, curling up at the foot of the sofa and drifting to sleep beside Shan Wanyue. You all. Li Xiaoyan surveyed the room strewn with remnants of food, exasperated. For so long, she had been the one to bully others in the workplace. And now she found herself on the receiving end of such treatment? Truly outrageous. Yet, there was little choice but to obediently tidy up, eventually lying down in another corner of the sofa. At midnight, rewards were once again distributed, one of which was an increase of 5 in strength levels. Without hesitation, the choice was clear: to grow stronger. Now, at level 11, Lin Dong performed a one-finger handstand on his bed. I am truly formidable now. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Dong drifted into slumber. The entire 301 fell into a profound silence. However, the residents of Jiyuan community found themselves unable to sleep. The sudden gunfire instilled a sense of crisis among the leaders of each building. Building 2. This is unacceptable. We must identify the shooter. If he remains hidden, our current position is precarious. Building 6. Let us gather a few individuals. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to the underground garage to alert the other buildings and convene a meeting. We must ascertain the location of the assailant. A consensus formed among the buildings. The shooter must not be allowed to escape. Moreover, the weapons must remain in their possession. In Building 14, a woman clad in athletic wear executed a challenging form of yoga known as the hand-supported cantilla pose. This sequence demanded exceptional strength and balance, and the woman's physique was remarkable, exuding both grace and a powerful aesthetic. Her long legs were perfectly aligned, and her toned figure was alluringly defined. With her hair simply tied back, her delicate features were strikingly three-dimensional. At that moment, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and if not for her resolute gaze, one might perceive her as tragically beautiful. Had Lin Dong been present, he would undoubtedly have given her a thumbs up. I once believed Ling Shui to be invincible. Yet here stands someone who rivals her. Who could this be? Jiangzhu, 28, 29, 30. The woman effortlessly held the pose for 30 minutes before rising to massage her slightly sore arms, a triumphant smile gracing her face. I shall no longer fear any man. Jiangzhu reveled in her current state. Once a dedicated yoga instructor specializing in posture correction for women, she maintained exceptional discipline and a flawless physique. On the first day of the apocalypse, while returning home from work, she inadvertently encountered toxic snowflakes. Realizing that these would cause festering sores and potentially death, Jiangzhu hurriedly retreated home, terrified of both dying and the grim manner of her demise. However, upon returning, unlike others who began to develop sores, she instead experienced a high fever, her temperature soaring above 40 degrees Celsius. Miraculously, in a state of fever-induced delirium, Jiangzhu endured, and after 3 days, her fever subsided. Yet, her body underwent significant changes. She discovered she no longer feared the cold, and her strength had considerably increased. Previously, she could only maintain the pose for a few minutes before gasping for breath. Now, she had effortlessly sustained it for 30 minutes, a testament to her remarkable physical transformation. A couple of days ago, chaos erupted in Building 14. The enchanting and perfectly shaped Jiangzhu naturally became the object of desire for all the men. However, Jiangzhu was unperturbed. Wielding an iron rod in one hand, she subdued all the men in the building. Consequently, Building 14 recorded the fewest casualties in the entire community, earning her the title of the reigning queen of the building. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke the silence. Jiangzhu frowned, wondering who could be seeking her out at such a late hour. Donning a down jacket to conceal her striking figure, she opened the door to find a young man standing outside, one of her admirers. Jiangjia, earlier, someone from another building sent word that we are to gather tomorrow for a meeting to discuss the matter of the gunman. Jiangzhu furrowed her brow slightly, equally concerned about the gunfire. After all, despite her newfound strength, she was still not impervious to bullets. All right. Chapter 17. The Master's Warning. The meeting of the building lords having agreed, Jiangzhu prepared to close the door, but the young man hastily blocked her way. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jiangzhu's expression darkened. Having already bested all the men in the building, it was audacious for anyone to dare provoke her. The young man quickly withdrew his hand, sensing her displeasure, and awkwardly chuckled. Jiangjia, that's not what I meant. My cat could do backflips, and I wanted to invite you over to my place for a visit. Just a casual sit-down, nothing more. Such a captivating beauty, despite her formidable combat prowess, could still attract numerous admirers, and this young man was one among many. Securing Jiangzhu's affection could elevate his status significantly. How ridiculous! Jiangzhu's face contorted in disdain as she shut the door firmly. At 2 a.m, the entire community lay in silence, yet Li Xiaoyan was wide awake. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fathom why Lin Dong seemed indifferent to her. Was he lacking in that department? Yet, the other 2 women radiated vitality. It was implausible that he could be inept. After much contemplation, she never once considered that the issue might lie with her. No, I must act quickly to win Lin Dong over and have him send those 2 women packing. With her mind racing, Li Xiaoyan quietly rose, stealthily making her way toward the bedroom. Her movements were light, and the 2 women remained oblivious, but Lin Dong suddenly detected a noise and couldn't help but smirk. This woman was indeed courting her own demise. Li Xiaoyan gently twisted the bedroom door handle, creating a small gap. Before she could fully enter, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The tripwire Lin Dong had set was triggered as the door swung open, instantly firing the bullet. Li Xiaoyan, unaware of Lin Dong's meticulous precautions, was struck in the head, blood splattering across the room, her expression frozen in disbelief as her body collapsed heavily to the ground. What happened? The sudden gunfire jolted the 2 women awake, and they scrambled to turn on a flashlight. Upon discovering Li Xiaoyan's lifeless body, they both froze in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. What is going on? Nothing much. Just dispose of this foolish woman's body. Clean up the house thoroughly before morning. In the pitch-black bedroom, Lin Dong's indifferent voice echoed. Yes, master. The 2 women promptly sprang into action. They lifted Li Xiaoyan's lifeless body and unceremoniously discarded it out the window, then prepared hot water and began scrubbing the floor. After some time, Ling Shui finally whispered, was she intending to enter the master's bedroom to meet her demise? A wave of dread washed over her as she recalled how, earlier that day, she had contemplated sneaking in while the master was asleep, despite hearing Shen Wanyue mention that he forbade them from entering his room. Fortunately, she had been too exhausted that night and had forgotten about it. Shen Wanyue, her expression grave, nodded in agreement, her thoughts spiraling deeper. While changing the water in the bathroom, she quietly shared her conjecture. I suspect Lin Dong is warning us. What do you mean? They both pondered. Last night, we both harbored some ill thoughts toward Lin Dong. He must have sensed it, yet he showed no sign of concern, indicating he is indifferent to whether we would betray him. However, he still allowed that wretched woman into our midst, likely anticipating that Li Xiaoyan would break the rules. Hence her demise. Lin Dong's message seems to be that while betrayal is possible, one must be prepared for the consequences, death at his hands. Therefore, if we choose to act against Lin Dong, we must ensure his complete eradication. Otherwise, he will grant us no mercy. Either he dies, or we do. Ling Shui was taken aback by Shen Wanyue's deductions. How cunning. It's evident that Shen Wanyue, being part of the elite, has accurately discerned Lin Dong's intentions. He indeed seeks to see how his maids might betray him, while simultaneously warning them to be fully prepared for the repercussions of such treachery. In this world, others contend against fate, but Lin Dong believes his strength is ever increasing. Battling against fate seems futile, while contending with humanity is far more engaging. One cannot deny the effectiveness of this approach. Shan Wanyue's last flicker of hesitation was utterly extinguished. Ling Shui hastily shook her head, asserting, "I would never betray the master. I am his most loyal maid." "Is that so?" Shan Wanyue shot her a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips as she remained silent, continuing to wipe away the remnants of blood. The two women toiled until 4 in the morning, opening windows for ventilation and spritzing perfume around, meticulously checking to ensure no trace of blood or foul odor remained before finally settling down to rest. At 8 the next morning, Lin Dong awoke and, under the attentive care of the two women, enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, during which he also elevated Ling Shui to level 2. After the upgrade, Lin Dong, puffing on a cigarette, gazed quizzically out the window. Strange, why is it so quiet today? In the previous days, the break of dawn had been met with a cacophony of smashing and screams from the community, but today it felt exceptionally tranquil. Shen Wanyue, observing the now sleeping Ling Shui, looked on with envy and nudged Lin Dong's pant leg. In the morning, the master observed a group from another building descending together, presumably to discuss something in the underground garage. "Is that so?" Lin Dong nodded and stood up, nudging Ling Shui. "Stop sleeping, hurry up. Let us join the excitement." "But I still want to sleep, dear master. Look how frightened the child is, nearly in a state of distress." In the underground garage, the leaders from each building had gathered, with a bonfire placed in the center. Jiangzhu sat atop a large rice SU-7, clad in a thick down jacket, listening to the murmurs of suspicion among them. "Building 7, what's going on? Where are the people from buildings 3 and 5? Do they look down on us?" "Building 6. When I sent someone to notify them yesterday, I found building 5 locked up. No one responded after knocking for a long time. As for building 3, their leader, Zheng Dajuan, said he wouldn't come. Building 10, what does that mean? Are the gunmen in those 2 buildings? Building 8, it's possible. Building 11, what is the point of this guessing game? Did you not notice that the leader of building 14 is actually a beauty?" Upon this remark, everyone's gaze shifted to Jiangzhu, their eyes lighting up. Even clad in a down jacket, her delicate features stood out, making her an anomaly among the rough men. Nearby, a few men noticed someone teasing their leader and exchanged bemused smiles. "You all are courting disaster. Provoke Sister Jiang and watch her make you cry." Once they dealt with these men, Building 14 could accept supplies from others, enhancing their chances of survival. Seeing all the men staring at her with a cocky demeanor, Jiangzhu slowly rose. "What? Do you think a woman is easy to bully?" With that, she stomped her right foot down heavily, causing the rice SU-7 to buckle, its airbag exploding. Chapter 18. Your gun is fake. Mine is real. Wow. Everyone was taken aback by this display. What kind of strength is this? That SA vehicle. Even a robust man would need to leap to create a dent. This young girl managed to do that with a single kick? No wonder she could become the leader of a building. She is incredibly formidable. Jiangzhu's subordinates felt a sense of despair. While their sister was indeed powerful, her straightforwardness was a concern. You intimidated them too early. Now they won't dare to act. How are we supposed to rob them? Should it be so simple-minded? Yet, they could only harbor such thoughts internally, for Jiangzhu was not the type to tolerate insubordination, and they dared not speak out. This gathering was initiated by their own accord. Building 7. Ah, truly, a woman is no less than a man. Sister, you're amazing. Thumbs were raised in admiration. With the brief interlude concluded, the group resumed their discussions about the gunmen, but despite their deliberations, they could not ascertain the whereabouts of the assailants. At that moment, the leader of Building 2 rose to his feet, a smug smile plastered across his face. "Enough with the guessing games, my friends. Surround them." With a sweeping gesture, a dozen men from Building 2 swiftly formed a circle. Yes, a mere dozen encircled over 100 individuals. Building 7 furrowed his brow. "Tianyi, what do you mean by this? Are you really planning to declare war on all of us?" Tianyi laughed heartily, producing a gleaming silver pistol from his pocket. "I initially intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but all I received in return was suspicion. No more pretense. I'm a gunman, and I am laying my cards on the table." This scene instantly struck fear into everyone, and chaos quickly ensued. Jiangzhu furrowed his brow deeply. Since the gunman had made his appearance, it would be prudent to take advantage of the ensuing turmoil to eliminate him and seize the weapon. "Everyone quiet down." Tianyi roared it. Indeed, under the intimidation of the firearm, even the most fearful fell silent. Building 8 interjected, "Tianyi, stop scaring us. That gun must be fake, right?" Tian approached him with a sinister grin, pressing the gun against his forehead. Is that so? Why don't you try and find out for yourself whether it's real? Cold sweat broke out on Building 8's brow, giving the chilling sensation against his skin. This contraption might indeed be genuine. He dared not risk his life. No, I believe you. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Tian was quite pleased with the outcome. The gun was, of course, a replica purchased online, a metal imitation indistinguishable from a real firearm. His intimidation was merely a means to an end. Tian moved to the center of the crowd, smiling amicably. Dear neighbors, today I reveal my true identity with no ulterior motive, merely seeking your assistance in gathering supplies. We in Building 2 are impoverished. We have searched the entire building for food to no avail. Thus I resort to this. He continued, if you wish to live, I require half of the supplies collected from each building. Comply, and I shall allow you to return. Building 11 scoffed, what a fantasy. Half your supplies? That's no different from demanding our lives. A flicker of malice crossed Tian Yi's eyes as one of his subordinates swiftly struck the scoffer with a knife to the forehead. The others were infuriated. Yet when Tian aimed the gun at them, they fell silent once more. Did you think I was neg Tian? He observed the contemplative expressions of those around him, a smirk growing ever more audacious at the corners of his mouth. His actions were akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Should anyone dare to resist, they would soon discover the emptiness of his threats, and their fates would be dire indeed. Yet, he had an acute understanding of human nature. Those who had survived to this point were particularly cautious of their lives, unwilling to take such risks. The adage fortune favors the bold aptly described Tian in this moment. The underground garage lay shrouded in silence. Suddenly, the distinct sound of high heels clicking echoed from afar, prompting everyone to involuntarily shift their gaze. Soon, 3 figures emerged into view. The man in the center attracted little attention. Instead, all eyes were drawn to the 2 women flanking him. Shen Wanyue, adorned in a white trench coat that reached her calves, bore no stockings, revealing her alabaster ankles, which were accentuated by red-soled high heels. A collar adorned her neck. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and cat ears perched atop her head, exuding a cold yet commanding aura. In stark contrast, Ling Shui donned a black trench coat of the same length, paired with stockings and high heels. Her hair was elegantly twisted up, and she wore a little devil headpiece, her makeup radiating an enchanting allure. A collective gasp of admiration escaped the crowd. How stunning were these 2 women? Jiang Zhu's pupils constricted. Did they not feel cold in such scant attire? Could they, like herself, possess extraordinary abilities due to some mutation? At the sight of the 2 women, Tian felt a surge of excitement. They were destined to be his. Oh, the party's already begun? It seems I've arrived fashionably late. Lin Dong wore a disarming smile as he surveyed the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Jiang Zhu. What a beautiful woman. From her position, she must be the queen of this building. Yet, that is not the most significant detail. What truly caught my eye was the character hovering above her head. LV3. What an intriguing situation. How does she possess a level? Could it be that she is some sort of superhuman or awakened individual, endowed with extraordinary power that the system recognizes? All right, she is mine, Lin Dong thought to himself. And you, boy, from where do you hail? Tian approached with a hostile demeanor. Lin Dong bashfully scratched his head. Oh, I'm the leader of Building 5. I heard you were holding a meeting of the building leaders and didn't invite me, so I decided to come myself. The 2 women exchanged glances, impressed by their master's performance. One might genuinely mistake him for an innocent young man. Is that so? Your timing is impeccable. Tian suddenly raised his weapon, aiming it at Lin Dong's forehead. Those 2 women belong to me. You shall share half of your resources, or I will end you. Lin Dong looked at him with an expression of feigned innocence. Come on, brother. I just arrived, and you want to kill me already? Enough chatter. Bring them over here and have them kneel before me. Do you wish to die? Tian felt himself on the verge of exploding at the proximity of the 2 women. Lin Dong shrugged. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. The issue is that your gun is a fake. With that, he swiftly drew his golden desert eagle, pressing the barrel directly against Tian Yi's mouth. It seems that mine is the genuine article. Chapter 19. I adore watching beautiful women fight young lumberjack. Did you drop this golden handgun, or perhaps the silver one? Or is it my master's indestructible gun? Ling Shui's timely commentary elicited laughter from Lin Dong. However, the others dared not chuckle. 2 guns had inexplicably appeared in the community. Which one was real? Or could it be that both were authentic? A palpable heaviness filled the air. Unbeknownst to everyone, Tian Yi was aware of the truth. His gun was fake, but he had no certainty regarding the authenticity of his opponent's weapon. Regardless, his was a counterfeit. He valued his life too much to gamble. His previous audacity stemmed from the assurance that no one else was armed, but with another gunman now present, he felt a surge of trepidation. With the barrel pressed against his throat, he dared not move. Lin Dong, uncertain of the authenticity of Tian Yi's gun, remained unfazed. Even if it were real, he was confident that he could eliminate his adversary the moment he moved his finger. How about we make a wager? Let us see whose gun is genuine. However, with his mouth effectively silenced, Tian Yi could not respond. Sweat poured from his forehead. His eyes filled with desperation as he trembled uncontrollably, an involuntary warmth coursing down his legs. Damn, I'm trying to converse with you. And you're urinating? How rude. Bang. Lin Dong, visibly displeased, fired a bullet that pierced Tian Yi's throat, exiting through the back of his skull. He then casually seized Tian Yi's silver handgun and crushed it in his grip. Turns out it was a fake. You should have mentioned that sooner. Tian Yi's lifeless body seemed to protest. How could I speak with the barrel pressed against me? The gunshot startled everyone, revealing that the true gunman was Lin Dong, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. Bang! Bang! Lin Dong fired 2 shots into the air. What is all this commotion? Quiet down. The impact of those 2 shots surpassed Tian Yi's intimidation, prompting everyone to instinctively crouch down, cradling their heads and bowing, behaving like well-mannered sophisticates. Lin Dong stepped into the crowd, and Ling Shui deftly produced a cigarette for him, while Shen Wanyue seized the moment to light it. Both were remarkably considerate. Ahem. It appears everyone is quite attentive, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Surrender all your supplies. I have a penchant for nuclear annihilation and detest the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Boom! The crowd felt as if their heads might explode. Damn! Tian Yi at least left us half. This newcomer is ruthless, demanding everything. He is not sparing our lives. Building 8, this young man. Bang! The king of Building 8 was shot in the head. I dislike being referred to as Little Lin Dong. Lin Dong blew on the muzzle of his golden desert eagle. For the first half of his life, Laozi was incessantly referred to as Little Lin or Little Dong, which was quite irksome. Others around him felt uneasy, as this individual was notoriously capricious and notoriously difficult to deal with. Observing the silence of the crowd, Lin Dong's expression darkened. Why is everyone so quiet? It feels as if I am pressuring you. Please do not be so restrained. The crowd hesitated, and one voice broke through. We do not believe your nonsense. When silence persisted, Lin Dong interpreted it as acquiescence, demanding that they send a few individuals to retrieve the supplies, lest he waste time seeking them out one by one. Yet, the crowd remained motionless. They were reluctant to give and equally hesitant to take the lead. Hey, your disregard for me is quite awkward. Lin Dong's countenance grew grim as he prepared to unleash his wrath. At that moment, Jiang Zhu, unable to endure any longer, rose to her feet. You have gone too far. If you seek our supplies, how about a duel? Defeat me, and the supplies are yours. Should you lose, it will be your end. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the eyes of the onlookers. Jiang Zhu's combat prowess was well known. The only reason the gunman was so arrogant was due to his firearm. In a fair fight, Jiang Zhu could easily best him. Lin Dong revealed a bemused smile. Very well. I rarely refuse a request from a lady. He then pointed his weapon at Jiang Zhu. I mean, no firearms allowed. Jiang Zhu hastily interjected, incredulous that he would resort to such means against a woman. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, amused by her insistence on the rules of engagement, yet he complied and holstered his weapon. Just then, Ling Shui stepped forward. Master, allow me to face her. Having finally acquired strength, she was eager to test her newfound abilities. You, Lin Dong regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and concern. You are only at level 2 while she is at level 3. You might very well lose. Very well. Should I lose, Master will impose a penalty, she replied confidently. Do not worry, Master. I will not fail. With a knowing smile, Shen Wanyue propped up a bench while Lin Dong reclined, casually smoking. Ladies, you must first face my maid. Defeat her, and you may challenge me. Jiang Zhu, with a serious demeanor, stretched her limbs and approached Ling Shui. The sight of 2 beautiful women preparing to fight drew the attention of the onlookers, despite their trepidation. Such a spectacle was rare. Defeating me will grant you the right to face the master, but you will not have that opportunity. Oof. Shameless. In unison, the 2 women dashed forward. Jiang Zhu struck first, and Ling Shui was taken aback by the swiftness of the attack. Reacting quickly, she narrowly evaded the blow, countering with a knee strike that met Jiang Zhu head-on. The duel erupted into a fierce exchange, each blow capable of leaving a mark on the ground. The crowd could not help but widen their eyes and swallow hard. Wow, these two women are formidable. It seems either one could easily best me. The residents of Building 14 initially held great confidence in Jiang Zhu, yet now their faith has waned, as if their worldview has been challenged. How could it be that women possess such formidable strength? How are we men to survive? The battle between the two women escalated fiercely, with beads of sweat occasionally flinging off. This is intriguing. Let's keep going. Jiang Zhu unleashed her fervor, her attacks growing more ferocious. This predicament has proved arduous for Ling Shui, as her level pales in comparison to her opponent, and she lacks practical combat experience. She was merely throwing wild punches, all of which were easily blocked by the adversary. Moreover, encumbered by a luxurious vehicle, her movements were severely restricted, and she was on the brink of exhaustion. No, I absolutely cannot disgrace myself in front of my master. Ling Shui gritted her teeth, enduring the onslaught. Yet ultimately, she could not withstand the prowess of the yoga instructor. She was kicked in the calf, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground, where she was swiftly ensnared in a bone lock, rendering her completely immobile. Let me go. Let me go. Ling Shui caught sight of Lin Dong's mocking gaze, her heart gripped by terror. However, Jiang Zhu's strength surpassed hers, and with her joints locked, no amount of struggle could free her. Enough, you have won. Lin Dong interjected, speaking on behalf of Ling Shui as she conceded defeat. Jiang Zhu then stepped aside, panting as she regained her composure, realizing that this man was undoubtedly stronger than the woman, and she must proceed with caution. Master, I am truly sorry. Ling Shui immediately knelt beside Lin Dong, her expression one of pitiful regret. To have entered the fray brimming with confidence, only to be rendered helpless, was an immense embarrassment. Lin Dong rose with a stoic expression, his tone grave. You shall face proper punishment upon our return. In the next chapter, a cold, frozen fish struck her face haphazardly. Ling Shui trembled, while Shun Wanyue looked upon her with a face full of bitterness. Ling Shui, who was on par with her, had also been defeated, a reality that exceeded Shun Wanyue's expectations. Jiang Zhu, witnessing Lin Dong's intervention, took a deep breath, preparing to speak when she noticed a steel pipe at her feet and promptly picked it up. I am a woman. There is nothing wrong with wielding a weapon. Is there? Lin Dong chuckled. Suit yourself. There is nothing wrong with me using a weapon either. Rest assured, I won't be using a gun. Jiang Zhu irked, found his attitude infuriating. Did he not know to yield to a woman? Lin Dong glanced around and suddenly reached into Shun Wanyue's down jacket collar, extracting a frozen fish while she looked on in bewilderment. Yes, it is indeed a frozen fish. It appears to be a mackerel. He tapped the fish with his finger, nodding in satisfaction. He had long wished to discover the extent of a frozen fish's effectiveness, and now he had the opportunity to test it. Jiang Zhu's expression turned peculiar. Is your surname Gao? Lin Dong shook his head. No, my surname is Lin. Jiang Zhu fell silent, her face now serious as she gripped the steel pipe tightly. Can we begin? Jiang Zhu nodded, and in the next moment, Lin Dong seemed to vanish before her eyes. Where did he go? An unparalleled fear washed over her, and suddenly, she felt a sharp slap on her rear. Not bad at all. It seems you frequent the gym. Lin Dong's voice resonated from behind. Jiang Zhu, when did he arrive behind me? Without a moment's thought, I swung the steel pipe backward, yet it remained futile, for Lin Dong had reappeared behind me. The disparity between level 11 and level 3 was stark. I could scarcely catch a glimpse of Lin Dong's shadow. Moreover, Lin Dong was oblivious to the notion of tenderness towards the fairer sex. He raised the frozen fish and brought it down heavily upon Jiang Zhu's left arm. Crack! Oh! Jiang Zhu cried out in agony, her veins bulging, cold sweat pouring down her face. The onlookers gasped in horror, for her arm had been brutally shattered, twisting grotesquely outward. Was Sigma male, he was, showing no mercy to a woman. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength well. Are you all right? Lin Dong said somewhat awkwardly. Go to hell. Jiang Zhu seethed, her remaining right hand swinging the steel pipe once more, but Lin Dong was faster. Another crack resounded, and her right arm too was broken. Simultaneously, the tail of the frozen fish snapped off. It seems this variety isn't sturdy enough. Perhaps I should try carp or herring next time. Lin Dong mused, stroking his chin. Jiang Zhu, in excruciating pain, wept as she writhed on the ground, both arms fractured, an ordeal that no ordinary person could endure. Master, you are formidable. Ling Shui offered a small compliment, only to receive a glance from Lin Dong. The others, witnessing Jiang Zhu's plight, turned pale. Damn, is this man a superhuman? What on earth is this? You're so well equipped with a gun. Why not go rob someone else instead of us? Discarding the fish's tail, Lin Dong took a seat. Jiang Zhu was engulfed in rage, humiliation, and pain, her powerful legs thrashing in a futile struggle to escape. You wretched man, how dare you humiliate me like this? Everyone, she has lost, and you must bring all your supplies to me. You have half an hour. If you fail to comply, I shall visit each of your homes. He continued, oh, and bring any women you've captured for me to inspect. Also, surrender your weapons to me for safekeeping. I'm a man who lacks a sense of security, and I cannot sleep with you all armed. The crowd exchanged glances, muttering, you have a gun and still lack security? Nevertheless, they obediently relinquished their weapons and hurried back to gather supplies. They had no choice. This man was armed and dangerous, and with the roads blocked by snow, escape was impossible. The young men who admired Jiang Zhu looked at her contorted face with mixed emotions. Yet they gritted their teeth and fled. Nothing was more important than their lives. Once everyone had departed, Ling Shui approached with a beaming smile. Master, you are incredible. So powerful. Shun Wanyue sighed. Little piglet, trying to charm your way out of this situation is quite unrealistic at this moment. Indeed, Lin Dong gazed at her indifferently. Go back and tie yourself up in the bathroom. You shall not eat for a day. Tomorrow, I will release you. Ling Shui was taken aback. What kind of punishment is this? Ling Shui returned with a charming innocence, while Lin Dong patted Jiang Zhu on the back, saying, don't be so awkward. I'll help you unwind once we get home. Jiang Zhu, infuriated, retorted, where am I being awkward? I was merely recalling something. Soon, residents from various buildings began descending with boxes, creating a small mountain of supplies. Lin Dong surveyed the abundant materials with satisfaction. Everyone was quite obedient. Of course, some individuals had likely hoarded a fair share of supplies, but he was too apathetic to pursue the matter. After all, he was a benevolent citizen who believed in leaving others a chance. Good sir, aside from Building 3, all the supplies in our community are here. Given the volume, would you like me to assist you in transporting them to your home? A man approached, bending over in a manner that suggested he was trying to curry favor with Lin Dong by offering his labor, hoping it would ensure his survival. With his initiative, several other men rushed forward, eager to volunteer their assistance. No need, my maid can handle it all by herself. Lin Dong cheerfully declined, gesturing towards Shen Wanyue. He then proceeded to sift through the supplies, gathering all the cigarettes, flashlights, and power banks into a single box. It wasn't an overwhelming amount. One box sufficed. The onlookers were taken aback. What does this mean? Is this all you want? You should have said so earlier. If you needed these items, we could have simply handed them over. Why give us such a fright? I thought you were after food. At that moment, a line of women was ushered down, and upon seeing the mountain of food, they all swallowed hard. Good sir, all the women from our buildings are here for your inspection. Lin Dong stroked his chin as he assessed each one, quickly feeling disappointed. They all appeared disheveled and unkempt. It seems we must head out soon, he declared. Come and eat. You all look so gaunt and weak. The women exchanged glances, confused. Shen Wanyue was astonished. Had her master changed for the better? Was he truly being this kind? Can we really eat? One timidly inquired. Lin Dong nodded. With his confirmation, the starving women surged forward like ravenous wolves, tearing open packaging and devouring the food voraciously. Most had not had a proper meal in ages. Had their bodies not retained some value, they might have perished long ago. The men, alarmed, protested, that is our food, although it was taken from those women. As the women finished their feast, Lin Dong cheerfully asked, are you all full now? They nodded in agreement. Since you're satisfied, come here. These supplies are yours. Lin Dong pointed to the weapons on the ground. The women obediently picked up a weapon each, staring blankly at Lin Dong. What are you looking at me for? Seek revenge on those who wronged you. Lin Dong directed his finger towards the men. The men were left in shock. In the span of merely 3 seconds, a woman's eyes glistened with tears. Li Zun, you have murdered my husband and insulted me. I shall fight you to the bitter end. With one woman leading the charge, others surged forward in a tumultuous wave. Some had lost their husbands, others their children, while some had suffered mere humiliation. Yet, without exception, they all harbored an intense hatred for these men, previously powerless. Now fortified with food, drink, and weaponry, they seized the perfect opportunity for vengeance. Chaos erupted in the underground garage, the air thick with the sounds of violent clashes. Meanwhile, Lin Dong wore a calm smile as he hoisted Jiang Zhu and led Shen Wanyue away. Chapter 21. What does it mean to cherish the delicate? Jiang Zhu could not restrain herself. By sending them to exact revenge, you are only exacerbating their demise. Indeed, even armed and well-fed, these women remained at a disadvantage against the robust men. Shen Wanyue retorted with a teasing grin. So what? Should I implore my master to dispense justice on their behalf? To aid them in their vengeance? The mere opportunity my master offers them is already a monumental grace, rather than succumbing to humiliation and death. At least they are resisting now, are they not? Jiang Zhu was left speechless. Upon returning home, Ling Shui had already dutifully begun to punish herself. Thud! Lin Dong roughly cast Jiang Zhu on the floor. Made you take her to freshen up and impart some rules. Shen Wanyue obediently displayed her specially designed maid outfit. As you wish, master. In the bathroom, Ling Shui watched as Shen Wanyue assisted Jiang Zhu with her ablutions. Hey, be gentle. My arm feels like it's breaking. Jiang Zhu exclaimed. Oh, you must be quite strong yourself. Why not resist? The three of us could surely devise a plan to eliminate him. What kind of attire is this? Is this something a person can wear? I, Jiang Zhu, would rather die today than don such garments. Even if it means jumping from a height. What? Were these rules? I shall never abide by them. Is there no concept of human rights? Shen Wanyue found herself wanting to laugh. She was still clinging to the notion of rights. 2 hours later, Lin Dong, smoking, opened the system panel. Made 3, Jiang Zhu. System rating, 85. Current strength, level 3. Maid outfit, none. Not bad, not bad. Beep. Detected serious injuries on maid Jiang Zhu. Would you like to heal her with one click? Oh, the system has such a function? How convenient. Jiang Zhu was intrigued. Why is it so warm here? Is it because of that little blue square on the table? And why is there hot water? This house is barely over 80 square meters. Where's the food stored? Now, tell me, where does your power originate from? Lin Dong inquired, genuinely concerned. This time, Jiang Zhu was bewildered. What do you mean? Don't you already possess it? Why are you asking me where it came from? Lin Dong frowned. Do not speak in riddles. Express yourself clearly, and perhaps I may assist you in healing your fractures. Oh, thank you, Jiang Zhu, for your reflexive gratitude. However, upon reflection, it was indeed your arm that I inadvertently injured. On that snowy night, I accidentally brushed against the snowflakes, but unlike others who developed painful boils, I succumbed to a high fever. I endured 3 days of fever at home, and once it subsided, I discovered my body had become stronger. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. This was rather unexpected. It seemed that this heavy snowfall had a minuscule chance of facilitating evolution, and perhaps upon venturing outside, we might encounter more individuals with extraordinary abilities. Aside from my enhanced physique, have there been any other changes? Well, I no longer feel cold. Anything else? Are you still afraid of toxic snow? I dare not test it. I fear that attempting it might lead to my demise. After posing numerous questions, Jiang Zhu's responses remained vague and unclear, leading Lin Dong to realize that this girl was somewhat dim-witted, with an adorably naive demeanor. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. Those with great power often lack intellect. Among these 3 women, Ling Shui and Jiang Zhu were akin to hidden talents, whereas Shen Wanyue, with her bright eyes often shimmering with wisdom, was far more astute than the other 2. Truly, she belonged to the elite echelon of society. I have answered your queries. Now please assist me in treating Jiang Zhu, whose arms dangle helplessly like a worm, causing her great pain. Lin Dong opened the system panel and clicked the healing button. In an instant, Jiang Zhu's arms radiated a golden light, which quickly dissipated, and her fractured bones were miraculously healed, restored to their original state. Is this your superpower? Jiang Zhu was astonished. She had prepared herself for a cast, yet Lin Dong had healed her with a mere blink. Shen Wanyue was equally taken aback. The more Lin Dong revealed, the more she revered him. The miraculous thermal clothing, the temperature-regulating square, the golden pistol, seemingly endless supplies of food and hot water. All these bestowed them with power and the ability to conjure items from thin air, now coupled with his formidable healing ability. Did he possess a magical cat? How could he have it all? Lin Dong paid her no heed, resting his temples in contemplation of the future circumstances. It was illogical for other awakened individuals to be as inept as Jiang Zhu. There could be some with unique abilities. Therefore, system, can you comprehend the situation and promptly elevate my level? Upon seeing her hands healed, Jiang Zhu regained her haughty demeanor. Do not think that just because you have done this for me, I will grow fond of you, nor will I ever abide by your absurd-made rules. I would rather perish than serve you like a dog. Shen Wanyue was instantly alarmed. Not my dear girl, I just taught you, and you are already violating the rules. If you wish to perish, do not involve me. Lin Dong lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a perilous smile. Have you made your decision? No need to think. I, Jiang Zhu, will never allow a man to dominate me. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Dong had swiftly grasped her neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. A powerful hand suddenly constricted around the delicate white neck, causing it to flush crimson. Jiang Zhu's face turned beet red, her heart racing uncontrollably as if it would leap from her chest. Her legs began to thrash violently. Jiang Zhu could not help but open her mouth, desperately attempting to pry Lin Dong's hand away, but it was utterly futile. Shen Wanyue, terrified, knelt down. It was over. Indeed, the master was not an ordinary lecher. He was entirely devoid of pity for the fairer sex. Regardless of beauty, if one defied his rules, the consequence would be death. Jiang Zhu wished to utter something. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Jiang Zhu's pupils dilated as her neck twisted to the side. Life extinguished. Lin Dong, throwing her lifeless body onto the floor, could not suppress a frown. Damn, what an unpleasant odor. Ding! Detected the death of maid Jiang Zhu. Would you like to revive her with one click? This is possible? The system is a bit excessive. Then let's revive her and kill her again. Chapter 22. Once again a bandit. Revive. In an instant, golden light enveloped Jiang Zhu, her severed neck realigned, and her dilated pupils gradually focused as her heart began to beat once more. As she opened her eyes, Jiang Zhu immediately sat up, gasping for breath, instinctively clutching her neck, utterly terrified. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui, who had peeked out from the bathroom, were equally wide-eyed. Goodness, she could be revived after dying? Lin Dong approached with a smile. Revive, huh? Then let's have you die once more. With that, he once again tightened his grip around her neck. Jiang Zhu. This person is a monster. The sensation of suffocation and death was an unprecedented horror. She felt her soul plunge into an abyss of darkness, utterly terrifying. No, don't kill me. Crack. She was dead again. How amusing, revive again. Lin Dong chuckled like a madman. Jiang Zhu revived once more. No, I won't leave. I will obey you. I shall be your maid. Jiang Zhu, freshly awakened, knelt down in supplication without a second thought. It was too frightening. He was no human. He was a demon. Lin Dong frowned disapprovingly. I preferred your former defiant demeanor. Regain that. I dare not. Master, I promise to be obedient from now on. Please do not kill me. Jiang Zhu trembled uncontrollably, desperate to avoid the sensation of death again. Very well. I shall grant you one chance next time. Rest assured, there will be no next time. Go wash up. Thus, the maid Jiang Zhu became entirely docile. During lunch, Jiang Zhu's phone rang from within her down jacket. Lin Dong opened it, discovering that her phone still had a full charge. At that moment, a call came in from someone named Bei Chun. Now, amidst the suspension of water and electricity, remarkably, the communication base stations continued to function, a testament to the prowess of the three major telecom operators. I handed my phone over, and Jiang Zhu answered. Hello, Xiaozhu, how are you? I sent you a message this morning and received no reply. I was worried something might have happened to you. Have they found the shooter in your community? On the other end, a clear and powerful voice resonated. Jiang Zhu cast a fearful glance at Lin Dong. It's fine, Bei Chun. The shooter has been located, and I assure you, I am safe now, so there's no need for concern. That's a relief. Xiaozhu, please prioritize your safety. I will check in with you daily, and as soon as the snow melts, I will send someone to fetch you. Okay, that sounds good. What happened, Xiaozhu? I'm fine, really. I just fell on my arm this morning. A little medicine will do the trick. You must stay strong. Once I come to get you, I promise you will never be alone again. All right. The call ended, and Lin Dong paused, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Your fiancé hasn't touched you at all? Quite the paragon of virtue, I see. Jiang Zhu bit her lip and replied coyly, Yes, master, my fiancé and I have agreed to wait until our wedding night. How wonderful. In this day and age, such a thing is rare. It seems you've struck a bargain in your favor. But where is your fiancé now? Master, what do you intend to do? It's none of your concern. Answer my question. Please, master, do not harm him. Bei Chun is innocent. Did I ever imply that I would harm him? Upon hearing Jiang Zhu's account, Lin Dong was taken aback. Her fiancé, Xia Bei Chun, was the renowned head of a major conglomerate in Jiangsheng, a quintessential domineering figure. Lin Dong had once attempted to deliver a package to the Xia group, only to be halted by the security at the entrance. However, This did not diminish her admiration for that iconic building in Jiangsheng. Entry was reserved for the elite. Who would have thought that an unknown yoga instructor had managed to ascend such heights? It felt as though a melodramatic idol drama had materialized into reality. From what your fiancé suggests, he seems to possess the authority to summon help for you. Has the poisonous snow had no effect on him? Lin Dong discerned a crucial oversight. Jiang Zhu lowered her head to the floor, hesitantly stating, Beichen's family is the Xia family of Jiangsheng, a very powerful clan. Beichen mentioned that they had prepared in advance, stockpiling vast amounts of supplies and assembling armed forces, all in anticipation of the apocalypse. Lin Dong paused her cycling, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Beyond herself, the Xia family had also prepared for the impending doom. Had they somehow foreseen the toxic snow? Or was this poisoned snow a result of human intervention, with the Xia family as one of the conspirators? Ah, how intriguing, she mused. Next time your fiancé calls, make sure to speak up, Lin Dong whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Jiang Zhu's complexion instantly paled. To commemorate the arrival of the new maid, a lavish KFC feast was prepared for lunch, coincidentally on a Thursday. Ling Shui, enticed by the delectable aroma, could not help but peek out, looking quite pitiful. The master was hungry. The previous maids had never relished such high-calorie fare, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Before the apocalypse, one could afford to be indifferent. After the apocalypse, such indulgences were unattainable. The steaming supreme burger, the golden fried chicken leg, and the sizzling roasted whole chicken were utterly irresistible. Upon seeing Ling Shui, Lin Dong felt a surge of frustration. This foolish girl, having just acquired a hint of power, was already becoming conceited, daring to flaunt her bravado without any combat experience. It was utterly humiliating. Evidently, none of the three maids possessed significant combat skills, and should they encounter other awakened beings, they would likely falter. Although he could assist them in leveling up, it was unreasonable for the master to handle every task personally. Thus, it was imperative to train in combat. After contemplating, Lin Dong retrieved 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen and tossed them before Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu. After lunch, the two of you will practice in the underground garage, honing your skills. I do not wish to witness any more of the embarrassing situations like that of the snow maid. The 2 women were taken aback. Surely, sir, starting off with kitchen knives for a duel is a bit excessive? Seeing their hesitation, Lin Dong chuckled. What are you afraid of? Even if you get injured or worse, I can always bring you back. So don't hold back. The 2 women were struck speechless by the master's reasoning. Jiang Zhu could not help but look up and ask, Master, why don't you practice with us? I have no need to. Lin Dong patted his chest. I don't need to practice at all. Sheer numerical superiority is sufficient. Chapter 23. Is death more terrifying or Lin Dong? Suddenly, Lin Dong felt an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach after the KFC meal, prompting him to visit the restroom. Once finished, he took the 2 women and the knives to the underground garage. Initially, they held back, laboring for quite a while without breaking a sweat. If either of you gets killed by the other, you'll be bound in the restroom for a day. Lin Dong issued a final ultimatum as he observed their lackadaisical attitude. In an instant, the expressions of the 2 women shifted dramatically, fierce, murderous intent, and an unmistakable fear that they could no longer conceal. They would rather be cleaved into 8 pieces than face being tied up. In the underground garage, the clash of the kitchen knives sparked as blood and flesh flew, creating a scene that was utterly terrifying. Jiang Zhu, ultimately at a higher level, maintained the upper hand against Shen Wanyue, soon severing her left ear and fingers. Yet Shen Wanyue fought back with ferocity, oblivious to pain, determinedly biting off a piece of her opponent's flesh. The 2 women engaged in a fierce exchange, their blades clashing to the point of dullness. After 2 intense minutes, Shen Wanyue, clutching her neck, reluctantly succumbed to defeat, her level still somewhat inadequate. However, Jiang Zhu was not faring much better, suffering a grievous wound in her abdomen. Blood gushing forth. Revive. Heal. In the next instant, 2 beams of golden light flashed, restoring both women to full health. In the first round, the Maid of the Moon lost. Now, the second round commenced with the same penalties. The 2 women resumed their fierce combat. It must be said, though this method was brutal, its effectiveness was undeniable. Their fighting styles grew increasingly ferocious, resembling wild dogs in their reckless abandon, rapidly accumulating combat experience. They fought until dusk, when Lin Dong finally declared the training session over. Over the course of the day, Shen Wanyue made remarkable progress, unexpectedly igniting her inner cosmos during battle, ascending to level 3. From having never won a match at the beginning, to occasionally achieving victory and eventually reaching a balance of wins and losses. Her journey was truly inspiring, evoking tears. The end result was that Shen Wanyue had perished 173 times, while Jiang Zhu had met her end 92 times. They had become almost immune to the concept of death. What was there to fear in dying? What could be more terrifying than a master? Were it not for Lin Dong's ability to resurrect them infinitely, the two women might have even considered death a trivial matter. The torment was relentless. At midnight, Lin Dong's rewards for the new day were credited. Ding! Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Infinite cold weapons. 2. Medical first aid kit, comprising a variety of medical supplies available on the market. 3. Immunity to all poisons talent. 4. A double-yolked egg that is delicious no matter how it is prepared. Ignoring option 4 as usual, I choose option 3. After confirming the reward, Lin Dong felt a warm current flow through his body. Then the sensation vanished. It was time to test his newfound talent. With a slight pursing of his lips, Lin Dong opened the bedroom window. A thick layer of snow lay piled outside, as solid as brick. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong extended his hand and struck the snow with a resounding slap, waiting patiently. After about 10 minutes, a smile crept onto his face as he withdrew his hand. Excellent. The greatest threat to himself had dissipated. It was time to consider how to escape. The Jiyuan community was now shrouded in despair. At least 80 of the remaining supplies had been ravaged by Lin Dong's group of women, leaving the few survivors struggling to make ends meet. The leaders of the various buildings had lost their inclination to rob one another, sneaking away at night to convene and discuss how to endure the days ahead. Damn it! Lin Dong was truly inhumane. I have only half a sausage left, and tomorrow I shall go hungry. Alas, what can we do? We cannot fight back. He wields a gun, and we are utterly powerless. Damn it. Just thinking of Lin Dong sleeping with 3 exquisite women while we starve here keeps me awake with frustration. Ultimately, it is but futile lamentation. Among them, the sovereign of Building 11, puffing on a cigarette, with the ember illuminating his glasses, which gleamed with a frenzied light, slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, there are indeed alternative means to survive. The others were momentarily taken aback, incredulous at his audacity. What solutions do you propose, Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian, the esteemed leader of the 11th floor, appeared to be in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, embodying the quintessential intellectual. However, to ascend as the king of a building was certainly not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Zhang Xian smirked, pressing his cracked lips together. Do not forget, flesh is still flesh. A collective gasp resonated among the group. They had never anticipated that Zhang Xian would suggest such a grotesque idea. In this apocalyptic world where rules had crumbled, they could kill indiscriminately, yet the notion of cannibalism had never crossed their minds. This was not merely a matter of morality, but of primal human instinct. Once such a line was crossed, they would no longer deserve the title of humanity. What? Each of you seated here has blood on your hands. Are you truly afraid of such matters? Zhang Xian derided. You simply haven't felt hunger's true severity. In this end times, what value do human ethics hold? Nothing is more vital than survival. Nevertheless, the others remained silent. Such thoughts were too difficult to fathom. Very well. Then we must fight with all our might. Zhang Xian ruffled his disheveled hair. If Lin Dong has resolved that we shall not live, what do we have to fear? Shall we merely wait here to starve? One voice retorted, easier said than done. Given Lin Dong's demonstrated combat prowess, our desperate struggle may lead only to our demise. Zhang Xian glanced out the window, suddenly smiling coldly. Consider this. If Lin Dong is indeed so formidable, why does he remain confined to this community? The individual reflexively responded. Is it not due to the poisonous snow outside? He cannot venture out. Realization dawned upon him, his eyes brightening. Zhang Xian's glasses reflected a glimmer of cold light. It appears you are not entirely foolish. The greatest distinction between humans and animals is our ability to utilize tools and external forces. A direct assault would surely fail. I propose we send a few individuals to don protective gear and stealthily gather some snow to confront Lin Dong. Once the snow is upon him, his demise is inevitable. Excitement surged through the group as they eagerly considered this new strategy. Indeed, we have been living in fear of the toxic snow, yet we overlooked its potential as our weapon. Let us proceed. I shall dispatch individuals to gather snow immediately. But we must be cautious while doing so. We must not inadvertently harm those few exceptional individuals inside his abode. Those women must help him repay his debts for daring to burn our supplies. Let's keep the noise to a minimum, At 3 in the morning, people sleep most soundly. We shall act then. Zhang Xian rose, stretching his limbs, and approached the window to gaze into the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a single star revealed itself amidst the darkness. Chapter 24. The Snowball Fight at 3 a.m. Zhang Xian stealthily led a group of over a dozen individuals to the third floor of Building 5, where nearly 100 more were concealed in the safety corridor. This illustrates just how much animosity Lin Dong had garnered, as nearly all the young adults in the community had assembled. Let's pry open the door, Zhang Xian commanded. And soon, 2 burly men wielding crowbars began their assault on the entrance. The loud creaking sound jolted Shen Wanyu and Jiang Zhu, who had been dozing on the couch, while Ling Shui, leaning against the bathroom wall, groggily opened her eyes. As the bedroom door swung open, Lin Dong emerged with a stern expression. He had heard the commotion as the intruders ascended to the third floor. What is happening? The women quickly donned their clothes. Lin Dong waved his hand, exclaiming, "Release the snow maid and prepare for battle. How dare you attempt to break in at this hour? I'll make you pay dearly." With a loud crack, the door finally succumbed to the violent efforts of the crowbar, and the group surged inside. Get him! Without a moment's hesitation, several individuals produced black plastic bags from behind and hurled them at Lin Dong. "Master, I'm coming." Ling Shui, having finally escaped her predicament, wasted no time in showcasing her prowess. She seized a nearby 7 wolves and swiftly tore through the plastic bags. Yet in the next moment, despair washed over her. Snowflakes erupted into the air, filling the cramped room with a flurry, and Lin Dong and the 3 women were instantly covered. "Ha, I got you. Lin Dong, you're finished. Wait, there are not 2 women, but 3. What? How did you miss?" As the women were doused in snow, it seemed inevitable that they would meet their doom. Realizing her blunder, Ling Shui gazed at Lin Dong with tear-filled eyes. "Master, I made a mistake." Lin Dong brushed the snow from his head, his expression darkening as he glared at her. "The punishment for both of them falls squarely on you." Shen Wanyu and Jiang Zhu exchanged glances, overwhelmed with delight. Having been confined in the bathroom for nearly a year, they were now freed by Ling Shui. "She truly is a good person." Ling Shui wept bitterly, feeling utterly despondent. Emerging from the crowd, Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses with a mocking smile. "Lin Dong, did you ever expect this? You who have wronged so many. Now it's your turn to taste the flavor of death." Lin Dong regarded him with an unexpected smile, which soon grew into hearty laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Why was Lin Dong so composed? The women, too, appeared surprisingly unperturbed. "I'm laughing at your foolishness," Lin Dong signaled, and the 3 women expertly set up a chair, producing cigarettes and lighting them in one fluid motion, leaving their adversaries momentarily stunned. "Wow, that was slick. You thought to use toxic snow against me, which shows you've actually put some thought into it. But did you fail to research the onset time of the toxic snow beforehand? From the moment one encounters the poisonous snow until succumbing to its effects. A mere 5 minutes elapse. You recklessly barge in here, unafraid that within that time frame, I could eliminate all of you?" The crowd froze, a chill of apprehension coursing down their spines. Even Zhang Xian's expression darkened with sudden gravity. This was a revelation to him, or rather, it seemed that the fear instilled by the poisonous snow had rendered everyone incapable of analyzing the symptoms of its toxicity. Gathering the snow from the ground, Lin Dong fashioned it into a small snowball, continuing with a grin. "Secondly, if I were to claim that this snow is no longer poisonous, would you believe me?" The crowd gasped, their minds racing with disbelief. What? Such a possibility existed? If the snow were indeed harmless, what were they even afraid of? They could simply exert a bit of effort to clear the snow in search of supplies instead of lingering here, on the brink of starvation. Yet, could Lin Dong's words be trusted? In a flash, Lin Dong hurled the snowball at Zhang Xian's head. Thwack! Zhang Xian lost his composure, frantically brushing the snow off his face, his eyes wide with terror. Lin Dong approached him, questioning, "Why are you so flustered? Shall we wager whether the snow will poison you?" Zhang Xian trembled, his mind racing with uncertainty. Was the snow toxic or not? How had things escalated to this point? Why was Lin Dong so unfazed? Was it possible that the snow truly posed no threat? In moments like these, those with quick minds often ponder excessively. He was afraid. Those who had survived thus far were all too aware of the value of their lives. Indeed, he thought. Slap! Lin Dong raised his hand and delivered a sharp blow. "No need for pleas. Just wager with me on whether you will be poisoned." Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. I bet I won't be poisoned." "Very well," Let's await the outcome, Lin Dong replied with a cold smile, rising to his feet and clapping his hands. Ladies, let's engage in a snowball fight. Yes, master. The three maidens, undeterred by the potential toxicity, blindly trusted their master's words. They rushed to the balcony, gathering snow and shaping it into projectiles to hurl at the others. Watch out. Don't hit my face. This snow is surprisingly sweet. Damn it, run. I refuse to be a guinea pig for poison. Get out of the way. Let me escape. They too were unwilling to gamble on the snow's toxicity. More than 100 individuals were utterly outmatched by three seemingly fragile maidens, who sent them fleeing in disarray. Ling Shui was in charge of clearing the snow. Shen Wanyue handled the buckets, and Jiang Zhu threw the snowballs. The scene was one of sheer delight. Beep. Detected poisoning in maid Shen Wanyue. Would you like to detoxify with one click? Detected maid Jiang Zhu. Checking. Lin Dong smiled slyly at the system panel. Oh dear system. You seem to lack a certain understanding. Why is it that a maid can effortlessly neutralize poison while I must endure the arduous task of developing immunity? Is this a case of double standards? The antidote. It seems that even though Jiang Zhu obtained her abilities through the toxic snow, she remains vulnerable to its effects. Zhang Xian was unceremoniously dragged by Lin Dong by the neck into the underground parking lot, where he observed three women engaging in a snowball fight. Witnessing the amusement of the over 100 men he had brought, now being pelted with snowballs by these three women, caused his worldview to shatter. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling itch on his body. What is happening to me? Zhang Xian was utterly terrified. Lin Dong ripped off his down jacket, sweater, and thermal wear, revealing his arms, which are now marred by bluish pustules rapidly swelling with pus. Am I poisoned? How could this be? Zhang Xian was horrified. But why? The snow is indeed toxic, yet Lin Dong shows no signs of affliction. Observing Lin Dong calmly smoking without a trace of poisoning, Zhang Xian felt completely paralyzed by fear. No, I do not wish to die. However, the potency of the toxic snow is undeniable. Once 5 minutes pass, death is instantaneous. Zhang Xian's eyes bulged in a grotesque expression as he succumbed. Chapter 25. Speculation confirmed. Indeed, they transform into zombies. Not only Zhang Xian, but others also experience sudden symptoms, with pustules erupting on their faces and hands. Ah, the snow is poisonous? No, please. Save me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ah, I will fight against you, shameless women. The three women halted simultaneously, trembling as they watched the men succumb to the poison, exchanging glances filled with dread. Damn, let's check ourselves. Ling Shui hurriedly examined her arms and legs, releasing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we are unharmed. Although they were spared due to Lin Dong's presence, the symptoms of poisoning were utterly horrifying for women. The pustules on their faces burst, rendering them far more grotesque than zombies depicted in films, reminiscent of the infamous mermaid film known worldwide. What is more terrifying than death is the sheer ugliness of it. Approximately 30 men writhed on the ground in agony, their eyes wide in distorted expressions before quickly succumbing to the freezing temperature of -40 degrees. Master, are we all right? Shen Wanyue asked nervously. Lin Dong, with a smirk, replied, What do you think? Upon seeing Lin Dong's calm demeanor, Shen Wanyue finally exhaled in relief. Jiang Zhu's eyes sparkled with realization. She believed she had gained immunity from the toxic snow. Oh, and I must mention, I can assist you in detoxification, but that does not grant you immunity to toxins. If you wish to test your own resistance, I must say I am quite eager to see the outcome. Lin Dong seemed to sense something, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Plop! The three women simultaneously knelt. Master, we will not test it. What a joke. The ability to detoxify and the ability to withstand poison are two entirely different concepts. If you attempt to secretly test the poison behind Lin Dong's back, he certainly will not come to your aid. Lin Dong clapped his hands. All right, now begin by hiding behind me. I will conduct an experiment. The three women obediently concealed themselves. Lin Dong produced a thermostat, and within a radius of 3 meters, the temperature surged, enveloping Zhang Xian's lifeless form. Amidst the horrified gazes of the three women, Zhang Xian's frozen body began to stir slightly, his fingers twitching as a low, guttural growl emanated from his throat, escalating into a deafening roar as his body contorted violently. Ling Shui could not suppress a gasp, her hand covering her mouth. This scene was all too familiar, reminiscent of a horror film. A zombie. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed, confirming his suspicions. The toxins in the poisonous snow were indeed the zombie virus, frozen due to the frigid temperatures. However, as the temperature rose, the zombie would be revived. This was a dire predicament for the survivors who were eagerly anticipating sunlight. Roar! Zhang Xian howled as he rose, his eyes void of pupils yet eerily fixated on Lin Dong, before charging towards him in the next instant. Maintaining at least a level 2 speed, Lin Dong assessed the situation. As Zhang Xian closed in, Lin Dong delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into a support pillar, leaving cracks in its wake. With nearly level 3 strength and defense, Lin Dong felt the recoil through his palm, gaining an understanding of the zombie's capabilities. Yet, Zhang Xian struggled to rise again, roaring once more as he charged at Lin Dong with a grotesque gait. This time, Lin Dong did not hold back. He delivered a swift slap that shattered Zhang Xian's skull. Indeed, there was no denying the strength possessed by the undead. Once an ordinary person, now endowed with such formidable power after death, this was rather astonishing. It was worth noting that when Shen Wanyue was at level 2, she could single-handedly contend with 10 adult men. At level 3, one could easily take on 20 or 30 opponents. Yet, to awaken as a zombie with such strength, how could an ordinary person survive? The zombie virus was truly a menace. Alas, it seemed imperative for Lin Dong to expedite the upgrading of these maidens, should the temperature rise and a zombie outbreak occur. Could he truly rely on himself alone to fend off the horde? What a daunting thought. Master, what is happening? Shen Wanyue gazed in horror at Zhang Xian's decapitated body. As Lin Dong walked back, he remarked, "You have witnessed it yourselves. The poisonous snow contains the zombie virus. Once exposed to elevated temperatures, they will awaken. Just like in the movies, headshots are the only effective means of neutralization." The three women shuddered simultaneously, realizing the grim reality. Countless individuals in their community had succumbed to the toxin, and they were all potential zombies. Should an outbreak occur, their meager strength would likely lead to their swift demise at the hands of the undead. In that moment, the three women quickened their pace, finding solace in staying close to their master. Jiang Zhu's expression was peculiar as she mused. "So, I have mutated, but have not become a zombie?" "Indeed, that is the essence of it," Lin Dong affirmed. "Moreover, I believe you are not alone in this. There are likely many out there with unique abilities who have awakened like you. Therefore, let us hasten the leveling up." As the sun ascended in the azure sky, Lin Dong stretched languidly by the window, his gaze fixated upon the celestial orb, his expression momentarily somber. It had been a week since the apocalypse commenced, and this marked the first appearance of sunlight. However, the temperature remained frigid, hovering around a bone-chilling -30 degrees outside, indicating that the zombie outbreak was far from over. Yet, the residents of the community yearned to prostrate themselves before the sun, rejoicing at the return of daylight, hopeful that this terrifying blizzard would soon dissipate. At that moment, Jiang Zhu's phone rang. "Xiaozhu, wonderful news. The sun is shining, and the snow outside should soon begin to melt. Just hold on a little longer. I will send someone to fetch you shortly." It's all right, no rush." "Xiaozhu, are you still asleep? You sound quite fatigued." "Yes, I'm so tired. There was a riot last night, and, as the ruler of the building, I spent a considerable amount of time quelling it." "What? Are you okay? Did he bully you?" "He was quite formidable, but I'm fine, don't worry." "That's good to hear, Xiaozhu. I miss you dearly. Shall we have a video call?" Upon hearing the suggestion of a video call, Jiang Zhu immediately sat up, panic washing over her. "Oh no, now is not the right time for a video call. But I still want to sleep. Can we postpone it to another time?" A prolonged silence ensued from the other end, culminating in a resigned sigh. "All right, Xiaozhu. Rest well. Whenever you find the time, we can video chat. Just remember, I love you dearly." "Yes, I love you too. Goodbye." After hanging up, Jiang Zhu stared blankly at her phone, the guilt of deceiving her fiancé jolting her back to reality. Even uttering the words, "I love you," felt laborious and awkward. When had she changed? It had only been a day since Lin Dong had taken her. Was she truly becoming one of those shameless women? Chapter 26. The arrival of the RV and a call from the ex-girlfriend on the opposite side of Jiang City, over 50 kilometers away from Jiyuan community. A grand estate appeared strangely out of place. Outside its walls, snow piled 2 stories high. Yet within the estate, not a single flake could be found. Numerous servants clad in down jackets traversed the premises, and even the pool housed goldfish swimming gracefully, while vibrant flowers blossomed along the walls. It was as though this estate remained untouched by the apocalyptic snow. This was the Xia family estate. In the eastern part of the estate, a young man dressed in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses sat in a room, forlornly ending a phone call. His gaze lost upon a photograph of himself, with Jiang Zhu hanging on the wall. This man was Xia Beichun, one of Jiang City's 10 outstanding youths. the CEO of the Xia Group, and a paragon of multifaceted success. Just as Xia Beichun was about to depart, the door was suddenly thrust open, and a tall figure entered. Xia Qingyu. The woman seemed to have stepped out of a painting, clad in elegant loungewear, her skin as pale as snow, with bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with a piercing intensity. With a high and elegant nose bridge, her facial contours appeared both fluid and refined. Cascading long hair framed her shoulders, standing at an approximate height of 167 centimeters. Her figure, while not strikingly voluptuous, exuded a gentle grace reminiscent of a neighborly girl, yet radiated a formidable aura akin to that of a queen. A woman of sweet visage, she possessed an air of disdain for the mundane, harmoniously blending two contrasting styles. She was undeniably a heartthrob for many, a dream goddess for countless introverted admirers. In the heart of Jiangsheng, she stood as a local pride, a superstar. Xia Qingyu, big sister, what brings you here? The domineering CEO, Xia Beichun, hastily tucked away his phone, his expression tinged with embarrassment, seemingly intimidated by her presence. Even when observing her younger brother, Xia Qingyu maintained an icy demeanor. Beichun, are you still in contact with that dance instructor? Is she still alive? Xia Beichun halted momentarily, ready to retort loudly. But upon meeting his sister's gaze, he instinctively lowered his voice. Big sister, Xiao Zhu is a yoga instructor now. She will soon be your sister-in-law. Saying such things about her is quite unkind. What difference does it make? Xia Qingyu scoffed. Even with the global demise of many, not just anyone can marry into the Xia family. If you wish to avoid angering our father, you should abandon this futile notion. Xia Beichun fell silent, though a stubborn expression lingered on his face. Big sister, Xiao Zhu has awakened her powers. She is now the champion of an entire building. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Qingyu's typically frosty countenance. Fortunate indeed, but given her humble origins, even with powers, her strength will hardly surpass that of an ordinary person. Without serum, she remains a mere insect, a waste. Big sister, if I marry Xiao Zhu, our family can support her, he protested. Your dreams are rather fanciful. Such a thing is impossible. Do not speak of it again, lest you find yourself unworthy of the serum. With that, she strode away with an air of haughtiness. I, Xia Beichun, gazed at my sister's retreating figure, rendered speechless and choked with emotion. This morning, the entire Juan community lay in profound silence, devoid of conflict or chaos. On one hand, Lin Dong had burned all their food, leaving them with nothing to quarrel over. On the other, everyone awaited the complete melting of the snow, hoping that order might be restored and that the authorities would come to their rescue. Many feared the repercussions that might follow. Consequently, a sense of trepidation enveloped them. Though the temperature remained frigid, most individuals knelt in prayer, yearning for the snow to recede swiftly. Yet, fate seldom aligns with the desires of the masses. At noon, dark clouds once again cloaked the sky, unleashing a flurry of heavy snow. Why? Oh heavens, why must it be so cruel? Why continue this relentless snowfall, trapped forever? Are we destined to perish in this desolation? I can no longer endure this wretched apocalypse. Splendidinda. I shall not face reckoning. I will continue to pursue my desires unabated. Alas, these days of despair are truly unbearable. Many, unable to withstand the jarring transition from euphoria to despair, have chosen to leap from heights, their bodies thudding against the snow, one after another. I could endure the darkness had I never glimpsed the light. It seems as though the sun has deliberately come to toy with our psyche, pushing the once resilient survivors to the brink of despair, leading them to contemplate the final escape of suicide. Perhaps in death, one can evade the sorrowful realities of this world. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui stood by the window, observing the figures occasionally plunging into the snowdrifts, their eyes heavy with solemnity. Of course, they lamented the fragility of life, yet their hearts did not overflow with undue sentimentality. After all, without Lin Dong, their fates would have been dreadfully grim. Even suicide would appear a merciful release. At midnight, the rewards refreshed once more. Ding ding. Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. A high-tech apocalyptic RV, self-sustaining power. 2. 10,000 barrels of fuel. 3. A multifunctional hardware accessory pack. 4. An outrageously entertaining game of Ludo. Anticipating eagerly, Lin Dong suddenly sat upright. Finally, it has arrived. I choose option 1. Previously, I had encountered the apocalyptic RV, but hesitated in my selection for other rewards. Now, it has come. It has finally come. In the system space, a dark golden RV, comparable to a large armored vehicle, materialized. Measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 8 meters in height, its design mirrored that of a tank. Moving on tracks, equipped with an ice-breaking cone and a stable internal temperature. The RV boasted all the amenities expected of a luxury vehicle, coupled with formidable exterior defenses capable of withstanding an RPG's bombardment from all angles. Undoubtedly, it is an essential artifact for traversing the post-apocalyptic landscape. With this, I can venture forth to rescue those beautiful maidens in need. Just as Lin Dong contemplated travel routes, his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was a voice message from Zhao Yufei. She was indeed alive. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong answered the call. Hello, Lin Dong. You're alive? How wonderful. What is it? Lin Dong, I miss you so much. I truly miss you, she sobbed. Is that so? I miss myself as well. Zhao Yufei on the other end paused, taken aback. Although she had previously toyed with the idea of breaking up, a few tears would typically soften Lin Dong's heart, prompting him to soothe her with tender gestures, buying her favorite treats or cherished bags. Why then was he so indifferent now? Yet, considering the world had transformed into an apocalypse, Lin Dong must have endured some trauma, which she could understand. Lin Dong, I admit that my previous message regarding our breakup was rather harsh, but after these days, I have come to understand myself. I cherish you dearly. At this moment, I am both hungry and cold, teetering on the brink of despair, yearning only to see you once more before I depart from this world. If I cannot gaze upon my beloved man in my final moments, I shall not find peace in death. Look at her, how adeptly she plays the victim. Do you truly wish to see me? It is clear that you merely hope for me to bring you sustenance and drink. You are more skilled at mooching than even Ling Shui. Lin Dong's chest heaved violently as he suppressed the anger surging within him, gently inquiring, Where are you? Chapter 27. Exiting the community, strolling through the mall as dawn broke, Lin Dong approached the window, his expression darkening. To his dismay, the snowfall had deepened significantly since yesterday afternoon. Everyone, gather your belongings. We are preparing to leave, Lin Dong announced after finishing breakfast. The three women were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into exuberant cheers. Wonderful. We can finally go out. I want to shop for clothes at the mall. I want a zero-cost purchase. By the way, how do we get out? Lin Dong led them to the vehicle exit in the underground garage, gesturing grandly as the apocalyptic RV made its entrance. The three women were left astonished. Master, you should have revealed this splendid vehicle sooner. Fantastic. Master, I wish to drive, Ling Shui exclaimed, raising her hand eagerly. Lin Dong chuckled from the sofa. You can drive? Very well, then it's your turn. The next moment, however, she grimaced, apologies. I didn't anticipate it was this type of vehicle. Shen Wanyue sighed with a bitter smile. Then I suppose I shall drive. Where are we headed first? Let us proceed towards Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. If we encounter any malls along the way, we can stop for you to select some clothing. Finally able to venture outside, Lin Dong felt a surge of good spirits. A reminder from the Jiangxing District Transportation Committee echoed. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Drive responsibly. Disregard the rules at your peril. The group exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads in laughter at the RV's unexpectedly humanized features. Beep, beep, beep. The RV roared to life, breaking through the garage entrance and the accumulated snow, its formidable power sweeping away all obstacles in its path. The front windshield displayed a thoughtful VR projection, revealing a clear view of the surroundings buried under snow. Emerging from the snow, the RV carved a massive trench across the community grounds, slowly making its way to the entrance. Residents in the buildings noticed this colossal vehicle, disregarding the falling snowflakes as they leaned out desperately, calling for help. Stop! Take me with you. I beg you. I haven't boarded yet. Please take my child. He is still young. Grant him a chance at life. However, the RV soundproofing was impeccable, and even if Lin Dong had heard, he would not have paid heed. Seeing that the RV showed no signs of halting, some individuals, in a last-ditch effort, began to leap onto the vehicle, shouting and pounding on the roof. Detection indicates the RV is under attack. Should we employ countermeasures? Lin Dong sneered. Counterattack. Zing. The metallic exterior of the vehicle suddenly emitted a blue glow, and those who had managed to leap aboard were instantly incapacitated, helplessly tumbling from the roof onto the snow-covered ground. Some even fell in front of the vehicle, wide-eyed as the massive treads bore down upon them. Desperation filled the air. With a resounding crunch, the treads rolled over, leaving a gruesome spray of blood. While the anguished cries of the onlookers echoed throughout the GUN community, there exists a game that seems to rejuvenate its players with each round. Namely, the mobile version of Peace Elite. Here, no one addresses you as bro, for they simply call you elementary school student. Inside the RV, upbeat music played as Shen Wanyuan navigated the road, while Lin Dong and Ling Shui also took their turns at the wheel. Jiang Zhu leaned against the window, staring vacantly at the white expanse outside. The landscape was a blanket of snow, devoid of visible streets, and they could only ascertain their location through familiar buildings. Reminiscent of scenes from Wandering Little Broken Ball, the RV traveled at a leisurely pace of about 30 miles per hour and, after half an hour, finally encountered a shopping mall. The Wanaima Mall, a well-known establishment, loomed ahead. Cautiously parking the RV at the entrance, the group donned their outerwear before disembarking. The RV, equipped with a snow-clearing function, had already cleared a safe path. "Let us go in and pick out some clothes," Lin Dong suggested, suddenly looking up to see figures staring back at them through the frost-laden glass. In a world fraught with peril, a shopping mall proved to be a wise refuge, offering restaurants and supermarkets, far superior to the meager options available in their community. Although the mall's doors had long been shut, Lin Dong effortlessly tore through the metal barrier, ushering the three women inside. The interior of the mall was shrouded in darkness, and as they entered, flashlights immediately illuminated their presence. "Who are you? How did you get in?" came the inquiry. Lin Dong replied with a smile, "Just passing through. We ran out of clothes at home and thought we'd pick up a few items." "What?" The questioner was bewildered. "Do you think you're on vacation?" "Damn, these girls are stunning, like celestial beings. Aren't they cold? Just wearing long coats out here?" Today, the trio was clad in elegant black coats that concealed their alluring figures, high heels revealing their delicate ankles, and sparkling necklaces adorning their necks, resembling exquisite roses amidst the icy landscape. Lin Dong noticed them swallowing hard and took out his flashlight to illuminate the surroundings, only to be taken aback. "Whoa, so many people?" The entire mall spanned 4 floors, and from the open atrium, he could see nearly 100 figures moving about. Hadn't it just begun to snow at midnight? The mall should have been closed by then. However, upon spotting the cinema signage on the 4th floor, Lin Dong understood. These must be the audience members of a midnight screening, who, upon stepping outside, found themselves caught in a blizzard and thus sought refuge within the mall, likely surviving on its ample supplies. A burly man with a bushy beard approached with a jovial smile. "Brother, since you have come from outside, we wish to inquire whether the snow remains toxic and if any rescue teams have arrived." Lin Dong shrugged. "Naturally, it is still toxic, and there are no rescue teams in sight." The burly man sighed deeply, suddenly lifting his gaze towards the RV outside, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. "Brother, how many people can your vehicle accommodate?" Lin Dong chuckled. "What does it matter to you whether it can accommodate anyone? Even if it could, do you believe you could find a place more suitable than this mall? At the very least, the supplies here can sustain you for quite some time." The muscular man became speechless. At that moment, the crowd parted and a bulky figure approached the forefront. Upon seeing her, the burly man immediately donned a charming smile. "Miss Liang, you have arrived." Though her features were obscured, even her gender was indiscernible. Lin Dong recognized her by her bright eyes. She was a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. How intriguing. This mall seemed unusually harmonious, yet such a lovely woman had not been claimed. Judging by the reactions of those around her, it was evident that they held a certain reverence for her. The woman offered a salute, saying, "Hello, I am Liang Jihan, the safety officer from the Fuan district of Jiangqing. Your vehicle has been requisitioned." Chapter 28. Apologies, I lack morality. Lin Dong's expression soured instantly. "Miss Liang, is it? You may salute Brother Dong, and that pleases him. However, your words and tone are rather displeasing." Shen Wanyue and the other 2 women exchanged cold smiles. This woman seemed to think she was still living in the pre-apocalypse era, attempting to commandeer someone else's vehicle. Liang Jihan paused, realizing her actions were akin to robbery. "I apologize. My phrasing was incorrect. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed?" "Lin Dong." "Mr. Lin, could we step aside to have a conversation?" "Very well." Lin Dong nodded, allowing the 3 women to explore at their leisure, as they had all reached level 4 and were not in need of constant supervision. "Yay, there's the Donkey brand over there. I'll check if there are any bags left." "Ah, there's a lingerie store on the 2nd floor. We should stock up on a few sets. I'll just wander around." The 3 women cheered and dispersed. The burly man squinted, exchanging glances with his companions before following suit. Liang Zhihan led Lin Dong to an empty shop on the fourth floor where a campfire flickered. After Liang Zhihan brought a stool and invited Lin Dong to sit down, she finally removed her thick down jacket, revealing her perfect curves and exquisite beauty. Liang Zhihan's features were striking, resembling finely crafted porcelain. Her long hair, though unwashed for several days, remained silky and smooth. Her petite, delicate mouth had distinct contours. Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, her long, slender legs were remarkably straight. And even through her thick sweater, her impressive physique was apparent, suggesting she could easily be classified as a C-level powerhouse. If I were to assign a score, it would likely be around 83 or 84. How could someone so stunning remain untouched by the men in the mall? However, upon noticing the bulge of a holstered firearm at her waist, Lin Dong understood. Indeed, the truth was in her hands. Mr. Lin, could you enlighten me about the current situation outside? I have just emerged from the community and am not well acquainted with the outside world. It seems much like the scenes depicted in films, with heavy snow blanketing the city and hardly a soul on the streets. With a deep sigh, Liang Zhihan recounted her experience. On the fateful evening of the apocalypse, she had been covertly tracking a criminal who had taken refuge in the mall, and she followed him inside. Soon, a standoff ensued in the cinema, where the criminal took a hostage and forced her to back away. Before Liang Zhihan could call for reinforcements, the assailant abandoned the hostage and fled the mall, only to find that snow had begun to fall outside. Even more terrifying, numerous individuals nearby began to develop festering sores, collapsing and screaming in agony. This sight terrified both her and the criminal, forcing them to retreat back into the mall. Unsurprisingly, the criminal succumbed to the deadly snow, while she narrowly escaped just a step away from a tragic fate. Mr. Lin, the reason I am requisitioning your vehicle is that I hope we can save more people, bringing those trapped in the community to the mall, relying on the abundant resources here to give them a chance at survival, Liang Zhihan said earnestly. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle at her naivety. How do you intend to save them? Well, let me ask you, how many can you actually save? The permanent population of Jiangsheng is approximately 10 million. Discounting those who have succumbed to poison, freezing, hunger, and illness, there are still nearly 1 million living souls. Do you really believe you can save 100 people in a day with your efforts? Furthermore, even if I lend you my vehicle, what will you do if those already in the mall refuse to cooperate when you bring in others or attempt to distribute the resources? Liang Zhihan quickly responded, I understand. But as a member of the relevant authorities, I have a duty to protect public safety. I'm aware of my limitations, but ISNT, there's still your assistance, Mr. Lin. I have calculated that in this vicinity stop right there. When did I ever say I would help? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. You wish to save lives. That is your responsibility, not mine. I cannot possibly lend you my vehicle. Ah, how you choose to save him is your business. I am merely a passerby. Do not involve me. Liang Zhihan exclaimed in exasperation. Mr. Lin, how can you be so heartless? We are all survivors. We should assist one another. Do not impose your moral standard upon me. I possess none. Liang Zhihan was taken aback. How was she to deal with such an obstinate individual? The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The three women were thoroughly enjoying their shopping, but due to the biting cold, most people in the mall were selecting thick clothing and bedding, leaving the summer apparel untouched. In a lingerie store, Ling Shui eagerly sifted through the selections, choosing only the most provocative styles. Oh, this one is delightful. Oh, and this one as well. Wow, this is sure to be exhilarating. Outside the lingerie shop, a burly man with a beard and two companions were secretly watching her. Damn, this woman is a real piece of work. Look at the styles she is picking. Damn it, Brother Biao, I can't hold back anymore. I want to have her right now. The bearded man's name was Chun Biao. Don't rush. Have you forgotten Miss Liang's warning against touching any women here? Aren't you afraid of her gun? The two underlings exchanged reluctant glances, intimidated by Liang Zhihan's authoritative presence, which had kept them in line. We're just going to watch? I haven't been with a woman in days. Encountering this beauty is driving me crazy. Chun Biao sneered. I said to be patient, follow my lead, and wait for the signal. Aside from these three newcomers, all the women in this mall are ours. Ling Shui's ears perked up as she overheard their conversation, yet she remained undaunted, continuing to select her lingerie. On the fourth floor, Lin Dong observed Liang Zhihan as frustrated yet restrained demeanor and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a young woman entered, rather attractive, though her multicolored hairstyle indicated she was likely a rebellious youth. Hey, Sister Zhihan, what are you all chatting about? Can we go out yet? Chapter 29. An early New Year-esque greeting. Liang Jihan looked up. Jingjing, what brings you here? The supplies are plentiful. I recommend you stay put and wait for rescue. I am discussing with this gentleman about using his vehicle to bring in those trapped nearby. Jingjing immediately wore a discontented expression. There were already enough people here. Why bring more? However, thinking of her mission, she flashed a sweet smile, running over to embrace Liang Jihan while glancing at Lin Dong. Hey, handsome. Your car is really cool. Where did you get it? How many people can it fit? Oh, I'm a mechanic. I was bored at the repair shop. So I modified it, Lin Dong replied, fabricating a story without a hint of embarrassment, while subtly observing Jingjing's restless hand. Jingjing appeared carefree, giggling as she leaned against Liang Jihan's shoulder. Sister Jihan, if I may say, we already have enough people trapped here. Please refrain from bringing anyone else in. Liang Jihan's expression turned serious. Jingjing, our survival in this mall is already a stroke of immense fortune. We cannot ignore the countless others outside who are suffering from hunger and cold. As fellow survivors, we must not turn a blind eye to their plight. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a loosening at her waist and hurriedly looked down. The gun was gone. Lin Dong shook his head in disbelief. How could someone so careless still be a police officer? Someone had brazenly taken the gun right in front of her. Yet, this little girl did exhibit some skill. She appeared to be a seasoned criminal. Jingjing quickly retracted her hand, firmly grasping the gun and scrutinizing it closely. Jingjing, what are you doing? This is not a toy. Return the gun to me at once. Liang Jihan stood up immediately, her face filled with anxiety. Jingjing playfully toyed with it, suddenly clicking the safety off. Her finger resting on the trigger, aimed at Liang Jihan. The latter was momentarily stunned, more in disbelief. Was Jingjing really pointing a gun at her? Sister Jihan, do you think my boyfriend's teachings are correct? Is it true that if you pull this little thing, you'll be dead? Jingjing, do you understand what you're doing? This is an assault on a police officer. Do you realize you could go to prison for this? Quickly, return the gun to me. I can promise not to pursue this matter. Jingjing couldn't help but laugh derisively, her sweet smile vanishing entirely. You truly are a fool. Go to prison? Who do you think I am? Currently, you're the only police officer here. If I kill you, who would apprehend me? I fear nothing. Liang Jihan's expression darkened completely. Is this part of Chen Biao's plan? What exactly do you intend to do? Jingjing's boyfriend was indeed Chen Biao, nearly 20 years her senior. Old enough to be her father. You will find out soon enough. For now, both of you step outside and behave yourselves, or I might just pull the trigger. She pointed the gun at Liang Jihan and Lin Dong. Oof, I shall see what you intend to do. Liang Jihan stormed out in anger, while Lin Dong stood with his hands in his pockets, showing no sign of concern about being threatened with a gun. Upon reaching the first-floor hall of the mall, the crowd gathered once more. To Liang Jihan's astonishment, everyone stared at her with indifference as she was held at gunpoint, some even displaying sinister grins of delight. Why was this happening? Had it not been for her, they would surely have descended into chaos, resulting in even more deaths. In an instant, her heart sank to the depths of despair. Darling, I got it sorted. Jingjing shouted loudly. A triumphant smile spread across Chen Biao's face as he waved his hand. You guys seize these 3 women. The men responsible for surveillance perked up, rushing into the store. What do you want? Ling Shui clutched a large bag of lingerie to her chest, appearing pitiful. The men laughed lewdly. What do you think? With that, they lunged at Ling Shui from both sides. As the 2 individuals approached, Ling Shui abruptly switched to a playful demeanor, her long legs striking like lightning, instantly propelling the 2 assailants into the air. The immense force shattered the glass door, sending them soaring over the 2nd floor, their heads crashing down heavily onto the ground below. Regrettably, the ensuing spray of blood precluded them from claiming victory in the double event of the jumping competition. Chen Biao, rushing forward, abruptly halted. Goodness, how can this woman fight so fiercely? However, the slippery floor caused him to slide down to his knees, ultimately coming to rest at Ling Shui's feet. She then transformed her expression into one of feigned innocence. Uncle, are you wishing me a happy new year so early? I don't have a red envelope for you, you know. In the streaming world of live broadcasting, her ability to change expressions was remarkably swift. The saccharine tone of her voice extinguished Chen Biao's rising ire, prompting him to scramble away in a panic. Ling Shui made no attempt to pursue him. As long as her master remained silent, she continued to select her outfits. Meanwhile, Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu faced similar assaults, dispatching their attackers with equal ferocity. Some plummeted to their demise, while others met their end colliding with walls, their skulls shattering upon impact. The sudden turn of events startled the patrons of the mall, who had endured many days without casualties, only to witness several deaths today. Clearly, the newcomers were not to be trifled with. Liang Jihan gazed wide-eyed at a women's clothing store on the ground floor, having just witnessed Jiang Zhu's formidable prowess in action, effortlessly sending two grown men flying with a single punch and kick, leaving her utterly astonished. What on earth? How could these women be so powerful? Chun Biao, using all his limbs to escape to the first floor, finally exhaled in relief after confirming Ling Shui was not pursuing him. He rushed over and snatched the gun from Jingjing's hands, aiming it at Lin Dong. With the truth in his grasp, a sense of security enveloped him, and he felt his plan was not entirely in vain. Kid, what is the deal with those women? Lin Dong's expression turned sour. Firstly, I dislike being called kid. I prefer to be addressed as brother. Secondly, they are not my women. There is a distinction. Thirdly, are you certain you want to point a gun at me? Chun Biao, infuriated, retorted, are you pretending to be tough? Hurry and bring those women over, or I swear I'll shoot you. Liang Jihan immediately interposed herself in front of Lin Dong. Chun Biao, what on earth are you trying to do? Do you realize you are committing a crime? Chun Biao could not contain his laughter. A crime? Miss Liang, should I applaud your overflowing sense of justice or mock your foolishness? We are in the apocalypse, do you not comprehend? Do you have any idea how many people die outside every day? Even if I were to commit a crime, who would apprehend me? The gun is in my possession now. My word is law. My word is the natural order. Who dares to defy me? The crowd instinctively recoiled. Who would dare to oppose such authority? Even those who might object found themselves compelled to comply. Liang Jihan's chest heaved with indignation. Chun Biao, heed my advice. It is not too late to return the gun to me. Do you truly wish to stand in opposition to everyone? At that moment, Jing interjected, Officer Liang. It is not I who stands against everyone. Rather, it is you who does so. Ladies and gentlemen, Officer Liang has just proclaimed her intention to drive out and rescue the nearby survivors, bringing them to our mall. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted with fervor. Rescue more people? The supplies within this mall are dwindling. It won't be long before we have insufficient provisions for ourselves. What purpose does it serve to bring in more? I certainly oppose it. Indeed, I too disagree, Miss Liang. The resources within this mall are collectively owned by all of us. You cannot simply decide to bring in others. Ah, now that she is unarmed, her word holds no weight. The future decisions will be ours to make. Haha, you all are thinking too narrowly, Chunge. Miss Liang is no less captivating than those three exquisite beauties. If we are to make the decisions, surely I am entitled to have my fun with Miss Liang. Am I not? Huh? I had nearly forgotten. Count me in. It is indeed time to deal with her. How can a safety officer so striking in appearance, seemingly delicate and frail, possess any capability to protect us? She most likely relied on backdoor dealings to secure her position. It is evident she did not ascend through legitimate channels. This disdainful remark came from a woman envious of Liang Zihan's beauty. As the harsh words of the crowd pierced through her, Liang Zihan felt a shiver of indignation. Just days after the snow had blocked the roads, she sensed the imminent collapse of order. Chun Biao had taken a few individuals under his wing, plotting to dominate the mall entirely. Thus, she revealed her identity and the truth to quell the brewing chaos. Yet, what awaited her was nothing but mockery. The acerbic and indifferent visages of the crowd stabbed at her heart like a dagger. Her overwhelming sense of helplessness and coldness ultimately transformed into a solitary terror. Please, do not err again. A middle-aged woman clad in a fur coat stepped forward, her years granting her a semblance of wisdom and authority among the women. Miss Liang, it is not we who are mistaken. It is you. You wish to save this one and that one. Yet in the end, no one will be saved. And you will only bring harm to those of us who are faring well. Heed my counsel and let it be. She then turned to Chun Biao. Ah Biao, the gun is in your possession now. From this moment forth, this mall will be governed by your word. However, I have a suggestion. Have that young man hand over the car keys, and I shall take a few willing women and leave, not competing with you. What do you say? Bang! The gun discharged suddenly, a bullet piercing the woman's head, blood splattering across the faces of those nearby, leaving them in stunned silence. You foolish old woman, knowing the gun is in my hands, you still dare to negotiate terms with me? Chun Biao derided, raising his voice in command. Brothers, from this moment forth, the resources belong to us, and all the women here are also ours. Choose whichever you desire, except for Miss Liang and the three newcomers. The rest are at your disposal. Let chaos reign. As these words echoed, the primal instincts of the men were unleashed. Laughter of depravity filled the air as they surged towards the women. Release me, you vile man. Do not touch me. A man raised his hand and struck a woman, causing her to bleed profusely. How dare they still feign virtue at such a juncture? The scene devolved into utter mayhem. The women screamed and fled, but how many could outrun the men? Pleas for mercy echoed. No, please spare me. I have AIDS. Oh, what a coincidence. So do I. You filthy scoundrel, let me go. Miss Liang, save me. Ironically, the loudest cries came from the one who had just hurled the harshest insults. Jingjing listened in disbelief as Chun Biao claimed for women more beautiful than herself. She was incensed. Chun Biao, what do you mean by this? Are you not satisfied with me? I tell you, you shall not lay a finger on those women. Without me, how could you possibly acquire the gun? Chun Biao ignored her. Jingjing's anger flared, and she clutched her boyfriend's arm, throwing a tantrum. Chun Biao, mark my words. I absolutely forbid you from touching any other woman, or else. Damn it, you could go to hell. In a fit of rage, Chun Biao raised his hand and shot Jingjing in the heart. Bang! Jingjing stared blankly at the blood gushing from her chest. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at the fierce Chun Biao, wanting to grasp something, but her body succumbed to the ground. The young girl ultimately paid the price for her youthful ignorance. Liang Jihan closed her eyes in sorrow, echoing her unchanging sentiment. She yearned to save some individuals. But how many could she truly rescue? In this apocalyptic world, one cannot save everyone. Moreover, even if she could, what would be the outcome? They are a pack of ingrates who would remember her kindness only to resent the constraints she imposed upon them. Liang Jihan felt her faith waver. Chun Biao disdainfully glanced at Jingjing's lifeless body, her eyes still wide open in death, and quickly turned the gun towards Lin Dong. Boy, hand over the car keys. Now, with control over the mall established, all he needed was a vehicle to cast aside the threats of the apocalypse. I told you, I do not appreciate being threatened with a gun. Lin Dong sighed deeply, and in a flash, raised his hand. The golden eagle unleashed a bullet. Before Chun Biao could react, he was shot in the head. Chun Biao's eyes rolled back as he fell. How could he, who had grasped the truth, who was on the verge of embracing a life of unrestrained indulgence, meet his end so swiftly? It was unbearable, truly unbearable. The abrupt scene not only left Liang Jihan in a state of shock, but also astonished the others present. Good heavens, he possesses a firearm too? The men who were being assaulted were instantly paralyzed with fear. Have the maids finished their preparations? Lin Dong clapped his hands. All right, my master. The three women hurried back, each laden with various packages, reminiscent of travelers rushing to catch a train during peak season. Place the items here. You are permitted to unleash your prowess. If the snow maid prevails, the punishment shall be nullified. The eyes of the three women sparkled with excitement. Understood, master. Ling Shui was particularly eager, her spirit ablaze with determination. Just as Liang Jihan pondered how they would demonstrate their skills, she observed Shun Wanyue distributing large cleavers to each of them, which she had confiscated from the supermarket moments earlier. The three enchanting women wielding the hefty blades presented a striking visual spectacle. In the next instant, they dashed out simultaneously. Jiangzhu ran towards the nearest man, her cleaver raised high, blood splattering as the man's head soared into the air. The girl was horrified, blood spraying across her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Silence. Jiangzhu frowned slightly, bringing the cleaver down once more. The girl ceased her cries. Liang Jihan watched in disbelief as the three women wreaked havoc among the crowd, indiscriminately striking down anyone in their path. Limbs severed and heads flying, leaving her utterly astonished. Were these truly three frail women? They were nothing short of three female reapers. Who among the good-hearted could be as formidable and unflinching as they were? Lin Dong, you must stop them. This indiscriminate slaughter cannot continue. Chapter 31. I fear not death. Unless you truly slay me, observing the maids as they unleash their fury with such formidable confidence. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the death training had proven effective. For even Ling Shui, the last to join the training, exhibited a fearless ferocity that was unnerving to behold. Turning to Liang Jihan, whose face was a mixture of desperation and pleading, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Liang, you truly embody a saintly disposition while wielding double standards. When Chun Biao wielded his gun to kill, you remained silent, yet now that my maid are taking lives, you appear displeased. Liang Jihan was rendered speechless. her complexion fluctuating between red and pale. Lin Dong, this is different. Xun Biao's killings were to assert dominance, whereas their actions are nothing short of senseless slaughter. What wrong have those women committed? Lin Dong laughed lightly. Oh, so killing for dominance does not count as murder, but senseless slaughter does? Is this not a double standard? He continued. Moreover, they have been humiliated and clearly wish to escape their torment. I am merely granting them liberation. You, Liang Jihan, was exasperated. They wish to live, even if their existence is filled with anguish. Even if they have been humiliated, at least they have the hope of survival. By what right do you decide their fates so easily? Lin Dong shrugged. So your stance is that even if you were humiliated, you would grit your teeth and endure for the sake of survival. That is sheer sophistry. Even in the face of death, I shall never suffer humiliation. You see, you have already declared that you would rather die than endure disgrace. Thus, it is certain that they too would choose not to live. However, my personal resolve cannot be a substitute for theirs. How can you ascertain that their will differs from yours? You, Liang Jihan, in a fit of exasperation, tugged at her hair, realizing that this individual was resolutely determined to annihilate everyone present. Lin Dong, regardless of your motives, as the safety officer, I cannot permit you to act in such a manner. With that, she promptly retrieved her firearm, aiming it at Lin Dong. To capture the leader is to subdue the followers. If Lin Dong is subdued, those women will no longer pose a threat. A subtle smile graced Lin Dong's lips, radiating brilliance. Are you intent on killing me? Have you contemplated the consequences? I am unaware of your true identity, but I shall resist your outrageous behavior, even at the cost of my life. No. You will soon discover that I can be even more outrageous. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong produced a frozen fish from behind him. This time it was a frozen carp. One must ascertain which type of fish provides the best tactile sensation. Liang Jihan was momentarily taken aback. What manner of person carries frozen fish with them? The three women, driven wild by their fervor, could not help but chuckle at Liang Jihan's audacity to confront Lin Dong. It seems our ranks are about to swell. Lin Dong launched the first assault, and Liang Jihan felt a fleeting blur before instinctively firing her weapon, only to miss entirely, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Where did he go? In the next instant, Lin Dong raised the frozen fish and brought it crashing down upon her back. With a resounding crack, Liang Jihan cried out in pain and collapsed. One strike was all it took. This blow shattered her spine, rendering her unable to rise, her weapon falling far from her grasp. Simultaneously, the frozen fish broke apart. Alas, it appears the carp was inadequate. Perhaps I shall try the catfish next time? Lin Dong grasped her hair, fixing his gaze upon her eyes. I initially held a degree of respect for you, as you are one of the few who retains their conscience in this apocalyptic world, and I had no intention of subduing you. However, your hypocrisy and self-righteousness have ultimately revealed the ugly qualities buried deep within your humanity. Therefore, should I subdue you or eliminate you? Liang Jihan trembled, a mixture of anger, fear, and disbelief coursing through her. How could this man possess such strength? Did he, like those women, possess supernatural abilities? What manner of world lies beyond? Perhaps it is best to end your life. After all, you would rather die than face humiliation. And I, above all else, respect the wishes of others. With that, he reached forth, clasping her delicate neck in his strong hand, applying pressure slowly. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped her. Liang Jihan could not help but gasp, her hands straining to pry his grip apart. Yet her strength felt as futile as that of an infant before Lin Dong's might. No, please. Liang Jihan struggled violently, yet Lin Dong showed no intention of relenting. Fear began to creep in. Images from her past flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Throughout her life, she had always been the favored child, excelling not only academically but also in sports and possessing striking beauty. Her journey had been smooth sailing, blossoming as a safety officer and successfully collaborating with her peers to solve several significant cases, earning her considerable acclaim. At times, even she couldn't help but ponder what window of opportunity the heavens had closed upon her. Her excellence seemed almost excessive. However, such a fortunate life inevitably harbored flaws, as Liang Jihan had never truly encountered the malevolence of humanity, nor had she ever considered the problems faced by others from their perspective. She naively believed that her actions were always righteous, thinking, I do this for your sake. You need not be grateful, but you cannot blame me. Thus, when faced with betrayal, she became panicked and lost. Now, She found herself nearing the end of her life. Her eyes began to roll back, her tongue slipped out, and her legs struggled weakly, already marred by bruises, with only her hands still attempting to pry apart Lin Dong's strong grip. I don't want to die. I want to live. In that critical moment, Liang Jihan finally voiced her desperate plea. At the same time, Lin Dong released his hold, coughing without restraint. Liang Jihan finally regained the ability to breathe, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. She had never before realized how precious the act of breathing could be. Lin Dong, with a smile, placed his hand to his ear. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. After a prolonged bout of heavy panting, the dizziness and suffocation gradually subsided. Yet Liang Jihan felt a profound ache in her heart. Her eyes reddened as she lowered her head in silence. It seems I must have misheard. Let us continue. Lin Dong displayed remarkable patience, extending his hand once more to seize her. No. Liang Jihan hurriedly shook her head. Weeping, don't kill me. I want to live. I don't want to die. In that moment, she was merely a frightened little girl yearning for survival. Not a safety officer. Lin Dong feigned ignorance. But you just said you would rather die than suffer humiliation. If you wish to live, I suppose I must treat you harshly, then? Just don't kill me, and I will comply with anything. Liang Jihan cried out, utterly drained of strength, collapsing on the ground in tears. Indeed, he was right. He was truly excessive, a demon. Lin Dong smiled, gently stroking her hair. Good girl. Chapter 32. We are lifelong good sisters in the marketplace. It resembled a hellish scene of carnage, with only 3 figures standing bloodied amidst a sea of corpses and shattered bones, a grotesque sight. Ah, I am furious. Are you doing this on purpose? Why won't you let me? Ling Shui, incensed, hurled her dulled cleaver to the ground and stomped on it furiously. The final results were in. Shan Wanyue had the highest number of kills, followed closely by Jiang Zhu with 1 fewer, while Ling Shui was left at the bottom. Despite the fact that the 2 women could have merely eased their grip to secure a victory and thus liberate themselves from the torment of being confined to the restroom, they surprisingly exhibited an even greater fervor than she had anticipated. This was utterly outrageous. Shen Wanyue wiped the blood from her face with a bitter smile. Xiao Xue, it's truly not our desire to be shackled in the restroom. Since you have already experienced it, you ought to have the fortitude to endure a little longer. Jiang Zhu nodded in agreement, clearly haunted by the fear of being imprisoned as well. Ah, you 2 vile harlots. Ling Shui snapped, her teeth grinding in frustration. Enough. There is still plenty of bottled water in the supermarket. Let us heat it up and cleanse ourselves before boarding the vehicle. Our master will require some time. Shen Wanyue remarked, casting a glance at the camper van outside before turning to search for water. Jiang Zhu and Ling Shui exchanged glances, an unmistakable spark of fury igniting between them. Nevertheless, they followed suit. Should they board the vehicle covered in blood, Lin Dong would likely devise some horrific punishment to torment them further. As the hot water washed away the blood, Ling Shui remained incensed. But upon noticing her large bag filled with clothes, a cunning smile flickered across her face. Those 2 fools truly believe I lack alternative means to procure my master's assistance in evading punishment? Just wait. Detected severe injury to maid Liang Jihan. Initiate 1-click healing. Heal. In an instant, Liang Jihan's severed spine was restored, allowing her to independently access the camper's restroom for a shower. Maid 4. Liang Jihan. System rating, 84. Current strength, level 3. Maid outfit, none. Excellent. The maid family is growing ever stronger. Life ahead promises to be vibrant and colorful. While Lin Dong was indulging in his vices, his phone rang again. It was Zhao Yufei calling. Hello? Lin Dong, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? The moment the call connected, she bombarded him with an accusatory tone. It seemed this woman was not yet sufficiently desperate, having the energy to call for herself. Lin Dong chuckled coldly, adopting a feigned anxious tone. Fei, I've managed to acquire a camper van stocked with food. Do not worry, just hold on a little longer. I shall be there shortly. After speaking, he couldn't help but turn away and retch slightly. He truly felt like a scoundrel. However, upon reflecting on the few maids he had gathered, it appeared that was not the issue at hand. On the other end of the line, Zhao Yufei was electrified upon hearing that Lin Dong had obtained a camper van. Really? That's wonderful, Lin Dong. You truly are the man I adore. The only one willing to brave dangers to rescue me. I'm trapped in the school dormitory. Please hurry. All right, Fei, wait for me. As he hung up, the 3 women returned to the camper van, all having changed into fresh attire. Shen Wanyue had somehow procured a tailored suit, complemented by high heels. Her hair elegantly styled in an updo, and her makeup tastefully applied, reminiscent of the night she encountered Lin Dong after work. Jiangzhu exuded a sense of simplicity. Clad in a delicate camisole paired with shorts, her alluring figure unmistakably on display. Ling Shui, on the other hand, donned a clever ensemble of skin-tight white dress, showcasing her talents as a captivating live-streaming hostess. Merely taking a few steps elicited admiration from onlookers. As soon as they entered the vehicle, Ling Shui eagerly leaned in, performing a twirl to flaunt her exquisite physique. "Master, do I look splendid in this outfit?" Lin Dong, with keen eyes, noticed a glimmer of brilliance and suddenly widened her gaze. It was evident that Ling Shui was a woman whose eyes sparkled with vitality. "Indeed, this outfit is quite remarkable. Regardless of your previous victory or defeat, any punishment is hereby waived." "Thank you, Master, you are truly the best," Ling Shui replied, her expression a delightful blend of shyness and allure, reveling in her clever discovery of a new charm that the two other women could never have anticipated. Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu admitted they had indeed been caught off guard, acknowledging the prowess of the live streamer. At Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, on the 6th floor of dormitory C6, a strikingly beautiful woman, rated a solid 70 points in looks, set her phone down, moistened her parched lips, and glanced at the three women across from her. "Lin Dong is already on her way. She should arrive shortly. Let us wait a bit longer." The three women collectively exhaled in relief. It seems Fei-Fei's ex-boyfriend is reliable after all. He actually managed to find a way to come to our aid. That guy clearly knew Fei-Fei was trapped at school, yet he needed her to call him for help. What a disappointment. Exactly. Fei-Fei, you must keep your wits about you. A man like him is not worth rekindling any relationship with. The thought is revolting. Zhao Yufei nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I no longer belong to the same world as him. If it weren't for the other suitors being utterly useless and unreachable, I would have contacted him at all." In room 604, apart from Zhao Yufei, the other three women were named Li Wan, Zhou Xiyu, and Shening. The four had been close friends since their freshman year, choosing to pursue further studies together, yet only Zhao Yufei managed to succeed in her endeavors. On the very first day after her acceptance, the quartet celebrated with a delightful outing and a major shopping spree at the supermarket, stocking up on an array of snacks. It was this bountiful purchase that sustained them through dire times, until yesterday, when they could no longer produce even a single sausage, prompting a sense of urgency. Thanks to a hand-crank charger that Li Wan had whimsically purchased, their phones remained charged. However, to their dismay, when they reached out to their so-called admirers for assistance, they were either rebuffed or completely lost contact, leaving them uncertain of their fates. After much ado, it was Lin Dong who agreed to come, rekindling hope within the four women. The quartet each returned to their beds, snuggling beneath their blankets in anticipation. Li Huan, her face marked by acne scars and her dimensions nearly uniform, typed in the Jiangsheng Four Beauties chat group, "We four lifelong sisters." Zhao Yufei replied, "Indeed, lifelong sisters who shall never part." Chening, recently, I have seen online reports indicating that the outside world has descended into chaos, with rampant violence and theft. Fortunately, the bond among us four sisters is profound, and together we have thwarted any attempts by others to take advantage of us. Zhou Xiyu, one must consider our esteemed reputation as the four beauties of Jiangsheng. Who would dare to steal from us? They would surely find themselves incapacitated. Li Wan, as long as the four of us are united, there is no problem we cannot resolve. The other three women, good sisters for a lifetime. In another group chat, without the despicable Zhao Yufei, Li Wan, little you, did you not notice the smug expression on Zhao Yufei's face? It's utterly repulsive. Chapter 33. For individuals, 5 group chats. Zhou Xiyu, I saw it. She is merely a worthless person living off her ex-boyfriend, and I, Zhou Xiyu, openly disdain such individuals. Shening, sigh, I genuinely do not wish to stay in the dormitory any longer. I cannot fathom how many classmates have perished outside. It feels like a morgue in here. I have an idea I would like to discuss with you all. Li Wan, what idea? Zhou Xiyu. Curiously, Chening, while nestled in her blanket, warmed her nearly frostbitten fingers in her armpits for a moment before editing her message. The entire building feels like a tomb. I truly cannot bear to stay here any longer. Therefore, when Lin Dong arrives, we need to devise a plan to hitch a ride in his RV and leave this place. Since Zhao Yufei has no intention of reconciling with Lin Dong, let her remain here alone. Li Wan, If that wretched individual does not leave with Lin Dong, how can we manage to hitch a ride? Zhou Shiyu, exactly. We are not well acquainted with Lin Dong. If that despicable person stays, are we really supposed to humble ourselves and plead with him? I cannot afford such humiliation. Chening, my thought is that among us, little you is the most beautiful. The wretched one's figure and looks do not even compare. Perhaps little you could make a slight sacrifice. While there is still time, she should make herself look presentable. After the wretched one rejects Lin Dong, you could give him a subtle hint, allowing him the opportunity to pursue you. Given Lin Dong's character, he would undoubtedly rush to win your favor. And then you could naturally suggest that you want to get in the car. He would certainly not refuse. Zhou Shiyu, huh? That's not acceptable. What if Lin Dong becomes infatuated with me? Though he is tall and somewhat handsome, he is still quite poor. Li Wan, oh little you, this is an extraordinary time. It is merely a slight sacrifice. If it truly comes to it, I shall step up. Men adore my slightly plump figure. I could easily win over Lin Dong. Chening, Zhou Shiyu, Li Wan, why are you all silent? Zhou Shiyu, oh, I still cannot accept this. My mother forbids me from associating with such unsavory men. Why don't you step up, Ingjia? After all, if you make a little effort, you could easily be the campus beauty. Chening, I cannot do it. Zhou Shiyu, you can believe in yourself. Ingjia, Li Wan, I think I can manage as well. Chening, well, I shall make a sacrifice, but rest assured, once I capture Lin Dong, I will take both of you along, leaving behind the undeserving. We three shall remain lifelong sisters. Zhou Shiyu, indeed. The three of us are true sisters. Li Wan, no, I genuinely believe I can join too. Excluding the unworthy Li Wan group. Zhao Yufei, if it weren't for that glutton Li Wan, our snacks could have lasted at least 2 days. Now, I have to seek out that loser Lin Dong. What a nuisance. Chening, exactly. She is as hefty as a pig and has the audacity to call herself a slightly plump girl. It's utterly ridiculous. Her piggish face makes me feel nauseous every day. Zhou Shiyu. Thankfully, Fei Fei's ex-boyfriend is reliable. Otherwise, our trio would starve due to that glutton. Zhao Yufei. When Lin Dong arrives, we absolutely cannot let that pig come along. No amount of food would suffice for her wastefulness. Chening agreed. Zhou Shiyu. I second that. Excluding the aging Chun Ying group. Zhao Yufei. That old woman is actually hiding under the covers to apply makeup? What does she intend to do? Li Wan, who knows? It's so cold that everything is frozen. If she manages to apply makeup, it would be a miracle. Zhou Shiyu, perhaps that old woman is trying to seduce Fei Fei's ex-boyfriend? Who can blame her for being old and unattractive? She wouldn't even step outside without makeup. Zhao Yufei, laughable. Does she think she stands a chance? Even if Lin Dong were discarded by me, he remains my dog. A woman of her age, nearing menopause? No one would want her even if offered. Li Huan, it's unbearable. Excluding the scheming Zhou Shiyu group. Chening, where did the green tea go? Hasn't she been blocking the bathroom for days? Doesn't Tishi stink? Li Wan, what a statement from you, Jia. Well, has she ever not stunk? Zhao Yufei, let me tell you, when we bought snacks last time, she purchased a box of chocolates and hasn't touched them since. I suspect she is hiding them and sneaking bites in the bathroom right now. Li Wan, what? How can she be so shameless as to steal food? Chening, such is the nature of green tea. Luckily, the three of us sisters stand united and share, or we would be starved or disgusted by her antics. Zhao Yufei cast a cold glance at the other three girls, placing her phone against her chest to prevent it from shutting down due to the cold, and curled up to sleep. Lin Dong, hurry up. Meanwhile, in a library at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, Chun Yunxi was casually crossing her legs. Accepting a pre-peeled sausage from her boyfriend, Feng Yi, Chun Yunxi took a bite and immediately spat it onto the ground. What is this? It's frozen solid. How can one eat this? With a face full of disdain, she tossed the sausage at Feng Yi, who quickly caught it and placed half of it by the campfire to roast, cheerfully saying, "Baby, let me roast it for you, don't worry. Is there nothing else to eat besides sausages? Feng Yi, don't you have superpowers? Please bring me the desserts from my favorite dessert shop on the back street. I am utterly weary of consuming these unhealthy snacks every day." It is perhaps known to only a select few that the seemingly innocent campus belle of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology possesses such a sharp tongue. Feng Yi chuckled wryly and said, "Darling, while I may have superpowers, I am still hesitant to touch the toxic snow. What if I am not immune to the poison and meet my demise? This single sausage is the last morsel I could scavenge from others. I am reluctant to consume it. However, do wait a moment longer. Monkey will soon breach the tunnel, and we shall procure other food from the teacher's dormitory. As the president of the student council, Feng Yi is particularly attentive to his girlfriend, the universally acknowledged pure goddess of the school. On the night the toxic snow fell, Chun Yunxi, in a fit of anger over trivial matters, locked herself in the library. To cheer her up, Feng Yi ventured out for several kilometers to buy her a gift, only to inadvertently encounter the toxic snow on his return. It was only upon returning to the library that everyone discovered the snow was poisonous, and Feng Yi succumbed to a high fever. Once the fever subsided, he realized he had acquired extraordinary abilities. His strength had become immense, and his eyes could emit lasers, a remarkable feat indeed. Furthermore, he was not the only one who had awakened to superpowers in that library. Another individual, known as Monkey, was also familiar to him. Subsequently, as the rules began to unravel, Feng Yi and Monkey joined forces to dominate the situation, swiftly seizing control over everyone and confiscating all their food. Chun Yunxi, relying on Feng Yi, had never known hunger. Chapter 34. Apologize to me. Upon hearing this, Chun Yunxi could not help but let out a deep sigh. After all, she was not a capricious girl. Forget it, having you as a boyfriend feels no different than not having one at all. I crave desserts, yet I cannot obtain them. Let's break up. I sense that Monkey seems to have some interest in me. Perhaps it would be better to be with him. Feng Yi was taken aback and immediately knelt before his girlfriend, his expression earnest. Darling, you mustn't say such things. It's just desserts. Trust me, within 2 days. Monkey will have the passage open to the back street, and you will surely get to enjoy them. Chun Yunxi scoffed softly, slightly pouting. In truth, she was merely expressing her frustration, for Feng Yi's looks, physique, and background were incomparable to Monkey's. Moreover, Feng Yi had acquired superpowers. Without him, she would have likely starved by now. Yet, Chun Yunxi remained resolute in her expectations, believing that a man ought to cater to her whims, for she was undeniably beautiful. Over the years, her speed in changing boyfriends had surpassed that of changing clothes, yet she had never allowed any man to touch her, not even holding hands. Having witnessed countless instances at home, every time her mother became angry, her father would sheepishly attempt to appease her, further solidifying her belief. Men are all base creatures. One must not show them kindness, nor should one casually surrender oneself to men. The more aloof and indifferent you are, the better they will treat you. I hope you adhere to your words, or I shall truly seek out the monkey. Feng Yi nodded repeatedly, yet a glint of coldness suddenly flickered in his eyes. On the first floor of the library, what was once a smooth and pristine floor had been excavated to reveal a deep hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Suddenly, a pair of dark hands emerged from the depths. Damn it! Em utterly exhausted. A lean, diminutive man crawled out of the hole, shaking off the dirt from his body while cursing profusely. His name was Ho Ming. Due to his surname and his stature, he had been nicknamed Monkey since childhood, a moniker he had grown accustomed to. Ho Ming glanced around before making his way upstairs in the library. On his ascent, he frequently encountered various corpses, all bearing the marks of a tragic demise. These were students from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Some had perished from failed attempts to escape, others were habitual learners. And of course, some were merely unable to afford a room, sneaking into the library to pursue romantic liaisons. After the arrival of the toxic snow, these individuals had found themselves trapped here. Some had succumbed to poison, while the majority had been brutally beaten to death, the blood on the floor having long since frozen into ice. However, such ghastly sights no longer fazed him, for many of those lifeless forms had fallen by his own hand. As an individual endowed with supernatural abilities, he believed that if he possessed power, he should wield it to eliminate whomever he desired. Upon reaching the top floor, he discovered a makeshift bonfire created from stacks of books and shelves, where Feng Yi and Chun Yunxi were seated nearby, warming themselves. Damn it, here I am, toiling away digging a hole below, while you two lovebirds sit here cozily by the fire. It's infuriating. Monkey could only harbor such thoughts inwardly, as he knew he could not contend with Feng Yi. Otherwise, he would have already claimed Chun Yunxi for himself. Seeing Ho Ming return, Feng Yi displayed a cold smirk, which swiftly transformed into a bright smile. Look who is back. Did you break through the hole? Ho Ming sighed. It's not that simple. However, I estimate that I'll only need to dig less than 3 meters to break through. Let me rest a bit, and I'll continue this afternoon. Upon hearing that they would have to wait longer, Chun Yunxi immediately expressed her displeasure. What? Only 3 meters left? Why are you resting? Hurry up and dig. Ho Ming rolled his eyes. My dear lady, I am but a human being. Do you truly intend to work me to death? Chun Yunxi retorted sharply. What tone is that? Apologize to me. Homing. What on earth did I say? I merely remarked on how tiring it is. Why must I apologize? You ungrateful wretch. What do you take me for? If it weren't for me, you would be destined to languish in this library for eternity. Do you understand? Homing's temper flared at once. This seemingly innocent campus beauty had wasted her stunning appearance, as her spoiled and willful nature was not something an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, she was not his girlfriend. However, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world now. If the opportunity arises to eliminate Feng Yi, it could certainly be entertaining. After all, he has witnessed the stunning Chen Yunxi in a white dress, and her figure is truly remarkable. How dare you insult me? Chen Yunxi exclaimed, astonished that any man would have the audacity to criticize her beauty. Feng Yi, as the president of the student council, retained a semblance of rationality and hurriedly intervened to mediate. All right, darling, please do not be upset. The monkey is also exhausted. Let us refrain from further words. Shall we? No need to cry. Yet, the murderous intent within him intensified, were it not for the necessity of utilizing the monkey's digging abilities to escape. He would have relished the chance to eliminate him on the spot. Woo-woo, no one has ever insulted me in my life. Feng, you must make him pay. Chen Yunxi insisted relentlessly. Ho Ming sat there disdainfully, smirking. What is there to fear? Feng Yi felt an acute embarrassment, despite his best attempts to placate her. Nothing seemed to work, and he turned his focus towards Ho Ming. Monkey, how about you apologize to my girlfriend, and we'll let this matter rest? Apologize? I haven't said anything wrong. Why should I? Ho Ming was clearly unwilling. Feng Yi's expression darkened, his eyes beginning to glimmer with a menacing light. Fine. I apologize. Is that sufficient? Realizing Feng Yi truly intended to harm him, Ho Ming quickly waved his hands in surrender. Damn it, when I get the chance, I will surely make you pay. Chen Yunxi interjected, her voice rising in indignation. What do you mean is that sufficient? What kind of attitude is that? Her tears flowed even more profusely. With no other option, Ho Ming feigned sincerity. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please stop crying. Chen Yunxi's tears ceased abruptly, and with a huff, she returned to her seat to warm herself by the fire. In the future, mind your words when speaking to me. Training arrogant men. Besides maintaining an aloof demeanor, crying proved to be a remarkably effective method. Ho Ming nearly exploded in frustration, his chest heaving, yet he ultimately restrained himself. The three fell into silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Are you suggesting your abilities originated from him? Inside the moving RV, Liang Zhihan could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she gazed at Shen Wanyue. Keep your voice down. Do not disturb the master. Shen Wanyue admonished urgently. Liang Zhihan nodded quickly. Shen Wanyue continued softly. All of us, except for Jiang Zhu, have acquired our powers through the master. If you wish to survive in this world, it is essential to obey the master's commands. Liang Zhihan pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze, then glanced at Jiang Zhu, who sat silently, staring vacantly out the window. This woman seems different from the other two. Chapter 35. The mutated serum arrives at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the atmosphere within the RV. Jiang Zhu jumped in surprise, quickly pulling out her phone, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It was her fiancé, Xia Beichun, calling. Just as she was about to hang up, Lin Dong's voice suddenly echoed. Answer it. Jiang Zhu bit her lip until it nearly bled. Yet she dared not defy Lin Dong. Yes, master. The call connected. Xiao Zhu, how are you today? Is it convenient for a video call? On the other end of the line, Xia Beichun, with a face full of longing, wished to converse with his fiancée through the screen. Jiang Zhu took a deep breath and replied, Not today, it's not convenient. All right, I respect your wishes, Xia Beichun responded, his affection for her evident. Xiao Zhu, I am aware that you are enduring hardships at present, but rest assured. Glancing around, Xia Beichun lowered his voice. Our family has procured a mutated serum that has the potential to awaken supernatural abilities. I will be injected tonight. You need not worry. I am confident of success. Once I succeed, I will come to fetch you personally. Lin Dong, overhearing, exchanged a look with Jiang Zhu, urging her to inquire further. The serum can awaken abilities? How intriguing. The other women perked up, listening intently. Jiang Zhu, somewhat surprised, asked serum, where did it come from? That's tied to a very mysterious organization. And I don't know much about it myself, Xia Beichun said, showing no signs of caution. Only my father and sister have connections with them. However, My sister mentioned that the probability of awakening abilities is quite low, and there is a significant risk of death, as it is derived from toxic snow. But do not worry, I am Xiao Beichen. For your sake, I shall undoubtedly succeed. Jiang Zhu's heart sank. Beichen, please don't take that risk. It's too dangerous. Worry not, Xiao Zhu. I will be fine. I believe that my love for you can conquer any challenges and obstacles. Lin Dong and the others shivered in unison, a chill running down their spines at his overly sentimental declarations. Jiang Zhu knew that her fiancé was aware of her abilities gained through contact with toxic snow. His machismo compelled him to pursue awakening his own powers, prompting her to urgently advise against it. Yet, Xiao Beichen remained resolute, showering her with romantic sentiments, insisting that he would brave any peril for her sake. All right, it seems my sister is approaching. Let us pause our conversation for now. Xiao Zhu, await my news. Xiao Beichen hastily ended the call. Jiang Zhu clutched her phone, unsure of her next move, contemplating whether to ask Lin Dong to reroute to the Xia residence to stop him. However, she was at a loss as to how to confront her fiancé. She had promised to give herself to him on their wedding night, but the unforeseen apocalypse had led her to be involved with Lin Dong. She felt unworthy of being Xiao Beichen's wife. Beichen, I'm so sorry, Jiang Zhu cried out in despair. Liang Jihan gazed deeply at Jiang Zhu, her mind swirling with thoughts. Half an hour later, the RV finally caught sight of Jiangxing University of Technology. Lin Dong donned a down jacket and thick pants, his gaze cold and focused. Ling Shui, with a flirtatious expression, inquired, Master, why is this our first stop on this journey? Lin Dong replied with a smirk, because my first love is still alive, and she is waiting for me here. The four women were momentarily taken aback. First love? No wonder Lin Dong, amidst four stunning beauties, exhibited only desire devoid of any emotional depth. It appeared he had long been emotionally invested elsewhere. After all, the impact of first love on a man is profoundly potent. Shen Wanyue, with a pitiful expression, inquired, Master, do you intend to bring her back? After several days of solely attending to Lin Dong, she had grown accustomed to it, and now, with the sudden emergence of an ex-girlfriend, she harbored concerns about the potential addition of a new mistress. This dilemma suggested that their future together might be fraught with difficulty, for no woman would tolerate her man maintaining a harem of such exquisite beauties. Moreover, without Lin Dong, their own abilities would stagnate, leaving them vulnerable to powerful adversaries. Bring her back? Lin Dong scoffed. I shall send her away. In the past, he had been somewhat infatuated, excusing Zhao Yufei's outrageous behavior. However, upon reflection after his awakening, he realized he had been a fool, and Zhao Yufei was indeed a remarkable fool herself. His return this time was to thoroughly vex her. Hearing the murderous intent in Lin Dong's tone, the women, though unclear about the specifics, surmised the general situation. It was merely a tale of betrayal by a heartless woman. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer. Rest assured, Master, I will adorn myself beautifully, making your ex-girlfriend regret her choices. What attire should I wear? However, Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. You all shall remain in the nearby hotel. I will summon you when the time is right. Huh? Ling Shui's face fell, discontent with the notion of not being part of the grand confrontation. After all, if Lin Dong had not been cast aside by that scornful woman, he would not have become so cold and unfeeling. It was all her fault. Although they had yet to meet Zhao Yufei, the women had already begun to harbor resentment towards her. But Master, I want to see. Ling Shui began to pout. Lin Dong chuckled and shrugged. Your presence would hinder my performance. Liang Zhihan bit her lip and produced a button from her pocket. I have a professional hidden camera, previously used to gather evidence, which can connect to my phone. How about it? It must be said, gossip is an innate trait of every woman. Though she still resisted Lin Dong, it did not prevent her from yearning for the juicy details. Ling Shui's eyes lit up as she snatched the camera, pinning it to Lin Dong's attire. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Master, please with the camera. I beg you. Lin Dong rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem. Since you all wish to see, I shall indulge you this once. Chapter 36. Even death is a luxury, Master. See you soon. Shen Wanyue and the others stood at a safe distance by the hotel entrance, waving at the vehicle. Let us proceed inside and seek a clean room to wait for the Master's command. Shen Wanyue tucked the temperature-regulating furnace given by Lin Dong into her pocket and entered the hotel first, with Ling Shui following closely behind. Liang Zhihan and Jiang Zhu remained still, and once the two had vanished from sight, Liang Zhihan suddenly whispered, Miss Jiang Zhu, I can see that you're reluctant to stay beside Lin Dong. Now we have an opportunity to escape from him, but it requires our collaboration to succeed. I am familiar with this hotel. It is a renowned 5-star establishment in Jiangxing, equipped with excellent amenities. There should be survivors within. We can unite with them to subdue those 2 women, and when Lin Dong returns, we can negotiate with him for the vehicle, thus granting us a chance to flee. What do you think? Jiang Zhu, with her hands in her pockets, could not suppress a cold smile at her expressionless demeanor. If you truly understood him, you would know that unless he is dead, we have no chance of escape. Otherwise, how could Lin Dong so carelessly abandon the maids here? He simply does not care for their lives, or rather, he can control their fates at will. Encountering Lin Dong, even death becomes a luxury, let alone the prospect of fleeing. Liang Jihan, indeed not well acquainted with Lin Dong, could not help but inquire, what do you mean? What power does he possess that instills such fear in you? Jiang Zhu, uncertain of Lin Dong's capabilities, could only sigh deeply and turn to enter the hotel, leaving the bewildered security officer behind. Seeing that Jiang Zhu had given up, Liang Jihan could only furrow her brows and follow her inside, realizing she could not escape alone. Oh, this hotel is quite eerie. It indeed has the ambience of an escape room, Ling Shui remarked, holding a flashlight and walking side by side with Shan Wanyue at the forefront. The hotel was luxuriously decorated yet devoid of any light, resembling certain bizarre scenes from horror films, with many doors ajar and traces of blood and corpses lingering on the walls and carpets. The 4 women proceeded directly to the top floor, where the most opulent presidential suites were located. After opening several doors, they encountered either disarray or broken windows. Upon reaching the innermost room of the corridor, just as Shan Wanyue was about to kick the door open, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Be cautious, there is someone inside. Even through the thick security door, she could hear sounds emanating from within. What are you afraid of? We can simply knock and find out, Ling Shui said boldly, stepping forward. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed, and the occupants within fell silent. After a considerable pause, the door was opened a crack, revealing a middle-aged man who cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing the 4 stunning beauties, he was momentarily taken aback. Ling Shui, flashing a sweet smile, greeted him. Hello, sir. We are just passing through, and it's quite cold outside. May we come in and rest for a while? The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence for a long moment before, still dazed, he opened the door wider to allow them entry. How did you come here? I saw a car downstairs. Is it yours? The middle-aged man inquired. Ling Shui exhibited an innocent demeanor, boldly stepping forward into the suite. She surveyed the relatively clean and tidy surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. That is not our car. We merely caught a ride. Now, we seek a place to rest. Kind sir, may we stay? Upon seeing Ling Shui's pitiful expression, the middle-aged man felt a rush of affection. Certainly, I am Wang Dasheng. Ladies, please come in. This hotel is not entirely safe. Wang Dasheng rubbed his hands together, welcoming them with delight. Suddenly, Liang Zihan furrowed her brow and inquired, Wang Dasheng, the chairman of Dasheng Group? Wang Dasheng was taken aback. You know me? He quickly assumed an authoritative demeanor. I am indeed the chairman of Dasheng Group, a notable figure in Jiang City. Rest assured, ladies, as long as you stay here, I will ensure your safety. Ling Shui flashed a sweet smile. Dear sir, you misunderstand. What I mean is for you to leave. We shall remain here. Wang Dasheng was left dumbfounded. What do you mean, beautiful? Ling Shui chuckled quite literally. Why haven't you left yet? The amenities and environment here were quite suitable for savoring the host's offerings. Wang Dasheng's plump face twisted in disbelief. What? I kindly offered you shelter, and you dare to take advantage of me? How audacious! Liang Zihan quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and seized Wang Dasheng's arm. Mr. Wang, you are a man of stature. Do not stoop to their level. There are many rooms available. Would it be possible for you to find another? Her intention was to save Wang Dasheng from a disastrous fate, as it was evident that provoking these women could lead to dire consequences. However, her words only fueled the fire, and Wang Dasheng felt belittled. He shoved Liang Zihan aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Shui. You vile wench. Do you think I built my vast enterprise through honest means? Get them all. With a snap of his fingers, the bedroom door swung open, revealing 4 burly men, his loyal bodyguards, who rushed to his side. Liang Zihan peered into the bedroom, her eyes widening in shock. She understood why, even in such dire times, Wang Dasheng retained bodyguards. The scene within was horrifying. Several women appeared to be on the brink of death, clearly victims of violence despite the frigid temperatures. Wang Dasheng was indeed willing to share, and Liang Zihan even recognized one of the women as his secretary. The four hulking men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with lascivious intent. These women, having been seized from the hotel, were long past their prime, and now, with newer, more alluring arrivals. The situation had taken a sinister turn. Indeed, aligning oneself with the boss promises a bright future. Ling Shui chuckled coldly as she flexed her delicate fists. Just moments ago, those two vile women had robbed her of a kill, leaving her quite dissatisfied. She declared, "Leave these few individuals to me. I shall have my fun with them." Shen Wanyue, her expression impassive, responded, "Do not spill too much blood. This room is still somewhat habitable." All right, Ling Shui replied, somewhat resigned. The hulking men grinned menacingly. "Little girl, do you truly believe you can contend with us alone? How about we Disgusting, Ling Shui retorted, her form vanishing in an instant. Chapter 37. In the apocalypse, there is no good or evil, only the strong and the weak. Wang Dasheng's companions were mere ordinary individuals. Although they were brave, they were nothing against superhuman abilities. Suddenly, Wang Dasheng observed a flicker, and the stunning beauty appeared before the four bodyguards. Before they could react, Ling Shui unleashed a lightning-fast kick. The sound of breaking eggs echoed 4 times. The 4 bodyguards stood frozen, a wave of indescribable agony engulfing them. "Oh!" They cried out in unison, clutching their groins, their eyes bulging, their bodies curling like shrimp, writhing in pain. Wang Dasheng felt a chill in his loins. Instinctively tightening his belt, no man could remain unaffected by such a scene. "Oof. Had I not wished to keep this room tidy, I would have shattered your skulls." Ling Shui clapped her hands, flung open the window, and prepared to toss 2 bodyguards out. Wang Dasheng felt numb. The bodyguards who had resolved countless troubles for him were so easily subdued. What would become of him? Just as Ling Shui was about to throw them out, Liang Zihan drew a gun and shouted at her. "Ling Shui, put them down. Do not commit further acts of senseless slaughter." Ling Shui paused, still holding the 2 men, and turned to glare at her with darkened eyes. "What do you mean? You dare to act against me while the master is absent?" Liang Zihan bit her silver lip, recalling the terrifying Lin Dong, yet her sense of duty and justice compelled her to intervene in what was about to become a murder. "I do not wish to harm you. I know you are being coerced by Lin Dong. I can see that you're not inherently a killer. Do not make a grave mistake again. While we still have a chance, let's plot together and find a way to break free from Lin Dong's control. Can we not take charge of our own lives moving forward?" Ling Shui's fury diminished significantly as she slowly lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Indeed, how had she transformed so drastically in just a few days? Before the apocalypse, she had merely been a streamer relying on her beauty and figure to earn a modest living, having never committed any atrocious acts. Yet since encountering him, she had begun to regard human life as if it were as fragile as paper. Her sole intention had been to survive. As Ling Shui wavered, a glimmer of hope shone in Liang Zihan's eyes, but in the next moment, Ling Shui suddenly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. With a simultaneous exertion of strength, she hurled the bodyguard out of the window, causing him to crash heavily into the snow, his screams and wails echoing into the frigid air. The outcome was already sealed. "What has happened to you, Liang Zihan? Are you playing me?" "There is no need to ponder. We can never escape from our master. Never." Ling Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with sorrow. She reminisced about the days she spent confined in the bathroom. What does death signify? Lin Dong possessed countless means to make their lives a living hell. As long as he remained alive, she would never have an opportunity for betrayal. Her existence was irrevocably entwined with Lin Dong's. Shen Wanyue, arms crossed, observed the standoff between the 2 women with a detached demeanor. She was among the first to follow Lin Dong and lived next door to him, thus having a fair understanding of his character. This was a person who had been psychologically tortured to the brink of distortion under unrelenting pressure in a pre-apocalyptic world. Such individuals, once endowed with power, could be the most terrifying. Yet, she found herself utterly helpless. Ultimately, it boiled down to power. Lin Dong wielded power, and thus they were compelled to follow him. "Enough, Miss Liang. It would be wise to lower your weapon now and refrain from uttering such words again. It is futile." Shen Wanyue sighed deeply. Liang Zihan, in a state of desperation, turned to Jiang Zhu for assistance. "Jiang Zhu, will you continue to drift aimlessly? You have a fiancé. Cannot you fight for your own happiness?" Jiang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, her mind engulfed in a tumult of conflict. The sudden shift in the situation brought immense joy to Wang Dasheng. Although he was unclear about the events transpiring among the women, he sensed a brewing internal conflict, a perfect opportunity to seize control. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Wang Dasheng swiftly retreated to his room, opened the safe, and retrieved a firearm. Damn it, do they think I'm a soft target? These little girls wish to manipulate me. Today, I shall eliminate them all. Fueled by rage, Wang Dasheng charged out, gun raised, aiming without hesitation at the nearest Liang Jihan. This woman bore a weapon. First, she must be dealt with. The sudden turn of events caught the women by surprise. Be careful, Shen Wanyue exclaimed. Bang! Liang Jihan, oblivious to the impending danger, felt a sharp pain in her chest. Dazed, she looked down to see a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. Why? She could not comprehend it. She had always sought to save him. So why did he wish to kill her? Could goodwill truly not be reciprocated? This cursed apocalypse. Shen Wanyue was instantly consumed by fury. This despicable pig, whose name bore a resemblance to her ex-husband, turned out to be such a loathsome creature. Damn it. However, Ling Shui's reaction was swifter. She kicked the nearest bodyguard, sending him crashing into the unsuspecting Wang Dasheng, toppling him over in a daze. In an instant, Shen Wanyue lunged forward, drawing a dagger from her thigh and swiftly slashing down, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from Wang Dasheng's neck. Yet, Shen Wanyue remained unsatisfied. She seized the dagger and relentlessly stabbed, as if piercing rice, each thrust staining her newly donned attire crimson. Jiangzhu caught the collapsing Liang Jihan. Her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions as she gazed at her. Now you comprehend. In this apocalyptic world, there exists neither good nor evil. Only the strong and the weak. It is not that I do not wish to pursue my own happiness, but rather that I have been stripped of the right to seek it. The only course left to me is to obediently comply. I have no other recourse. Liang Jihan coughed up blood in great heaves, yearning to articulate something, yet finding herself utterly voiceless. This moment felt far more devastating than any encounter in the marketplace, both physically and psychologically. In this end times, there is no morality, only the hierarchy of power. The goodwill I extended in return brought only treachery. If I were granted a second chance at life, I, Liang Jihan, would henceforth forsake any notions of benevolence and merely exist as a person devoid of emotions. Moreover, Lin Dong, you have stolen my innocence. If given the opportunity, I would ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures. Alas, all of this remains mere fantasy. Ding! Detected that maid Liang Jihan is on the brink of death. Would you like to heal her with one click? Lin Dong, who was driving into the gates of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, was momentarily taken aback. What is this? I have only been gone a few minutes, and she's already on the verge of death. Did she get into a fight with the other women? Heal. Forget it. I will inquire later. Chapter 38. Another form of altruism. Liang Jihan was reflecting on her life as she hovered between life and death when a sudden flash of golden light enveloped her. The gaping wound restored to its former state, and her feeble heartbeat regained its vigor. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she felt strength returning to her body, allowing Liang Jihan to rise from Jiangzhu's embrace. What is happening to me? Jiangzhu managed a sorrowful smile. Now you should understand, encountering that demon. Even death becomes a luxury. Want to escape? Where can we flee to? Liang Jihan stared blankly at the already foreseen Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui, her pupils dilating in realization. Could this be Lin Dong's ability? Not only does he possess formidable power himself, but he can also manipulate the lives and deaths of others at will, even in his absence. This is nothing short of cheating. No wonder these women dared not flee. In that moment, Liang Jihan comprehended fully, and her fear of Lin Dong deepened profoundly. Shen Wanyue tossed the bloody dagger at her feet, stating coolly, after this experience, you should grasp that in the apocalypse, it is either you kill others or be killed yourself. There are no other possibilities. Perhaps you were once a kind-hearted person, but now, if you wish to avoid punishment from the master, you must simply embrace the role of a villain. There are still a few women in the bedroom. Why not escort them on their journey? Liang Jihan, in a daze, picked up the dagger and stepped into the bedroom. A cacophony of repugnant and acrid odors assailed her senses, illustrating the inhumane torment they had endured in this place. Please, save me, a feeble voice implored. Liang Jihan turned to see Wang Dasheng's personal secretary. Before the apocalypse, she had been somewhat glamorous. However, with the onset of the end times, she had been reduced to merely a tool for Wang Dasheng to manipulate his bodyguards, living a fate worse than death. Not just her, but the other women here, all of whom possessed considerable beauty and figure, had been relegated to mere instruments. Was this the destiny of women in a world gone awry? Liang Jihan could not help but question herself. The heaviness in her heart suddenly felt a little lighter, perhaps by staying close to Lin Dong. She could avoid treading the path these women had taken. Her fingers tightened around the dagger as she crouched beside the secretary, gently caressing her disheveled hair. "Do not fear. I shall assist you now." The secretary slowly revealed a smile, only for it to freeze in place as the dagger in Liang Jihan's hand swiftly sliced across her throat. The secretary's body convulsed violently, her eyes glazing over. "Thank you," Liang Jihan faintly heard her murmur before biting her lip in silence. In a way, she was helping others too. Suppressing the nausea that threatened to rise, Liang Jihan similarly dispatched several other women, leaving only the four of them in the suite. Emerging from the bedroom with a pained expression, Ling Shui eagerly extended her hand. "Quick, take out your phone. We're eager to see the Master's exploits." Liang Jihan paused briefly before silently retrieving her phone, quickly connecting to the button camera on Lin Dong's attire. Observing the three women huddled around the phone, carefree and oblivious, Liang Jihan sighed deeply. Perhaps she should emulate them and become a heartless maid. On the screen, Lin Dong was smoking with one hand while deftly steering the vehicle with the other. Gazing at the familiar sights of the school, he was filled with nostalgia. This had once been his alma mater, had it not been for family circumstances. He might have completed his university education here and continued to pursue graduate studies with Zhao Yufei. The sizable RV carved a long black line through the pristine white landscape, catching the attention of many survivors who could not help but cry out in desperation. "Help! Save me! Hey, is the driver deaf? I'm right here. Come save me. SOS! I'm a foreigner. Prioritize my rescue." Others shouted, "Forget about the foreigner. Take me first." Unfortunately, Lin Dong chose to remain oblivious. Naturally, he knew the location of Zhao Yufei's dormitory. The RV gradually came to a halt beneath the dormitory building, the enormous roar of the engine drawing the attention of everyone inside. Cautiously, they peered out to discern whether a rescue team had arrived. However, they were met with disappointment. Stepping out of the RV was merely an ordinary man. Lin Dong, carrying a box of instant noodles, captured the gaze of many. "Hey, handsome, are you with the rescue team?" A young woman stepped out of the dormitory, inquiring with curiosity. Lin Dong chuckled. "No, I merely came to escort someone and will leave shortly. You all should attend to your meals and rest. Do not mind me." The others chimed in. "Could you spare us some instant noodles? We have been starving for days," one girl pleaded pitifully. Lin Dong scoffed. "What makes you think I owe you anything? Your hunger is of no concern to me." Some of the girls were taken aback by his audacity and were about to confront him further when Zhao Yufei, hearing the commotion, dashed down the stairs. "Step aside. This is my boyfriend. You all should keep your distance." Lin Dong had anticipated that reuniting with Zhao Yufei would stir a whirlwind of complex emotions, considering they had once shared a close bond. Yet, to his astonishment, his heart remained unperturbed, as if he were encountering a complete stranger. Inside the hotel, the four girls, observing Zhao Yufei through the surveillance cameras, exchanged disdainful glances. "Is this really the ex-girlfriend of our host? She doesn't seem remarkable at all. Indeed, she pales in comparison to me. Her face is dotted with freckles. Clearly, our host had never indulged in finer company before." Zhao Yufei, without hesitation, rushed over and clung to Lin Dong's arm, asserting her claim. The others, witnessing this girl with a boyfriend arriving in a car, felt a surge of envy. Yet being obedient students, they refrained from any overtly inappropriate behavior. "Come on, Lin Dong. Return to the dormitory with me," Zhao Yufei exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy upon seeing Lin Dong's spacious vehicle. Lin Dong, however, remained silent as he was unceremoniously dragged into the dorm. Upon entering, Lin Dong could not suppress a frown. "It reeks. Did someone relieve themselves on the bed?" The small dormitory was a chaotic mess, clothes strewn about, and heaps of snack wrappers and instant noodle containers formed veritable mountains. He marveled at how they managed to endure such squalor, grateful for the system that provided him with a maid to keep his home immaculate, even in apocalyptic times. He sighed. Once the door was closed, Zhao Yufei released Lin Dong's arm, her demeanor shifting instantly. "Lin Dong, what is wrong with you? Why do you take so long? Do you know I'm starving? Hurry and boil some water for my noodles." She continued. "Why did you only bring instant noodles? I'm so tired of them. Can't you think of something else to eat? This is so frustrating." Overwhelmed by her barrage of complaints, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. The familiarity of her scolding brought back memories. She had always treated him this way. Any hint of dissatisfaction would earn him her wrath. Was I truly a masochist back then? Seeing Lin Dong standing there, unresponsive and amused, her anger flared. What are you laughing at? Get moving. Lin Dong's smile gradually faded, and carrying the instant noodles, he walked to the window and tossed them out. If you want them, go retrieve them from the snow. You think I owe you anything? Chapter 39. I can only take 3 people with me. Lin Dong's sudden outburst genuinely startled Zhao Yufei. At this moment, not only instant noodles, but even a single seasoning packet had to be surreptitiously savored. How could he discard an entire box of instant noodles? What madness was this? No. What was with his tone? How dare you speak to me like that? Zhao Yufei seethed with anger. Li Wan and the other 2 girls gasped and rushed to the window, attempting to salvage the discarded noodles, but they were on the 6th floor, far removed from the snowy ground below. As Lin Dong approached the balcony, he finally discerned the girls' features, and he recognized them, though today they seemed almost unrecognizable. Li Wan's face, resembling that of a plump pig, was smeared with some unknown grease, while Zhou Xiu's cheeks were adorned with blushing patches that seemed to reach the heavens. Reminiscent of Fortunate Doll, Chunning looked even more alarming. Her smoky eye makeup rendered her visage starkly contrasting, with her face powder resembling a disheveled hedgehog. Quite terrifying indeed. What in the world? Are you all playing NPCs in a mystery room? Li Wan fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Dong. How could you waste food like this? You need to go down immediately and retrieve it, or else my dear Fei Fei will never reconcile with you. With a swift motion, Lin Dong raised his hand without a moment's hesitation and struck her across the face, leaving her cheeks swollen and red. What gives you the audacity to yell at me? Li Wan was left in shock, as were the other girls. How could he dare to strike anyone? Lin Dong stared at his own hand, feeling a sense of misfortune. How could this girl possess enough grease to sustain an oil refinery? He disdainfully shook the grease off his hand and, after a moment's thought, retrieved a bottle of warm mineral water from his pocket to wash his hands. The 4 beauties of Jiangsheng stared at Lin Dong in bewilderment. In their memories, he was a devoted admirer, a gentle and honest individual, known for his generosity. What had transformed him into this? Quick to anger, resorting to violence over mere words. He seemed utterly foreign, as if possessed, and he carried warm water with him? Chuning, licking her chapped lips, struggled to suppress the urge to lick the icy puddle on the ground and hurried over to mediate. Oh dear, what is happening here? Xiao Huan. This is a matter between Lin Dong and Fei Fei. The decision to reconcile is theirs alone. As good friends, we must not interfere. And Lin Dong, as a gentleman, how could you resort to violence? Perhaps you should apologize to Xiao Wan, and we can let this matter rest? As she spoke, she subtly winked at Lin Dong, showcasing her understanding and grace, far more considerate than that wretched Zhao Yufei. However, Lin Dong seemed oblivious to her gesture, tossing the remaining half bottle of warm water out once more. You think you deserve an apology from me? Without acknowledging Chun Ying's stiff smile, he found a clean chair and sat down, casting his gaze upon Zhao Yufei. Once, we shared a bond that could be deemed romantic. I sincerely exerted myself to provide you with resources, yet you, upon entering, turned your back on me. Am I no longer your boyfriend? Why must I be subjected to your disdainful countenance? Zhao Yufei was utterly taken aback as she recognized the magnitude of her mistake. Indeed, he was no longer her boyfriend. What right did she have to demand anything from him? Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. The fact that Lin Dong had come suggested that he still harbored some lingering feelings for her. In that case, it would be quite manageable. Zhao Yufei forced a sheepish smile and immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, crouching beside Lin Dong. Winter, I was wrong. Your willingness to come to my aid indicates that you still love me, right? I was just a bit hasty earlier, which led to my poor attitude. Would you forgive me? In the past, she had certainly angered Lin Dong, yet her charm had always proven effective. Lin Dong scoffed inwardly, though his frosty exterior gradually softened. What does my forgiveness matter? After all, we are no longer a couple. Zhao Yufei became increasingly convinced that Lin Dong desired reconciliation, and her heart swelled with pride. Though we are not in a romantic relationship, we certainly are not enemies. Could you please refrain from sulking? Share a smile with me. At last, Lin Dong revealed a radiant smile. Witnessing how easily Zhao Yufei had him wrapped around her finger, the other 3 women experienced a mixture of envy and resentment. Wondering why they lacked such a compliant admirer, Li Wan, with a pouty face, glared at Lin Dong with a hint of malice. her small eyes darting about as if contemplating something nefarious. Zhao Yufei let out a deep sigh. Winter, this snowfall is truly terrifying. You have a caravan, so you must have ample supplies, right? Lin Dong nodded. Indeed, I have quite a lot, far more than I could consume alone. The eyes of the women brightened simultaneously. Before Zhao Yufei could say anything further, Chening had already approached. Is that so? How splendid. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. In such circumstances, acquiring resources is no small feat, Lin Dong. You are remarkable. Zhou Xiyu also chimed in, praising Lin Dong's abilities. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yufei's 3 roommates had never been fond of him, so what had prompted this sudden change of heart? Coupled with their appearance, Lin Dong couldn't shake the feeling that they might be eyeing him with ulterior motives. Zhao Yufei felt a flicker of annoyance. Chening, that older woman, and Zhou Xiyu, the sly tea drinker, were indeed opportunistic. Thankfully, Lin Dong reverted to his previous naive demeanor. Zhao Yufei tentatively inquired, could your caravan take me away? I mean me. Not all of us. Chening immediately interjected, yes. Lin Dong, your caravan is so spacious. It can surely accommodate us all, right? The scheming Zhao Yufei had no intention of including them in her escape. Li Wan and Zhou Xiyu remained silent, merely casting flirtatious glances at Lin Dong. Lin Dong gazed at the 4 women before him, suddenly breaking into an enigmatic smile. Well, that's quite unfortunate. My RV has only 4 seats in total. Apart from myself, I can only take 3 of you. The mere utterance of those words instantly chilled the atmosphere in the room. The 4 ladies exchanged glances filled with malice, and sparks of tension ignited in the air. They all understood that whoever remained would face the grim fate of starvation or freezing, with no chance of survival. Chening, still clinging to hope, inquired, is it really just 3 people? We have been lifelong best friends, and we cannot be separated. Lin Dong, could you possibly squeeze in one more? We wouldn't take up much space. Lin Dong shrugged. There's nothing I can do. My vehicle is packed with supplies, and managing to make room for 3 has been a challenge. I truly cannot fit in a 4th person. A chill ran through the hearts of the 4 beauties of Jiangchen. The battle for seats had commenced. Chapter 40. Good friends, torn apart. Lin Dong, with a cheerful demeanor, lit a cigarette while observing the 4 silent women. Aren't you all best friends? Aren't you the 4 beauties of Jiangchen? Come on, showcase your talents. Zhao Yufei was the first to step forward. Dong, if you let me join you in the vehicle, I am willing to rekindle our relationship. After reflecting on our breakup, I realize it was an impulsive decision. Now that I've calmed down, I see that I've always loved you. I dream of you every night, reminiscing about our days in class and enjoying street food together. You cannot abandon me. To be fair, Zhao Yufei's performance was quite commendable, her large eyes glistening with tears. She was fully aware of her advantages. The allure of a white moonlight is not to be underestimated. In the hotel, Shen Wanyue and the others felt a wave of nausea. I can't stand it anymore. This woman is utterly shameless. She discarded her master before the apocalypse, and now shamelessly claims to still love him. I wish I could reach through the screen and give her a good thrashing. Do you think our master will fall for this act? The women exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Dong's heart is colder than the ice and snow outside. If he could be easily swayed, they would not merely be his maids, but his lovers as well. However, to their astonishment, Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Very well, I will take you with me. Zhao Yufei immediately transformed her tears into laughter, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Ying and the others. See, all it took was a little effort, and Lin Dong obediently complied. You 3 ugly, shameless women. Don't even think about outmaneuvering me. Chen Ying and the others were less shaken. They had mentally prepared themselves. After all, Zhao Yufei was the ex-girlfriend, and the possibility that Lin Dong would choose her was significant. Now, it was up to the remaining 3 to contend for the last 2 seats. Zhou Xiyu stepped forward first, hurriedly fixing her disheveled bangs, revealing a sweet smile. Lin Dong, I am undeniably Fei Fei's closest confidant, the kind who refuses to part ways even during meals, slumber, or bathroom breaks. You must not separate me from Fei Fei, otherwise I shall not consent. She has already hinted to Lin Dong that we share our sleeping quarters, and when you and Fei Fei engage in your intimate moments at night, I could very well be present. This verges on seduction. Chen Ying's face was a portrait of displeasure. Xiao Yu, how can you say such a thing? Am I not Fei Fei's best friend as well? Moreover, Lin Dong, I must inform you that Xiao Yu grind her teeth in her sleep, disturbing anyone who attempts to rest. Bring me along. I grew up in a modest household and can handle all household chores. Backstabbing commenced. Zhou Shiyu, incensed, retorted, "Sistering, your words are exceedingly excessive. When have I ever ground my teeth in my sleep? Do not slander me." Chuning scoffed. "Excessive? What a jest. I still have recordings of you grinding your teeth while you sleep. Would you like me to play them for you?" Zhou Shiyu gasped. "You old woman. How can you be so despicable?" Chuning, furious, shot back. "I am but 2 years your senior. On what grounds do you deem me old? A woman's age is not something to be wielded as a weapon lightly. When it is brought up, it is akin to unleashing a trump card." Seeing Chun Ying's defenses breached, Zhou Shiyu began to taunt. "Indeed, only 2 years older than me. By the reckoning of our hometown, that makes it 3 years. Rounding up, it amounts to 5 years. Is that not old enough?" Chun Ying's temper flared. "You wretched green tea, I shall tear your mouth apart." With that, they began to shove each other. Zhou Shiyu, unprepared, was pushed to the ground, tears glistening in her eyes, looking pitiful. "Ah, it hurts," she exclaimed, her voice infused with melodrama. Ling Shui, watching from the screen, covered her face, realizing this resembled a scene from a certain Korean variety show. The difference, however, lay in the aesthetics. Theirs are heavenly, while these two were simply monstrous. Their beauty evoked sympathy, while Zhou Shiyu's only stirred thoughts of wanting to crush her. Zhou Shiyu seized the moment to act coy with Lin Dong. "Brother Lin Dong, look at her. She actually pushed me. She has violent tendencies. You must not take her away." Chun Ying's chest heaved with anger. "Get up, you wretched green tea. I barely exerted any force. Dare you act again?" With that, they became entangled, hurling insults and tugging at each other's hair, creating quite the lively scene. Lin Dong observed with great interest, only to notice that Li Wan was completely uninvolved in the fray. What confidence did she possess? At that moment, Li Wan remained silent, solely focused on perfecting her pose. She firmly believed that men were drawn to her unique allure of being slightly plump, occasionally tossing her hair and pouting her lips. It seemed Lin Dong's gaze was indeed captured by her. Unlike the two women on the floor, embroiled in a chaotic brawl, she exuded elegance. "Oh, how I lament having been bestowed with such a flawless exterior." Li Wan sighed dramatically by the window, feeling akin to a delicate flower in bloom. On the floor, Chun Ying and Zhou Shiyu were engaged in a fierce battle, their heads bloodied and bruised. They resorted to the most primitive forms of fighting, tugging at each other's hair, tearing at clothes, and biting, employing every possible means to attack one another. Zhao Yufei observed with a cold smirk, yet being a good friend, she felt compelled to intervene. "Stop fighting. Please do not continue this," she implored. "Sisters for life. We shouldn't allow uncertain matters to tarnish our bond. Can't we discuss this rationally?" Chun Ying and Zhou Shiyu retorted. "You think you're so noble, so exceptional. You sit comfortably while we struggle, and if it weren't for your connection with Lin Dong, you wouldn't dare to speak so condescendingly." Ultimately, Zhao Yufei managed to separate them. The two women exchanged a glance. The previously shared understanding and gentle gazes replaced by fiery rage. Suddenly, Chun Ying came to a realization. There were still 2 seats left. So why was she fighting tooth and nail with Zhou Shiyu over this green tea? Zhou Shiyu experienced a similar epiphany, and they both turned their attention to Li Wan, who was posing on the side, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Lin Dong. "Let us abandon this hefty pig," they simultaneously thought. "Chen Ying kiririt hartrot, Li Huan. You seem to be consuming quite a bit. I worry that Lin Dong supplies may run low. Why don't you stay behind and await rescue?" Zhou Shiyu chimed in. "Yes, trust Chuning. Just hold on a little longer in the dormitory. Rescue will surely come." Their harmonious banter starkly contrasted with their earlier hostility, leaving Lin Dong astonished. Is this the speed at which women change their demeanor? Upon hearing this, Li Wan was ready to explode. "What do you mean? You want to leave me behind? You think I eat too much? Is it too much that I consume a few more buns, a couple of bowls of rice, several plates of spicy chicken, and a few bottles of cola at each meal?" However, Li Wan had no intention of arguing. She felt she had given Lin Dong ample hints, and now it was time to reel him in. "Lin Dong, take me with you." Lin Dong smiled and replied, "Get lost." Chapter 41. You must like me, right? Get lost. Li Wan stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the word. She rose to her feet, shoving past Chun Ying and Zhou Shiyu, and fixed her gaze on Lin Dong, demanding, "Why won't you take me with you? Don't you like me?" Now, it was Lin Dong's turn to be perplexed. "I like you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Wan began to count on her fingers. "Just now, your hand brushed my face. Doesn't that mean you like me? And when you were smoking, the smoke kept drifting my way. Clearly, you were flirting with me. Plus, you smiled at me several times, and even stole glances. Yes, you must like me. Observing Li Wan's serious demeanor, Lin Dong felt that this jest had escalated. Firstly, the act is called a fan, not a caress. Secondly, as you sit by the window, where do you think the smoke is drifting? I am laughing at the spectacle of their quarrel. Not at you, you plump swine. Lin Dong was infuriated, realizing for the first time how self-absorbed this hefty creature was. Yet, Li Wan remained undeterred, gesturing towards her own round face. You must be deceiving me. You have always invited me along when dining with Fei, and I noticed your furtive glances at me. I merely ignored it, because you are Fei's boyfriend. You needn't pretend any longer. You are indeed fond of me. Lin Dong sighed deeply, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seems that in moments of utter disbelief, laughter is inevitable. He found it pointless to explain. Anyone dining with a pig would naturally steal a few glances, wouldn't they? Qining laughed coldly. Enough, Xiaowan. I no longer wish to keep this from you. Which website led you to believe you are beautiful? Allow me to enlighten you. Not only I, but also Xiao Yu and Fei find you exceedingly repulsive. You consume excessively. Your snoring resembles thunder. And yet you prattle on about being a slightly plump girl. The sight of your face makes me want to retch. Zhou Shiyu added without hesitation. Indeed, the bed creaks alarmingly when you get in. I genuinely fear you may collapse it one day. Lin Dong was merely treating our entire dormitory to a meal. Not just you alone. Zhao Yufei continued the onslaught. Xiaowan, our snacks were sufficient for several days, but your insatiable appetite has depleted them. Perhaps it is time for you to shed some weight. You could even stay behind and endure a few days of hunger without issue. Li Wan suddenly felt as if the entire world had conspired against her, her small eyes wide with disbelief as her good friends relentlessly criticized her for her weight. This was not how it had always been. You were being too harsh. Li Wan had never felt such deep emotional wounds. His pain surpassing that of a dull knife piercing flesh. I considered you all my close friends. Is this truly how you perceive me? I merely enjoy eating a bit more. Why do you have to say such things? As Li Wan's defenses crumbled, Chen Ying and Zhou Shiyu internally sighed in relief. If they could keep this pig grounded, they could move forward. With the facade of civility shattered, Li Wan decided to retaliate. Very well, since you all disdain me, I shall expose your secrets. She pointed first at Chen. You old woman, don't think your sisterly facade fools anyone. In truth, you envy us all. You resent our youth and better circumstances. I overheard you cursing us in your sleep. You are nothing but a pretentious old hag. Chen was taken aback. Li Wan then turned her finger towards Zhou Shiyu. The insipid green tea girl, upon encountering handsome men, becomes utterly entranced, yet displays a disdainful countenance towards those less fortunate. I find such individuals utterly intolerable, perpetually adorning themselves in the guise of an innocent maiden while secretly indulging in clandestine visits to dubious establishments. Do you truly believe we are oblivious to your duplicity? You are nothing but a facade of purity, concealing a sordid nature beneath. Zhou Shiyu was visibly shaken. Ultimately, Li Wan directed her ire toward Zhao Yufei. You wretched creature, I have never encountered someone as base as you. Consuming meals gifted by Lin Dong, donning garments purchased with his funds, and squandering his money, only to return to the dormitory and lament his stinginess. I have never seen anyone quite like you. Li Wan then turned her gaze to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I am unafraid to disclose that your girlfriend relentlessly berates you in our presence, calling you impoverished and unambitious. She is even contemplating finding someone more suitable. If it weren't for the fact that others find you useful, she would have discarded you long ago. Previously, Zhao Yufei had taken a liking to a junior. She used your intimate payment method to gift him a pair of sneakers, employing your funds to curry favor with another. Do not let her deceive you. Lin Dong furrowed his brow in recollection. Indeed, there was some truth to her words. During the intimate payment transaction, it had indeed deducted from his account, and upon investigation, he discovered that Zhao Yufei had purchased a pair of branded athletic shoes, which had initially delighted him. He had naively believed that his girlfriend intended to surprise him with a gift, despite it being his own money. Little did he know that the sneakers had never materialized. When he inquired about them, she claimed they were a gift for her father, and he chose not to press further. Who would have imagined he had unwittingly become the fool in this scenario? What is it like to be a bystander only to find oneself ensnared in the spectacle? Nevertheless, Lin Dong did not feel an overwhelming sense of anger. Rather, he was somewhat amused, reflecting on his former foolish self. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? I will tear your vile mouth apart. Zhao Yufei, now on the verge of unhinging, desperately sought to stifle Li Wan's revelations, causing the scene to devolve into chaos once more. Li Wan, possessing a robust stature, was more than capable of holding her ground against the three adversaries. You grotesque swine, may you meet your demise. Zhao Yufei seized the opportunity to grip Li Wan's throat tightly, her eyes filled with venom. She dared not glance back at Lin Dong, fearful of confronting his wrath. Should he choose to abandon her, she would be left to face these wretched individuals alone. Thus, she aimed to silence Li Wan first, intending to explain herself to Lin Dong later. Chuning and Zhou Shiyu flanked Li Wan, restraining her arms. Once inseparable friends, they now resembled sworn enemies, each consumed by thoughts of vanquishing the other. Lin Dong, observing the fray while smoking, found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. There are two types of women fighting. One, like his own maids, where limbs flail amidst a bloody chaos, and the other, as witnessed now, devoid of technique, simply a contest of strength and hair-pulling. It was quite comical, as they appeared utterly ignorant of employing any tools. The chaos among the four was overwhelming, a tumultuous swirl of motion. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Zhao Yufei felt a warm sensation on her hand. Retracting it, she stood frozen in shock. Blood. So much blood. Li Wan had been jointly attacked by the three of them and inadvertently struck her head against the iron frame, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed. Chuning and Zhou Shiyu quickly realized the gravity of the situation, retreating in terror as they beheld the crimson pool staining the floor beneath Li Wan. Ah! A murder has occurred. Chapter 42. The enhanced era. Despite being a group of individuals from a refined background, while chaos reigned outside, the occupants of this space had never contemplated acts of murder or robbery. Now, with the accidental death of Li Wan, all three women were utterly horrified. Chuning trembled as she attempted to wipe the blood from her hands. No, it wasn't me. I merely tried to grab her. It's Fei Fei. She did it. Zhao Yufei, fearing repercussions, hastily deflected blame. No, I was just holding her neck. It was Xiaoyu who killed her. Zhou Shiyu was already in tears, overwhelmed with fear. It wasn't me. I did nothing. The instinctive response of the three was to cast blame upon one another. All were promising university students with bright futures. How could they bear the weight of a life taken? It was all Fei Fei's doing. I told you it wasn't me. It was Xiaoyu. It wasn't me. I was the farthest away. The two quickly aligned against Zhao Yufei, ready to shift the blame entirely onto her. It was you, Xiaoyu, and I saw you do it. Chen Ying's tone turned resolute. No, not me. Zhao Yufei cried in panic, desperately trying to cleanse her hands of the blood that stubbornly stained them. Now, with the odds 2-1 against her, Zhao Yufei was gripped by fear as a fierce argument erupted among the three, leaving Lin Dong overwhelmed by the noise. Enough with the incessant chatter. Before he could express himself further, Zhao Yufei suddenly lashed out, forcefully pushing Chuning, who by unfortunate coincidence, struck her head against the corner of the table, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Instantly, more blood flowed forth. Ah! Fei Fei, you've killed again. Zhou Shiyu wept, her tears flowing like rain. Zhao Yufei, consumed by terror and despair, stared blankly at her bloodied hands. No, I didn't kill anyone. I didn't. Stop crying. Please stop crying. But Zhou Shiyu could not be consoled, her sobs growing louder. In a complete loss of rationality, Zhao Yufei, now a figure of madness, reached out with her blood-soaked hands to cover Zhou Shiyu's mouth. I told you to be quiet. Just be quiet. Let me go. Help. Zhao Yufei is a murderer. Zhou Shiyu struggled fiercely. Zhao Yufei, intent on silencing her, found the mouth covering ineffective and resorted to tightly gripping Zhou Shiyu's throat, veins bulging, joints whitening, her eyes filled with a murderous glare. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, Zhou Shiyu's body suddenly stiffened, her eyes rolling back, her tongue protruding as she succumbed to the grip. In a state of utter madness, Zhao Yufei clung desperately to her grasp, refusing to let go. She held on tightly until Zhou Shiyu finally ceased her movements, at which point Zhao Yufei, as if entranced, released her grip. I did not commit murder. I told you to stop calling. She lamented, bursting into tears. As the chaos subsided, Lin Dong could not contain his applause. Holy! What a spectacular performance akin to a dramatic play. Absolutely riveting. The elements of betrayal, deceit, and mutual suspicion had reached their zenith, far surpassing the theatrical portrayals in films. Zhao Yufei quickly glanced at Lin Dong, her eyes suddenly ablaze with fury. Lin Dong, this is all your fault. Yes, it is you who has led me to this point. You are the true executioner, the one who deserves to face the consequences. Lin Dong raised his hands in mock innocence. What have I done? I merely discarded a box of instant noodles and smoked a few cigarettes. How is this my fault? I don't care. You must find a way to help me. I cannot go to prison, Zhao Yufei exclaimed. Lin Dong scoffed. What is this? A distinguished graduate student. Yet you allow your intellect to elude you? Are you afraid to face the consequences of your actions? Weren't you the one who deemed yourself above me? Aren't you the one with a bright future? You claimed you could shoulder everything alone, so continue to bear it. I believe in you. Zhao Yufei was rendered speechless. Her own words of disdain thrown back at her with icy precision. Lin Dong sought to dismantle her lofty arrogance, reminding her that the future she cherished and her confidence were gifts bestowed by him. Without him, she was nothing more than a contemptible wretch. Everything you have, from your sustenance to your whims, has been provided by me, and yet you dare to squander my resources and cast me aside? The other women who called you a shameless harlot were not mistaken. Lin Dong was not enraged, but he was certainly displeased. Zhao Yufei wept uncontrollably. Even if I am at fault, can you not acknowledge your share of responsibility? Lin Dong was momentarily amused by her audacity and, in a fit of exasperation, struck her face with a sharp slap. Let us not discuss facts. Just as he prepared to further torment her, a sudden cacophony erupted from afar, the sound of barking. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. A dog barking? In this day and age, there are still dogs alive? Yet this bark resembled more of a beastly roar than that of a domestic pet. What kind of dog is this? Lin Dong leaned toward the window, following the source of the sound, only to witness a streak of crimson light slicing through the sky, vanishing in an instant. What was that? It resembled a laser. Intrigued, Lin Dong carefully observed and realized that both the laser and the sound of barking emanated from the same direction, which appeared to be quite close, likely still within the school premises. That direction seemed to lead towards the faculty accommodation area. He resolved to investigate further. As Lin Dong prepared to leave, Zhao Yufei was unwilling to let him go, promptly blocking his path. Lin Dong, you cannot abandon me. Leaving me here with 3 corpses would be more distressing than death itself. Lin Dong had no intention of easily dismissing her. All right, then you shall accompany me. Seeing that Lin Dong did not forsake her, Zhao Yufei was overjoyed, barely having time to wipe the blood from her face as she hastily tucked away her phone and trailed behind him, furtively concealing her face, anxious that others might discover her recent transgressions. As for the 3 corpses in the dormitory, her concerns had dissipated. In her panic, she simply wished to flee. No sooner had she entered the RV than chaos erupted in the dormitory. Murder. Zhao Yufei has committed murder. Zhao Yufei's face drained of color, and with a quivering voice, she urged Lin Dong, hurry, hurry. Don't let them see me. Lin Dong skillfully drove the RV away, and not until the dormitory was out of sight did Zhao Yufei gradually regain her composure. Wait, Lin Dong, is this RV really so spacious? It can accommodate 4 people. More than just 4, it could easily fit 10. Moreover, it comes equipped with beds, offering unparalleled warmth, truly a mobile fortress of comfort. Diverted by the RV, Zhao Yufei began to scrutinize it closely, her attention quickly drawn to the disheveled bedding, where a woman's lingerie lay scattered at the foot of the bed. The size of it was larger than her face. Lin Dong, have you been unfaithful? Zhao Yufei exclaimed, exasperated, although she no longer harbored feelings for Lin Dong. The mere thought of him finding another was more agonizing than 1,000 wounds. Chapter 43. To kill or not to kill? That is the question, Lin Dong scoffed. I don't have a girlfriend. I can pursue whomever I choose. What nonsense about fidelity? Zhao Yufei was left speechless, her face flushed with indignation. In her mind, Lin Dong was akin to her pet. Even if she had exhausted his worth, he should continue to cater to her, and without her consent, he could not seek companionship elsewhere. No, Lin Dong, I forbid you from interacting with other women. I want to reconcile with you, and you are not allowed to pursue anyone else. Lin Dong sneered. Reconcile? You ought to first contemplate how to clear your name from the murder allegations. I have no desire to date a murderer. Zhao Yufei was taken aback, finally recalling the grim reality of her actions, and she felt utterly deflated. Half an hour earlier, Ho Ming, through relentless effort, had finally breached the tunnel. Feng Yi hastily led Chen Yunxi to follow, and together the 3 of them had finally transitioned to a new map. Damn it, if we find food later, I shall have the first bite. As Ho Ming's golden hands gradually dulled to a flesh tone, he brushed off the dirt from his clothing with a look of discontent. The passage from the library to this place had been cleared solely by him. He had never been one to order others around. Feng Yi helped his girlfriend up, meticulously brushing off the dust from her. You're really slow, Feng Yi. Hurry and find something to eat. I want something warm. The girl was quite pleased with her new surroundings. This place, belonging to an unknown teacher, appeared tidy and unoccupied. Ho Ming boldly dashed into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets, and indeed discovered a considerable amount of food, which he began devouring voraciously. Chen Yunxi, witnessing Ho Ming's gluttony while Feng Yi dawdled, felt quite irked. Feng Yi, what are you hesitating for? If you don't find something to eat soon, he'll finish it all. Yet Feng Yi remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Ho Ming. He contemplated whether to eliminate Ho Ming right then and there. This teacher's apartment was primarily composed of one-bedroom units, each equipped with a kitchen and a refrigerator, totaling over 100 households. If he could seize all the resources in this building, it would suffice for him and Chen Yunxi for an extended period. However, he hesitated. Should he truly kill Ho Ming, he would later require the latter's digging skills if resources ran low. After all, the outside world was a frozen wasteland, and those skills were essential for resource gathering. To kill or not to kill? Feng Yi found himself in a moral quandary. In stark contrast, Ho Ming devoured his meal while keeping a wary eye on Feng Yi, contemplating how to discreetly eliminate him. Currently, it seemed Feng Yi might need him, yet he had no such necessity for Feng Yi. A direct confrontation was out of the question. He needed a clever strategy. The thought of Chen Yunxi's innocent visage ignited a fervor within Ho Ming. Ultimately, Feng Yi decided to observe first, intending to ascertain the situation within the building before making any hasty decisions. Monkey, save some for me. After a lengthy 15 minutes, the trio finally enjoyed a hearty meal. Though Chen Yunxi complained about the lack of hot food, she relished every bite. Monkey, once we're full, let us check each unit. We must gather all the resources, if there are any living people. Feng Yi made a slashing gesture across his throat. They had already eliminated numerous individuals and were well aware that living beings only serve to waste resources, unless one were a rare beauty like Chen Yunxi, in which case survival became imperative. Ho Ming nodded, and the three of them boldly stepped outside. Both he and Feng Yi were awakened ones, requiring no subterfuge. They kicked open the adjacent door, the loud crash echoing throughout the building. Soon, someone was stirred awake. What's that noise? What happened? Is someone here to rescue us? How wonderful, we are finally saved. But there was no sight of rescue vehicles or helicopters. Where could this rescue team possibly be? Although the entire building contains over 100 households, only a handful are occupied. The doors swing open as curious heads peek out. Ho Ming and Feng Yi resemble relentless door-kicking machines, managing to open every door on the ground floor in a mere 30 seconds. Upon discovering 3 students, several teachers, familiar with Feng Yi, expressed their overwhelming joy. Among them, a balding old man rushes forward. Fantastic! Feng Yi, how did you manage to get here? Truly, you are the student union president I believed in. Did you bring a rescue team with you? Feng Yi's expression turns peculiar. He recognizes this bald man as Lin Dong, a figure he knows well. Lin Dong, how wonderful to see you are alive. Feng Yi approaches him eagerly. Ho Ming immediately grasps Feng Yi's intent and follows silently. Lin Dong, teary-eyed, exclaims, indeed, this natural disaster is truly terrifying. The rescue team has yet to arrive, and our food supplies are nearly depleted. By the way, how did you manage to get here? Has the rescue team come? Feng Yi maintains an excited smile, glancing behind him where a dozen individuals are gradually gathering. Yes, Lin Dong, the rescue team has arrived, but they require time to drive here. Hence, I've taken the initiative to scout and see how many of our faculty members are still here. His voice resonates loudly, inciting joy among Lin Dong and the teachers present. Really? That's wonderful. There is indeed a rescue team? I knew it. Trust in the relevant authorities. We shall finally be saved. At the back of the crowd, a woman bundled in a bulky down jacket, wearing oversized glasses, quietly retreats, cradling an adorable white puppy in her arms. With a cheerful demeanor, Feng Yi addresses Lin Dong. You are a respected elder in our institution. Would you kindly gather all the teachers here? No need to bring much, as the rescue team is on its way, and we must act swiftly. Lin Dong nods in agreement. You make a valid point. There are many in need of rescue, and, as educators, we cannot squander the rescue team's time. With that, he turns and calls out loudly, attention, esteemed teachers. The rescue team is on its way. Please gather here promptly, and do not bring too many belongings. His authority within the school is significant. Upon hearing his words, the teachers hasten to their homes, quickly packing what they deem essential. Within 10 minutes, they have assembled on the ground floor. Dean Zheng nods in satisfaction, recognizing the effectiveness of his words. After counting the number of teachers present, he frowns, strange. Where's teacher Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao? Feng Yi and Ho Ming's eyes light up simultaneously. In this university, if Chen Yunxi is undoubtedly recognized as the campus belle, then the title of the most beautiful flower in the entire institution unquestionably belongs to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao. Chapter 44. Form a line, I'm coming. It is not that Qin Xiao is significantly more beautiful than Chen Yunxi. Rather, it is her aura. Half a year ago, when Qin Xiao made her sudden entrance, she stirred quite a commotion. Rumors circulated that this new enchanting teacher was an expatriate from a prestigious foreign institution, hailing from an esteemed family, with supposed connections to the principal's household. In addition to her enigmatic lineage, Qin Xiao exuded an air of cool elegance, allure, and refinement. It is hard to fathom how one woman could embody such a melange of qualities, yet she did, quickly capturing the admiration of countless individuals across all ages within the school. Wealthy male students often drove various luxury sports cars, striving to catch the attention of this captivating teacher. If the students were so infatuated, the male teachers were even more fervent, both married and single alike, devising ways to court her. Typically, a beauty of her caliber would attract a fair share of scandal. However, Qin Xiao skillfully maintained her privacy and boundaries, never allowing any rumors to tarnish her reputation, earning her the status of every man's dream. Although Chen Yunxi had never allowed any man to touch her, the frequency with which she changed boyfriends was undeniable. Thus, in comparison, Qin Xiao naturally garnered more admiration than the infamous Chen Yunxi. Upon hearing that Qin Xiao was still alive and residing in the same building, Chen Yunxi pouted in displeasure. How is this wretched woman more beautiful than I? Why does she hold a higher status than me? She had already resolved to have Feng Yi confront her, eager to expose Qin Xiao's true self and see if her beauty could withstand the scrutiny. Feng Yi and Ho Ming were both exhilarated, particularly Ho Ming, who lamented, "Why does Feng Yi get to engage with the campus beauty while I am left merely admiring her photograph? Fortune has smiled upon me, as I still have a chance to pursue an exquisite teacher." He even began to contemplate sneaking away with Qin Xiao once she was won over, to prevent Feng Yi from harboring thoughts of her. As the president of the student council, Feng Yi stifled his excitement and inquired, "Director Zheng, is teacher Qin truly still in this building? Is she alive?" Zheng Feng, without overthinking, replied, "Yes, I saw her walking her dog just yesterday, so she is definitely alive. I'll go fetch her." Feng Yi's eyes darted, and he quickly detained him. "Director Zheng, never mind that. Let's form a line instead. Teacher Qin might come down shortly." Zheng Feng, being of an older age and disinclined to venture out into the frigid weather, relented. Otherwise, he would have insisted on knocking on teacher Qin's door for even a brief exchange. "Ladies and gentlemen, the rescue team is on its way. Let us line up and exit in an orderly fashion," he instructed. The teachers, brimming with excitement, quickly arranged themselves, whispering amongst one another, their conversations laced with anticipation for the impending rescue. Feng Yi maintained a cold smirk, his malevolence intensifying. "These old fossils, rigid in their thinking, while I have taken down dozens outside, you still cling to the hope of a rescue team? Truly, teaching has dulled your wits." Zheng Feng, filled with excitement, stood at the forefront, eagerly gazing at Feng Yi. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about Feng Yi. "Hey, Feng Yi, why are your eyes glowing?" In an instant, Feng Yi's eyes emitted two beams of crimson light, piercing through Zheng Feng's head, incinerating two large holes and causing his skull to explode. Zheng Feng's head, frail as paper before the red light, was swiftly obliterated, the beams then targeting a second individual, followed by a third and a fourth. In less than half a second, the line of teachers was struck by the two lasers, leaving them chilled to the core, even creating two gaping holes in the wall. The taller teachers, stunned, stared blankly at the decimated corpse in front of them, then down at the gaping wounds on their own chests. With a resounding thud, all the teachers' bodies collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single scream or plea for mercy. Feng Yi, satisfied, closed his eyes as the red glow gradually faded. Ho Ming, gritting his teeth, looked on with a tinge of envy. Feng Yi's superpower was undeniably impressive and formidable. Earlier, when they had been trapped in the library, Feng Yi had executed a similar feat, rallying all the students to form a line and then unleashing destruction in one swift motion. It was efficient and straightforward, sparing him the trouble of seeking each one out individually. Above, the portly Qin Shu Yao, hidden in the shadows, watched in horror as Feng Yi ruthlessly eliminated all the teachers. Instinctively covering her mouth in shock, her eyes glistening with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Residing on the top floor afforded her a broader view. When Feng Yi had mentioned the arrival of a rescue team, her immediate reaction had been disbelief. Thus, she had stealthily slipped away, seeking to ascertain the situation from a distance. However, she never anticipated that the beloved student council president, known for his gracious demeanor, would reveal himself as a cold-blooded harbinger of death, mercilessly annihilating everyone without warning. He was nothing short of a demon. The heat from the lasers even produced a hint of a charred aroma, prompting Hong Ming to fan the air. Feng Yi, let me be clear. You already have Chen Yunxi. Teacher Qin must be mine. Feng Yi slowly opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. Fine. His superpower required a brief respite after activation. Otherwise, he would have annihilated Hong Ming on the spot. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. Once the cooldown period ended, he would swiftly eliminate Hong Ming. In the future, both Chen Yunxi and Qin Shuyao would belong to him. The thought of Qin Shuyao's flawless visage and figure ignited a fierce desire within him. Hong Ming, brimming with joy, charged up the stairs. Feng Yi, you need to clarify something with me. If we encounter Qin Shuyao later, you won't forsake me for her, will you? Jealousy was evident in her eyes. Feng Yi replied with a sincere smile. Silly, I only want you. Choosing is for children. In Feng Yi's heart, despite his profound affection for Chen Yunxi, it did not preclude him from desiring a certain intimacy with teacher Qin. I want it all. Chen Yunxi then revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. Very well. Later you shall mar Qin Shuyao's face, for she has dared to usurp my reputation. Let us discuss this later. Feng Yi replied ambiguously, hastily leading his girlfriend onward. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, upon seeing Hong Ming ascend, Qin Shuyu quickly retreated into her home, locking the door tightly, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Noticing the softness at her feet, she looked down and swiftly scooped up her snowy white puppy. Nua, they VE come for me. What am I to do? Aren't they students? How could they be so wicked? They even dare to harm a teacher. Ooh, I'm so scared. The seemingly harmless and utterly adorable little dog appeared to comprehend its owner's distress, nuzzling its head against her cheek. Chapter 45. The mutant great white dog Hong Ming excitedly bounded up the stairs, having just caught sight of Qin Shuyao's trace. Though she was heavily bundled up, he was certain it was her. Teacher Qin, where are you? Your students have come seeking your guidance. At that moment, Hong Ming's demeanor resembled that of a delinquent rather than that of a refined student from a prestigious institution. Finding the room was a simple task, as each door bore a nameplate. The three stood before Qin Shuyao's door. Hong Ming fought against the urge to kick it open, taking a moment to fix his hair, moistening his parched lips before gently rapping on the door. In the presence of Qin Shuyu, any student instinctively adopted a gentlemanly facade. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Qin, please open the door. Your students have come to see you. Inside, Qin Shuyu was nearly biting her lips raw, too frightened to utter a sound. Curled up on the bed, with Nua, still not opening? Teacher Qin, come on, don't hide in there in silence. I know you're home. Silence persisted. Hong Ming's patience waned, his knocks growing increasingly fervent. Hey, are we playing hide and seek? I'll go in. With that, he kicked the door open, bursting inside. Indeed, he found Qin Shuyu. Though she was swathed in layers like a dumpling, Hong Ming was well aware of the alluring figure concealed beneath that puffy coat. Qin Shuyo's face drained of color as she could not help but scream, "Ah, don't come in, get out, leave at once." In that moment, the beautiful teacher appeared as helpless as a pure white lamb. Hong Ming, exhilarated, licked his lips. Hee, Teacher Qin, there is no need to call for help. No one will come to your aid, even if you scream until your throat is raw. From now on, you shall be with me. Don't worry. I shall cherish you dearly. Listening to his taunting words, Qin Shuyu was on the verge of tears, her entire being filled with resistance. No, who would want to be with you? You are all villains, demons. Hong Ming approached with a wicked grin. A demon, you say? You may call me a demon if you wish. Suddenly, Qin Shuyao felt a release in her arms as Nua jumped out, bearing its tiny mouth towards Hong Ming in an attempt to bite him. Oh, there's a dog here too. Unfazed, Hong Ming raised his hand. Preparing to slap no ave. This little creature dares to save its owner. Given its understanding, perhaps I shall add some extra chili tonight. But in the next moment, a horrifying transformation occurred. The diminutive Nua instantaneously enlarged, its previously tiny mouth that struggled to consume a sausage morphing into a gaping maw. Its adorable baby teeth replaced by sharp fangs. The little puppy had transformed into a fearsome beast. Its height surged from 12 centimeters to a towering 2 meters. Good heavens! Ho Ming was paralyzed with fear, instinctively retracting his hand, yet Nua's enormous mouth had already descended. With a sickening crunch, Ho Ming's arm was bitten clean off, blood splattering across the pristine white fur of the dog. Ah! He screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb and hastily retreating. This sudden turn of events not only terrified him, but also startled Chen Yunxi, and left Qin Shuyao in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly my Nonua? Feng Yi's expression shifted dramatically. We must retreat. This is a mutated dog. He quickly comprehended the situation, realizing that this dog, perhaps like him and Ho Ming, had come into contact with the toxic snow and gained extraordinary abilities. He immediately grabbed Chen Yunxi and fled, while tears streamed down Ho Ming's face, the pain from his severed arm sending his adrenaline into overdrive as he sprinted away. Nuan gnawed on the severed limb, blood oozing from its mouth, presenting a terrifying sight. Having devoured the arm, now emboldened by its carnivorous feast, chased after them. Concerned for her beloved pet's safety, Qin Shuyao struggled to pursue as well. In the corridor, a frantic chase ensued among 3 individuals and 1 dog, with Ho Ming's courage nearly shattered at the sight of the blood-soaked, snarling beast. Feng Yi, you handle it. Though equally terrified, Feng Yi shouted back without looking. This dog is too fast. I can't hit it. You need to hold it back just for a moment, and I can take aim. I can hardly believe your nonsense. Ho Ming wasn't foolish. He was already injured. What could he do to restrain this monstrous dog? In that instant, he ran even faster. As they fled, Chen Yunxi stumbled and fell. Being an ordinary person, she couldn't keep pace with the awakened. Feng Yi slammed to a halt, wanting to rescue his girlfriend, but Ho Ming seized the opportunity to surge ahead, the large white dog closing in rapidly behind them. In less than a second of struggle, Feng Yi decisively abandoned the rescue and continued to flee. No matter how much he cared for his girlfriend, his own life took precedence. Chen Yunxi, terrified, cried out as she watched the menacing mouth of Nua draw nearer. Please don't eat me. Feng Yi, save me. At the critical moment, Qin Shuyao shouted from behind. No biting. Her command proved exceedingly effective. The fluffy creature, with its sharp teeth, halted just above Chen Yunxi's forehead, extending its nose to sniff at her, gently nudging her, exhibiting an unexpected docility. Chen Yunxi, terrified, dared not open her eyes, while Qin Shuyao, witnessing the creature's compliance, breathed a sigh of relief. No return. Do no harm to others. Nuo obediently scampered back to her side, circling around her. Although she could not comprehend why her pet had grown so large, she found solace in the fact that it was still her beloved Nuo. Moreover, its size ensured an added layer of safety. Feng Yi and Ho Ming also noted that the large white dog had not harmed Chen Yunxi, and with Qin Laosher's command, it refrained from attacking, prompting them to retreat and observe from a distance. It took Qin Shuyao quite some time to process the situation before she approached and helped Chen Yunxi to her feet. Are you all right, classmate? Chen Yunxi gazed at the imposing dog beside her and timidly shook her head. I am fine, thank you, Teacher Qin. Sighing, Qin Xiao turned her attention to Feng Yi and Ho Ming. You too, do not make further mistakes. As long as you do not intend to harm me, I can ensure that Nua will not harm you either. Furthermore, that classmate's arm is broken and requires immediate attention. Otherwise, it will become troublesome. As a teacher, she could not bring herself to be harsh with her students, and her kind-hearted nature led her to consider sparing them. Feng Yi exchanged glances with his companion, both filled with anxiety. Yes, teacher, it was entirely our fault before. Rest assured, we will never harm you again. Feng Yi, rubbing his eyes as if to wipe away tears, approached cautiously. When he was within 5 meters of them, he suddenly lowered his hands, and a crimson laser erupted from his eyes. The scene unfolded with alarming suddenness. Nuo reacted swiftly, but was still struck by the laser on one leg, causing it to falter. Woof, woof, woof. Nuo howled in pain, charging forward with immense force. Feng Yi quickly redirected his gaze towards Nuo. At such a close range, even a mutated dog could not withstand the laser, which instantly severed it in two. The laser continued through the wall, piercing into the outside world. Qin Xiao finally comprehended the horror of the situation. left frozen as she watched her beloved pet being shot through. Nuanua. Yet, Nuanua was not gazing at the wound on Feng Yi's chest. Ho Ming inhaled sharply. This dog is truly ferocious. The claw marks are perilously close to the internal organs. Since you're gravely injured, then perish. Ho Ming was almost overwhelmed with excitement, finally having awaited the opportunity to eliminate his opponent. His hand transformed into a shimmering gold, thrusting directly towards Feng Yi. However, Feng Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The crimson laser was swifter than Ho Ming's movements. With a sharp pain in his eyes, Ho Ming lost consciousness entirely. His eyes had been mercilessly shot out, piercing through the back of his skull. The tides of battle shifted once more. Coughing, Feng Yi, clutching his chest, coughed several times, disregarding the cooldown of his ability to forcefully unleash the laser, which left him dizzy and exacerbated his already severe injuries. After toppling Ho Ming's lifeless body, Feng Yi struggled to rise. Fortunately, the resilience of an awakened individual is remarkable. Otherwise, he would surely have needed intensive care. Chen Yunxi, seeing her boyfriend still alive, rushed over in joyous relief. That's wonderful, Feng Yi. You're not dead. Now that everyone else is gone, hurry and march Qin Xiao as face. Qin Xiao, who had been mourning Nyonyo, abruptly halted her cries, staring at Chen Yunxi in disbelief. She could not fathom how such a beautiful girl could utter such malevolent words. After saving her life moments ago, instead of expressing gratitude, she was actually wishing to disfigure my face? The kind-hearted Qin Xiao felt a mix of sorrow and anger. These students are all inhuman, mere demons. She now regretted not allowing Nyonyo to tear these scoundrels apart. Feng Yi forced a smile. Darling, I'm gravely wounded. Could you please find me some healing ointment for my injuries? Despite her arrogance, Chen Yunxi understood that Feng Yi was her pillar of survival in this apocalyptic world, and reluctantly set off to find medicine. Fine, this is so infuriating. And about that matter earlier when you left me behind. I will settle the score with you later. In the corridor, Qin Xiao glared at Feng Yi with venomous disdain. You all deserve to die. Once this heavy snow passes, prepare to be apprehended and executed. Feng Yi leaned against a pillar, unable to suppress a hearty laugh, though the motion exacerbated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Teacher Qin, are you certain you are a returned master's graduate and not a simpleton? Do you still expect the snow to cease? Think again. Even I, a mere student, am more aware than you. This snowfall will not relent. All departments and institutions have long since collapsed, and chaos reigns supreme. Devoid of order or rules, only the law of the jungle prevails. I won't hesitate to tell you, Ho Ming and I came through the underground passage from the library, and we have already joined forces to eliminate over 100 students. What I say, few more teachers and a dog. Qin Xiao was left feeling icy all over. Her phone had long since run out of battery, and given that the faculty in this building were quite cultured, order had yet to be disrupted. Thus, she remained utterly oblivious to the transformation of the outside world. Upon hearing that Feng Yi had claimed so many lives, her entire worldview shattered. Feng Yi let out a sinister chuckle. It's evident you don't indulge in novels. We seasoned bibliophiles are well aware that in this apocalyptic phase, a woman of your beauty faces but two fates. Either she is subjected to the indignities of many, or she aligns herself with a powerful man. Teacher Qin, I advise you to comply and follow me. You have witnessed my supernatural abilities, and only I can ensure your survival. Qin Xiao bit her lip until it nearly bled. Though she was not a reader of novels, she had seen her fair share of foreign films that unveiled the darker aspects of human nature in a dystopian setting. She understood the truth in Feng Yi's words. In the face of apocalypse, human nature is far more terrifying than natural disasters. Previously skeptical, she had now come to a stark realization. You can forget it. I would rather die than accompany a scoundrel like you. Yet, her words belied her predicament. She was caught in a dilemma. Who desires death when life is still an option? Though she contemplated taking advantage of Feng Yi's moment of vulnerability, she feared his deadly laser gaze. The thought of following him was entirely out of the question. With no escape route, her situation became increasingly awkward. Before long, Chen Yunxi rushed back with a medical kit, pointing outside. Feng Yi, I spotted a vehicle. A vehicle? Qin Xiao exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Huh, it must be the rescue team. Just wait for your reckoning. Feng Yi felt a flicker of panic within, but quickly regained his composure. So what if it's a rescue team? I possess supernatural powers. I am the chosen one, the president of the student council. Who can capture me? He had resolved that if the newcomers were indeed rescuers, he would eliminate them without hesitation. After all, having already taken so many lives, he would never allow himself to be apprehended. As the vehicle approached slowly, a man and a woman emerged. Qin Xiao eagerly waved from the upper floor. "Excuse me, are you part of the rescue team?" Descending were Lin Dong and Zhao Yufei, who simultaneously looked up at the commotion. Lin Dong's eyes brightened. "Another exquisite beauty. This is quite the windfall." However, upon learning they were not part of the rescue team, the light in Qin Xiao's eyes dimmed immediately. She longed to rush down and plead for their assistance, but the passage was blocked by Feng Yi. This predicament was troublesome. Chun Yunxi and Feng Yi gazed longingly at the camper outside. A prized possession indeed. "Hey, Feng Yi, let me lure them up. You can eliminate them, and we can seize their vehicle. Then we can go anywhere." Feng Yi, concealed behind a wall, nodded in agreement. He shared the same thought. With the monkey gone, fortune had delivered a camper into their hands. Truly a divine blessing. Chun Yunxi poked her head out. "Hey there, handsome. My boyfriend is injured. Could you come up and assist us?" Lin Dong turned to look. Wow, the target has emerged. This little beauty is alive. What a lucrative turn of events. Chapter 47. This might be a bit painful upon hearing this. Qin Xiao urgently shouted, "Don't come any closer. Her boyfriend is a murderer." Chun Yunxi glared at her and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are the murderer. My boyfriend was injured by your dog. You." Qin Xiao was infuriated. How could this person be so unreasonable? Zhao Yufei, upon hearing the word murderer, instinctively grabbed Lin Dong's arm, saying, "Let's leave. What are you afraid of? Aren't you a murderer too? Go meet her. Perhaps you could even become cellmates in the future," Lin Dong chuckled, casting a glance at the dismembered corpses in the shadows as he nonchalantly ascended the stairs. "Hey!" Zhao Yufei, seeing she couldn't hold Lin Dong back, reluctantly followed him. Upon reaching the upper floor, the light was considerably brighter, and Zhao Yufei was taken aback. "Teacher Qin, Chun Yunxi, is that Feng Yi?" These three were well-known figures in the school, and most people recognized them. Upon seeing the gruesome state of Hong Ming on the ground, she was so frightened that she shrank behind Lin Dong, trembling uncontrollably. Qin Xiao, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Why did you all come up here? Hurry, leave. It's dangerous." This woman was both polite and kind-hearted, which made Lin Dong feel a bit embarrassed. Chun Yunxi was the first to stand in front of Lin Dong, her sweet smile deceptively charming. "Handsome, don't listen to that crazy old woman. She's a lunatic wreaking havoc. Please, help me check on my boyfriend first." Following her gesture, Lin Dong looked at Feng Yi and revealed a mysterious smile. "LV4. Impressive. This is on par with my own maidservants," indicating substantial combat prowess. The gaping wound on the boy's face resembled the laser that had shot into the sky earlier, suggesting that Feng Yi possessed the ability to emit lasers. Likely from his eyes. Incredible, a superhuman. At that moment, Feng Yi appeared pale, not in pretense, but from significant blood loss. Even the most resilient awakened beings could not withstand such a condition. "Can you help me stop the bleeding?" Feng Yi pleaded. Lin Dong, with the eagerness of a kind-hearted soul, immediately approached him. "You're fortunate to have encountered me. I used to study medicine. I'm quite adept at dressing wounds." Feng Yi nodded, smiling. Since the other party had experience in wound care, it seemed prudent to let him finish bandaging before dealing a fatal blow. "Ah." Lin Dong shyly withdrew his hand. "Oh dear, I accidentally pressed on the main artery. Blood is gushing everywhere. Are you all right?" Feng Yi trembled in pain, managing a wry smile. "I'm fine. Just be careful." "Ah, come on." Lin Dong retracted his hand once more. "Please don't move. Look, it's bleeding again." "All right, I want to move. Is that better?" "Yes, that is better. However, merely stopping the bleeding isn't enough. We must disinfect it first, or the wound could become infected." Lin Dong turned to rummage through the bottles and jars. Feng Yi nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the professionalism of the individual who knew to disinfect first. "Found it." Lin Dong extracted a glass vial filled with a liquid, devoid of any label indicating its contents. Feng Yi hastily raised a hand to stop him. "What is this? Please, don't make a mistake." "Oh, this is iodine tincture. Trust me, I am a professional and cannot misidentify it. Isn't this going to hurt a bit?" "Rest assured, it won't be painful." "Well, all right then." Feng Yi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, appearing as if he were embracing death. Lin Dong deftly twisted off the cap, but in a moment of clumsiness, the entire contents spilled onto the wound. Feng Yi's eyes bulged in shock, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, his body convulsing violently as he gasped for breath. rolling on the ground. It hurts. It hurts so much. This is more painful than being executed by 1,000 cuts. My apologies, I misread that. It seems this is actually safflower oil, Lin Dong said with an apologetic expression. Zhao Yufei. Qin Shuyu. Chen Yunxi. No wonder Feng Yi was nearly passing out in agony. Safflower oil on an open wound is indeed quite unbearable. Feng, he was in so much pain that he could barely utter a word. Meanwhile, the group of maids gathered in the hotel shivered in unison. Their master must have done this on purpose. Did he really possess such a wicked sense of humor? Lin Dong then turned back to rummage through the medical kit, retrieving another bottle. Classmate, this is the iodine tincture. I just mistook it earlier. You must trust me. Feng Yi, gritting his teeth, shouted in anger, I trust you. My foot. His eyes turned a furious crimson, a terrifying laser beam igniting once more. I'll turn you into dust. I swear I'm Feng Yi. Sizzle. But Lin Dong had long been prepared. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to evade the laser, while simultaneously grasping Feng Yi's chin with one hand, exclaiming in astonishment, Wow, you can actually shoot lasers? Are you a superhero? Feng Yi. I'm just an ordinary person. Desperate to turn his head and shoot Lin Dong dead, he found his head firmly gripped by Lin Dong's hand, akin to a hydraulic clamp, rendering him unable to move. How could this be possible? His strength was several times greater than that of an average person. Who was this individual? Lin Dong, rather than hastily eliminating him, inquired with the curiosity of a child. Hey, classmate, can your laser be fired endlessly? Where does the energy come from? By the way, how well can your laser penetrate? Can it shoot through a walnut? Wow, your laser looks quite hot. Could you only cook a hot pot later? Feng Yi felt overwhelmed and quickly closed his eyes to suppress his powers. He was no fool. The fact that this individual could easily subdue him meant he was undoubtedly an awakened one. Faced with someone awakened and uncertain of the other's abilities, he needed to bide his time. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me just this once. I truly regret it. Lin Dong expressed surprise. Young man, you are quite savvy, pleading for mercy with such finesse. Feng Yi expressed his helplessness, attributing his predicament to his girlfriend's training, stating that apologizing and admitting mistakes had become second nature to him. Chen Yunxi was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Feng Yi being subdued by another. Zhao Yufei, frightened, had retreated, unable to comprehend this world. Lin Dong patted Feng Yi on the head and turned to Chen Yunxi, inquiring if she resided in the Jiyuan community. Chen Yunxi was momentarily stunned. How do you know? Have you been following me? Lin Dong remarked, another narcissist. Yet, with looks that surpassed the photographs, one might indeed possess the capital for such vanity. He retrieved a photograph from within his pocket and tossed it to her. I live in the same community. I encountered your mother before coming here, and she asked me to help you, which is why I am here. Upon receiving the photograph, Chen Yunxi immediately recognized it as one from her family album, leading her to trust his words. A sense of relief washed over her. If that were the case, there was no need for fear. I see. But where's my mother? And my father? Why didn't they come to fetch me themselves? Oh, your father was killed while protecting your mother, and your mother was. Well, she met a tragic fate. Chapter 48. The Foundation. Chen Yunxi stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. The news of her parents' demise was overwhelmingly devastating. How could he deliver such shocking news with such a calm demeanor? Shouldn't his tone be more somber, his words more delicate? Her immediate reaction was disbelief. No, it can't be. You must be lying to me, right? Tears streamed down her face. Lin Dong shrugged. Why would I lie to you? Come back with me and see for yourself. Your parents' bodies are still at home. I assure you, no one has touched them. Woo! I refuse to believe it. Chen Yunxi cried, covering her face in anguish. Despite her outwardly spoiled and cruel demeanor, she held deep affection for her parents, making this sudden revelation incredibly difficult to process. Lin Dong shifted his gaze to Qin Shuyu. Your big white dog seems to be thriving. What kind of feed have you been giving it? He then playfully smacked Feng Yi on the forehead. Are you even human? Abusing a dog? Be careful of online backlash. Feng Yi responded. Have you ever seen a dog capable of biting off an awakener's arm? Upon mentioning Nua, Qin Shuyu's eyes glistened with tears once more. I don't know. Nua was never this big before. It used to be only as big as my two hands. When they tried to harm me, Nua suddenly grew larger to protect me. Oh, it can grow larger? Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Has your dog ever come into contact with toxic snow? Qin Shuyu was taken aback. How do you know? Nua once burrowed into the snow and then fainted for several days. I thought Nua had died. Yet here it is, lively as ever. Lin Dong nodded, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, aside from humans, animals also possess the potential for awakening. What about plants? As Lin Dong pondered how to win over Chen Yunxi and Qin Shuang with both emotion and reason, a sudden whooshing sound emanated from outside the building. The others, curious about the commotion, turned their gazes toward the window. Peering out, they spotted a small dark object hovering in the sky. As it drew closer, they discerned its true nature, a helicopter. Qin Shuang exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful! It's a helicopter! Is it from the rescue team?" Feng Yi trembled at the thought. "Oh no! Oh no! If this person is more formidable than I, and is allied with the rescue team, I might be taken back and imprisoned. This cannot happen. I am the president of the student council, the chosen one. My life ahead is destined to be one of greatness, not confined behind bars." Zhao Yufei was in despair, shaking uncontrollably. She feared that her past transgressions would be accounted for by the rescue team. "I just got accepted into graduate school. I cannot be imprisoned for a crime." Lin Dong, gripping Feng Yi by the nape of his neck, narrowed his eyes at the helicopter. Something felt amiss. With millions trapped in Jiangcheng, how could this solitary helicopter possibly conduct a rescue? Moreover, its target was evidently this very building. It suggested one of two possibilities. Either there was someone of great significance within, or it had been drawn here by Feng Yi's earlier laser. The helicopter hovered in the air as its door swung open. A tall man in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood at the threshold, seemingly unfazed by the frigid temperature and biting wind, curiously surveying the vehicles below. "This is intriguing," he mused, with a wave of his hand. For fully equipped, armed personnel appeared behind him. They shot grappling hooks toward the wall, deftly sliding down the ropes and breaking through the windows to enter the building. Meanwhile, he leapt into the air, allowing the icy wind to billow around him, executing several somersaults before gracefully landing in a superhero-like pose that echoed the elegance of Black Widow's descent. Impressive. The initial impression on the crowd was unanimous. This man exuded a remarkable flair. In Lin Dong's eyes, the flashy gentleman bore a level indicator of LV5, while the four-armed personnel were merely ordinary individuals. Noticing that the others were still in a daze, Lin Dong took the initiative to applaud. This sequence of movements must be rated at least a 32 for difficulty. The launch was powerful, displaying the spirit of a final stand. The aerial maneuver of tucking in his knees and performing 3.5 twists before landing smoothly was extraordinary, though there were no splashes. This routine presents a formidable challenge for any participant. One can only assume that his confidence stems from rigorous training. "I give you a perfect score of 10. The others, snapping out of their stupor, slapped Feng Yi on the forehead. "What are you dawdling for? It's your turn to score." Feng Yi repeated, "Biji did it." "Oh?" The man in the suit slowly rose, adjusting his glasses with his middle finger while placing his left hand over his chest and slightly bowing. "You flatter me, sir. I am merely a diving enthusiast, and I am immensely grateful to receive your perfect score." Lin Dong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, no need for such formality. We are currently on the 4th floor. You could still dive into the snow, perhaps try a different move, like that 250 SB." The man in the suit cleared his throat. "Ahem, let's refrain from that for now. I am here for more pressing matters. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huang Fei, representing the Foundation." As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but be captivated by the stunning beauty of Qin Shuyu and Chen Yunqi. You may not have heard of our foundation, so let me provide a brief explanation. We are an international organization with substantial funding and extensive connections, dedicated to the pursuit of world peace. Following the onset of the snowy apocalypse, we discovered that the toxins within the snow have a minuscule probability of inducing mutations in humans or animals, granting them superpowers. Among those present, only Zhao Yufei had never encountered such abilities and cautiously leaned forward, intrigued. Our foundation is at the forefront of research into superpowers and is keen to recruit awakened individuals to join our ranks. Noticing a laser beam shooting into the sky, Lin Dong playfully smacked Feng Yi on the forehead. "This one's for you." Feng Yi recoiled slightly, genuinely interested in the foundation. "What does your foundation need so many awakened individuals for?" Huang Fei cleared his throat, smiling. "We'll discuss that once you join the foundation. For now, you simply need to tell me if you are willing to join." Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. "What are the benefits of joining?" Huang Fei replied patiently. "The advantages are plentiful. For instance, ample resources, a comfortable living environment, and avenues to enhance your powers." Feng Yi inquired, "And if I choose not to join?" In this apocalyptic era, who would willingly submit to authority. Surely, a lawless life would be more exhilarating. Huang Fei's smile gradually turned cold. If you choose not to join, then you can only meet your demise. With that, 4 armed personnel aimed their weapons at him. Chapter 49. Why don't you ask me? Wait. Feng Yi exclaimed, raising his hands in alarm. He had not anticipated that this seemingly polite man in a suit would resort to threats so quickly. It was utterly impolite, despite possessing superpowers. He found himself unable to withstand the harsh reality. Feng Yi's eyes darted around, and he quickly capitulated. All right, I will join the Foundation, but I have one condition. He pointed to Chun Yunxi beside him. This is my girlfriend. May I bring her along? Huang Fei responded with a no, turning to Chun Yunxi. May I ask, is this young lady also an awakened one? Chun Yunxi shook her head. Then that is quite unfortunate, Huang Fei sighed. Our Foundation exclusively admits the awakened, rejecting ordinary individuals. Feng Yi, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, is there truly no other way? My girlfriend and I share an inseparable bond. I cannot be without her. Huang Fei chuckled softly. Well, it's not entirely hopeless. For instance, if this young lady were to touch the toxic snow, and by some stroke of fortune, she survives the poison, she might awaken and naturally be able to join the Foundation. Chun Yunxi was taken aback, recalling the tragic fates of her classmates who had encountered the toxic snow in the library. Bodies covered in festering sores, contorted faces, an utterly nauseating sight. No, I refuse to touch that stuff. I'd rather die. Feng Yi, with a pained expression, pleaded, is there truly no other option? This is far too perilous. Huang Fei, bowing slightly with an expression of shame, replied, regrettably, there is no alternative. I greatly admire the profound love you share with your girlfriend, but my duty prevails. I am sincerely sorry. Just as one might expect a genuine apology, Huang Fei abruptly swung his arm, revealing a flash of cold steel. A flying knife shot from his hand, traveling at a speed rivaling that of a bullet, leaving Feng Yi no time to react. With a sickening thud, the knife embedded itself deep in Feng Yi's forehead. No! Feng Yi's eyes widened as he stared at the knife lodged in his skull, blood quickly cascading down his face. I am the president of the student council, a chosen one. How could I possibly die? With a heavy thud, Feng Yi's lifeless body fell to the ground, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Qin Shuyao and Zhao Yufei gasped in horror, while Chun Yunxi stood frozen, staring at her boyfriend's corpse, utterly at a loss. The scene descended into chaos. Huang Fei smoothed out the wrinkles of his suit and slowly placed a finger to his lips. Shoo! The gunmen behind him raised their weapons, aiming at Lin Dong and his companions. Indeed, the presence of firearms silenced the frightened women, rendering them motionless, their gazes fixed on Huang Fei. He was an elegant yet violent demon. With his hands clasped behind his back, Huang Fei surveyed Chun Yunxi and Qin Shuyao. Ladies, he proposed, I have a suggestion for you to consider. Firstly, you could become my pets. In the future, should I need to cultivate relationships with significant figures, you two could serve as my bargaining chips. Rest assured, your basic needs will be met. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, you can either perish or gamble with your fate by jumping into the snow to see if you awaken. If you succeed, I promise to treat you both with the utmost respect and courtesy. What do you think? Simple, direct, and polite? Lin Dong couldn't help but admire him, thinking to himself that compared to Huang Fei, he felt like a mere brigand. This one's do. I must change. Chun Yunxi wiped her tears and shouted, absolutely not. I, Chun Yunxi, would rather die than serve you filthy men. As for jumping into the snow in hopes of awakening, that was entirely out of the question for her. Qin Shuyao bit her lip defiantly. I too will not agree. I refuse to be your plaything or bargaining chip. Huang Fei displayed an expression of regret. Is that so? What a pity indeed. Zhao Yufei, her eyes darting about, could not restrain her curiosity. And what about me? The crowd was taken aback. Huang Fei was momentarily at a loss, his smile faltering. Yet he bowed and inquired, may I ask, miss, what do you mean? Why don't you ask me? I would be willing to be your pet, Zhao Yufei remarked, casting a complex glance at Lin Dong before resolutely stepping forward. Despite the overwhelming events that had transpired recently, she gradually discerned that the act of killing seemed rather commonplace. With so many casualties around, and having just witnessed Feng Yi's demise, it appeared the rumors were indeed accurate. People were dying every day. With such circumstances, what was there to fear? As the saying goes, the law does not hold the masses accountable. If everyone was engaging in murder, it was unlikely anyone would scrutinize her actions. freed from her internal hesitations. Zhao Yufei began to contemplate her survival. It was evident to her that, while Lin Dong was obedient and resourceful, the supplies in his vehicle were quite limited and would scarcely last a few days. In contrast, Huang Fei possessed a helicopter. Comparatively, Lin Dong was still a nobody. Although it might sound unflattering to be Huang Fei's pet, it was undoubtedly a higher status than being Lin Dong's girlfriend. Moreover, should she ever be gifted to a prominent figure, with her looks and capabilities, she could certainly elevate her position. With this thought, Zhao Yufei brimmed with confidence. After all those palace intrigue dramas were not watched in vain. Lin Dong gazed at her in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Wait, where does your confidence stem from? Do you truly believe others are as oblivious as I used to be? A hint of regret flickered across Zhao Yufei's face, but she quickly asserted, I apologize, Lin Dong. I know you still harbor feelings for me, but I cannot reconcile with you. We are no longer from the same world. The finality in her words suggested that the matter was settled. Lin Dong was at a loss for how to react. His thoughts jumbled. The last time he felt this speechless was, well, he couldn't quite recall. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Ling Shui stood up in a huff. This is infuriating. In all my life, I have never encountered such a shameless woman. I must go to support my master. Shen Wanyue and the other two maids could not help but agree. Although they feared Lin Dong, the thought of Zhao Yufei toying with him provoked their ire. The four maids, unusually united in their opinion, promptly exited the hotel, following the path carved by Lin Dong's vehicle to find him. Detected maid Liang Jihan is poisoned. Would you like to detoxify? Detected maid Jiang Zhu is poisoned. Lin Dong was taken aback. What was going on? Why were these maids collectively poisoned? Had they fled? After careful consideration, I have decided to first detoxify them and assess the situation once this matter is resolved. Huang Fei stared at Zhao Yufei for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure, revealing a rather awkward smile. I apologize, miss, but you're not part of my plans. Zhao Yufei hastily retorted. How can I not be included? I am no less attractive than they are. Moreover, must I be blunt? Look at yourself in the mirror. With that appearance, do you truly believe you can be my pet? Spare me the disgust. Huang Fei could not help but shout in anger. Chapter 50. Within 10 meters, quick and accurate shots, Zhao Yufei was left speechless by the insult. Throughout her life, no one had ever called her ugly. To be fair, she was not unattractive. With an above-average appearance, she was at least the belle of her class, evidenced by Lin Dong's previous infatuation with her. But in comparison to Chen Yunxi and Qin Xiao, she found herself lacking. Realizing his outburst, Huang Fei quickly reverted to his genteel demeanor. I apologize, miss. My voice was a bit loud and may have startled you. Regrettably, I must inform you that you cannot be my pet. If you wish to survive, I still recommend you engage with the toxic snow. Zhao Yufei was in tears from the humiliation. Is there anyone as insulting as you? Lin Dong, I want to reconcile. Help me take him down. Lin Dong scoffed. Are you here just to dance around me? After locking eyes with Huang Fei, Lin Dong casually remarked, what should I do then? Perhaps I could be your pet too? Huang Fei felt a jolt of shock, goosebumps prickling his skin. Sir, you jest. I do not accept male pets. Ah, that sounds familiar, Lin Dong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in approval. Huang Fei chuckled. While I have enjoyed our conversation regarding diving, my responsibilities compel me to suggest you engage with the toxic snow. Should you successfully awaken, you would be my honored guest. His politeness was overwhelming, and Lin Dong felt he should reciprocate even more. Oh, is that so? But I have already successfully awakened. Why did you not inquire about it? Huang Fei was taken aback, then elated. You have successfully awakened? That is splendid. Please join our foundation. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. But I am frightened. You won't capture me as a test subject, will you? Huang Fei felt a bit awkward. How could that be? The Foundation is a noble organization dedicated to ensuring the healthy development of humanity's future. Do not slander us. Oh, you do not deny it? Lin Dong slowly revealed a cold smile. It seems my suspicions were correct. In that case, I shall not go. There is no need for deliberation. In a post-apocalyptic world, any organization claiming to act in the name of peace and humanity's future is undoubtedly a cult. Moreover, Huang Fei's conduct clearly indicated he was not to be trusted. Huang Fei smiled ambiguously. But you have no choice, do you? With a deft flick of his wrist, Lin Dong summoned the golden eagle, declaring, with truth in my hand, I certainly have a choice. In an instant, the gunmen redirected their weapons towards him. Huang Fei erupted in laughter, extending his right hand to reveal a finely crafted throwing knife. Do you truly believe your gun can outpace my blade? I concede at 10 meters. Your firearm is indeed swifter, But within 10 meters, a gunshot abruptly interrupted his words, a crimson hole appearing in the center of Huang Fei's forehead. Lin Dong blew the smoke from his gun's muzzle. My apologies, but within 10 meters, the gun is both fast and precise. What arrogance is this from a mere level 5 loser in my presence? Huang Fei's strength rapidly dissipated as he collapsed, his vision fading. The scene unfolded so swiftly that neither Huang Fei nor the 4 gunmen, nor the women present, could comprehend it. The ostentatious yet formidable Huang Fei had been dispatched by Lin Dong's single shot. "Captain!" The gunmen shouted in fury, immediately raising their weapons to fire. The air erupted with gunfire as Lin Dong holstered his weapon, swiftly maneuvering closer, while the terrified women scattered, clutching their heads. The first gunman barely registered a blur before Lin Dong drew a dagger from his leg and slashed across his throat, blood gushing forth. In that moment, the remaining gunmen pivoted their weapons, heedless of their fallen comrade, and continued to fire, only to be mercilessly riddled with bullets. Yet Lin Dong vanished once more from their sight. Where is he? The gunmen, displaying commendable training, formed a triangular formation, back to back, searching for Lin Dong's whereabouts. Suddenly, his voice echoed from above. "Look up!" The gunmen raised their weapons to fire, but even as the ceiling splintered, Lin Dong remained elusive. Suddenly, another gunman felt a cold touch at his throat, clutching it in disbelief as he fell. Only 2 remained. Terrified, these 2, though mere civilians, were once renowned mercenaries before the apocalypse. Never had they encountered such a spectral combat style. How could such a powerful awakened being exist? They spun in circles, backs against each other, drenched in cold sweat. "Boring, you are far too weak." Lin Dong materialized between them, a flash of cold light severing their arms holding the guns. Their screams echoed, filled with anguish. In an instant, Lin Dong stood alone, unscathed, as the chilling wind swept through the building, rustling his garments and carrying an almost casual malevolence that sent shivers down the spine. The helicopter pilot, witnessing Lin Dong's terrifying prowess, wasted no time severing the ropes and pivoting the aircraft while activating the radio. "Headquarters, this is Link Squad. We have an emergency. En urgence situation. This is Headquarters, Lynx. Please proceed." Before the pilot could utter a word, a dagger was already poised at his throat. Lin Dong slowly leaned his head against the driver's shoulder, smiling as he inquired, "Is there an urgent matter? Can't you share it with me?" The driver's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his body trembling in disbelief. "Goodness, when did he board the helicopter? I'm asking you a question." "How rude." Lin Dong slightly pouted, and with a swift motion of his dagger, the driver's head was severed, blood staining the cockpit. Without the driver's control, the helicopter began to lose balance, spiraling a few times before plummeting into the deep snow below. At some unknown moment upon returning to the building, Lin Dong felt a tinge of regret. He had actually wished to pilot the aircraft, yet alas, he lacked the skill. The 2 remaining gunmen, witnessing how effortlessly he dispatched the pilot, were utterly panicked. They cast their weapons aside and knelt in surrender. Ignoring them, Lin Dong called out into the corridor, "All right, no need to hide. It's safe now." Zhao Yufei and the 3 other women cautiously peeked out, their breaths easing at the sight of the lifeless bodies scattered about. "You're incredible," Chen Yunqi exclaimed, bouncing over. Her earlier sorrow completely vanished. "Handsome, you have a car. Let me accompany you." She had never truly liked Feng He, merely relishing his attentions. With his demise, she felt liberated. Now, a new and more formidable man stood before her. A little effort in training him would be worth it. Lin Dong, who had yet to fully grasp Chen Yunqi's nature, raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite understanding. However, should you wish to accompany me, are you aware of what you must sacrifice?" Chen Yunqi nodded confidently. "I know. Men only think about one thing, right? Just wait and see how I manage you." Chapter 51. "I am a joke." Lin Dong regarded her with a bemused expression. "No, you truly do not comprehend what you will have to give." Nevertheless, since she had expressed her intent, he decided to allow the other maids to train her, particularly as Maid Yu excelled in such matters. Upon hearing that Chen Yunqi had become Lin Dong's girlfriend, Zhao Yufei felt a pang of jealousy and discomfort. She rushed over, grasping his arm with heartfelt intensity. "Zong, you must have killed that man to reconcile with me, right? I'm willing to get back together." Lin Dong, before he could respond, for women burst into the first floor. "I have never seen anyone as shameless as you." Ling Shui shouted angrily, looking up. Lin Dong was somewhat surprised. So, it turned out, these women had come here. The unexpected appearance of these 4 stunning beauties truly left everyone astonished. and their exquisite attire raised questions about their resilience to the cold. Ling Shui, leading the charge, stormed up to the fourth floor, pointing at Zhao Yufei and unleashing her fury. Do you have no shame? As a woman, you are fickle and unreliable. I could just slap you to death. Shen Wan Yu crossed her arms and scoffed. When you need someone, you profess your love, but when you don't, you act as though we belong to different worlds. Our Blue Star world has no room for shameless harlots like you. Jiang Zhu spoke calmly. As I meet more people, I still find dogs endearing. For some individuals are inferior to them. Liang Jihan retorted, with so many creatures vanishing from Blue Star, why do you remain? The four maids began to scold, each taking turns like a chain reaction. Zhao Yufei, overwhelmed by their accusations, blushed fiercely and exclaimed, who are you to meddle? This is a matter between my boyfriend and me. It has nothing to do with you. Your boyfriend? Shen Wanyu scoffed, gathering her courage to link her arm with Lin Dong's left. Oomph. He's mine now. Ling Shui, mimicking her, took hold of his right arm. Oomph. He's also mine. Jiang Zhu sighed and nestled into Lin Dong's embrace. He's mine too. Liang Jihan, feeling a bit awkward as she played with her hair, realized she did not share such intimacy with Lin Dong, and there was no space left to claim him. Ling Shui glared at her with wide eyes. What are you pretending for, you shameless harlot? He has already been with the master. Cease your pretense of virtue. Maintain formation. He is also mine. Liang Jihan, in a moment of brilliance, wrapped her arms around Lin Dong from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Lin Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. Are you all here, merging with my armor? Yet being surrounded by such mountains felt rather pleasant. You. Zhao Yufei, in disbelief, pointed at them. Her pupils dilated and contracted rapidly. Her lips trembled, and her breath became erratic, her complexion shifting between crimson and pallor. It felt as if her mind had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving her in utter confusion and chaos. My worldview has shattered. In her perception, Lin Dong was merely a worthless loser. Had he not been somewhat considerate and a local of Jiangcheng, she wouldn't have given him a second glance. Yet, this very loser somehow attracted the affection of four stunning beauties? Oh, including Chun Yunxi, that made five. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be deceiving me, right? You are all lying to me. Zhao Yufei had never felt such distress. Not even when she had just killed a roommate did she experience such panic. Shen Wanyue coldly remarked, deceive you? You think you are worthy of that? She harbored a deep resentment toward Zhao Yufei. If it weren't for Zhao Yufei abandoning Lin Dong, he would not have become this cold-hearted individual. Had Lin Dong retained his former kindness, she would not have had to suffer. Thus, all blame fell upon this wretched woman. Impossible. Impossible. Zhao Yufei whimpered, gazing tearfully at Lin Dong. Zong, they're all fake, right? I am your girlfriend. You belong to me. You are mine. Lin Dong laughed derisively. One moment you claim I am your boyfriend, the next you cast me aside. Do you truly consider me a dog? No. I regard you as my dearest. Zhao Yufei hurriedly insisted. What I said before was merely a test of your loyalty. Is that so? Have I misjudged you? Lin Dong revealed a cold smile. Since you claim I am your most beloved person, allow me to pose a simple question. When is my birthday? Zhao Yufei was taken aback, unable to respond. I remember it's this month. Yes, I am certain. Lin Dong sighed. It was yesterday. You cannot remember at all. Indeed, it was yesterday. I was just a bit anxious and couldn't recall. It's definitely yesterday. Yet, she suddenly realized, but I just remembered my birthday is tomorrow. You. Zhao Yufei was bewildered, thinking he was mocking her. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Enough of your pretense. You do not love me. I am grateful for the clarity you have provided regarding how foolish I was in the past. From now on, we are even. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Yufei inquired. Then why did you come to school to save me? Lin Dong chuckled. Because I wanted to see your embarrassment. See my embarrassment? Embarrassment. The very word struck her heart like a sharp arrow. Lin Dong's words wounded her more deeply than any previous insult. Embarrassment? Am I merely a joke? Zhao Yufei felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at him. Moments later, she began to laugh maniacally. Imajuka. 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 As she laughed, she suddenly dashed away in a frenzy. Lin Dong covered his face, exclaiming, damn, I've diduen hermat. Jiang Zhu watched the frenzied Zhao Yufei, slightly lost in thought. If only she could be as carefree. Perhaps she would not be so sorrowful. Lin Dong pointed at Chun Yushi. This is the new arrival. You all take her under your wing and teach her the rules. The four maidens bowed simultaneously. Understood, master. Chen Yushi furrowed her brow. Master, what is this new game? Is this how society operates? Allowing them to manage themselves. Lin Dong approached the beautiful teacher hiding in the corridor. Qin Xiao quickly adopted a defensive stance. Do not come any closer. Otherwise, after much contemplation, she found nothing that could truly threaten Lin Dong. He chuckled. Do not be so tense. I mean you no harm. Since arriving here, the beautiful teacher had exhibited great kindness and politeness, leaving Lin Dong with a favorable impression. I merely wish to inform you that matters here are concluded, and I plan to take them away. Would you care to join us? Leave? Qin Xiao's eyes brightened, then timidly pointed at the four maidens. Will I become like them? Lin Dong responded succinctly, yes. Qin Xiao thought, maintaining an air of mystery is what makes it intriguing. After all, she had studied abroad, and, though she had not directly encountered such situations, she had seen enough. The title of master concerning these four women and this man filled her with an uneasy premonition. There is undoubtedly an unhealthy relationship between them. Qin Xiao found herself ensnared in a profound dilemma. Lin Dong initially believed she would remain conflicted for quite some time. But to his surprise, merely half a minute later, she declared, all right, I will follow you. Lin Dong was taken aback, responding, oh, have you made up your mind? Qin Xiao nodded earnestly, her gaze lingering sorrowfully on the lifeless body of Nuonyuo. She explained, in the past, I clung to the hope of rescue teams arriving. But after today's events, I have come to realize that such help will not come. The environment for survival will become increasingly dire, and human nature is treacherous. I can no longer rely on Nuonyuo for protection. As a frail woman, utterly defenseless, it is only a matter of time before I am either humiliated or killed by other awakened individuals. I am still young. I do not wish to perish. I want to live. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she fixed her gaze on Lin Dong and proclaimed, I want to live. Her voice reverberated throughout the building, startling everyone present. Lin Dong chuckled heartily. Very well, given your understanding, I shall accept you. However, let me make it clear that I will not grant you any special treatment simply because you are sensible. You will serve as my maid, just like the others. I will provide you with the strength to protect yourself and the means to survive in this apocalypse, ensuring that no one can bully you aside from me. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously. Lin Dong stepped closer, his large hand gently caressing her long hair as their faces inched closer together. Instinctively, Qin Xiao wanted to recoil, but Lin Dong's hand held her in place, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her heart to race uncontrollably. Surely, he couldn't be this eager. She wasn't ready yet. However, Lin Dong did not kiss her. Instead, his tone grew increasingly cold. To be my maid, you must learn to kill. Choose one of those two survivors. He gestured toward the two gunmen. Qin Xiao's fair face paled instantly. You want me to kill someone? Lin Dong nodded. Do you think being my maid only involves serving me? Isn't that so? Qin Xiao's expression was one of vehement resistance. Lin Dong paused, then chuckled. That may be true, but neither of them is lacking in beauty or figure compared to you. Why should it be your turn? Prove your worth to me. I do not nurture useless individuals. He then turned his gaze to Chen Yunxi, who was currently bewildered by the rules of servitude. You too. Choose one and eliminate them. Both Qin Xiao and Chen Yunxi stared at the two handguns being offered, their bodies radiating defiance. Now, Lin Dong barked, startling the two women into hurriedly accepting the weapons. Trembling, Qin Xiao aimed the gun at one of the gunmen, her hands shaking so violently that she could barely pull the trigger, fear overwhelming her. The atmosphere grew tense, filled only with the pitiful pleas of the two bloodied gunmen. If I kill someone, I can survive. Qin Xiao, you can do this. If students are capable of killing, how can I, as a teacher, be so cowardly? In a world where violence pervades, Qin Xiao encouraged herself amidst the chaos. Do not fear, do not fear. Beside her, Chen Yunxi appeared equally distressed, her complexion as pale as someone who had been lifeless for days, even more so than the gunman she had aimed at. It was only when Lin Dong's expression turned completely grim that Qin Xiao finally shut her eyes. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 after the magazine was emptied. Qin Xiao struggled to open her eyes, her almond-shaped pupils widening in shock, and her body succumbed to weakness as she collapsed to the side, retching. Despite having witnessed numerous scenes of murder, this was her first experience of taking a life, and the psychological impact was overwhelming. Chen Yunxi, startled by the gunfire, reflexively shut her eyes and pulled the trigger, surprisingly accomplishing her task. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You all, gather the weapons from the ground. We shall find an opportunity for you to practice your aim, for your shooting skills are appallingly poor. Liang Jihan timidly approached and inquired, Master Lin. These individuals are from the Foundation, and it seems they belong to a mysterious and powerful organization. Why do we not leave one alive to inquire about their intentions? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing to inquire about. Maintaining an air of mystery is advantageous. I cannot spend my days driving around in an RV collecting maids. Such a life would grow tiresome quickly. It is better to keep them around for surprises. Ling Shui hesitantly remarked. Ah, has the master grown weary of them? But I have yet to perform the new dance I learned for you. The other maids chimed in. Flirtatious temptress, we shall compete with you. Once the ordeal concluded, the women boarded the RV. How warm it is here. Qin Shiyao's eyes widened in astonishment, while Chun Yunqi displayed her curiosity. Why is it so warm? This RV's design is fascinating. The moon maid took the wheel, declaring that they would not venture anywhere today. Find a high-end neighborhood, preferably one with a private pool. We have 2 new maids, and to celebrate the master's delight, let us host a barbecue pool party this afternoon. Upon hearing about the pool party, Ling Shui was the first to cheer with excitement, and the other women shared her enthusiasm. Liang Jihan suggested, let us go to Jinghu Spring. It is not far from here, and it is a luxury villa area, with every home featuring a private pool. With a destination in mind, the RV began to depart slowly. Meanwhile, within the building, the oblivious Zhao Yufei, enamored and dazed, spotted the RV leaving and impulsively chased after it. What a big vehicle! Do not run away. Her feet sank into the snow, and soon, her head and body were dusted with snowflakes. She continued to pursue the RV, running far until she suddenly collapsed into the snow, unable to rise again. Jiang Zhu watched in a daze, muttering to herself, so what is the end of love? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. The end of love may be poetry in distant lands, or perhaps it leads to corpses and the police, rather than lamenting others' fates. It would be wiser to take those 2 for a thorough cleaning. Inside the motorhome, Ling Shui passionately showcased her newly learned dance, while Shen Wanyue drove, and Liang Jihan meticulously counted the confiscated firearms. Master, we have seized a total of 4 M16 automatic rifles and approximately 370 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, there are 4 M1911 semi-automatic pistols with around 106 rounds, all accounted for. These weapons are not commonly used in the Dragon Nation, indicating that this foundation has substantial connections and indeed originates from abroad. Lin Dong casually handled the weapons before tossing them back to her. Never mind. Just keep these guns secure. Aside from the 2 newcomers, each of you 4 will be equipped with an M16, and the ammunition will be evenly distributed. Liang Jihan, now devoid of any thoughts of defection, nodded earnestly. Understood, Master. By the way, what happened earlier when you nearly died? Lin Dong suddenly inquired. Chapter 53. Nie Shaoqian dancing seductively before the Buddha? Liang Jihan's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet she obediently recounted her ordeal. Boring saint, considering this is your first offense. I shall refrain from punishment for now. Should there be a next time, you may inquire with them about my methods of discipline. Lin Dong remarked with a cold snort. The dancing Ling Shui shivered at the memory of her harrowing experience tied up in the bathroom. Yes, master. Liang Jihan quickly bowed her head. As the motorhome progressed steadily, it resonated with an atmosphere of spring. In the spacious restroom, Jiang Zhu observed with satisfaction as Qin Xiao and Chun Yunqi emerged clean and refreshed. It must be said that Lin Dong's luck was indeed remarkable. Both of them were exquisite beauties. Beyond their flawless faces, their figures were equally impressive, and both were untouched. The master has struck gold. As the 2 women reveled in the rare comfort of a hot shower, Jiang Zhu presented them with 2 sets of clothing. This is our daily attire while following the master. You 2 should change into these. Both women blushed simultaneously. Qin Xiao bit her red lip, silently accepting the clothes, while Chun Yunqi hesitated. Sister, must we really change? This is so embarrassing, and I'm quite hungry. Is there anything to eat here? Observing the sweetly smiling Chun Yunqi, Jiang Zhu sighed. I suggest you change. He is not a benevolent man. If you provoke him, the consequences could be rather grim. Extremely grim. Moreover, we can only eat what the master leaves behind. If he is in a good mood, he may reward us additionally, provided we perform well. Chun Yunqi interjected. Will he hit women? Jiang Zhu paused, recalling briefly before shaking her head. No, he doesn't hit. Lin Dong had never struck them, for his methods were far more terrifying than mere violence. Then that settles it. I truly don't understand why you all are so afraid. I refuse to wear those clothes. Chun Yunshi felt reassured, pushing aside the garments in Jiang Zhu's hands and donning her old attire instead. Not hitting women indicates he is somewhat fearful of women at heart. I really don't understand why these women hold him in such reverence. They're all older than me, yet they live in such fear. Such a man is quite easy to manipulate. Oh no, don't be reckless, Jiang Zhu exclaimed in alarm. He does not strike women, but should he resort to violence, one would come to understand the true meaning of a desperate struggle for survival. It would be preferable to endure a beating instead. Chun Yunshi, undeterred, waved her hand dismissively. Oh, do not worry about me. I know my limits. With that, she hastily donned her clothing and stepped out of the bathroom. Lin Dong was captivated by the graceful dance before him and furrowed his brow upon seeing Chun Yunshi emerge clad in his attire. The other women quickly registered her appearance, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Jiang Zhu followed her out, anxiety etched on his face. Chun Yunshi approached Lin Dong with a playful smile, her body leaning against his arm as she cooed, "Brother, do you have any other clothes? The ones you picked are not to my liking." Confident in her charm, she recalled how a mere call of brother had once compelled Feng to fetch her a limited edition LV handbag. Men find it exceedingly difficult to resist the charms of a beautiful school belle like her. Lin Dong offered a bemused smile. "Oh? What sort of attire do you wish to wear?" Chun Yunshi feigned contemplation, then giggled. "I would like a dress. Do you have one here?" Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Shui, who began to rummage through their belongings. She soon produced a lovely white dress, acquired during a zero-cost shopping spree at the mall. "Here, this should complement your figure perfectly." As Chun Yunshi took the dress, her confidence soared. Indeed, her assumptions were correct. You women, with such beautiful faces, seem oblivious to the fact that a woman's charm is her greatest asset. "Thank you, brother. I'm quite hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Lin Dong paused, his smile growing increasingly peculiar. "Yes, what would you like to eat?" "Really? I would love a hamburger and some fried chicken." After making her requests, Chun Yunshi feigned a panicked expression. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot that conditions are harsh now, and those things are certainly unattainable. I apologize. Brother, I was wrong, but I don't mind. As long as I am with you, even if we have to eat scraps, I would not care, for I believe you will surely provide in the future." The other maids, including the newly emerged Qin Shuyu from the bathroom, shivered in response. "Are you serious? Are you trying to manipulate him? This is akin to Nie Shaoqian performing a seductive dance before Buddha. Have you ever seen someone seek their own demise in such a manner?" Jiang Zhu's face drained of color. Had she shown such audacity? She should have been properly schooled before being allowed to emerge. This is a disaster, dragging oneself into the fray. The hearts of the maids raced, as they could almost foresee Lin Dong's impending wrath. "Ha ha ha." Lin Dong laughed heartily, extending his hand to stroke her hair. "Good girl, go change into the dress. And once you're done, there will be something to eat." "Really? Thank you, brother." Chun Yunshi exclaimed with delight, rushing back into the bathroom, her spirits so high that she even began hum a tune. "Behold, with my prowess, I effortlessly seized the moment." The maidens exchanged glances as if they had seen a ghost, whispering amongst themselves. Ling Shui exclaimed, "Oh no, has our master changed his ways? Is he beginning to indulge in this spoiled behavior?" Shen Wanwei retorted, "Nonsense. I wager 5 cents that he will surely erupt in fury." Liang Jihan added, "I am uncertain. I am new here, yet I am inexplicably anxious." Jiang Zhu pleaded, "Help, help." Qin Shuyu was left bewildered, unbeknownst to Lin Dong, who was oblivious to their silent communication. He meticulously arranged a KFC family bucket and a bottle of chilled cola on the dining table, causing Qin Shuyu to salivate. Yet, she lacked the audacity of Chun Yunshi, timidly standing by and observing. Lin Dong glanced at her, nodding in satisfaction. The beautiful teacher was indeed a stunning figure, previously concealed beneath layers of clothing. She revealed herself to be a statuesque beauty, particularly highlighted by her long, slender legs. As Chun Yunshi made her entrance, she spun around with pride. "Brother, do I look beautiful?" Lin Dong smiled and nodded. The school belle in a white dress possessed an undeniable allure that could captivate any man. Chun Yunshi, brimming with excitement, spotted the fried chicken and burgers on the table and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really here. Brother, you are amazing. Are you a superhero?" Without hesitation, she plopped down and began to devour the meal, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Lin Dong rested his chin on his hand, watching her with affectionate indulgence, and gently wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "Be careful. Eat slowly," Once you finish, we shall embark on our journey. Chapter 54. Of course, we are heading to the afterlife. Are we not going to my home? Chen Yunqi's sweet, contented smile faltered. Embark? Where to? Lin Dong replied with a charming smile. Of course, to the afterlife. Are we going to my house? Chen Yunqi gasped. What? Why would you send me to the afterlife? I'm merely indulged in a bit of your KFC family bucket. Is it so severe? Brother, you are jesting with me, right? Do I appear to be jesting? Chen Yunqi began to cry. Why? I have done nothing wrong. Why treat me this way? In an attempt to atone for her misdeeds, Jiangzhu seized the opportunity to admonish her. I have told you before, one must always address the master with respect. You called him brother right from the start. What do you take the master for? A mere plaything for those university students you toyed with? The master's commands are absolute. Do not take liberties. And how dare you manipulate the master? Immediately, she knelt before Lin Dong. Master, it is my failure in education. Please punish me. A clever tactic to retreat while advancing. Lin Dong snorted. Indeed, punishment is warranted. First, you shall confine yourself to the restroom for a day. Jiangzhu's complexion turned deathly pale, while Ling Shui wore a smile of schadenfreude. Serves you right. You shall experience my suffering. Tears ceased to flow from Chen Yunqi's eyes. Her previous weeping had merely been feigned. The sweet smile that once adorned her face was replaced by a countenance filled with resentment and icy disdain. You lunatics! Every last one of you. Is it merely because you possess a modicum of skill that you feel entitled to oppress women? Who do you think you are? I refuse to engage in your sordid games any longer. Stop the car. I demand to disembark. The other women gasped internally. Incredible. She still wishes to get out? Lin Dong's smile grew increasingly frosty. As you wish, let us halt. The vehicle came to a gradual stop, and, as the door swung open, Chen Yunqi approached, pouting in indignation, only to suddenly freeze in her tracks. Outside lay a vast expanse of pristine snow. Where could she possibly go? Stepping out would mean certain doom. Why have you stopped here? Can't you demonstrate a shred of common sense? Turn the car around. I want to return to school. Chen Yunqi turned and shouted furiously. Lin Dong erupted in laughter, tossing a piece of crispy chicken to Qin Xiao, who trembled as she accepted it. Do you realize what time it is? He offered her a sip of soda, and she obediently took a drink, an expression of satisfaction blooming on her face. Indeed, fried chicken and soda are a delightful pairing. Lin Dong slowly rose, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon her. We are in an apocalyptic world. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? With merely this box of chicken nuggets, I could incite a battle among hundreds. What do you amount to? You consume my food, utilize my hot water, drink my soda, insult me as a lunatic, and now you wish to leave? I shall grant you your wish. Now, step out of the vehicle and do not impede my journey. Depart. Chen Yunqi trembled, her neck stiffening. What if I ate your food? Do you have any idea how many men outside would like to treat me to dinner? I have never encountered a man so petty as you. So what if I had a taste of your meal? Why act so grand? I just changed out of several outfits. You may sniff them if you like. Consider a return for your burger. You pathetic loser. I refuse to get out. If you have the gall, then kill me. I'm not afraid of you. The other women looked on in astonishment. Lin Dong was indeed provoked. He never anticipated that this seemingly innocent school beauty would possess such a capricious and willful temperament. Very well, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. It appears you possess quite the spirit. I have decided not to take you after all. Chen Yunqi felt a wave of relief wash over her, suppressing a smirk within. Truly, men are so base. A few harsh words, and they capitulate. Jiangzhu, bind her to the rear of the vehicle. Do not allow her to touch the snow, nor let her freeze to death. If she dies, your punishment will be tenfold. Jiangzhu immediately complied. What are you doing? You dare to bind me? Are you even human? It's freezing outside. Do you wish to freeze me to death? Chen Yunqi felt numb. This man was utterly deranged. Compared to him, Feng, he seemed as innocent as a lamb. Let go of me. Release me. Lin Dong, you are a scoundrel. As Jiangzhu approached with a rope, Chen Yunqi struggled vigorously. Yet as an ordinary person, how could she possibly contend with Jiangzhu's strength? Effortlessly, he seized her joints and swiftly bound her. At the rear of the caravan was a small partition, where Jiangzhu secured her beneath to prevent her from coming into contact with the snowflakes. Transitioning from the warmth of the vehicle to the frigid outdoors, where temperatures plummeted to -30 or 40 degrees, the icy blast caused Chen Yunqi to shiver uncontrollably. Let me go. I want to get back inside the vehicle. It's far too cold out here. You're inhumane. You're tormenting me. Help. Somebody please. Chen Yunqi cried out in desperation. Jiang Zhu let out a cold snort, tightening the ropes around her, and closed the rear door, leaving a small opening to monitor her condition. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a stubborn girl. Having dealt with Chun Yunxi, Lin Dong noticed the tense atmosphere inside the vehicle and couldn't help but chuckle. Let the music play on. The caravan roared back to life, and Lin Dong pinched the beautiful teacher's chin, grinning as he admired her flawless features. Teacher Chin, may I ask what subject you taught before? French. Is that so? I don't know French yet. Would you teach me? Sure, but I didn't bring any textbooks. How would I teach? It's simple. You just read the words, and I'll listen. In the Xia family, a man with a hawkish nose, shadowy eyes, and a slender build leaned back in his chair, propping his chin as he examined the report in his hands. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was diminutive, about 5 feet tall, with a sharp face, exuding an extremely lewd smile. The woman was strikingly beautiful, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, easily scoring 80 points in Lin Dong's eyes. With rosy lips and pristine teeth, her slender brows and delicate waist emanated an alluring charm with every movement. The man seated slowly remarked, "It has been 3 days, and the various teams have managed to bring back fewer than 10 experimental subjects. The efficiency of these team leaders is exceedingly slow. At this rate, when will we complete the task assigned to us?" The short man chuckled. "Master Steward, these mercenaries are nothing but worthless laborers. Using them is less effective than employing the 2 of us. Why not send us out? We could fetch hundreds of experimental subjects in no time." The beautiful woman interjected, "Oh, come on, dear. While there are plenty of survivors in Jiang City, the number of awakened individuals is scant. The Master Steward is certainly more thoughtful than you." She then extended her delicate fingers to gently caress the back of the seated man. Chapter 55, Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The man, codenamed Steward, furrowed his brow. "Jade Girl, remove your hand." The beautiful woman withdrew her hand with a look of disappointment, and the short man mirrored her expression of regret. The Jade Maiden regained her serious demeanor and said, "Esteemed Steward, there is no need for excessive concern. Our foundation has now formed a partnership with the Xia family. We administer the serum while they provide manpower. Consequently, the efficiency of our search for awakened experimental subjects will undoubtedly see a significant increase. The current slow progress is merely a temporary phase. I am well aware of that. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to collaborate with the Xia family." The steward, furrowing his brow, sighed deeply. "Very well, Jin Tong and you knew, I have a task for you both." The short man is Jin Tong. The Mountain Cat team has encountered difficulties and is currently unreachable. Before they lost contact, they sent word of an emergency, but did not specify the nature of the situation. "I need you 2 to pay a visit to Jiangshan University of Technology." Jin Tong and Yu Nu exchanged a glance, their faces filled with astonishment. "What about Huang Fei? Has there been no word from him at all?" The steward shook his head and sighed. "None. I suspect he has run into a formidable awakened being and has been eliminated. The Foundation is currently in a rapid development phase, and I have very few personnel available. You must exercise caution." According to the Foundation's ratings, Jin Tong, Yu Nu, and the team leader Huang Fei are all classified as A grade, ranking among the elite awakened ones. If their adversary could eliminate Huang Fei, it is highly probable that they could also dispose of either Jin Tong or Yu Nu. However, the steward had confidence in them. For this couple was anything but ordinary. Their appearances and abilities were exceedingly deceptive. Jin Tong chuckled, patting his chest. "Rest assured, esteemed steward, the 2 of us are invincible. We fear no one." The Jade Maiden flashed a charming smile. "Except for esteemed steward." Jin Tong awkwardly laughed. "Ahem, yes, except for esteemed steward." The steward shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of the couple's nature. "All right, you may proceed. Contact me immediately if you encounter any emergencies." "Yes." Upon exiting the steward's chamber, Jin Tong and Yu Nu exchanged another glance, both brimming with excitement. Jin Tong eagerly grasped his wife's clothing and exclaimed, "This is wonderful. My dear, we can finally go out. Let us hurry." The Jade Maiden smiled coyly, suddenly recalling something. "Hold on, dear husband. There is also the remarkably handsome Xia Beichen." Jin Tong frowned. "But we are in a cooperative relationship with the Xia family. It seems inappropriate, does it not? If this were to affect esteemed steward's plans, it could lead to trouble. Moreover, we are pressed for time. Shall we not seek him out upon our return?" The Jade Maiden tugged at her husband's arm, playfully pouting. "Oh, but it is so rare to encounter someone so handsome. I simply cannot resist." "Fear not. I can exercise discretion." Ultimately, Jin Tong could not withstand his wife's persuasion. In Xia Beichen's room, devoid of the bustling work and intricate business conflicts. The eluso was lost in thought while gazing at a photograph of his fiancée. Xiaozhu, my love for you is higher than the mountains and deeper than the seas. Do you know that? Xiaozhu, I deeply regret not being by your side all along, leaving me to suffer in longing. But fret not, I shall come to retrieve you soon. Xiaozhu, I knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted his soliloquy, causing Xia Beichun to furrow his brows and rise to open the door. To his surprise, it was the enigmatic figure from the family collaboration, the one known as Yunu. With a playful laugh, she gracefully slipped into the room, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Beichun, it's so warm here. Unlike my place, which is cold and dry. Your family's hospitality leaves something to be desired, doesn't it?" Xia Beichun recalled that this woman was indeed named Yunu. "Miss Yunu, what brings you here?" he inquired. Yunu playfully twirled a strand of her garment, exposing her delicate shoulder as she fanned herself. "Why so formal, Brother Beichun? You may call me Xiaoyu. I've simply been rather bored and wanted to chat with you." Xia Beichun swallowed hard. Ever since he had fallen head over heels for Jiangzhu, he had led a life of restraint akin to that of a monk. Being so provocatively approached by Yunu stirred a flicker of excitement within him. "Ahem, what would you like to discuss, Miss Yunu?" he asked, trying to maintain his composure. "Am I really that intimidating, Brother Beichun? Why are you sitting so far away from me? All right, please take a seat. However, I must clarify that I am engaged, and our situation as a lone man and woman in a room might not reflect well on your reputation," he replied earnestly. Yuna giggled. "Oh, Brother Beichun, how amusing. What age are we living in? I'm not afraid at all. Why should you be? Afraid of being found out by your fiancé?" She scrutinized a photograph of Jiangzhu, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Indeed, Xia Beichun's fiancée was strikingly beautiful. Once seated, Xia Beichun graciously offered her tea, which she toyed with but did not drink. "Brother Beichun, I've been staying at the Xia residence for a few days, and I'm feeling a bit unwell," she said, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Xia Beichun paused. "Unwell? But you've already awakened. How can you still feel unwell? Should I call the family doctor to take a look?" No, I just feel a bit tight in the chest and a headache. Can you help me?" She feigned discomfort. "Tight in the chest. A headache?" Xia Beichun pondered for a moment before rising to the desk and pressing a button on the intercom. "Bring the x-ray machine over here. Oh, and also the MRI. I want to see them within 5 minutes." He turned back to Yunu with a serious expression. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Our medical equipment is quite comprehensive. We'll do a chest x-ray and then an MRI to determine the issue." Yunu was taken aback. "Wait, what? I feel like it's not me who has the problem, but rather you. What are you bringing over? An x-ray machine? An MRI? Can those be described as brought over?" Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Yunu chuckled awkwardly. "No need to bother. It's just an old ailment. A simple press will suffice." "Really?" Xia Beichun, trusting her, sat back down. "Absolutely," Yunu decided to be direct, seizing Xia Beichun's hand with determination. "Brother Beichun, I find myself in distress once more. Might you assist me in alleviating it?" Xia Beichun, a lifelong bachelor, was utterly unaccustomed to such scenarios, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Ah, this seems rather inappropriate. Fear not. It shall pass swiftly. You mustn't take advantage of me." "Very well. I pride myself on my integrity. You needn't worry. I shall not take advantage of you." What he failed to notice was that outside the window, Jin Tong was eagerly observing the entire exchange through a gap. Chapter 56. "This awakened one is a lecherous old man. What are you doing?" Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, startling Jin Tong mid-revelry. He quickly turned to find the source of the voice was Xia Qingyu, instinctively retracting his neck. And nothing at all. He was soon consumed by uncertainty, thinking to himself, "As an awakened one, why should I fear a mere ordinary person? Moreover, it is your brother who is inappropriately engaging with my wife. You ought to be the one in the wrong." Yet, confronted by Xia Qingyu's formidable presence, Jin Tong found himself intimidated. "Never mind, I shall not dwell on this matter. This kind of woman, with her frigid demeanor and overwhelming aura, will inevitably be trampled by men." Xia Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly and opened the window, just in time to witness Xia Beichun, flustered and aimlessly fidgeting, alongside the composed and regretful Yunu. "What are you two doing?" Xia Qingyu's expression shifted ominously. Xia Beichun, under the innate pressure of his bloodline, trembled in fear before his sister. "In nothing," Yunu expressed discomfort, "and I was merely assisting her." Yunu gracefully leapt from the window, tightened her garments, cast a disdainful glance at Xia Qingyu, and departed leisurely. "Darling, we must leave. Xia Qingyu fixed a piercing glare at Jin Tong and then coldly instructed her brother. Keep your distance from them. They are not to be trifled with. Should there be a next time, I shall break your legs. With that, she stormed away in a huff. Wait, sister, you misunderstand. Please allow me to explain. Xiao Beichan wished to clarify, but found himself at a loss, sitting down with a distressed expression. Ever since your engagement to Brother Yun, you have changed entirely. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he was once again lost in thought. Smack! Xiao Beichan, how could you behave this way? How can you still face Xiaozhu? In frustration, he struck himself soundly. Gazing at his fiancée's photograph, his resolve solidified. From this moment forth, he would not entangle himself with any other woman. His feelings of guilt and longing for Jiangzhu deepened, prompting him to retrieve his phone and initiate a video call to his fiancée. After a lengthy wait, the call finally connected. Wonderful, Xiaozhu, you finally answered my video call. Are you in the restroom? Jiangzhu nodded from the other side of the screen. Xiao Beichan chuckled. Well, that is rather unfortunate. By the way, how have you been lately? Has anyone been bullying you? No, not at all. I'm doing quite well. That's good. Xiaozhu, have you missed me? What exactly do you want to say? Xiao Beichan paused, realizing his tone was somewhat harsh. Jiangzhu offered a wry smile and replied. I apologize, Beichan. I'm feeling unwell. Can we get straight to the point? Oh, Xiao Beichan chuckled. Xiaozhu, let me tell you just a moment ago. A woman approached me, attempting to seduce me. But rest assured, I pushed her away immediately. She did not succeed. My heart is yours, and so am I. Jiangzhu was at a loss for words, only managing an awkward smile. The longer she spent with Lin Dong, the more she felt her fiancé was rather immature. It was exhausting. After expressing a flurry of affection, Xiao Beichan reluctantly ended the call. The couple, Jin Tong and Yunu, left the Xiao residence with displeasure etched on their faces. Darling, you are utterly useless. You couldn't even keep watch properly, Jin Tong said apologetically. I'm sorry, my love. Once we complete the task assigned by the steward, we can find another opportunity. He is still at the Xiao residence. He can't escape. If I don't care. Yunu pouted, crossing her arms. It took us so long to come out. I want to enjoy myself thoroughly. All right, I will do as you wish. Jin Tong replied with a tender smile. The helicopter gradually approached Jiangcheng University of Technology, revealing a vast trench on the ground below. The couple exchanged glances, donned their specially designed protective suits and masks, instructed the helicopter to return, and leaped from it, landing steadily on the ground clear by their vehicle. Who drove a tank out here? Yunu exclaimed in surprise. Jin Tong glanced around and shook his head. No, this passage is much larger than a tank. It must be a modified special vehicle. This is intriguing. Let's go check it out. After advancing a short distance, they discovered a female corpse lying on the ground. Yikes. How ugly. I would rather commit suicide than die looking like that, Yunu remarked disdainfully, observing the woman's ruptured sores. Jin Tong smirked mischievously. You wish. I could never bear to lose my wife. Upon reaching the faculty dormitory, they found a helicopter that had crashed into the deep snow and stumbled upon the bodies of the Link squad inside the building. It seems this Awaken One's ability is related to firearms, capable of taking out Huang Fei with a single shot. His strength is formidable, Jin Tong analyzed seriously. Moreover, this ability user is not alone. He even had the leisure to train novices using the Link squad as targets. How ruthless, just my style. Yunu gently caressed Huang Fei's frozen body, her expression sorrowful. Alas, brother Huang Fei, your death was too sudden. Rest assured, my husband will avenge you. Jin Tong crouched down, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed in astonishment, there are many different women's scents and one man's scent, all disappearing at the doorway. This Awakened One is quite the lecher. Yunu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. As long as he is lecherous, I can easily take him down. Once the lascivious attributes of the target were confirmed, there was no exquisite maiden who could not be won over. If all else failed, there remained the golden youth. Having acquired a clue, the two departed, following the path carved out by Lin Dong's motorhome, heading directly towards the Mirror Lake Spring. Mirror Lake Spring, a rare upscale manor community in Jiangcheng, boasted plots ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 square meters. Those who resided here were either affluent or esteemed, representing a realm inaccessible even to Lin Dong's delivery endeavors prior to the apocalypse. After nearly an hour's journey from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, the motorhome finally arrived. At that moment, Lin Dong was engaged in foreign language studies with teacher Qin, instructing the remaining maids, please tidy up inside. I will need half an hour more. Remember to bring that foolish female university student with you. I must concentrate on my studies and have no time to attend to her. The maids complied, and Jiang Zhu emerged from the restroom, rescuing the nearly frostbitten Chen Yunxi. The young woman's pride lasted scarcely 3 minutes before she was nearly encased in ice. It was Liang Jihuan who assisted, periodically bringing the heating stove to warm her, thus averting a fatal outcome. However, the relentless alternation between extreme temperatures led to Chen Yunxi developing a high fever, leaving her now in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 57. Do the wealthy form cults? Most of the structures within the community were buried beneath a thick layer of snow, with only a few rooftops peeking through. Shen Wanyue led the maids out of the vehicle, and with 3 powerful strikes, she broke open the 10-centimeter thick alloy security gate. Jiang Zhu and Jihuan were assigned to the basement and the first floor, while I and Ling Shui took charge of the second and third floors, ensuring that every nook and cranny was thoroughly inspected, leaving no living creature undisturbed. Any disruption to the Master's enjoyment would have consequences that you are well aware of. Owing to the snow's concealment, the entire house was shrouded in darkness, utterly devoid of light. Illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, Ling Shui could not help but exclaim, "This is indeed the lifestyle of the wealthy. The decor is extraordinarily opulent." It was not merely the lavish decor. The residence was adorned with priceless antiques, leading Shen Wanyue to ponder whether cash might tumble out upon opening the refrigerator. The entire building contained no living souls, not even a corpse. Perhaps the owner had traveled abroad before the apocalypse, leaving the home impeccably tidy, which certainly saved a great deal of trouble. As anticipated, the basement housed a private swimming pool, and the utility room adjacent to it. They discovered a fuel generator along with several boxes of fuel. After considerable effort, the house was powered and the lights blazed to life. With electricity restored, the heated pool began to operate, and the thick ice layer slowly started to melt, suggesting that swimming would soon be a possibility. Liang Jihuan meticulously examined every inch of the premises and fortuitously stumbled upon a passage leading to the underground level 2. An underground garage, perhaps? Exercising caution, she opted to descend for a closer inspection. As she carefully entered the garage, darkness enveloped her once more. Yet she keenly discerned a flicker of light in the distance, along with the sound of numerous voices. As she approached slowly, a most peculiar scene unfolded before her eyes. In the central area of the underground parking garage, countless candles were arranged in several circles, with over 100 individuals seated in a meditative posture, eyes closed, intently listening to a middle-aged man with graying hair who was reciting something. Due to the folly of the mundane, we have offended the divine and have incurred heavenly retribution. We, the affluent, are innocent. Do not be alarmed. I am a servant of the divine and shall faithfully adhere to the divine mandate, guiding you toward ascension to celestial realms. Yet, among my followers, there remain those who show disrespect to the divine and betray the hearts of other believers. What punishment do they deserve? The crowd glared with fury, raising their fists in unison, shouting, "Servant of the divine, teach us. Servant of the divine, teach us. Servant of the divine, teach us." Liang Jihan felt a chill run down her spine. This group of wealthy individuals, distinguished by their demeanor, appeared to be brainwashed, their eyes bloodshot and their fervor utterly terrifying. The man, who proclaimed himself a servant of the divine, made a gesture of reverence typical of the West, slowly shifting his gaze to a beautiful young girl within the crowd. Upon feeling the servant's scrutiny, the girl's complexion turned pale. The servant spoke coolly, "Miss Jiangxi, you do not believe in the divine, and the divine has grown angry. However, the divine is magnanimous and willing to grant you an opportunity for redemption. Will you accept my guiding punishment?" The girl, named Jiangxi, shook her head in terror. "No, I have not disrespected the servant of the divine. You have misunderstood me." The servant smiled with an air of high-mindedness. "Whether or not you have, the divine has already signaled to me. You need not further dispute. While the divine has not yet unleashed its wrath, it would be wise to accept my guidance swiftly to avoid greater divine punishment." "You lie. My faith in the divine is steadfast and sincere. I have never acted with disrespect." Jiangxi, glancing at the unfriendly gazes around her, hastily defended herself. She grabbed the arm of a middle-aged man beside her. "Godfather, I have been with you all along. You can testify on my behalf." Her godfather displayed a conflicted expression, wanting to explain to the servant, but, upon meeting the servant's gaze, a flash of white light flickered in the latter's eyes. Instantly, the godfather's expression shifted from conflict to seriousness. "Dear daughter, I trust the esteemed servant of the divine. He does not lie. You should obediently accept his guiding punishment. Otherwise, the wrath of the divine will be too great for you to bear. Jiangxi was utterly flabbergasted, no matter how she pleaded. Her godfather firmly believed the servant was truthful. Servant of the divine, teach us. Servant of the divine, teach us. Servant of the divine, teach us. The men around her spontaneously seized Jiangxi, forcing her down at the servant's feet, restraining her hands and feet. Poor Jiangxi struggled violently, but her strength was insignificant against the collective might of the men. Liang Zhihan, curious about the nature of the servant's teaching, soon realized the impropriety of the situation. So this was what guiding punishment entailed. Liang Zhihan covered her face in disbelief. This was nothing short of a cult. Had these wealthy individuals truly been brainwashed to believe in such nonsense? Just as Liang Zhihan contemplated how to deal with this group, the servant had already begun to adjust his attire. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "So soon?" Her voice resonated with palpable shock. The divine servant immediately turned around, barking, "Who goes there? Were you scheming in the shadows?" The congregation swiftly rose, shielding the divine servant and casting fierce glances in her direction. Having been discovered, Liang Zhihan ceased her attempts at concealment and boldly stepped forward. This sudden appearance of such a stunning beauty caught everyone off guard. The divine servant's eyes sparkled, and his heart raced with exhilaration. How had he never noticed such a remarkable woman in this vicinity before? Someone inquired, "A new face, are you? Who are you? And how did you get in?" Unfazed, Liang Zhihan strode confidently to the forefront of the crowd. "I merely came to host a party, but it seems I've stumbled upon an unexpected find." She then turned her gaze toward the divine servant, remarking, "You certainly possess some skill to have deceived so many. If this weren't the apocalypse, I would surely have you apprehended." The divine servant adjusted his attire, regaining his ethereal composure as he stepped through the throng. "Madam, do not speak so recklessly. I am a servant of the divine sect, tasked with guiding the faithful through their tribulations towards ascension in the celestial realm, especially in these times of divine retribution." Liang Zhihan replied with a playful smirk, "Is that so? Yet, the heavy snow has persisted for several days. Why have you not ascended yet? Is the mortal realm truly worth it?" The divine servant responded with a serene smile. "Ascension for mortals is not so easily attained. We gather here to extol the greatness of the divine, and we must sincerely engage with the divine, undergoing a period of introspection lasting 49 days to achieve ascension." Liang Zhihan scoffed, "You charlatan, your rehearsed lines are quite comprehensive. You seem to be a habitual offender. Cease your blasphemy." Someone interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at her. The crowd echoed, "Long live the divine servant." Bang! Liang Zhihan, losing patience, fired a shot into the air, silencing the crowd instantly. With such meager skills, he dares to lecture me? Chapter 58, Brainwashing Technique? Liang Zhihan falls into the trap. The crowd was startled. However, surprisingly, despite their fear, they did not scatter. They remained, eyes alight with fervor, standing resolutely behind the divine servant. The divine servant's legs began to tremble as he fought to suppress his fear and asked, "How do you possess a firearm? Who exactly are you?" "Humph." Liang Zhihan produced her security officer badge from her pocket and thrust it before his face. "I am a member of the 3rd Security Officer Brigade from the ancient mountain district of Jiangxing. Do you see clearly?" By candlelight, the divine servant could discern the official seal on the badge, his face pale with dread. Ultimately, he was merely an unemployed drifter who had inadvertently discovered that affluent individuals seemed to place great faith in feng shui. Consequently, he diligently studied certain principles and crafted an identity as a feng shui master, brazenly deceiving others. Remarkably, he had swindled a considerable sum. During the recent snowstorm, he happened to be advising a wealthy merchant on feng shui and, after a night of heavy drinking, had taken refuge in the merchant's home. The following day, upon awakening, I discovered that snow was falling outside. Subsequently, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, I encountered the toxic snow and became the sole awakened one in the community. Thus, the feng shui master transformed into a divine servant, leveraging his extraordinary abilities to become the local sovereign. Yet, at his core, he was merely a charlatan, and the one thing a deceiver dreads most is the safety officer. However, he exhibited remarkable composure, swallowing hard as he inquired, "Are you here for rescue?" Liang Zhihan, in a state of confusion, shook her head. "No, I told you, I came to throw a party." The divine servant's spirit jolted. This implied that she was the only safety officer present, right? Well, yes. Why do you ask? Liang Zhuan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him, only to witness the divine servant's expression shift from fear to malice, instantly igniting her apprehension. I must tell you, do not assume. Suddenly, the divine servant's eyes glimmered with a white light, and Liang Zhuan found herself entranced. A peculiar sensation enveloped her, as if the swindler before her had transformed into the person she revered and trusted the most. The gun she held slowly descended, her identification falling to the ground. You wretched woman, dare to intimidate me? I will surely bind you. The divine servant berated inwardly, yet maintained a facade of mystique. My dear lady, I perceive you too are a suffering soul. Why not join the divine cult? As long as you sincerely worship the deity, I shall overlook your transgressions, and together we shall ascend to the heavenly realm. Liang Zhuan nodded vacantly. Thank you so much. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The divine servant is compassionate. The divine servant was elated, extending his rough hand to grasp Liang Zhuan's, when suddenly a voice echoed from afar. Zhuan, where are you? The master is returning. Jiang Zhu had arrived. Observing Liang Zhuan standing before a throng, her back turned, Jiang Zhu instinctively sensed something amiss and swiftly dashed to her side. Zhuan, what are you doing? Liang Zhuan turned with a peculiar smile. Jiang Zhu, come join the divine cult with me. We can ascend to the heavenly realm. Jiang Zhu's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you speaking? What have they done to you? She then seized the divine servant by his collar, exclaiming furiously, What have you done? The divine servant felt exhilarated at the sight of yet another beauty before him. My lady, join us as well. His eyes flashed with white light once more. Jiang Zhu was instantly overwhelmed, her head spinning, with thoughts spiraling out of control. Yet, being an awakened individual, she quickly shook her head, horrified, and pushed the divine servant away, scooping Liang Zhuan and fleeing. This is not right. We must leave at once. The sensation of forcibly regaining her mental clarity was unpleasant as Jiang Zhu stumbled while running, with Liang Zhuan struggling violently on her shoulder. Let me down. I want to ascend to the heavenly realm. The crowd caught the nearly toppled divine servant, and someone shouted furiously, Do not let them escape. These individuals have offended the divine servant. They must be punished. The divine servant hastily proclaimed, No need to pursue. The crowd obediently halted in their tracks. After exerting his extraordinary abilities consecutively, the divine servant felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. No need to chase. I shall seek divine retribution for their offenses later. The truth, however, was that he was utterly fatigued and desperately needed a respite. Moreover, the presence of firearms made any reckless pursuit perilous. These affluent merchants were a vital source of his resources, and he could not afford to lose them easily. In any case, regarding those two women, once he had rested, he would see how far they could flee. Let us continue our prayers to the divine. Upon entering the brightly lit and impeccably tidy house, Lin Dong nodded in approval. The environment is quite pleasant. It could serve as a temporary abode. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui were already there to greet him. Lin Dong tossed the unconscious Qin Shuyu onto the sofa and inquired with curiosity, Where are the other two? What are they occupied with? The two women exchanged glances, about to respond when Jiang Zhu stumbled in, carrying Liang Zhuan. Master. Seeing this, Shen Wanyue's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed to assist. What happened? Why the clumsiness? Jiang Zhu, still shaken, replied, Master, there's an awakened one in the underground garage. An awakened one? Lin Dong regarded his maid with an odd expression, sensing her panic. Jiang Zhu nodded. That person seems to possess hypnotic abilities. After making eye contact, I felt as if my thoughts were being controlled. Zhihan has already fallen victim. Liang Zhuan was still insisting on returning, her gaze completely oblivious to Lin Dong. I want to go back. I want to ascend to the celestial realm. Let me down. I wish to join the divine sect. Lin Dong was at a loss whether to be angry or amused. He had only taken his eyes off them for half an hour, and already one had been brainwashed. Approaching Liang Zhuan, he grasped her chin, staring intently into her eyes. Do you know who I am? Liang Zhuan responded with a foolish grin. Master, why not join the divine sect with me? We can ascend to the celestial realm together. Lin Dong chuckled softly before suddenly raising his hand. Slap! A heavy strike landed on her face, causing her delicate features to swell instantly. Now, do you still wish to ascend? I have other means to facilitate your ascension. After the blow, Liang Zhuan's eyes flickered with confusion as her pupils refocused. Upon meeting Lin Dong's cold gaze, she was instantly filled with dread and fell to her knees. Master, I am truly sorry. Inside, she was overwhelmed with fear. How could she have been ensnared by an illusion and wished for her master to join a sinister cult? Was this not a path to ruin? Seeing her return to normal, Lin Dong chose not to pursue the matter further. He rose with a cold smile and said, "Let us go. We shall meet this individual." Chapter 59. Lin Dong eliminates 3 evils at this moment. The divine servant was leading the group in prayer, seizing the opportunity to rest while contemplating how to respond next. The fact that the second woman could forcibly break free from his mind control was indeed somewhat unexpected. However, he believed it was due to his mental exhaustion from continuous exertion. Once he had recuperated, she would stand no chance of escape. Quite a crowd has gathered, he mused. Just then, a mocking voice echoed through the air. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the divine servant, whose status was displayed above his head. LV3. Impressive. A level 3 minor figure managed to subdue 2 of my maidens. The divine servant turned and was momentarily taken aback. Why are there so many people? A man accompanied by 4 women. Besides the 2 enchanting ladies he had just encountered, the other 2 were also stunning beauties. Where did all these exquisite women come from? The divine servant's attention was firmly locked on Lin Dong. Judging by their formation, this man was their leader. If he could handle him, the 4 women would be unable to escape. Welcome, everyone, to our divine church. The deity has conveyed a message to me. He does not hold any grudges against the earlier offenses by the ladies, for which we are grateful. As he spoke, he slowly approached Lin Dong and his companions. Lin Dong scratched his ear and frowned. Is there really a deity? Where is he? I don't see him. The divine servant smiled. The deity resides in the heavenly realm. We mortals cannot easily behold him. Is that so? Then how can you converse with him? I am the messenger of the deity on earth. Thus, I possess the ability to communicate with him. Lin Dong rubbed the back of his head. Oh, really? I find myself quite interested in joining your ranks. My maidens tell me that your position allows you to indulge with the daughters of others. I must admit, I envy that. Might you consider relinquishing your position to me? The smile of the divine servant faltered. Sir, your jest is in poor taste. I do not toy with women. Rather, I enact the deity's retribution upon those who show him disrespect. Lin Dong could not help but burst into laughter, turning to Shun Wanwei and the others. This fellow is amusing. If you're going to engage with women, at least have the courage to admit it. For your audacity, I, Lin Dong, commend you as the strongest. A hint of anger flickered across the divine servant's face. Sir, your blatant disrespect towards the divine servant is akin to disrespecting the deity himself. Do you not fear divine retribution? Lin Dong shrugged. What do I have to fear? You have a deity, and I have one as well. Shall we summon your deity and see whose is superior? The divine servant was taken aback. You have a deity as well? May I inquire which deity from the heavenly realm? His mind raced with speculation. Could this fellow be of the same ilk? If we are both engaging in deception, why undermine my position? In a flash, Lin Dong drew his golden eagle pistol, aiming it directly at the divine servant's forehead. Behold, my deity is this, the god of decapitation from ancient Greece. Let us see if your deity can preserve your life. Meanwhile, 4 maidens stood with their M16 rifles cocked, their barrels all aimed at him. The divine servant exclaimed, What on earth? How do they all possess firearms? Is this how you play dirty? Did you rob the security bureau? Ahem, my friends, this is rather unfriendly. I have already shown considerable restraint by not shooting you immediately. Shouldn't you call upon your deity? The gentleman warned. One must remember that while mortals act, the heavens observe. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? The divine servant, in a state of alarm, cried out, Faithful followers, this man, armed and dangerous, dares to offend the divine. He will surely invoke greater wrath upon us. For the sake of all beings, let's call upon our deity to punish this villain. Instantly, the crowd rose, hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed as they chanted, The villain must be punished. We implore the deity to descend. The villain must be punished. We implore the deity to descend. The divine servant's intention was straightforward. There was strength in numbers. And even if one was armed, what could they truly accomplish? As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses, and there was a security officer present. They could not possibly unleash a massacre. However, Lin Dong merely scoffed, his own pistol cocked. I have consulted the god of headshots, and he granted me 9 sacred cups. Should the next 9 bullets jam, I will simply switch to the M16. His fingers squeezed the trigger. Click. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Really? It jammed. This was quite the rarity. The divine servant was nearly beside himself with panic, his complexion pale as he activated his supernatural abilities. A flash of white light in his eyes, Lin Dong felt a gentle tap on his head, a tickling sensation. Then, nothing more. The brainwashing interference failed to exert any significant effect on him. The divine servant broke into a cold sweat, his face devoid of color. How could this be? Why are you unaffected? Who exactly are you? Bang! The second shot rang out. A blood hole appeared in the divine servant's forehead, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Dong. His body slowly slumped to the ground. The chanting of the followers was interrupted by the gunfire, leaving everyone in a state of shock as they gazed at the divine servant's lifeless body at a loss for words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The villain must be punished. We implore the deity to descend. Someone, seemingly to rally the spirits, began to chant loudly once more. The crowd, suppressing their fear, joined in fervently, even more passionately than before. The divine servant has not perished. He has merely been taken by the deity. Lin Dong smiled coldly, aiming his weapon at the divine servant's corpse. The villain must be punished. We implore the deity to descend. Bang! The villain must be punished. We implore. Bang! The villain. Bang! The. Bang! 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 The magazine emptied. Lin Dong let out a sinister smile as he holstered his pistol. Yanking the M16 from Shen Wanyue's grip, the barrel, now directed at the crowd. Continue. The assembly fell utterly silent, an incomprehensible wave of terror enveloping them. Run. Some took flight, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. Damn it to hell, don't kill me. The shock of gunfire jolted everyone from their brainwashed stupor. Before long, the garage fell into a hushed stillness. Lin Dong chuckled coldly, tossing the gun back to Shen Wanyue. A bunch of insignificant fools. He turned to head home. The mates quickly followed suit, while Ling Shui, puzzled, inquired, Master, why not eliminate them all? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Why would you think that? Do I appear to be someone who delights in senseless slaughter? Isn't that so? Master is the kindest person in the world. That's more like it. Come on, let's return home for a party. Yay! In the basement, only the grotesquely mangled body of the divine servant remained, a terrifying sight. Chapter 60. The Jade Maiden arrives. Vast horizons are my love. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers bloom. Suve, 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 Lumve. 857,857. In the private pool on the lower level, vibrant lights danced as several maids frolicked in the heated water, indulging in lively revelry. Lin Dong, clad in beach shorts and sunglasses, reclined on a lounge chair with a cigarette in one hand and a cold beer in the other, savoring the bliss of life. This is truly living. Beside him sat the awakened Qin Xiao, tending to skewers on the barbecue. Master, the skewers are ready. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She could hardly meet Lin Dong's gaze. Lin Dong looked at the charred skewers, his forehead beating with cold sweat. Do you wish to poison me? No. I wouldn't dare. I'll redo them. Forget it. At this rate, we'll be starving all night. You enjoy yourself. I'll take over. Retrieving the skewers, Lin Dong skillfully sprinkled them with cumin seasoning and began grilling. In the past, to earn some extra cash, he had worked in a barbecue shop. His motions now second nature. Although the system had pre-prepared skewers, there was a certain joy in grilling them himself. Since the apocalypse, all but Lin Dong had been under immense mental strain, and now, with a rare opportunity to relax, the maids were in high spirits. Even the burdened Jiang Zhu chose to forget her worries, challenging Liang Zhihan to a breath-holding contest. Ha, you lost. I was once the record holder for our team's underwater endurance. Even as an awakened one, you're no match for me. Liang Zhihan boasted triumphantly. Jiang Zhu, unwilling to concede, retorted, let us see who swims faster then. Who's afraid? By the poolside, Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui each held a cocktail, engaged in conversation. You're floating? Is that truly all natural? Shen Wanyue cast an envious glance at Ling Shui. Ling Shui chuckled, pat her chest, absolutely all natural. Shen Wanyue let out a deep sigh, her expression clouded with worry. Ling Shui, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter? It's nothing. Just that my period hasn't arrived yet. I'm uncertain if it has been delayed or if it's something else. Ling Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, no way. Are you pregnant? Whose child is it? Shen Wanyue forced a bitter smile. I can't be sure just yet if I'm indeed pregnant. If I am, who do you think it could be? Her gaze flickered complexly towards Lin Dong, who was engrossed in grilling skewers. Her emotions were tumultuous. If she were truly carrying Lin Dong as child, what would become of them given their current improper relationship? What if Lin Dong rejected the idea? Should she consider terminating it? Conversely, if Lin Dong accepted the child, would that elevate her status from maid to mistress? What if Lin Dong believed she was seeking to gain favor through motherhood as a means of punishment? The thoughts swirled endlessly in her mind. Ling Shui, on the other hand, had a far simpler perspective, gazing at her with envy. How wonderful. I wish to bear the master's child too. Then I wouldn't have to worry about being confined to the bathroom. Shen Wanyue retorted, is that your only aspiration? Unbeknownst to them, several women were unaware that Lin Dong had already disabled the option for maids to conceive. Thus, it was impossible for them to become pregnant under any circumstances. Qin Shuyu sat by the pool's edge, lost in thought as she occasionally glanced at Lin Dong. Her cheeks flushed, then lowered her head. A myriad of emotions crossing her face, clearly battling her own inner turmoil. The aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the air, prompting Lin Dong to call out, "Time to eat." The maids gathered around, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the delectable skewers. Wow, the master has the skill too? Delicious. The master is amazing. Lin Dong sampled the skewer himself and found his culinary skills were still intact. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu timidly asked, "The master's place is so comfortable. Can we stay a few more days?" The other maids nodded in agreement. The space was electrified, spacious, and pristine, truly a delightful experience. Lin Dong cast a knowing smile at Jiang Zhu, instantly grasping her underlying concern. She was apprehensive about confronting her fiancé at their next destination, the Xia family. Lacking a better plan, he thought it best to delay their departure for a day. Very well. Let us extend our stay for 2 more days and help you all level up, he decided. Having learned from Liang Jian's mishap, he remained vigilant. The maid's skills varied significantly, making failure a constant risk. To mitigate this possibility, he resolved to assist them in honing their abilities. The maids erupted in joyous cheers. While Qin Shuyu, still in the dark, asked in confusion, leveling up, "Are you still playing games?" As they reveled in excitement, Lin Dong stepped outside to store the RV in the system space. Just as he was about to close the door and return to his endeavors, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the passageway created by the RV, stumbling towards him. It was a woman. She was slender and tall, dressed in rather scant attire that accentuated her alluring figure, yet her face bore a pallid expression. Lin Dong slightly narrowed his eyes. A level 5 awakened one has arrived. Did you come here by chance, or are you affiliated with the Foundation? The woman's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Dong, and she hurriedly approached him. "Handsome, could you let me in a hide for a moment?" Seeing her pitiable demeanor, Lin Dong revealed a mischievous smile and stepped aside. "Gumin." The woman thanked him profusely as she slipped past him, her gaze subtly catching the fist marks on the door. It took several punches to break it open. It seems the assailants are not particularly strong. She pondered silently. The visitors were undoubtedly the Jade Maiden pursuing her. After all, the path created by the caravan was right there, making it exceedingly easy to locate. A fragrant breeze wafted past as the woman passed by, and Lin Dong coldly chuckled as he closed the door. "Once you've entered my abode, it won't be so easy to leave." Upon entering, the Jade Maiden was taken aback. "Why is it so warm in here? There's even electricity?" The sound of a DJ could be heard from below. Is this charming young man throwing a party? Quite the lively one. Lin Dong rubbed his nose and replied, "Oh, I have a generator at home, and the air conditioning is cranked up to the max. By the way, where did you come from? Why are you out alone at this hour?" The Jade Maiden bowed deeply, revealing her impressive figure. "Thank you, handsome. I'm from the neighboring community. The men there have been killing indiscriminately, and my husband was murdered. They even tried to assault me. I was terrified and managed to escape, finding this place to seek refuge." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Lin Dong kindly patted her back. "Don't worry, as long as you're here, you're safe. No one will harm you." Thank you, thank you." The Jade Maiden repeatedly expressed her gratitude, and as her legs wobbled, she leaned against Lin Dong. "Handsome. Em exhausted. May I rest here for the night?" Chapter 61. Why does your knife emit a green light? Lin Dong appeared completely like a rogue, immediately pulling the Jade Maiden into a tight embrace. "Of course, you can rest here for as long as you need. Is it cold? Shall I get you a bowl of hot soup?" The Jade Maiden hesitated slightly, her cheeks flushed. Then, "Thank you, handsome." A successful entrapment. Outside the mansion, Jin Tong stealthily arrived, crouching by the window to spy, his eyes alight with excitement. Lin Dong furrowed his brow slightly, feigning ignorance as he led the Jade Maiden to the dining room and entered the kitchen to fetch a bowl of hot soup. I forgot to introduce myself. Lin Dong. How should I address you, beautiful? The Jade Maiden accepted the hot soup and shyly smiled. I'm not a beauty, just a widow. You can call me Xiao Yu, Lin Dong Ji. By the way, Lin Dong Ji, you're not putting anything harmful in the soup, are you? I'm just a weak woman. You mustn't bully me. Lin Dong laughed heartily. I've added an aphrodisiac. Dare you to drink it? Yuna was momentarily taken aback. But soon her face brightened with a radiant smile as she sipped the hot soup. Brother Lin Dong, please do not frighten me. I believe in you. The two then engaged in conversation, with Yunu exhibiting a flawless demeanor, possessing the modesty of a wife and the alluring charm of a young woman. Had it not been for the glaring LV5 emblazoned above her head, Lin Dong might have succumbed to the affliction known as Chow Thief Syndrome. Nevertheless, aware of the other party's ill intentions, Lin Dong found himself still prone to such maladies. As time pressed on, he suggested, it's getting late. You seem quite weary. Let me escort you to rest. Oh, that would be too troublesome. I can manage with just a sofa, she replied. That's simply one tea do. I shall take you to the bedroom. A warm bath is essential for a good rest. Then, thank you very much. In the pool, Ling Xue pondered. Why has the master been gone for so long? Is something amiss? Just then, Jiang Zhu received a message. The master says he has encountered a new toy and instructed us not to go upstairs. Ling Xue scoffed. What nonsense. Ah, this is my brother's master bedroom. How can I possibly sleep here? Yuna gasped at the spacious room in astonishment. Lin Dong waved dismissively. It's perfectly fine. You can sleep here. But what about you? Brother Lin Dong? As a delicate lady in an unfamiliar environment, you must be frightened. I shall sleep on the sofa in the bedroom. All right then. I will go take a bath now. But Brother Lin Dong must not cause any mischief. Go on. I am a gentleman. In the bathroom, Yinu quietly opened the window, and Jin Tong was already brimming with excitement. Wife, you are truly remarkable. That Lin Dong will soon be at your mercy. Indeed, when I take action, there is nothing I cannot conquer. Hurry and hide, as I suspect you will come in. As she had predicted, her intuition proved correct. Jin Tong, peering through the window, felt a sense of calm. An hour later, Jin Tong's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, release my wife, he bellowed, brandishing a knife as he burst through the window. Lin Dong smirked coldly and leapt back, evading the attack while cradling the unconscious Yunu in his arms. Jin Tong, filled with anguish, glared at Lin Dong. What have you done to my wife? Another LV5, Lin Dong remarked with a wicked grin. You've been watching through the window for an hour. What do you think has transpired? By the way, is she truly your wife? Your tastes as a couple seem rather unconventional, given your unimpressive stature. You wouldn't be lacking in certain areas, would you? Servant 6, Yinu. System rating, 80. Current strength, level 5. Servant outfit, none. Her name is Yinu. She certainly fits the description of a temptress. There's no need for her to be recorded. System, remove her, Lin Dong silently commanded. Indeed, Yinu's information vanished. Jin Tong's face turned ashen as he gently laid Yinu on the floor, spinning his twin blades with a grim countenance. Kid, regarding my wife, you will learn the details only after I have severed your head. With a swift motion, his figure whirled rapidly, forming a miniature blade-like tornado that aimed directly at Lin Dong. However, his speed proved to be insufficient for Lin Dong, who effortlessly leapt aside to evade the attack. As the golden boy attempted another strike, Lin Dong chose not to retaliate, instead engaging in a playful banter. You seem quite exhilarated. You must be quite compatible with your wife. By the way, are you affiliated with the Foundation? The golden boy hesitated for a moment, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. It seemed his guess was accurate. There were indeed many peculiar individuals within the Foundation. The previous Wang Fei was strange enough, and these two were even more bizarre. Lin Dong found himself increasingly intrigued. By the way, are there many creatures like your wife in the Foundation? If so, do let me know where you conceal them. I might drop by for a visit. Why is your blade emitting a green glow? Oh, it pairs quite well with your hat. Enraged, the golden boy retorted. Why are you dodging? Are you brave enough to take a strike from me? Lin Dong smiled. Very well, I shall not evade. Such arrogance. The golden boy's face contorted with rage as a surge of green light enveloped him. You will pay dearly for your hubris. Behold my pure love strike. With his dual blades crossed, he propelled himself forward with the intent to bisect his opponent. Lin Dong slowly extended his index finger, standing firm to await the opportune moment, then suddenly thrust downwards. Crack! The dual blades were severed by a mere fingertip. How is this possible? The golden boy was struck with terror. This move was one that even the esteemed elders could not easily withstand, Yet Lin Dong had effortlessly countered it. What level was he? An S-class? Or perhaps an SS? Or even an SSS level master, a category the Foundation claimed could never exist? Nothing is impossible. Lin Dong struck like lightning, seizing the golden boy's neck with one hand while the other snatched the broken blade. With two swift motions, both arms were severed, blood gushing forth. Ah! The golden boy collapsed, writhing in agony. The Jade Maiden, awakened by his screams, blinked in confusion and was horrified to see her husband pouring blood from his severed arms. Darling, her gaze turned fiercely towards Lin Dong. It was you. You knew from the start that I would come after you, didn't you? Lin Dong dropped the blade and crouched before her, a smile playing on his lips as he gently stroked her hair. Don't look at me like that. You weren't gazing at me in such a manner just moments ago. Your sudden change of demeanor is quite distressing. Haha. Chapter 62. You two seem quite affectionate. The Jade Maiden, shedding her previous allure, spoke coldly. Listen well, young man. I'm not afraid to reveal that we are part of the Foundation. You may not comprehend the vastness of our power, and I strongly advise you to hasten in treating my husband. Perhaps I could even recommend you for membership in the Foundation. Otherwise, the wrath of the Foundation is something you will not withstand. You, and everyone you care about, will suffer the relentless retribution of the Foundation. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. How clever. You dare to threaten me? He grasped the Jade Maiden's delicate wrist, slowly applying pressure. Ah! She cried out in distress. Jin Tong bellowed, release my wife, brat. If you have any skills, direct them at me. Yunu's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet she quickly shook her head. It's all right, my dear husband. I can endure it. Release her, you coward. Bullying a woman is no true skill. Husband, do not lose your temper. Think of a way to stop the bleeding. Ah! With a sickening crunch, Yunu's right hand was brutally crushed, and Lin Dong could not help but exclaim in astonishment, You two seem quite affectionate, don't you? If you're so in love, why resort to such displays? Jin Tong scoffed. Our bond is unbreakable, kid. You wouldn't understand the depth of our love. Lin Dong sighed deeply. The world is full of wonders, and I truly do not comprehend. With that, he struck with lightning speed, shattering Yunu's left hand and both legs. Her eyes widened in horror, her face drained of color, sweat beading on her forehead as her body convulsed. Ah, my wife! Jin Tong cried, tears streaming down his face, grinding his yellowed teeth in rage as he glared menacingly at Lin Dong. If you have guts, kill us. We'll wait for you in the underworld. Lin Dong chuckled coldly. If you wish to die, I can certainly oblige, but must be on my terms. Jin Tong's expression darkened. Meanwhile, by the poolside, Shen Wanyue, lost in the rhythm of the music, received a message and hurriedly turned off the speaker. The master had issued a command, demanding that everyone in the community be assembled in the underground garage. Jiang Zhu inquired, What is the purpose of this? Shen Wanyue shook her head. I'm not sure. Ling Shui chimed in excitedly. Are we going to eliminate them all? Fantastic. I'm going to change my clothes right now. The maids exchanged glances, puzzled. Yet it did not hinder them from arming themselves and heading to the underground garage. Even Qin Shuyu was handed a handgun. In an instant, the entire community was thrown into chaos. What are you doing up here? What do you want? No, I refuse to go to the garage. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I am the general manager of Tinya Group. Let me return, and I will pay you 5 million. Hee, beautiful lady. Is that gun real? Please don't shoot. I'll keep quiet. Aren't you the security officer? How can you collude with these villains? I've paid so much tax to support people like you. Wah, I'm scared. Godfather, that man won't teach me again, will he? Don't worry, dear daughter. Previously, when the divine servant taught you, you didn't feel a thing, right? The maids worked with remarkable efficiency, gathering all the living souls from Jinghu Spring in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Zhu nodded in approval. It seems everyone is quite cooperative. Qin Shuyu covered her face, pointing her gun. How can they not cooperate? The wealthy merchants trembled under the threat of the guns, whispering amongst themselves, speculating the purpose of their gathering. Soon, Lin Dong arrived. As the group of maids prepared to greet, they were taken aback by Lin Dong, who was shouldering a beautifully bound woman while dragging a diminutive man with a severed arm, leaving a long trail of blood. What on earth was happening? Shen Wanyue bowed slightly and reported, Master, all 174 residents of the community have gathered here. Lin Dong inquired, How many men are among them? Shen Wanyue replied, Master, there are 103 males and 71 females. Truly, they were members of the elite class. Just look at how efficiently they conducted their affairs. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and declared loudly, The woman can leave, but all the men must stay. The crowd froze, yet no one dared to depart. Someone could not restrain their curiosity and asked, "Will you really let us go? You won't shoot us in the back, will you?" Lin Dong laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Fear not. I am a man of my word. Hurry and leave." The women exchanged glances, and after a moment, one brave woman timidly stepped out, disappearing into the corridor. Seeing that Lin Dong indeed did not open fire, the others scattered like startled birds. Now, it was the men's turn to panic. Could this young man possibly intend to eliminate all the men? If that were the case, every woman in the community would belong solely to him. Some men attempted to seize the opportunity to flee, only to be met with guns pointed by several maids, forcing them to return with morose expressions. Soon, only 103 trembling men remained. The bloodied youth seemed to sense something, his face flushing momentarily. He wanted to curse but paused. Lin Dong tossed the youth aside and reassured the crowd, "There is no need to be so anxious. I never engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents." That so-called divine servant was clearly a cult leader. "My actions were a means of liberating you." Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to grasp the rationale, though they were still apprehensive about being threatened with firearms. "I have no other hobby but to lend a helping hand. The purpose of gathering you all here is to offer you benefits." He then carelessly threw the terrified maiden at their feet. 5 hours later, the maiden perished. The youth succumbed to excessive blood loss, but died with a smile on his face, leaving Lin Dong utterly perplexed. "Ah, the Foundation. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." Lin Dong returned to assist the maids in leveling up. At midnight, the system issued rewards once more. Ding! Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Amazing electromagnetic gloves. 2. Strength level 10. 3. A telescope, unaffected by wind, snow, or mist. 4. A USB drive containing a DJ song that makes one want to dance. There was no need for deliberation. Option 2 was selected. Chapter 63. The Awakening of the Xia Family. The butler of the Xia family wore a frown, clutching his phone with an air of unease. It had been over 10 hours, and both the youth and maiden were unreachable. Had something gone awry? Reason dictated that the Golden Boy and the Jade Maiden were formidable forces, rare A-class experts within the Foundation, unmatched in strength compared to any awakened beings outside. Furthermore, this peculiar couple, particularly the Golden Boy, thrived on betrayal, growing more powerful the more they were wronged. Were they out indulging in reckless abandon again, neglecting my calls? At that moment, a subordinate reported, "Esteemed steward, the equipment and the Xia family members are ready and awaiting your command." The steward nodded, picking up a small briefcase nearby, containing the awakening serum developed by the Foundation's research department, extracted from the toxic snow. Although the lethality rate remained alarmingly high, the success rate surpassed significantly that of awakening through the toxic snow. In the underground plaza of the Xia family estate, the area was ablaze with light, filled to capacity with the direct descendants of the Xia family. On the opposite side of the plaza stood 20 uniquely designed devices. At this moment, the family head, Xia Junfeng, stood with arms crossed, addressing over 30 of his direct descendants. The reason for gathering everyone tonight was undoubtedly clear. With the heavy snow sealing the heavens and the apocalypse upon us, the Xia family's former wealth and connections had dissipated with the storm. Now, we stand on the brink of a new era. Everyone must have seen online that awakened beings or superhumans have emerged worldwide. I firmly believe that the future belongs to those with extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, our Xia family has been fortunate enough to collaborate with the Foundation, granting our members the opportunity to awaken their powers through a comparatively safer method. Moreover, the serum developed by the Foundation is highly targeted, providing our family with ice attributes. This means that upon successful awakening, every member of the Xia family will possess ice-based abilities, freeing us from the fear of the harsh winter outside. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the Xia family members. Superpowers. Who could remain composed in the face of such temptation? Xia Junfeng cleared his throat. Now, those I call by name, please step forward. Xia Qinyu, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, stepped forward with an air of calm and aloofness, drawing many curious glances. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, only an abundance of confidence. Xia Beichen, he stepped up beside his sister, unable to conceal his excitement. Xiao Zhu, for you, I will succeed. Just wait for me. Xia Jian, Xia Fangyun Xia. A cascade of 20 names was called, most being young adults, as the steward had indicated that their success rate was comparatively higher. This list included Xia Junfeng himself. Xia Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. Father, you are the backbone of the Xia family. Why must you take such risks? Xia Junfeng laughed heartily. What is there to fear? My daughter and son are stepping forward. How can I, as their father, hesitate? As the family head, one must lead by example. The steward approached and addressed the 20 individuals before him with a calm demeanor. Let me be clear. The success rate of the serum's awakening is not guaranteed. It will induce a high fever accompanied by immense suffering. To succeed, one must possess unwavering belief and willpower. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. I do not wish to waste the serum on those who are fearful of death. The fervent excitement that had previously filled the air was doused like cold water, yet not a single individual chose to back down. Xia Junfeng clasped his hands and assured, Rest assured, steward, for the future of our family, we are all prepared for sacrifice, and none shall falter. The steward nodded indifferently. Then let us commence. Soon, these individuals were arranged beneath the awakening apparatus, swiftly bound with straps and fitted with breathing masks. The steward cautiously opened a suitcase, revealing 20 vials of an eerie blue liquid. After distributing the vials, the injections began. In the initial 5 minutes post-injection, the group felt no discomfort, only a chilling sensation. However, as the 5-minute mark approached, a member of the Xia family suddenly shrieked, Ah, it hurts. It's unbearable. Let me go. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down, his body convulsing violently. Xia Beichen's gaze sharpened. The agony had begun. Indeed, excruciating pain surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, enveloping every inch of their skin. It felt as though countless searing iron rods pierced through their bodies, every muscle quivering, each breath akin to tearing through their innards. The usually fearless leader could scarcely contain himself, wishing only to bite his lips, not out of defiance, but because he could not muster a sound. Any cry would only exacerbate the torment. Blood seeped between his clenched teeth, his fists tightly gripped, joints pale. A hoarse, fragmented groan escaped his throat. The underground hall echoed with a cacophony of anguished cries. I can't endure this. It's too painful. Help! Mother, make them stop. I no longer wish to continue. The air was thick with despair. Those Xia family members who were not chosen gasped in horror. At last, someone could no longer withstand the torment. Their body convulsed violently, skin turning a ghastly hue, before suddenly falling silent, eyes wide and bloodshot. Xia Li, a woman, wept uncontrollably, attempting to rush forward to save her son, only to be restrained by others. Xia Li's demise seemed to ignite a chain reaction, as more and more members of the Xia family fell silent. In the blink of an eye, 8 individuals had perished. The entire Xia clan was engulfed in mourning, some even contemplating violence against the Foundation's representatives. But the threat of firearms kept them at bay. The steward, hands clasped behind his back, observed silently. The remaining 12 had not succumbed immediately, indicating they had passed the most perilous phase, significantly increasing the probability of awakening. It now depended on how long they could endure. After all, the longer one persevered, the more potent their abilities would become post-awakening. Among the most noteworthy individuals is Xia Junfeng and his family of 3. At this moment, the head of the family, Xia Junfeng, has lost his former grace. His face is contorted in an unrecognizable manner as the machine before him displays the progress of serum fusion. The steward discreetly nods, recognizing that the old man has likely succeeded. Surpassing the threshold of 20 indicates a successful outcome, guaranteeing him at least a C-level mastery. His fusion progress ultimately halts at 26, and the agony that had enveloped him dissipates in an instant. Xia Junfeng, still trembling with residual fear, gasps for breath. After a brief respite, an overwhelming and potent sensation of power surges within him. Did I truly succeed? The restraints that had previously bound him are now effortlessly shattered. The steward smiles and nods. Congratulations. According to the Foundation's assessment, you are now a B-level master. B-level? Xia Junfeng clenches his fist, casting a subtle, sidelong glance at the steward. This serum is remarkably potent. If I were to eliminate him, would it be possible? Xia Beichen feels as though his very soul is fracturing, his eyes strained with bloodshot veins, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Xiaozhu, wait for me. I will surely succeed. Chapter 64, Extraordinary Talent, Xia Qingyu. Xia Junfeng suppresses his anxious musings and hurriedly looks toward his son. Fusion progress, 29. The steward quietly remarks. Young Master Xia exhibits commendable perseverance. If you can endure this critical juncture, your family will produce an A-level master, a rarity even within the foundation. Xia Junfeng is elated. Really? That is splendid. One by one, members of the Xia family achieve success, yet others face failure. Time flows slowly, leaving only the siblings Xia Qingyu and Xia Beichun persevering. Xia Junfeng assesses the numbers with a heavy sigh. Aside from myself, Xiaoyu, and Beichun, only 5 out of the remaining 17 have succeeded. Even with us, the ideal scenario yields a mere 8 individuals. A success rate of only 40 is quite disheartening, steward. The steward coldly replies, be content. What you have been given is already an improved serum. The initial version had a success rate of less than 10. Do you have any notion of how many lives have been lost in the name of experimentation? If you remain unsatisfied, I would not hesitate to withdraw your serums and seek collaboration elsewhere. Feeling the veiled threat in the steward's words, Xia Junfeng retracts his neck and chuckles awkwardly. Steward, you misinterpret my sentiments. I am merely concerned for my kin, nothing more. From the steward's remarks, Xia Junfeng comprehends that the Foundation's strength remains beyond the Xia family's reach, and his private calculations must be temporarily subdued. Ideally, the steward snorts dismissively and explains, even in the event of fatality, the improved serum will not transform your kin into grotesque zombies. Those who have perished can be laid to rest with dignity, so there is no need for concern. Xia Junfeng, fearing something might have happened to his son, quickly turns to look. Fusion progress. 31. Is everything all right? Xia Beichun seems to have completed his painful journey. Panting heavily, it appears that his son will, at the very least, emerge as an A-level master. It was only then that the butler noticed, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at Xia Qingyu. The renowned star, with her eyes tightly shut and brows slightly furrowed, was drenched in fragrant sweat, biting her crimson lip as she valiantly persevered. Despite enduring immense suffering, the young woman's beauty remained untouched, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Xia Junfeng's pupils dilated in an instant, his voice rising sharply. Fusion progress at 35? Little you, the butler exclaimed, congratulations. Your daughter possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable perseverance. The Xia family may well produce an A-level awakener. Really? Xia Junfeng exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, although he himself was merely B-level. Having a son and daughter both at A-level ensured a promising future for the Xia family. Xia Beichun broke free from his restraints, feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Little Zhu, I have succeeded. Wait for me. I shall bring you home at once. Noticing that all eyes were fixed intently on Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichun turned to look, his excitement swiftly turning to bitterness. Fusion progress. 36. It was over. He had initially thought that his yearning and love for little Zhu would allow him to endure to 31, which he deemed impressive. Yet, he had not anticipated his sister's formidable prowess. Now, her position within the clan would likely soar, while she looked down upon little Zhu. This was troublesome indeed. Xia Qingyu continued to endure. 37, 38. The entire Xia family had forgotten their pain, all nervously watching her. Ultimately, the fusion progress halted at 39, and Xia Qingyu abruptly opened her eyes. Everyone felt as though they were being observed by a ferocious beast, their hearts halting in their chests. Still unable to break through 40? What a pity. Breaking her restraints, the young woman gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow. Xia Junfeng exclaimed with enthusiasm, Little you, congratulations. You truly are my daughter. The butler remarked that your strength is rated A, which is exceedingly rare within the Foundation. Xia Beichun, feeling apprehensive, congratulated her, sister. You are incredible. Listening to the accolades from the crowd, Xia Qingyu displayed no hint of excitement, her cold gaze fixed intently on the butler. May I inquire, esteemed butler, what is your strength rating? This was clearly a threat. The butler, suppressing his inner turmoil, replied with a cold smile, like you, a level. Do you have any guidance? Miss Xia? Also A. Xia Qingyu sighed. I wouldn't dare offer guidance. I merely wish to inquire. Just moments ago, she had indeed contemplated taking action. This serum was an invaluable asset, and if she could eliminate the butler and seize it, her strength might ascend to new heights. Regrettably, her adversary was also A-level, and she did not possess complete confidence in her ability to subdue him. Furthermore, she had yet to fully adapt to her newfound power. The butler calmly stated congratulations. Master Xia, Miss Xia is a prodigy, destined to lead the Xia family to continued glory in the apocalypse. I hope you will fulfill your promise and assist us in capturing more awakeners as experimental subjects. After all, the Foundation requires these materials to develop a reliable serum for enhancing abilities. Xia Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. The steward was conveying to her that any attempt to act against him would be futile. He possessed only the awakening serum, which would offer no enhancement to her even if she were to seize it. It would be far more prudent to cooperate for the benefit of all. Notably, Xia Qingyu's formidable presence compelled even the proud steward to elucidate his stance. Xia Junfeng, understanding the implication, responded with a smile and a respectful gesture, assuring, naturally, I shall arrange for our kin who have successfully awakened by tomorrow. I will not disappoint you, esteemed steward. Upon the conclusion of the awakening process, the steward departed with his entourage. The Foundation maintained a stronghold in Jiangsheng, and the disappearance of the golden boy and girl heightened his unease. Moreover, he withheld a crucial detail. The injection of the serum had side effects, amplifying the darker aspects of an individual's psyche, often unbeknownst to them. Moments earlier, both Xia Junfeng and his daughter had exhibited murderous intent towards him, and with no formidable allies present, he felt a profound sense of insecurity in the Xia household. Xia Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at her younger brother. Beichen, how much longer can you hold on? Xia Beichen, resembling a wilted flower, replied, 31. Father says I am grade A useless. Xia Qingyu retorted without hesitation. If you're merely grade A, do not even think about bringing that wretched woman back. Sister, why? Xia Beichen protested, though he faltered under the weight of her icy gaze, rendered speechless. For reasons he could not comprehend, he sensed that after his sister's successful awakening, she had grown even colder, her aura more potent. Xia Junfeng beamed with pride, patting his daughter's shoulder affectionately. Xiaoyu, you are truly the pride of your father. Previously, I disregarded your objections and forced you into an engagement with the young master of the Yun family. In retrospect, I realize I was rather thoughtless. Who says women are inferior to men? My daughter can indeed hold her own. If you truly dislike young Master Yun, I shall swallow my pride and visit the Yun family to annul the engagement. A hint of mockery flickered in Xia Qingyu's eyes as she offered a faint smile. Then I thank you, father. Chapter 65. Chen Yunqi has run away. The Xia family was currently caught in a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the emergence of several awakened individuals, particularly the inspiring grade A prowess of Xia Qingyu. Additionally, Xia Beichen also attained grade A, while Xia Junfeng achieved grade B. The remaining 5 members were classified as grade C. This level of strength provided them with a foundation for survival in the post-apocalyptic world, and those who had awakened were eager to venture out and test their newfound abilities, the sound of their endeavors resonating continuously. The sorrow, however, arose from the loss of 12 clan members, whose deaths were tragic and distressing, and they were currently being laid to rest. Alone in her bedroom, Xia Qingyu summoned a crystalline snowflake in the palm of her right hand, its beauty captivating as it spun gracefully. Suddenly, with a decisive motion, she clenched her fist, shattering the delicate snowflake. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. From this day forth, the fate of Xia Qingyu shall rest solely in my hands. The Xia family's antiquated tradition of valuing sons over daughters must be reconsidered. In Xia Beichen's chamber, the domineering figure, though somewhat disheartened by his sister's rebuke, remains exhilarated. I now stand as the second strongest within the family. Even if my sister disapproves, I am determined to bring Xiaozhu back. I must share the good news with her. She must be worried about me. I dial her number, but the ringing persists unanswered. What was I thinking? It's late. Xiaozhu is undoubtedly asleep. I shall send her a message instead. In the spring of Mirror Lake, through Lin Dong's efforts, Jiangzhu has reached level 5. The raucous music drowns out her phone's ringtone, leaving her completely oblivious. Or perhaps she is aware, but cannot respond, for she is fervently striving toward level 6. In her bedroom, Chen Yunqi, suffering from a high fever, gradually awakens. The bright lights and the immaculate surroundings bewilder her. Where am I? The young girl struggles to rise from the bed, her mind recalling the harrowing imagery of being tied to the back of a camper. Frozen and on the brink of despair, sending a shiver down her spine. Have I been rescued? With her weakened frame, she descends from the bed, noticing the sky has begun to brighten, heralding a new day. The house is vast, and after wandering for a considerable time without encountering anyone, she fortuitously discovers some cold medicine and a warm soup in the kitchen. After taking the medicine, she quietly makes her way to the basement, where she finds Lin Dong and the others engrossed in their leveling up, and she discreetly retreats. A group of despicable harlots and lecherous wolves. I must devise a plan to escape. How peculiar! Where is that enormous camper? Chun Yunshi stands in stunned silence, gazing at the pure, yet ominously threatening, white snow outside, before retreating and locating the passage to the underground garage. Gritting her teeth, she steps inside. Lin Dong squints slightly, casting a glance outside before dismissing her presence. This community is not that large. Where could you possibly flee? Escaping the lair, Chun Yunshi begins to sprint, her heart racing, nearly leaping into her throat. Armed only with a small nightlight, she runs aimlessly. Suddenly, she stumbles upon several corpses. One has been riddled with bullets, another executed with a gunshot, and a diminutive male body lies without arms, blood pooling around it. There is also a female corpse. Chun Yunshi averts her gaze immediately, horrified. Such brutality. She had become desensitized to corpses while alongside Feng Yi, but now, alone in the dark garage, fear envelopes her. Avoiding the gruesome scene, Chun Yunshi discovers an ascending staircase and musters her courage to ascend. Meanwhile, within a nearby house, a group of men sits in a circle, their faces etched with worry. Jiang Shi, having been shamelessly taken advantage of by the divine servant, respectfully pours them hot tea and retreats behind her benefactor. A balding man addressed the foremost of the patrons, saying, "Mr. Qian, this situation is untenable. These outsiders are arrogant and unpredictable, armed as they are. Our lives are in jeopardy. You're the most successful in business. Surely, you could devise a solution?" Mr. Qian responded with a wry smile. "What solution could I possibly offer? I am unaware of their identities and cannot tailor a remedy to the situation. They are affluent merchants of great renown, revered and idolized wherever they go. Yet, when faced with Lin Dong and his companions, it is akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. Reason falls short. Though Lin Dong harbors no intent to kill, his possession of a firearm renders him a ticking time bomb within the community. Thus, Lin Dong must be eliminated." A vice president of a certain company cast a glance at Jiang Shi and remarked, "Little Shi, after assisting us for so long, you must be weary. Why not take a moment to rest? Do not neglect your health due to your youth." This was a subtle hint that she should not overhear their conversation. Jiang Shi looked at her guardian, who nodded in agreement, prompting her departure. "Mr. Zhou, do you have a clever plan?" Zhou interlocked his fingers and pondered for a moment before replying, "Everyone, I believe it is time we reveal our trump cards. Otherwise, no matter how long we deliberate, we shall find no solution." "Mr. Zhou, I do not comprehend your meaning. What trump cards?" Zhou smiled and suddenly produced a handgun from his coat, placing it on the table, causing the others to gasp in shock. "He possesses a firearm?" They were all astute individuals. There was no need for subterfuge. "We are all in business, and few among us have clean hands. For the safety of ourselves and our families, do not tell me none of you possess such a thing. If you claim to have none, then this meeting is moot." The others were taken aback by Mr. Zhou's frankness, their expressions shifting uneasily. In the Dragon Nation, gun control is exceedingly stringent, and they dared not expose such items openly. Mr. Qian laughed heartily. Mr. Zhou sees clearly. It is we old-timers who have been befuddled. Given that we are in an apocalyptic scenario, do we still fear the safety officers? He recounted, "Years ago, I procured a handgun from abroad, and I still have 17 bullets." With Mr. Qian's lead, the others began to reveal their own possessions. "I have one as well. It took considerable effort to obtain this piece, a handgun with 9 bullets. Mr. Qian is right. Safety officers? They are busy serving others now. What do we have to fear? I possess one too. My father was a hunter and has an old hunting rifle, along with ammunition. I have one as well." As they tallied their assets, they realized they collectively owned 10 firearms of various models. One individual, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Then what do we have to fear? They are but 5, and we have 10 firearms. Eliminating them will be effortless." However, Mr. Qian shook his head. "It is not so simple. Have you forgotten how we were previously manipulated by that charlatan? In this instance, Lin Dong is presumably an awakened one, possessing extraordinary abilities. Relying solely on firearms would be futile." Zhou Dong nodded in agreement, stating that Mr. Qian's observation was astute. Guns merely serve as our trump card. Yet devising a strategy for our comeback is imperative. Just then, a knock echoed from a secure door leading to the garage. "Is anyone there? Help!" Chapter 66. The young girl's heart is quite venomous. The sudden commotion startled everyone, their faces paling in fear. Zhou Dong hastily tucked his gun into his pocket. fumbling so clumsily that it even fell to the ground. Is Lin Dong here? What should we do? Could he have overheard our discussion? My voice was barely above a whisper. We must flee. Yet Mr. Qian, exhibiting his characteristic composure, admonished, what chaos is this? Do you genuinely believe that if Lin Dong were here, he would knock and announce himself? Upon reflection, the others conceded. Yesterday, when those women stormed in, they had kicked the door down without hesitation. Zhou Dong secured the firearm, awkwardly adjusting his attire as he remarked, Mr. Qian is correct, if it truly is Lin Dong. Locking the door serves no purpose. Let's open it. Exchanging glances, it was ultimately the youngest among them, who had conducted the least business, that approached the door. Who are you? How did you get here? The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face instilled a sense of wariness among the group. Chen Yunqi looked at them in astonishment. You are the general manager of Golden Leaf Media, and you are the owner of Yuangu Company? You are the president of Minfu Technology? You are. The assembly was taken aback. They had not anticipated that this unexpectedly emerged young girl would be so well acquainted with their identities. Mr. Qian cleared his throat. Young lady, who are you? How do you know us? Oh, I am a student from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. My name is Chen Yunqi. The girl appeared somewhat awkward before the esteemed individuals, but soon regained her composure. These figures were prominent, and it would be simple for them to protect a mere university student. The reason for her familiarity with them was straightforward. They were her future aspirations, as marrying into a wealthy family was her dream, prompting her to thoroughly prepare. Although many among them were older than her father, some even could be her grandfather. Did that truly matter? Not at all. The only thing lacking previously was a connection to these influential figures. Now, unexpectedly encountering them, all gathered in one place, filled Chen Yunqi with exhilaration. You are all renowned and affluent figures in Jiangcheng. I recognized you from television. Observing the girl's innocent demeanor, the group nodded in affirmation. Truly, she was a product of her education, speaking with such sincerity. Mr. Qian inquired, how did you come to be here? A hint of panic crossed Chen Yunqi's face. I was at school, but then I unexpectedly encountered a devilish man. He was exceedingly lecherous and had already captured several women, including my teacher. He even intended to assault me. When I refused, he bound me in a car, leaving me to endure the cold and hunger. I just managed to escape while he was distracted. Dear brothers and uncles, you must save me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. It must be said that Chen Yunqi's appearance was extraordinarily deceptive. Her pure aura, combined with her pitiful tears, evoked an instinctual desire to embrace and protect her. Mr. Qian furrowed his brows and inquired, the demon you speak of, is it Lin Dong? Yes, that's him. Brother Qian, have you encountered him? Mr. Qian chuckled. At my age, I could easily be your father. Do you really call me brother? I wouldn't mind being your godfather. The young girl harbored some ulterior motives. Those present were all astute individuals, quickly discerning her true nature. Indeed, as you have observed, he is a demon. Do you know what Lin Dong's superpower is? And what about the abilities of those other women? What are their identities? Chen Yunqi began counting on her fingers. Lin Dong is merely a courier. I am uncertain of his abilities. He seems to be exceptionally accurate with a firearm and possesses remarkable physical strength, but I have not seen any other powers. Among them is my teacher, Qin Xiao, who is an ordinary person. There is a female streamer named Ling Shui, and another named Shun Wanyue who works at a bank, as well as a safety officer called Liang Jihan, and lastly, a yoga instructor named Jiang Zhu. It appears that they all possess supernatural abilities. Mr. Qian's gaze sharpened. This information was indeed crucial. Is that so? Then we must devise a strategy to confront this demon and rescue the women. Chen Yunqi waved her hand dismissively. I suggest we do not rescue them. It would be best to eliminate them all. Those women, including my teacher, have been brainwashed by Lin Dong, and I fear that saving them may put you in danger. The crowd fell silent. The young girl had quite a venomous heart. Mr. Qian nodded. Thank you for the intelligence, Zhao Yongxi. You may go upstairs to rest. Rest assured, we shall handle Lin Dong. This demon will surely be vanquished. Well then, I will not be polite. The girl felt a sense of relief as she skipped joyfully upstairs. A glimmer of insight flashed in Mr. Qian's eyes. Everyone, did you hear that? A concerned voice queried. Mr. Qian, can we trust this girl's information? What if she's a spy sent by Lin Dong? Zhou Dong scoffed. A spy? Do you think Lin Dong needs a spy to eliminate us with his abilities? Last night, he could have wiped us all out. Mr. Qian nodded in agreement. I concur with Zhou Dong. This girl has indeed escaped, and her information cannot be erroneous. Zhou Dong asked, Mr. Qian, do you have a plan? Yes. I have an idea. Lin Dong and his group are all working-class individuals. Even in these extraordinary times, some of their intrinsic qualities remain unchanged. We can exploit this to our advantage. Mr. Qian spoke with confidence. As the sun rose high, the Xia family began to fulfill their promises. Aside from Xia Junfeng remaining in their hometown, the other 7 awakened individuals each led a team of security personnel to capture additional awakened beings. Xia Beichun had originally intended to go to the ancient mountain area, but was forcibly reassigned to another region. Xia Jian, here is a photograph of your sister-in-law. Keep it safe. She resides in the Jiyuan community, so be sure not to harm her and bring her back safely. Understood? Xia Beichun instructed his cousin. Xia Jian, a young man in his 20s, glanced at the photograph before tucking it into his embrace. Rest assured, brother, if I encounter sister-in-law, I will certainly bring her back. However, I must clarify that if I do not find her, do not blame me, for the mission is of utmost importance. Xia Beichun sighed deeply, patting Xia Jian on the shoulder. She means more to me than life itself. I am counting on you. At that moment, Xia Qingyu emerged, clad in a sleek white outfit that showcased her alluring figure, her high ponytail accentuating her graceful demeanor. Casting a cold glance at Xia Beichun, she commanded, "Let us depart." The young members of the Xia family, like wild horses unleashed, joyfully leaped onto the snow, creating a layer of ice beneath their feet. The security team donned their skiing gear and matching form-fitting attire, ready to set off. Xia Jian, standing atop an ice block, raised his hands in exuberance. "Huh, I'm finally out. I was nearly suffocated in there." A security member inquired, "Young master, where shall we head first?" Xia Jian slowly revealed a chilling smile. "To Jiyuan community, of course. After all, nothing beats dumplings. Brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Don't hold it against me." Chapter 67, Woman. You have successfully captured my attention in a certain community. Xia Qingyu stood with one hand behind her back, her hair fluttering in the cold wind. Resembling a fairy amidst the snow. You might as well surrender. I have no desire to waste energy on you. The girl's icy words sent a shiver down the spine of the burly man opposite her, who then scoffed, "A spicy star? Huh? Since my awakening, I have yet to play with a star like you. Do you think you can capture me? You don't wish to waste energy on me. But I am keen to expend mine on you." Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Xia Qingyu's eyes as she waved her hand, sending a flurry of snowflakes that swiftly pierced the man's chest. The man stood in shock, staring at her, before collapsing heavily to the ground. The security team behind grimaced. "Miss, the Foundation's requirement is to capture him alive. Why did you kill him?" Xia Qingyu shot him a frosty glance, causing him to lower his head in fear, not daring to speak. She owed no explanations to anyone. As the oppressive man lay defeated, the women he had tormented rejoiced, expressing their gratitude towards Xia Qingyu. "Thank you, Miss Xia. This man killed my husband and took me captive." Others clamored for help. "Xia Qingyu, I am your fan. I adore your songs. Could you take me with you? There is nothing left to eat here." Upon hearing this, the other women echoed their pleas. Xia Qingyu regarded them coldly, remaining silent as she turned to leave. "Hey, don't go. Are you really going to abandon us, superstar?" "Umph. Xia Qingyu, you wretched creature. I devoted my admiration to you, yet you turned a blind eye to my plight. From now on, my allegiance shall shift from fervent support to disdain. In the past, I eagerly attended the premieres of your films, only to discover that my idol is such a person. It infuriates me. However, Xia Qingyu has returned." The women who had been hurling insults now shrank back, unable to meet her gaze. "You wish for my assistance?" Xia Qingyu slowly raised her hand, her expression one of utter indifference. "Very well, I shall assist you." With a delicate yet commanding gesture, a powerful and frigid aura swept across the venue, instantly encasing those women in icy statues, a single move rendering them frozen in place. The security personnel gaped in astonishment, swallowing hard. The young lady is formidable. Moreover, her murderous intent is palpable. No one shall dare to bully you again. This, too, counts as salvation. Xia Qingyu felt no remorse for her lethal actions as she coldly turned and departed. In another section of the underground parking lot, Xia Beichun stood face-to-face with a corpulent middle-aged woman, flanked by security personnel. "The stench here is unbearable. Someone, change the air for me." Xia Beichun fanned his nose in distaste. Accompanying him, aside from the security team, was the family steward, Uncle Wang. With a pained expression, Uncle Wang urged, "Young master, please bear with it. Once we subdue this woman, we can leave." The domineering CEO is exceptional in many respects, yet his thought processes can be rather peculiar. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Xiao Beichen retorted with haughty arrogance. Uncle Wang grimaced, signaling the security personnel, who promptly produced fans to create a breeze. Dressed in an exquisite tailored suit, Xiao Beichen, hands in pockets, addressed the woman. Madam, I have no time for trivialities. Come with me. The woman laughed coyly. Oh, what a handsome young man. Where are you taking me? Why not stay here and keep me company? Xiao Beichen frowned. Are you the goddess Shurji? Why do you speak in such a manner? The woman was taken aback, her mind spinning before realizing he was mocking her size, and she retorted angrily. Young man, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe that merely because you dress well, I shall soften? Let me inform you. I have eliminated all the men in this community. You cannot escape. Xiao Beichen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you intend to kill me? Humph. I shall drain you of all your energy before I do. Huh, do you think such threats can intimidate me? A feeble trick, yet I must admit. You have captured my attention. The woman. Uncle Wang. Xiao Beichen adjusted his tie, unfastened his suit jacket, and beckoned with a finger. Then I shall grant you this opportunity, woman. You have but one chance. The security personnel stifled their laughter, finding the CEO even more greasy than the overweight woman. The woman sneered, her fists clenched, her ample form rapidly expanding. This was a peculiar ability akin to a multiplication technique. Her corpulent body soon morphed into a rolling mass, akin to a flesh-bound battering ram, charging towards him. Xiao Beichen slowly extended his right hand, a layer of frost enveloping his palm, the chill palpable. Crash! The mass collided forcefully against his hand, abruptly halting its advance. The woman, taken aback, spun even faster. Yet, Xiao Beichen remained unmoved, as if his icy palm were an impenetrable wall. Feeling the friction against his hand, Xiao Beichen scoffed. Is this all you can muster? You mischievous little sprite, do not even think of resisting me. With a slight push of his arm, the mass was instantly repelled, sending the woman rolling far across the ground, where she crashed into a cluster of vehicles and fainted. So easily defeated. Xiao Beichen extended his hand towards Uncle Wang. With a sigh, Uncle Wang promptly retrieved tissues and hot water from his pocket, washing and drying his hands in one fluid motion. Only then did the domineering figure withdraw his hand with satisfaction. The security personnel swiftly approached to bind the woman and escort her away. The other women in the community, witnessing his effortless subjugation of the corpulent woman, erupted in cheers. Wow, he is so handsome. I adore him. My goodness, not only is he powerful, but he is also strikingly handsome. I feel my heart racing. Handsome sir, would you take me away? Xiao Beichen merely fastened his suit jacket with indifference, replying, I'm sorry, my heart has long been occupied by another woman. Farewell. With that, he departed gracefully, leaving a trail of infatuated sighs and drool in his wake. Upon arriving at Jiyuan community, Xia Jian was taken aback. What in the world has transpired here? Observing the path cleared by the RV, onlookers expressed their astonishment. Go! Summon every living soul here. Soon, the security personnel rushed through each floor, herding all the inhabitants down to the underground parking lot. Staring at the fewer than 100 individuals before him, Xia Jian furrowed his brow. Odd, where's my sister-in-law? Didn't that fool Xiao Beichen claim she was still alive? Ladies and gentlemen, I am a civilized person who prefers to avoid violence. Xia Jian produced a photograph, asking, Has anyone seen this woman? Where is she? The survivors of Jiyuan community exchanged glances, and one young man exclaimed in surprise, Is this Sister Jiang? Are you looking for her? Oh, it appears you know her. Xia Jian beckoned for him to come forward. Tell me, where is she? The young man was none other than the one who previously attempted a backflip at home, harboring feelings for Jiang Zhu, but too timid to confess. Sister Jiang left yesterday. She should be with Lin Dong in his RV. Xia Jian frowned. Lin Dong? Where'd he go? Chapter 68. You must attend the banquet. The young man shrank back. Lin Dong. He drove away in the RV. We asked him to stop, but he refused, and we have no idea where he went. The RV? Xia Jian frowned, recalling the massive path outside. Thank you for the information. Do you have any wishes? The young man's spirit perked up. I want food. No. Can you take me away from here? Xia Jian slowly revealed a sinister smile, his palm forming into a blade, a 30-centimeter long ice shard materializing. Swish! The man's head soared through the air, blood spraying everywhere. Licking the warm blood from the corner of his mouth, Xia Jian sneered. Did you truly take my words to heart and make a wish? Commoners simply lack manners. The other survivors of Jiyuan community were utterly astonished, and chaos ensued. Let them all perish, rather than suffering in life. One might as well savor the pleasures of death. The trained, armed security personnel descended upon the community like wolves among sheep, turning Jiyuan into a sea of blood. After eliminating all the living inhabitants, Xia Jian departed with his company. Sister-in-law, please do not falter. My elder brother is still awaiting your return. As night fell, Shen Wanyue, Ling Shui, and Jiang Zhu all reached level 10, their combat prowess multiplying exponentially. Meanwhile, a new feature appeared in the system's combat maid interface, level control. Lin Dong could now manipulate the maid's levels within their maximum capacity at will. At that moment, Ling Shui was engaged in an arm wrestling contest with Jiang Zhu, testing their strength against one another. Perhaps only they understood the terrifying power concealed within their delicate alabaster arms. The two were evenly matched, causing the marble dining table to crack under their strain. You wouldn't even stand a chance against me if it weren't for the power bestowed upon you by our master. Ling Shui scoffed, as if you haven't received your strength from him. You're already engaged, and yet you're more forward than I am. You shameless hussy. Having previously lost to Jiang Zhu and face punishment, Ling Shui was determined to win this time. Jiang Zhu, having narrowly escaped the fate of being bound in the bathroom, was resolute in not allowing this wretch to triumph over her. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu felt an overwhelming force drain from her body, transforming her into an ordinary person in the blink of an eye. Crack! Unaware of what had transpired, Ling Shui seized the opportunity and exerted her strength, brutally snapping Jiang Zhu's arm, shattering the marble tabletop, and leaving a gruesome scene. Jiang Zhu's complexion turned ghostly pale as she writhed in agony. Yes, I have won. Ling Shui cheered exuberantly, reveling in her victory. Jiang Zhu, momentarily disregarding her pain, turned to Lin Dong, her face ashen. Master, it was not Lin Dong who sought to punish her, but rather, she had lost her powers. Now, she felt like a mere mortal, utterly frail. This was more terrifying than being confined in the bathroom. In a world of despair, devoid of power, she completely lost her ability to protect herself. Confused about what had transpired within her, she feared being abandoned by Lin Dong. After all, even the recently joined Liang Jihan and Qin Shiyao had already reached level 7. Lin Dong does not nurture the useless. It's nothing. I merely conducted an experiment, Lin Dong chuckled, restoring her level to 10 and healing her broken arm. The suddenness of the scene left Jiang Zhu in a daze for quite some time, before she looked at Lin Dong in sheer horror. So, the sudden loss of power was his doing? He could not only grant strength, but could also take it away at will? Ling Shui remained in a daze, tilting her head in confusion. What experiment? Thud, thud. The other maids had already knelt down. Lin Dong observed the trembling maids and sighed, rubbing his nose. Alas, he had frightened them again. It was understandable. After experiencing the thrill of power, they were naturally reluctant to revert to their former ordinary selves. The transition from frugality to extravagance is easily made, but the reverse is fraught with difficulty. This is the essence of the matter. Who would prefer to be a mere underling when they could ascend to greatness? Stand up, we shall dine tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong suddenly paused. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at the door, the sound echoing from the corridor leading to the underground garage. The maids instantly donned their attire, exuding an air of menace. Is Mr. Lin Dong present? A sweet voice inquired. Shen Wanyue opened the door to find a young and beautiful woman, adorned with delicate makeup, standing apprehensively at the threshold. Who are you? What do you want? Liang Jihan whispered to Lin Dong, master. This is the woman who was taken advantage of by that charlatan yesterday. Jiang, she felt the heat wave wash over her as she nervously scrutinized the woman before her. A multitude of questions raced through her mind, yet she managed to muster a smile. Hello, sister. I am Jiangxi. May I ask if Mr. Lin Dong is here? Shen Wanyue coldly retorted, speak plainly. Jiangxi was taken aback by her imposing presence, her fair complexion paling. Well, my godfather wishes to invite Mr. Lin Dong and all the sisters here for a casual meal, and we hope you can graciously accept. A meal? Lin Dong inquired, intrigued. Oh, a casual meal? Your godfathers are all wealthy individuals. Would they not spare the expense for a lavish banquet? And no, I only have one godfather, Jiangxi hurriedly clarified, too timid to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Mr. Lin Dong, you jest. My godfather has put forth all the food he has at home. It's quite a feast. You must come. Shen Wanyue furrowed her brow, perplexed by these individuals' intentions. Were they attempting to curry favor with the master? Lin Dong laughed heartily and rose. Very well. It can be tiresome to dine solely on our own fare. Since an invitation has been extended, let us partake in this gathering. Jiangshi eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. You must come. The gathering has a plethora of delightful dishes. The maids exchanged glances, thinking this girl is not only loud but rather simple-minded. Meanwhile, in the grand dining hall of the Qian family, the room was filled with a chorus of disgruntled women and young ladies of remarkable poise. Honestly, do they take me for what? A mere companion for drinks? One remarked. Indeed, what is one armed peasant to us? With so many men around, we could easily dispatch him with a single shot each. Why complicate matters? Dad, I don't wish to stay here. It's disgraceful. I want to go home. These women were either the newly-wed young wives of wealthy merchants or cherished daughters and goddaughters, none lacking in beauty. Qian, the general, let out a cold snort. Do not underestimate Lin Dong. If we were not uncertain, why would we resort to such desperate measures? Zhou echoed. Your task this time is of utmost importance. Our future stability hinges on your performance, so please do not create any blunders. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. A middle-aged beauty smiled gently. Rest assured, dealing with a naive young lad is a piece of cake. Before long, Lin Dong arrived. Chapter 69. What? The apocalypse is ending? As soon as he entered the room, he was met with an enthusiastic reception, as if he were a leader of sorts. Brother Lin Dong, you have finally arrived. Welcome, welcome. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Please take a seat. Qian warmly grasped Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the unexpected display. You are being overly courteous. What is the purpose of this meal? Let's get straight to the point. Qian laughed heartily. Why so formal, Brother Lin Dong? Just call me Brother Qian. There is no ulterior motive. I simply noticed how distinguished you are, and after your assistance in freeing us from that old charlatan yesterday, I was at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Thus, we neighbors decided to treat you to a meal. I hope you do not take offense. Lin Dong took the seat of honor without hesitation. Oh, in that case, I shall not be polite. A cold smile flickered in Qian's heart. He was relishing the moment of superiority. He eagerly invited the women to sit beside Lin Dong while the maids were relegated to the far end. I wasn't sure what dishes you might like, so I took the liberty of having some home-style dishes prepared. If they do not suit your taste, do let me know. With a clap of his hands, the dishes were brought to the table. Lin Dong's expression turned peculiar. Is this what you consider home-style cooking? The dishes included orchid bear paws, boiled cabbage, and braised chicken wings. Each was a symbol of luxury from the pre-apocalyptic era, with ingredients and preparation so intricate that an ordinary person could only gaze in awe. It seemed this group of wealthy merchants had quite a substantial stockpile of resources. Though, given the size of the house, it was reasonable to assume they had a dedicated storage facility for such ingredients. Seeing Lin Dong's astonishment, Qian felt a surge of pride. This was precisely the impression he sought to create, a rustic bumpkin overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity. Lin Dong, unreserved, picked up his chopsticks and began to sample the dishes. They were indeed inferior to the offerings produced by the system, yet still quite delightful. Zhou exchanged a glance with the beauty seated to Lin Dong's right, who understood the cue and produced a bottle of red wine. Xiao Dong, you must be thirsty after all that food. Let us indulge in some 1982 Lafite. This is not the mass-produced variety with an annual yield of 10 million bottles, but the genuine article. Ah, this is quite delightful, far superior to soda. Ha ha ha, Xiao Dong. You are truly amusing. The wealthy women beamed with pride, casting glances at the maids. A group of unsophisticated women, even clad in luxurious coats, cannot conceal the air of impoverishment that clings to them. The maids, observing from the sidelines, feel a surge of irritation. How dare these ostentatious women attempt to allure their master? And to mock us as well? A private chat ignites in the local network. Let's commence. Ling Xu exclaimed. I shall tear apart the faces of these ugly women. That old hag just touched our master's hand? Outrageous. Shen Wanyue cautions, do not act recklessly. It seems our master is enjoying a pleasant conversation with them. Be careful not to expose yourself, lest you incur punishment. Jiang Zhu queries, what then shall we do? Liang Jihan interjects, isn't the food delightful? What are you all discussing? Ling Shui, Shen Wanyue, and Jiang Zhu respond. Qin Shuiying remarks, the flavor is indeed commendable. But this boiled cabbage soup seems undercooked, and this orchid bear paw dish is made with frozen tofu, which greatly diminishes its texture. Moreover, there's an odd taste present in all these dishes. Liang Jihan asks, what odd taste? I cannot discern it. Ling Shui, exasperated, retorts, what time is it? And you still think about eating? Liang Jihan apologizes. I am sorry. Qin Shuang observes, something is truly amiss with this flavor. Meanwhile, several maids continue their private conversation as Mr. Qian raises his glass. Come, brother Lin Dong, since you have now taken residence in Jinghu Spring, you are our neighbor. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. We shall be like family. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chairman Jin of Jin Yi Group. He is a leading figure in the IT sector of Central China. This is General Manager Fei of Wangyan. He continues to introduce numerous individuals, all affluent merchants from before the apocalypse. Lin Dong finds himself perplexed. What is his intent? Seeing the atmosphere conducive for his proposal, Mr. Qian laughs heartily. Brother Lin Dong. Oh, calling you that feels too distant. Since I am a few years your senior, I shall call you Xiao Dong. Once the calamity has passed, would you be interested in joining our company? With your capabilities, the position of Deputy General Manager is rightfully yours. Chairman Jin interjects. Hey, Mr. Qian, you are being excessive. Xiao Dong is a talented young man I have my eye on. He must come to my company. Mr. Zhou rises, slamming his hand on the table. Do not vie for him with me. Xiao Dong's exceptional abilities make him the ideal candidate to be my successor. Lin Dong, bewildered, asks, what do you mean by the calamity passing? Mr. Qian and the others pause, then burst into laughter. Oh, my apologies, it seems you have not yet received the news. Lin Dong, increasingly confused, inquires what news. Mr. Qian clears his throat, and the restaurant falls silent. Xiao Dong, we consider you family, so we are sharing this with you. You must not disclose it to others. As you know, our business has grown significantly, and there are influential people behind us. Lin Dong nods blankly. Recently, we have received word from above that the research department has developed a vaccine against the toxic snow, and it is currently in mass production. Soon, there will be a large-scale deployment of drones to ensure the salvation of all citizens. Consider this. Once the effects of the snow toxin wane, can a mere snowfall still be deemed a catastrophe? In the face of the state apparatus, it is inevitable that the former order will be restored. Lin Dong was taken aback. Really? Don't deceive me. Mr. Qian, with an enigmatic expression, replied, what purpose would I have to deceive you? Otherwise, do you not wonder why, amidst the chaos outside, we remain in harmonious coexistence? It is precisely because we were the first to receive the news. Thus, we merely need to await the inevitable. Furthermore, once order is reinstated, the authorities will inevitably seek retribution against the criminals who have perpetrated indiscriminate slaughter. He then cast Lin Dong a knowing glance. You, who seized firearms during this disorder and committed heinous acts, can only await your reckoning. Lin Dong indeed began to panic, losing his appetite for even the wine. What shall we do then? Esteemed gentlemen, please do not report me. I am a good person. I have committed no wrongs. Ah, but you, collaborating with others, have also caused the demise of a woman. You are not exempt from scrutiny. Mr. Qian's expression turned stern. However, dear Lin Dong, you must understand that we occupy high positions and have protective backing. We are unlikely to face retribution. After all, we collectively caused the death of one person, while you have taken many lives. Indeed, Mr. Qian's words ring true. What should I do now? Mr. Qian approached, patting Lin Dong on the shoulder. My advice, dear Lin Dong, is that as long as you can serve our interests, we shall do everything in our power to protect you. What do you think? Chapter 70. The circle is truly chaotic. Lin Dong looked earnestly at Mr. Qian, who met his gaze with a facade of concern. Suddenly, Lin Dong burst into laughter. Mr. Qian's expression tightened. What are you laughing at, Lin Dong? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. How should I put it? Previously, I watched you all on television and thought you were exalted and visionary. Yet now that I engage with you, I find it rather mundane. You are quite similar to the elders back in my hometown, who, after a few drinks, pontificate on national affairs and future trajectories. It's utterly laughable. Mr. Qian's brow furrowed, a silent authority emanating from him. Do you believe, Est? Be assured, you are indeed the subject of a joke, and it is a rather amusing one. I could partake of 3 bowls of rice on its account. Humph. Lin Dong, we genuinely wish to assist you. Do not be ungrateful. Lin Dong erupted into laughter again, glancing at the drowsy women nearby and downed a glass of Lafite. Really? So, when you added sleeping pills to the food, what exactly were you hoping to assist me with? A journey to the afterlife. The expressions of Mr. Qian and the others shifted dramatically. What are you saying? What sleeping pills? We sincerely invited you to dinner. How can you slander us so? Meanwhile, several maids began to exhibit signs of lethargy. Master, I feel so sleepy. They then leaned against their chairs, breathing steadily, clearly having fallen asleep. Lin Dong raised his hands. We have laid our cards on the table. Why do you still refuse to acknowledge it? In the preceding courses prepared by my maids, you all surreptitiously administered sleeping pills. How generous of you indeed. The dosage is quite substantial. I then reached out to caress the beautiful woman's face. Mr. Zhou, is this your wife? You wealthy individuals surely revel in extravagance. And Mr. Fei, is this your daughter? Oh, is this not the niece of Mr. Jean? TSK, what a tangled web the elite weave. Are they truly unaware that an overdose of sleeping pills can be fatal? Or do they simply not care about the well-being of their wives and daughters? Mr. Zhou hastily reached into his bosom, only to be intercepted by Mr. Qian. The rotund visage of Mr. Qian revealed no hint of alarm. He adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Lin Dong, our desperate measures are a result of necessity. You possess extraordinary abilities and a firearm, which leaves us feeling quite insecure. We hope you can comprehend our predicament. Should you agree to relinquish your weapon, I assure you, these women will be yours. From henceforth, we shall be a family, and you can reside here with peace of mind. We can even provide sustenance if it runs short. Mr. Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Qian, that was not the agreement. Silence. Mr. Qian shot back with a fierce glare. What a bunch of incompetent allies. Do they not see that I am merely biding my time? Besides the dishes before me, even the wine in my hand has been spiked, having carelessly consumed it. All I need is a little more time, and surely I will fall prey to their scheme. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly, the business-minded are swift and decisive. Since childhood, I have been unacquainted with the notion of politeness. If looks could kill, Mr. Zhou would have already perished by now. Mr. Qian's heart raced, teetering on the brink of panic. What is happening? Why has he not succumbed yet? An hour passed, and many affluent businessmen's eyes glinted with envy. They were no longer merely intent on eliminating Lin Dong, but instead sought to eliminate Mr. Qian. What foolish idea has this Mr. Qian concocted? How could it be that after such a lengthy interval, Lin Dong remained so alert? Mr. Qian forced a laugh. Lin Dong, you've had your fun. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Lin Dong regarded him earnestly before bursting into laughter. Very well, I may possess no other virtues, but I do take pride in my word. Considering your understanding, here you are. The golden eagle was tossed aside, and Mr. Qian hurriedly caught it. The gaze beneath his lenses turned icy, the gun aimed at Lin Dong. At last, I've caught my opportunity, kid. The other businessmen promptly drew their weapons, pistols, shotguns, rifles, and more, a veritable arsenal. Faced with the barrels of a dozen guns, Lin Dong remained unfazed as he leisurely smoked. What's this? Has Mr. Qian turned so quickly? Were we not enjoying our collaboration moments ago? You think someone of your ilk is worthy of collaborating with me? Were it not for this apocalyptic era, I would annihilate your entire family in an instant. Mr. Qian seethed with fury, though he could not fathom why the sleeping pills had failed to take effect. He knew that if he did not eliminate Lin Dong soon, he would be the one slaughtered by Mr. Zhou and his associates. Lin Dong shrugged, swiftly pulling the unconscious beauty in front of him as a shield. Wife, Fei exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. Lin Dong, are you still a man? Let go of my wife. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Have I not already proven my masculinity? You. Bang. Qian gritted his teeth and instantly pulled the trigger. The bullet piercing through the woman's body, blood erupting in a crimson blossom. Fei was taken aback. Qian, stop the nonsense. Your wife has already been toyed with by Lin Dong. If we don't eliminate him now, we are all doomed. Qian shouted, his unease intensifying. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd hastily opened fire, the beauty being riddled with bullets. Yet, Lin Dong's figure had vanished from sight. Where is he? At that moment, Lin Dong had inexplicably appeared behind the maids, kicking a chair. Still pretending to be asleep? Get up and get to work. The maids instantly awoke. Ling Shui lazily stretched. Master, what should we do with these people? Lin Dong sneered. Naturally, we shall eliminate them all. Not a single one shall be spared. These wealthy individuals were amusing, setting a trap and using a beauty to disarm him, only to concoct a ruse with fabricated apocalyptic news and then sedate him. After such elaborate scheming, they produced merely a handful of guns? Why exert so much effort? He preferred a more straightforward approach. The affluent merchants were terrified, quickly turning their guns to shoot. But what strength did the maids possess? They charged in like famished wolves into a flock of sheep, skillfully dodging bullets, each delivering a fatal shot with precision. Qian was horrified, firing while retreating. Stop hiding. Come out and finish them off. No sooner had he uttered these words than the residents of the community stormed in with kitchen knives. Yet, upon witnessing the maids wreaking havoc, they fled in terror. They were a pampered lot, unaccustomed to such scenes of hell. Chapter 71. The beautiful teacher goes mad. This was a massacre. Ling Shui and the others found firearms insufficient and picked up kitchen knives instead. Uncles, don't run away. Let me have a slice. The maids' voices were sweet, yet their smiles were terrifying. Only Qin Shuyu cowered under the dining table, clutching a gun and too frightened to show her face. Lin Dong covered his face, approaching her and delivering a slap to her rear. Why are you being such a coward? Qin Shuyu grimaced, Master, I'm scared. The last time I killed someone, I had to muster a lot of resolve. If you keep being so timid, I shall no longer want you. Lin Dong threatened her, then instructed the maids, you lot, go clean out the entire community, leave this building for her. Ling Xuputed, huh? I haven't had my fill of killing yet. After all, most of the people were still hiding in Qian's house. Only a few had managed to escape. However, since the master had spoken, they had no choice but to obey. Lin Dong turned to Qin Shu, you go. Others are shooting at you. How much longer will you cower? Qin Xiao wished to say more, but Lin Dong's gaze had grown increasingly ominous, causing her to shudder involuntarily. In the meantime, within the confines of Qian's residence, a multitude of individuals had taken refuge, fully aware that they were ensnared like fish in a barrel, yet none dared to venture forth, indulging in their own self-deception by hiding away. Soon, Qin Xiao kicked open a door, and the occupants were instantly struck with terror, falling to their knees in supplication. Please, do not kill me. It was all Qian's idea. I was forced into this. Qin Xiao raised her firearm, struggling for a moment, but ultimately discharged a bullet that shattered the man's skull. Next door. Do not kill me. I will serve you. Bang. Another room. Spare me, I bang. Yet another. Bang. Lin Dong watched with immense satisfaction as the beautiful teacher became increasingly adept at her grim task. Indeed, it was true. The act of slaughter could become addictive. As the ammunition was depleted, Qin Xiao took the initiative to pick up a fruit knife from the ground, opting for close combat. Do not be alarmed. Breathe deeply. Dizziness is a normal reaction. With one hand gripping the man's throat, she plunged the knife repeatedly into his heart until it was utterly destroyed. Only then did she discard the corpse and extend her delicate hand to caress the hair of a nearby woman who had been driven mad with fear. Do not scream. Shoo. In a swift motion, the knife glided across the woman's neck. Uncertain of how many lives she had extinguished, Qin Xiao seemed possessed, her eyes a vivid crimson by the time she reached the last door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed like the tolling of a death knell. He. I know you are hiding inside. Open the door, won't you? If you do not, I shall enter uninvited. With a resounding kick, the door flew open, revealing three individuals, Qian, his goddaughter Jiangxi, and Chen Yunqi. The three trembled in fear as they beheld Qin Xiao, drenched in blood. Chen Yunqi was particularly horrified. Is this really Teacher Qin? How has she become like this? Qian was so frightened that his legs shook uncontrollably as he raised his gun and fired at Qin Xiao. Bang! She did not flinch or evade, allowing the bullet to strike her shoulder without a hint of pain, instead sporting a grotesque grin. You're hurting me so much. Chen Yunqi, overwhelmed by terror, was in a daze, her pants wet. Oh my, has Teacher Qin gone mad? Qian, his corpulent body drenched in sweat, found his trembling hands incapable of steady aim. As Qin Xiao advanced a step, Qian shut his eyes and repeatedly pulled the trigger, quickly emptying the magazine. When he opened his eyes again, however, Qin Xiao had vanished. Where is she? He turned to see Chen Yunqi and Jiangxi, both pale and trembling, staring in horror behind him. Qin Xiao's crimson lips drew near to his ear. You missed, I'm right here. Qian, in a swift motion, hurled the gun backward. Qin Xiao, with remarkable agility, caught it, wiped it clean, and tucked it into her bosom, declaring, this is the master's weapon. Simultaneously, Qian seized the fruit knife from Jiangxi's hand and pressed it against Chen Yunqi's neck, bellowing, do not approach. If you dare to come closer, I shall end her life. Indeed, this display proved to be most effective, as Qin Xiao refrained from advancing any further. What on earth are you doing, Brother Qian? She thought, utterly astonished that the seemingly gentlemanly and authoritative Qian would resort to using her as a hostage. Qian, in a furious tone, shouted, what do you mean? Stay put and do not move. I have no desire to die today. You wretched harlot. It is your false information that has led to my miscalculations. Now, everyone is dead. Do you understand? Do you understand? Chen Yunqi, bewildered by his outburst, displayed a pitiful expression. This is not my fault. I had no idea how you intended to deal with Lin Dong. It has nothing to do with me. With a resounding slap, Qian struck her face, instantly leaving it swollen and crimson. And you think this has nothing to do with you, you fool. At this point, nothing you say matters. If I die, you shall accompany me. Chun Yunxi, feeling despondent, reflected on her arduous escape from the abyss, only to find herself embroiled with Qian and his associates. Believing she had discovered a new protector, she even contemplated how to enjoy the resources of her newfound ally without yielding to his advances. However, she never anticipated that in a single day, her support would be utterly dismantled by Lin Dong. No, even Lin Dong had not made an appearance. It was merely Teacher Qin who sufficed. But wait, Teacher Qin was no ordinary individual. A sudden realization struck Chun Yunxi, and she understood why Qian accused her of providing erroneous information. Previously, she had explicitly stated that Liang Jihan and Qin Xiao were mere commoners. Yet now, one person had dispatched so many. Could this truly be called ordinary? In utter astonishment, she gazed at Qin Xiao and inquired, Teacher Qin, when did you acquire such extraordinary abilities? Qin Xiao responded with a beguiling smile. Naturally, it was bestowed upon me by the master. In just one day, I have become quite formidable. Chun Yunxi, astonished, stared at her. Is it truly that simple? She was acutely aware that her former boyfriend, Feng Yi, had succumbed to a high fever for 3 days after encountering the toxic snow before gaining his powers. How could she attain them in a single day? What remarkable prowess does Lin Dong possess? With another slap, Qian silenced her, exclaiming, Enough of your babbling. Is this your teacher? Urge her to spare me, quickly. With a pitiful gaze, Chun Yunxi pleaded, Teacher Qin, I am your student. It was my recklessness that led to this. As a teacher, it is your duty to ensure your student's safety. Could you not leave this place and grant us mercy? However, Qin Xiao slowly shook her head. But you intended to mar my face, did you not? Suddenly, Qin Xiao seized the trembling Jiang Shi from the side, brandishing the knife against her neck. The master once declared that all those here must be killed without exception. Chapter 72. The proud school bell finally bows down. The bloody blade was gently placed against the pristine neck of Jiang Shi, causing her to cry in terror. Daddy, Daddy, please save me. As his foster daughter was held hostage, Mr. Qian's momentary struggle was fleeting. Are you still a teacher? How can you have the audacity to use my foster daughter as a hostage? Qin Shuang shrugged. You are still a public figure, if I recall correctly. You are also the vice president of the Jiangqing Business Alliance, and yet you have used students as hostages too. We can either release each other at the same time, or you can witness your foster daughter's death before your very eyes. You, Mr. Qian was rendered speechless. Damn it. Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for words. Jiangxi sobbed. Daddy, please let her go. I'm so scared, Wah. Damn it. You fool. Mr. Qian shouted angrily. If I let her go, neither of us will escape. Little Shi, I have not been unkind to you. I've spent quite a bit on you over the years, so consider this a sacrifice for your foster father. Jiangxi stared blankly at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Could he truly be so heartless? Mr. Qian, are you even a man? I dropped out and terminated my pregnancy for you. And you treated me as a mere business pawn to be given to others. How can you do this to me? Mr. Qian scoffed. Isn't this what a foster daughter is supposed to do? Do you really think my money came without cost? Qin Shuang spoke slowly. It seems your foster father does not cherish you. I can only express my regrets. The blade slowly glided across her neck, and Jiangxi began to struggle violently. Her eyes fixed fiercely on Mr. Qian as if she wished to devour him whole. Faced with the potential death of his foster daughter, a fleeting moment of compassion crossed Mr. Qian's eyes, yet he quickly steeled himself. Nothing was more important than his own life. If the foster daughter perished, so be it. As long as he survived, he could always find another. At that moment, Lin Dong entered. Is this still not over? Why the delay? Chun Yunxi, seeing him as a savior, exclaimed, Lin Dong, please save me. Lin Dong responded, damn it, are you sick? Witnessing Lin Dong's indifference, Chun Yunxi truly panicked. With Qin Shuang harboring resentment towards her and Mr. Qian treating her as a hostage, if Lin Dong refused to help, her fate was sealed. Lin Dong, no, master. I was wrong, I truly was. I should not have treated you that way. I should not have run away. I genuinely wish to be your maid and will never betray you again. Mr. Qian also hurriedly interjected, Lin Dong, I swear I haven't touched this girl. As long as you let me go, I will not harm her. Lin Dong turned to Qin Shuang, what are we waiting for? Let us resolve this. Both were struck with horror, Lin Dong was resolute in his intent to kill them. Filthy bitch, useless. As soon as Mr. Qian saw Qin Shuang preparing to act, he immediately pushed Chen Yunqi out and bolted toward the window. With a swift motion, Qin Shuang hurled the fruit knife, delivering a chilling blow that pierced his heart. Qian Zong stared blankly at the protruding tip of the knife, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he fell to the ground. Now, only Chen Yunqi remained. At this moment, the young girl was truly terrified, her tears flowing freely. It's over. All is lost. She finally understood that in this apocalyptic world, no one could be relied upon. She had hoped that Feng Yi, with his superpowers, would elevate her from despair, but when danger truly struck, he decisively abandoned her. When she encountered Lin Dong, she initially intended to manipulate him as she had with Feng Yi, only to be met with his violent treatment. Having narrowly escaped the den of horrors, she had hoped Qianzong would lead her to a new life, only to find herself nothing more than a cruel joke. Unwilling to accept her fate, she gazed at the menacing Qin Shuyu with envy. The once fragile and easily bullied beauty, her former teacher, now possessed formidable power, able to dictate her own life and death, as well as that of others. This transformation was solely due to her willingness to submit to Lin Dong. With this realization, Chen Yunqi steeled herself, biting her silver teeth. Master, I was wrong. I am willing to do anything for you, to serve you like a loyal beast. Please, spare my life. In that moment, she cast aside all pride and dignity, pleading simply for survival. Qin Shuyu sighed deeply from the side. This foolish child. Has she only now come to her senses? At such a time, all cleverness is but a fleeting cloud. Only a powerful man and strength are the true currency of survival. Lin Dong leaned against the doorframe, wearing an inexplicable smile. Oh, but who was it that said she would never become my dog, even if it meant death? I prefer your defiant nature. Reclaim that. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yunqi had completely surrendered, bowing deeply, her forehead striking the ground, blood streaming down her once innocent and lovely face, now appearing grotesque and terrifying. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Lin Dong coldly chuckled as he grasped her chin. I sense your sincerity. Therefore, I have decided to grant you the opportunity to be an intern maid. Your duties will include serving me and several other maids. Should you refuse, I am willing, master. Then you must seize this opportunity well, lest you follow the same tragic path as the previous intern maid. Chen Yunqi was taken aback, nervously asking, what did she do? Lin Dong replied with a smile. She violated the rules and was executed. The blood and brains were everywhere. Chen Yunqi trembled and bowed again. Rest assured, master, I will be obedient. Good girl. After the maids, including Shan Wanyue, had thoroughly cleared the entire community, they returned to the original building. Ling Shui hopped about joyfully, exclaiming, Yay, I killed most this time. Shen Wanyue smiled wryly, realizing that this reckless girl was truly fortunate. The master has yet to return, presumably still at Mr. Qian's residence. Let's first attend to our personal grooming and tidying up. Noticing Jiang Zhu's distracted demeanor, Liang Zihan inquired, what troubles you? Are you injured? No. Jiang Zhu hastily shook her head. The reason for her distraction stemmed from a message she received from her fiancé. Beichen has successfully awakened and become an extraordinary being. Throughout the day, she had been enveloped in a state of unease, fearful that Xia Beichen might suddenly confront her. Given his domineering personality, it was likely that he would not take the news well. In fact, it seemed that no man could accept such a revelation. Being caught in the middle was exceedingly awkward. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless. She had long been evading this reality, but how long could one truly avoid it? Deep down, Jiangzhu secretly relished the thrill of this forbidden tension. Yet she understood that such a state could not endure for long. Once Beichen and Lin Dong crossed paths, it would inevitably lead to a life-or-death confrontation. Just as she contemplated this, all the maids simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance. Someone was approaching. Chapter 73. Is your sister-in-law really this powerful? Damn it. I ran quite a distance, yet it took me ages to locate them. Xia Jian arrived at Jinghu Spring. Throughout the day, apart from the fortunate capture of 2 awakened individuals, he had spent most of his time trailing the path of a motorhome. Huh, where's the vehicle? Xia Jian was momentarily baffled. Never mind, since the trail has vanished here. It signifies that the other party must be hiding nearby. I shall simply go in and search. Bring everyone in the community out. The security personnel were just about to spring into action when the door swung open. Xia Jian's pupils immediately contracted. So many beautiful women. One of the women's appearance struck him as remarkably familiar. Xia Jian pulled out a photograph for comparison. I have found my sister-in-law. Indeed, she was even more stunning in person than in the photo. This sister-in-law, her beauty is irresistible. Shen Wanyue coldly interjected. I care not who you are or what your intentions may be. I advise you to leave at once. Such an arrogant woman. Xia Jian couldn't help but snicker. Leave? This is the first time in my life that someone dares to speak to me in such a manner. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu's face immediately drained of color. The Xia family has arrived. Shen Wanyue frowned. She is your sister-in-law? You are Xia Beichen's brother? Indeed, before departing this morning. My dear brother made it abundantly clear that I must bring my sister-in-law back, no matter what. Xia Jian's eyes greedily fixated on Jiang Zhu. Sister-in-law, I have come to escort you. Let us go. Shen Wanyue scoffed. Since they are your relatives, you should handle this yourself. With that, she turned to lead Ling Shui and the others back inside, leaving Jiang Zhu feeling utterly at a loss. Xia Jian slowly approached, smiling as he appraised Jiang Zhu. One must admit, though that foolish brother lacks intelligence, his taste is indeed commendable. Her beauty and figure rival those of many renowned actresses, surpassing only that of her elder sister at home, and even then, the difference is negligible. Come back with me, sister-in-law. Big brother has been waiting for you with great difficulty, Xia Jian said, unabashedly reaching out to grasp Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu swiftly withdrew her hand and took a step back. Xia Jian, you should leave. Please tell Beichen that I won't be going back. From a moment she met Lin Dong, she had irrevocably lost the chance to return to Xia Beichen's side. Not going back. Xia Jian frowned, then scoffed coldly. Sister-in-law, I simply cannot report back like this. Jiang Zhu bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You must leave. It's dangerous here. If you still acknowledge me as your sister-in-law, trust me just this once. It's not safe. Hurry back. Beichen will explain everything to you when the opportunity arises. Xia Jian snorted disdainfully. You shameless wretch, how dare you refuse? Not only will I not leave, but I shall also take you and those other girls with me. Jiang Zhu was taken aback, anger surging through her, causing her to tremble. Xia Jian, what are you saying? Don't be reckless. Ling Shui peeked her head out from behind the door. He just wants to have his way. It's not just his name that's Xia Jian. His character is equally despicable. Xia Jian laughed heartily, taking pride in his behavior. You understand me well, little girl. I'll be gentle with you later. Ling Shui scoffed and retreated. He was doomed. Xia Jian, this is your last chance. If you turn back now, there is still room for negotiation. Jiang Zhu realized that Xia Jian harbored ill intentions, and no amount of persuasion would penetrate his mind. Was it time to resort to violence? With a swift motion, Xia Jian conjured an ice blade. Enough talk. I hope your tongue remains as sharp later. Knowing that Jiang Zhu was also an awakened one, he wasted no time in launching his attack. Jiang Zhu leaned back to evade, her expression growing cold. Since her opponent persisted in courting death, she would not hold back either. Impressive skills. Xia Jian sneered as another ice blade materialized in his hand. With both blades, he struck. Jiang Zhu clenched her fists and brought them down heavily upon the ice blade. Seeking death, Xia Jian chuckled, confident that his ice blade was sharper than any ordinary steel, lamenting only that it would ruin her beautiful hands. With a crack, her fist collided with the ice blade, which shattered into countless shards. What? Xia Jian's pupils constricted. Yet, Jiang Zhu's fist continued its relentless advance. At the critical moment, Xia Jian formed a layer of ice armor on his chest. With a resounding crash, her fist struck his chest with tremendous force. The overwhelming power surged through him, causing Xia Jian's eyes to bulge, and he was sent flying, carving a long trench in the ground. The security guard were left dumbfounded. Xia Jian had been knocked away? Coughing, Xia Jian struggled to rise from the ground. The ice armor shattered, his visage twisted in fury. Had it not been for the protective ice armor, the opponent's punch would have surely pierced through him. Why are you still standing there? Finish her off. The security personnel hastily drew their firearms and opened fire. Jiang Zhu, with a cold expression, leapt high into the air, then crashed down heavily. Bang! One of the guards was instantly reduced to a pulp. These were mere mortals, utterly incapable of offering any resistance. Liang Jihan gasped in astonishment. Jiang Zhu has gone mad, attacking her in-laws with such ferocity. Shen Wanyue scoffed. Have you ever seen an in-law who is coveted by a younger brother? Killing her is justifiable. Liang Jihan felt an inner sense of caution rising. This group of women, besides their bloodlust, harbored ill intentions towards one another. she needed to tread carefully. In mere moments, Jiangzhu had dispatched over a dozen security guards, leaving only her astonished brother-in-law. I told you, if you had left sooner, perhaps you wouldn't have met this fate, Jiangzhu lamented internally, realizing this meant a complete severance from the Xia family. Shen Wanyue, you're truly ruthless. Yet why did she feel a peculiar sense of relief? Perhaps it was the disappearance of that entangled anxiety after finally making a choice. Xia Jian trembled, disbelief etched on his face. Why? How can you be so powerful? According to the Foundation's intelligence, most awakened individuals outside were of C rank and lacked any special abilities. Although he himself was also C rank with ice abilities, his combat prowess was formidable, but his sister-in-law's strength was beyond comprehension. Previously, he had intended to capture Jiangzhu, have his moment of pleasure, and then bring both her and Lin Dong back to the Xia family. This would undoubtedly humiliate Xia Beichen, as the fiancé of the family's future heir mingled with commoners, something the family head could never tolerate. But he never anticipated his sister-in-law would be this powerful. Chapter 74. The Xia family's misery. The star's fury. Xia Jian cursed the Foundation in his heart while simultaneously channeling his abilities to form an ice sled beneath his feet. Unable to win, he prepared to flee. Jiangzhu perceived his intentions, sighed with a complex expression, and suddenly vanished from sight. Damn it! Xia Jian was taken aback and turned to run. But that bloodied little pink fist, imbued with terrifying force, struck fiercely towards his head. Bang! A shower of blood and brain matter erupted, akin to a shattered watermelon. Jiangzhu stared blankly at the sky, allowing the droplets of blood to fall upon her, her eyes reddening as she covered her face and began to weep. Not for Xia Jian, but for the self that once loved Xia Beichen. There was no turning back. The last vestiges of hope and delusion hidden deep within her heart had dissipated entirely. From now on, she would no longer be Xia Beichen's fiancée. Huh? What is she crying about? Lin Dong suddenly returned, noticing several maids huddled at the doorway, watching the weeping Jiangzhu with curiosity. The maids hurriedly turned around, their pupils dilating in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. Ignoring the bloodied Qin Xiao, what was it that their master had thrown over his shoulder? It appeared to be a person, indeed. Shen Wanyue quickly composed herself and said, Master, the Xia family has just sought us out. After listening to the maid's account, Lin Dong wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at her. Ah, dear maid, you truly understand. He was well aware that Shen Wanyue was pushing Jiangzhu to sever all ties with the Xia family, insisting that while attending to their master, she should not dwell on her fiancé. Ling Shui quietly inquired, Master, who is it that you are carrying? Oh, just that foolish university student, Lin Dong replied, tossing Chun Yunxi onto her. Ling Shui accepted the burden, unable to suppress a shiver of trepidation. Maid 6, Chun Yunxi, system rating, 84. Current strength, level 3. Maid outfit, none. Today's unexpected delight was indeed the beautiful teacher. Who would have thought that she possessed two distinct personas? In her normal state, she appeared fragile and innocent, radiating purity and kindness. Yet, who could have anticipated her ruthless and deranged side when it came to violence? Such a unique character. As night fell, the Xia family was shrouded in gloom. Xia Beichen paced anxiously in the hall, clearly distressed. Where is Xia Jian? Has something happened to Xiaozhu? In the morning, the 7 members of the Xia family had set out with great ambition. By nightfall, only 3 had returned, Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichen, and a fortunate cousin from the Xia family. The others had completely lost contact. Xia Juanfeng's aged face darkened ominously. If not for his position as head of the family requiring composure, he would have already smashed something. Is that damned Foundation deliberately trying to sabotage my Xia family? The steward had claimed that the awakened outside would at most possess C-level strength. Why then had his C-level kin, accompanied by armed security, lost contact with the majority? The outcome was obvious. They had perished out there, just as the Xia family was on the verge of soaring. In a single day, they suffered such a grievous blow. Who could endure this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Xia Junfeng swiftly dialed the steward. 2 minutes later, he crushed his phone in frustration, his face ashen. Father, what did the Foundation say? Xia Qingyu inquired coolly. What do you think they said? Xia Junfeng roared. The Foundation is nothing but a pack of ravenous wolves, devouring us without remorse. Their intel was faulty, and they had the audacity to blame us for failing to deliver. In a whole day, we captured fewer than 10 experimental subjects. The steward even intends to reduce the supply of serum for our next collaboration. Damn it. You are all worthless. The sheer waste of serum was infuriating. They could not even handle those insignificant outsiders. Had he known they were so incompetent, he would have been better off selecting a new batch. The Xia family members remained silent, too intimidated to speak. This time, the losses were indeed catastrophic. Yesterday, those who attained the qualification for awakening were all pillars of the Xia family. A significant number of awakeners perished, and today, more experimental subjects met the same fate. This is no mere injury. It feels as though the sky is collapsing. Should the Xia family lack a sufficient number of awakeners as a foundation, they will inevitably be outpaced by the burgeoning numbers of awakeners from outside. Xia Qingyu consoled, "Father, please calm down." "Calm down? How can I calm down?" Xia Junfeng directed his ire at his daughter. "Do not think I am unaware. Your overconfidence in your own strength has led to the wrongful demise of many experimental subjects. Had you captured more subjects, would I have needed to negotiate with the Foundation from such a disadvantageous position?" Xia Qingyu replied bitterly, "Father, but those experimental subjects, enough." He interrupted, "I have come to a decision. We will proceed with the engagement between the Xia and Yun families." Xia Qingyu's expression turned pale. "Father, you explicitly told me yesterday that the engagement was cancelled. How can you go back on your word?" Xia Junfeng snorted coldly. "I had believed that with you as an A-grade awakener, the Xia family's foundation would soar, yet you have betrayed my trust. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Coincidentally, the young master of the Yun family contacted me today. He will bring with him serum obtained through collaboration with the Foundation as a gift for our meeting tomorrow. This batch of serum is crucial for the Xia family. We must acquire it at all costs." Xia Qingyu trembled violently, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at her father. In that moment, she fully understood that her father did not regard her as his daughter, but merely as a tool for maintaining the stability and growth of the family. When the family is weak, she is a means for marriage. When the family rises, she is a leader. If their ascent fails, she will once again be relegated to a pawn in a marital alliance. He would not even grant her the time to voice her thoughts, decisively negating her existence with a single pronouncement. Clenching her fists tightly, she buried the anger and resentment deep within her heart. "Since you deem me heartless, do not blame me for my own lack of compassion." Xia Junfeng disregarded his daughter's fury and stood, proclaiming, "Though we possess the Yun family serum, we cannot afford to sever ties with the Foundation. Tomorrow, the three of you will continue to capture experimental subjects for me. Some individuals, I hope you relish the consequences." Chapter 75. The Hell Demon set in her chamber. Xia Qingyu wore a venomous gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly, footsteps approached. "Knock, knock, knock. Sister, are you asleep?" It was Xia Beichen. Xia Qingyu opened the door expressionlessly. "What is it?" Noticing his sister's distress, Xia Beichen entered with a naive smile. "Sister, I know you're feeling down, so I can comfort you. Father has indeed gone too far today, but he is only considering the family's future. Do not hold it against him. He would have been better off not mentioning it. But once he did..." Xia Qingyu was instantly engulfed in fury. "For the future of the family? Is it so easy to sacrifice me for that future? Am I truly his daughter, or merely a tool? Do you think the Xia family has attained its current vast estate by mere chance? What makes you deserving of the presidency of the Xia Corporation? It is all because of me. It was I who toiled relentlessly in the entertainment industry. It was I who navigated the treacherous waters of capital. It was I who smiled and drank to secure investments for the family. I devoted every penny I earned to building our family's enterprises, only to find my shares rendered void. Do you understand that the entire Xia family has been draining my lifeblood? Now, with money rendered worthless, I have become a mere pawn in a marriage alliance. Do you think I should not harbor resentment towards him?" Xia Beichen stared blankly at his sister, rendered speechless. If he were to place himself in her shoes, he would likely feel even more heartbroken. Unable to offer comfort, he decided to change the subject. "Sister, things cannot be changed now. We must look forward. I just discreetly inquired with father, and Brother Yun is now also in A level. His strength is not inferior to yours. Once you both marry, you will undoubtedly become the most enviable couple in the Dragon Kingdom." As he spoke, he recalled Jiang Zhu and his expression dimmed. She hadn't responded to him all day, and her failure to answer his calls left him feeling anxious. What could be happening with her? Xia Qingyu snorted. "What does it matter if he is A level? I, Xia Qingyu, am never inferior to any man, nor will I bow to any man." Sensing her brother's unusual mood, she quickly realized that he was yearning for a woman. With a glint of mischief in her eye, Xia Qingyu smiled brightly. "Beichun, do you truly love Jiangzhu?" Xiao Beichen's expression turned serious. Sister, I will marry no one but her. Then allow me to assist you, Xiao Qingyu said leisurely. Really? Xiao Beichen's eyes lit up. You agree to let me go to Gushin District to find Xiao Zhu tomorrow? Xiao Qingyu shook her head. You cannot go. I will go. Xiao Beichen was puzzled. Why? Oh, my foolish brother, Xiao Qingyu sighed. Are you not afraid she may refuse to see you? Xiao Beichen was rendered speechless. She had not contacted him all day. She must surely be angry. They had agreed that he would come to fetch her once he successfully awakened. Xiao Qingyu replied coolly. Previously, I prevented you from seeking her out. As your sister, I was in the wrong. To resolve the misunderstandings between you, I must personally apologize and bring her back. Furthermore, if Father does not trust me, why should I tirelessly seek out experimental subjects? Aside from myself, you possess the strongest capability in this family. For the sake of the family, securing experimental subjects cannot be neglected. Do you understand? Xiao Beichen frowned. Although the reasoning felt somewhat forced, he could not find fault with it. Most importantly, he had great faith in his sister. Sister, I entrust this task to you. You must help me bring Xiao Zhu back. Rest assured, the domineering So left with a cheerful demeanor. As she gazed at her brother's retreating figure, Xiao Qingyu's expression gradually darkened. Why is it that you are entitled to pursue happiness while I am relegated to being a tool for the family sacrifices? This is profoundly unjust. My dear brother, do not hold it against your sister. In the springtime of Mirror Lake, within a spacious and brightly lit bedroom, Lin Dong lay alone on the grand bed, resting. Even now, he never permitted any maid to accompany him in slumber. Training the maids was a laborious task. From yesterday until today, apart from dining and engaging in combat, it had been all about honing their skills, while also ensuring they took adequate breaks. Ding! Today's check-in rewards are as follows. 1. Apocalypse opening artifact, capable of breaking through all obstacles. 2. Infinite cigarettes. 3. Hell demon set. 4. A pen that will not drop no matter how it is turned. Lin Dong instantaneously sprang up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Could it be? The set has finally arrived? Ever since unlocking the combat made feature, he had longed for the day when the set would manifest. It had not been an easy journey, but at last, it had appeared. He selected option 3. Within the system space, a card materialized. The card depicted a vividly lifelike image of a demon, complete with twin horns and a fearsome visage, and adorned with magnificent demon wings that exuded an aura of formidable power. Hell Demon Set can be donned or removed by the host or any maid at will. Upon removal, it can be re-equipped. Set effect. Once worn, one can freely transform into a hell demon, with no time limitation, and the demon's power will correlate with the wearer's own extraordinary abilities. A maid wearing the set will be unable to launch an attack against the host. The description was rather straightforward, yet it left the specifics of the demon's power ambiguous. The only way to find out was to give it a try. Lin Dong eagerly retrieved the card, licking his lips in anticipation. Use. In an instant, a dense, viscous black aura enveloped him, and black light erupted from within Lin Dong, intertwining with the dark mist. His breathing grew labored, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, and horns sprouted from his forehead. With a rush, 2 massive demon wings, each measuring 3 meters in length, unfurled. The black mist began to gradually recede into his body. The transformation into a demon was complete. Had he grown taller? Upon opening his eyes, Lin Dong's first reaction was the realization that he was elevated above the ground. His original height of around 1.80 meters had now surpassed 2 meters. His entire form was clad in a black and red armor, beneath which his skin had become remarkably robust and dark, brimming with a sense of power. Not bad, Lin Dong mused as he assessed his reflection in the mirror. Although his eyes had turned red and horns adorned his head, his facial features remained those of his original handsome self, albeit with a slight darkening. The 2 great wings behind him gently flapped, and a tempest suddenly swept through the room, as if they were an integral part of his own being, moving with a will of their own. Bang! The demon Lin Dong shattered the window and soared into the sky. Roaring with excitement, he exclaimed, I can fly now. With a flick of his wrist, a colossal demon scythe, over 3 meters long, materialized in his hand, and with a casual flourish, gleaming blades of light erupted forth. Lin Dong attentively sensed the power of this demon suit. Beyond granting him the ability to fly and wield weapons, it significantly enhanced his physical attributes, boosting his combat prowess by a staggering 10-fold. Remarkable. The only drawback was that, while this suit had no time limit, it did consume energy. Nevertheless, that posed little concern, as his level was sufficient for a half-hour of use. Chapter 76. The Demon's Suit favored by the maids. After thoroughly experiencing the power of the Demon's Suit, Lin Dong returned. The maids were in a state of near panic, fearing that Lin Dong had encountered an enemy attack. How terrifying must that foe be, given his prolonged absence? "Ah, master, where have you been?" Chun Yunxi rushed over, her face etched with concern. The other maids whispered among themselves. What a drama queen this new girl is. Ling Shui's nose crinkled in irritation. She stole my spotlight. In high spirits, Lin Dong bore no ill will toward their uninvited intrusion into his chamber. Nothing much, just testing out something extraordinary. His gaze roamed among the maids, contemplating who might best serve as a test subject for the suit. Given their personalities, Chun Yunxi seemed the most fitting. She was a little demon herself. However, as a trial maid, she was unworthy of donning such a suit. Besides, he believed the contrast would be most fitting. Ling Shui immediately shoved Chun Yunxi aside, puffed out her chest, and provocatively glanced at her, asking sweetly, "Master, what is this wonderful thing? Can I use it?" Chun Yunxi's lips curled in disdain. "That hussy." Lin Dong stroked his chin in contemplation, ultimately fixing his gaze on Qin Shuyu. At that moment, the beautiful teacher appeared drowsy and dazed. He opened the system interface and adorned her with a hell demon suit. Qin Shuyu froze, gazing bewilderedly at her hands, her lovely face reflecting shock as she exclaimed, "Master, I feel something within me." Shen Wanwei gasped, "What? That's impossible. It's only been 2 days and you." Today, her relatives had arrived, and her previous worries were unfounded, leaving her feelings quite sensitive and complex. "I didn't conceive. Could Qin Shuyu have?" Lin Dong rolled his eyes. "Why the fuss? Close your eyes and feel it. Channel it with your mind." Obediently, Qin Shuyu shut her eyes, and soon, similar to Lin Dong's earlier experience, a thick black mist emerged as the demon's suit began to manifest. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the maids, the demon Qin Shuyu was born. Lin Dong was equally astonished. Due to the stark contrast between the demonic visage of the beautiful teacher and his own, the differences were quite pronounced. The twin horns on her forehead and the black-red wings on her back bore a resemblance. Yet Qin Shuyu's complexion remained unblemished, radiant even, as if illuminated from within. Her flowing hair danced gracefully in the absence of wind, and her crimson eyes exuded an alluring charm. Although her stature had increased, her physique did not exhibit the explosive musculature typical of a warrior. Rather, her contours were soft and elegant. The demon version of Qin Shuyu left the maids utterly astonished. What was this? Ling Shui watched in awe, her mouth watering at the sight. The ensemble was simply exquisite. If only she could don such attire, it would surely be breathtaking. Qin Shuyu cried out in fear, "Master, what is this?" In her panic, she flapped her wings and was propelled upwards, her demonic horns embedding into the ceiling, her long legs flailing helplessly. "Help!" Lin Dong muttered to himself. This outfit has distinct male and female versions. It looks imposing on a man, yet undeniably seductive on a maid. Quite intriguing. As the demon card was deactivated, Qin Shuyu instantly reverted to her original form, tumbling to the floor. "This is my new toy. I was merely testing it. It seems effective. What are you all doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, the maids, with stars in their eyes, rushed over, clearly eager for the outfit. They could easily discern that the ensemble Qin Shuyu had just worn was far more than a mere costume change. It likely possessed other capabilities. Such a splendid item was infinitely more alluring than any designer handbag. Lin Dong chuckled. "You all have quite the imagination. At present, I possess only one set of this outfit. As for who will receive it, I shall deliberate further." Upon hearing this, the maids eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. The sky was overcast, the already dim atmosphere thickened by heavy clouds, as if brewing a far greater storm. At the headquarters of the Jiangxing Foundation, the steward stood with arms crossed, a dark expression on his face as he observed the awakened individuals in the laboratory, crying out in desperation, "Let me go. This is illegal human experimentation, a violation of moral ethics. Release me at once." The plump woman, previously rendered unconscious by Xia Beichan, shouted hoarsely. Her limbs were shackled with chains of a special material, rendering her utterly immobile. A technician in a white coat cautiously retrieved a syringe filled with an unidentified red liquid. "Do not struggle. Your sacrifice will significantly contribute to the evolution of humanity. You should be grateful." With that, he plunged the needle into the woman's neck, injecting the liquid into her body. "Ah, no, please no." The woman writhed violently, the chains clanking ominously. Suddenly, her body became still, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, the whites of her eyes beginning to show. The steward's eyes narrowed. This was the last experimental subject in hand, and success was imperative. Soon, the woman's skin began to swell rapidly, the flesh beneath her surface becoming distinctly visible, crimson liquid coursing beneath her skin. As the woman's physique expanded, her expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, her yellowed teeth clattering ominously, and her eyes filled with crimson veins. Alas! The steward shook his head in dismay. No sooner had he spoken than the woman's body erupted, flesh and tissue scattering like confetti. The technicians, caught off guard, were splattered and immediately retched. Damn it, you are all a bunch of useless fools. In this apocalyptic world, anything could transpire. If within 3 days you fail to make any progress, you shall inject the awakening serum yourselves and become the test subjects. The stewardess' thoughts drifted to the missing golden couple, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. The technicians trembled in silence, too afraid to utter a word. The lead technician stepped forward, attempting to placate him. My lord, please do not be angry. We have indeed made some breakthroughs in our research. However, the physical condition of the test subjects is inadequate to withstand the violent potency of our latest enhancement serum. After meticulous calculations, we believe that with an A-class, or rather, an A-class test subject, we could successfully obtain valuable experimental data. The steward glared at him intently, his voice icy. So, you are suggesting that I become your test subject? The technician, horrified, shook his head vehemently. No, my lord, that is not my intention. Before he could finish, a tiny winged ant crawled onto the tip of his nose. What is this? The ant suddenly burrowed into his nostril. Chapter 77. The vengeance of a murdered wife. The lead technician gasped in alarm, frantically attempting to extract the ant from his nose, slapping his face and forcefully blowing air. Oh, get out, come out. In less than 5 seconds, his eyes bulged with blood, and then his eye sockets burst, blood and eyeballs erupting forth. More horrifyingly, blood began to pour from his ears, nose, and mouth, and his head rapidly deflated. The technicians huddled in the corner, their faces pale with terror, watching the scene unfold. The steward frowned. Insect brother, cease this nonsense. As if understanding his command, the blood-soaked ant crawled out from the technician's eye socket, shaking off the blood and returning to its original pitch-black form. Meanwhile, the laboratory door swung open, and a diminutive figure entered. Hee, uncle, isn't my little darling impressive? The newcomer stood just over a meter tall, appearing as an adorably toothless little boy. His face was fair and clean, topped with a bowl-cut hairstyle. Large glasses perched on his nose, and a lollipop in his mouth, giving him an innocuous appearance. The boy waved at the ant, which obediently responded to its master's call, shooting forth like a bullet before landing gently on the boy's fingertip. Good boy, my little darling, are you full now? What? You still want to eat? But with your size, even that big brain is too much for you. He chuckled. All right. Let me find you another one, and see whose brain might be more delectable. The young boy displayed a charming and innocent smile as he selected his targets. A group of technicians looked on with pleading and despair, hoping to escape calamity. The steward coldly remarked, enough. These individuals still hold value. If you wish to feed your pets, go to the refuse room. There lie numerous discarded experimental subjects, ripe for your consumption. And here, refer to me as steward. Chong Di. His nephew was merely 20 years of age. Before the apocalypse, he had suffered from a rare affliction that rendered him perpetually youthful in appearance. Years of illness had warped Chong Di's psyche, and after acquiring supernatural abilities in the aftermath of the world's end, his behavior grew increasingly twisted. He now commanded his small ants to specifically feast upon human brains, revealing a disturbing nature. Were it not for his familial ties, the reckless Chong Di would have surely wreaked havoc upon the Foundation's headquarters by now. Pouting, Chong Di replied with reluctance, Uncle, those discarded experimental subjects are dead. Some even with their heads exploded. My little darlings cannot consume anything cold. It will upset their stomachs. The steward could not help but roll his eyes. Your mutated ants are fierce as monsters, and yet they can't handle a bit of cold? Enough. Behave, or I shall confiscate your gaming console. Ah, fine. Chong Di seemed to have been grasped at his weak point, pitiably gathering his little ants into his sleeves. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly inquired, By the way, Uncle, where is Aunt you? I want to play games with her. The steward sighed deeply. The Jade Maiden has gone missing, along with the Golden Boy. Chong Di's expression shifted dramatically. What? Even Uncle Neo too is missing. Have they been killed? Most likely. Otherwise, they would not have ceased communication for such an extended period. The steward's gaze turned somber. What manner of entity lurks in the ancient mountainous region, causing me to lose 3 significant figures? Chengdi's demeanor transformed, brimming with fury. I had promised Aunt Yu that I would marry her when I grew up. Uncle, who was responsible for their deaths? I shall avenge my wife. The steward lamented. There are far too many points of contention here. I hardly know where to begin. Do not involve yourself in this matter. I will continue to dispatch individuals to investigate their whereabouts. Absolutely not. I must avenge my wife. Cease your antics, or I will take away your gaming console. Take it if you must. The murder of a wife is an unpardonable sin. Uncle, if you do not reveal who did this, I will unleash my little darlings upon everyone here. Chengdi's expression was utterly serious. You cannot stop me, uncle. The steward felt a wave of frustration. Once his nephew was set on a path of madness, he truly could not be restrained, unless he could bring himself to harm his own nephew. Given that Chengdi was also an A-class individual with unique abilities, he was particularly suited for infiltration and group combat. Due to his stature, Chengdi had faced ridicule throughout his life, making him exceedingly sensitive and prone to anger. Ironically, the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden were anything but ordinary themselves. The relationship between Chengdi and the couple was exceptionally close. Regarding the incident, I remain unaware of who orchestrated their demise. Previously, Huang Fei had discovered that Jiangxing University of Science and Technology possessed lasers. After much internal conflict, the steward ultimately chose to speak the truth. Chengdi's eyes glimmered with a fierce hatred. The ancient mountain district, is it? I shall see what malevolent spirits lurk there. With that, he took off running. The steward raised a hand to stop him, but it hung helplessly in the air before he sighed heavily and shouted, "Be careful. Contact me immediately if anything arises." The same sentiment echoed. Whatever Chengdi intended to do, he could not be restrained. Though Chengdi's demeanor and appearance resembled that of a child, he was acutely aware that his elder nephew possessed the mindset of an adult. Thus he harbored no fear of him being abducted. Moreover, Chengdi's glasses had been modified to incorporate a camera, allowing the steward to monitor his condition in real time. Clad in snow gear and shouldering a small backpack, Chengdi exited the Foundation with a menacing aura, waving his hands. "My dear little ones, let us embark." In an instant, a chorus of buzzing filled the air. A wisp of black mist began to materialize overhead, soon followed by an ever-increasing mass of darkness converging toward Chengdi. The steward could not help but gasp, "Goodness! When did he amass so many insects?" The entrance of the Foundation was engulfed in swirling black mist, teeming with an overwhelming number of insects, likely numbering in the millions. How many lives had this boy consumed with his insects? Surely, all the living beings within several kilometers had been devoured. Countless tiny creatures began to attach themselves to Chengdi's back, swiftly forming 2 large black wings. His body began to lift slowly into the air before soaring skyward. The steward's pupils constricted in shock. Such a vast multitude of insects, yet he could control them with such precision. Chengdi's strength was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu was also en route to the ancient mountain district with her team. "Miss, the head of the family has instructed that you must capture at least 10 experimental subjects today. The task is quite demanding, and the ancient mountain district is relatively remote, making it unsuitable for you to complete the mission," a security guard remarked, unable to restrain himself as he saw her resolutely heading toward the district. Xia Qingyu's aura grew even colder as she halted and cast a frosty gaze upon them. "Do I require your guidance in my endeavors?" Chapter 78, Xia Qingyu versus Chengdi. The security guard hastily lowered his head. "I dare not. Yet, the head of the family has issued a strict order that we must complete the task today. No matter what. Can you not understand?" Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes darkened as she slowly raised her right hand, small snowflakes swirling at her fingertips. "Understand you? Who will understand me?" With a swift motion, the snowflakes shot forth, instantly piercing the man's skull. "Who will understand me?" Xia Qingyu revealed a sinister smile. The other security personnel froze in shock. The young lady had committed murder. "Miss, what are you doing?" Xiao Zhou was merely, but before he could finish his sentence, a blood hole appeared in his forehead. "I have grown weary of a fate that dictates my existence. Since you do not regard me as a person, then let all perish." Xia Qingyu, whose heart is inherently sensitive and fragile, found her spirit further scarred by a few careless words from the security personnel. With a flick of her delicate hand, the fleeing guards were instantly engulfed by a tempest of snow and wind. As the storm subsided, numerous ice sculptures emerged upon the snow-covered ground. Having dealt with all the security, Xia Qingyu let out a cold snort and turned to continue her journey towards the ancient mountains. An hour later, the illustrious star gazed intently at the vast chasm in the ground, a passage created by Lin Dong, SRV. What could possibly have caused this? As she lifted her gaze, she spotted the distant buildings of Jiangsheng University of Science and Technology. Upon entering the passage, her pupils constricted in surprise. She beheld a small boy, delicately chiseled and rosy, carrying a little backpack, standing in the corridor with his arms crossed, seemingly pondering something. What is a child doing here? Xia Qingyu's sense of caution heightened. The first target of the insect brother was Jiangsheng University of Science and Technology. After a brief exploration without finding the elusive Jade Maiden, Xia Qingyu arrived shortly after. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure, the insect brother's eyes brightened, and he raised his right hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, sister. Do you know which vehicle created this road?" Sensing something amiss, Xia Qingyu remained silent and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going, sister?" The insect brother hurriedly followed, his short legs moving swiftly. "Why are you running, sister?" "I'm not a bad person," he exclaimed, panting as he assessed Xia Qingyu with wide eyes. "Such a beautiful sister. I wonder if she would play the game of adults with me." "Wow, sister, you're so pretty. Can I marry you when I grow up?" Xia Qingyu replied. "Little brother, what are you doing here? Why are you in this place?" She scrutinized the insect brother closely, perceiving him to be just an ordinary child. But what kind of child would venture into the icy wilderness alone? The insect brother displayed a pitiful expression, saying, "My wife has died, and I came out to avenge her, but I don't know who the enemy is." Xia Qingyu was taken aback. The more the insect brother looked at her, the more he was enamored, excitedly stating, "Sister, you are even more beautiful than my wife. Why don't you be my wife?" "Not interested. Find someone else," Xia Qingyu replied, turning to walk away. It was clear this child was quite deranged. The insect brother began to throw a tantrum. "I don't care. I want you to be my wife." But Xia Qingyu had already distanced herself. My ex-wife is dead, and my new wife doesn't want me. I'm so pitiful," he lamented, bursting into tears. Xia Qingyu stumbled, her eyes turning cold. "Why does everyone come to torment me?" Her agitation grew, and in a fit of rage, a slender ice spike materialized in her hand, which she hurled at the insect brother with great force, aimed directly at his forehead. However, in the next moment, her furious expression suddenly froze. As the icy projectile soared through the air, it seemed to dissolve, and by the time it reached the insect brother, only tiny fragments of ice remained. "This boy is undeniably strange." The insect brother wiped his tear-stained eyes and rose to his feet, his expression contorting into a menacing grimace. "Sister, if you refuse to be my wife, you still dare to kill me. My adorable little ones, devour her for me." In an instant, countless tiny insects surged forth from his body, sending shivers down Xia Qingyu's spine. How revolting! With her pupils constricting, she raised her hands, summoning a flurry of delicate snowflakes that began to swirl around her. "Go!" The icy tornado formed by the snowflakes charged towards the dark mist of insects. Crackle! Countless bugs were shredded by the sharp snowflakes, their remains littering the ground. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, easily breaching the icy whirlwind and advancing towards her. Xia Qingyu's expression shifted, and her gestures quickly transformed. Ice prison. 4 towering ice walls erupted from the snowy surface, closing in at the top to form an impenetrable ice cell, safeguarding her within. The insects rapidly encircled the ice prison, their sharp claws and teeth relentlessly hammering at it. The insect brother danced with excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, you are so amazing. Your brain must be delicious." Xia Qingyu surveyed her precarious ice prison, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her eyes beginning to gleam with a pale light, as her flowing hair transformed into a brilliant white, cascading without a breeze. A terrifying force began to brew. The insect brother's expression faltered, and he hastily extended his hand, commanding, "My little darlings, return." Boom! The ice prison shattered instantaneously, an overwhelming chill erupting from within Xia Qingyu, freezing countless insects into ice sculptures that fell to the ground, only to be crushed beneath her foot. This strike resulted in the loss of nearly half of the insect brother swarm. "Ah, my little darlings, you shall pay for this." His eyes reddened with anguish. The swarm dispersed once more, buzzing furiously as they charged towards Xia Qingyu. At that moment, a cold smile graced her lips. Ice armor. In an instant, a layer of exquisitely transparent ice armor enveloped her, and the swarm clawed at it in vain. Now it is my turn. Xia Qingyu grinned wickedly, her wrist twisting as an icy spear swiftly took shape. With the formidable defense of the ice armor, she broke through the swarm's blockade and advanced toward the insect brother. Damn it, her abilities are the perfect counter to my little darlings. The insect brother gritted his teeth in frustration, urgently recalling the swarm in a desperate attempt to impede her once more. At that moment, Xia Qingyu resembled a goddess of war, wielding her ice spear to tear through the insect defenses, drawing closer to the insect brother with each step. No, I cannot defeat him, his inner voice wailed. His supernatural ability lies in controlling those mutated insects altered by toxic snow, aside from slightly enhanced physical attributes. He possesses little combat prowess. Being up close means certain death. Flee. The insect brother waved his hand, summoning the swarm again, which formed wings on his back, soaring into the sky. Do not think of escaping. Xia Qingyu was resolute in her intent to slay the insect brother in a fit of rage, hurling the ice spear with great force, aimed directly at his wings. Yet his wings were composed of countless insects, and that strike merely crushed a few of them, causing the insect brother to flee even further. Xia Qingyu pressed both hands against the ground, swiftly forming a slick ice path, and propelled herself forward, chasing up the slide. The two engaged in a playful game of pursuit across the snowy expanse, unwittingly following the direction of the path, until they soon arrived at the Mirror Lake of Spring. Chapter 79. 2 level 6s delivered to the door. Surely, it won't snow heavily again. Lin Dong murmured to himself while stretching lazily and gazing at the thick clouds above as he opened the door. It was already noon, and he had just risen from his slumber. Nowadays, apart from the newly promoted level 7 maid, Chun Yunxi, all other maids had reached level 10. Lin Dong himself was at level 21, the maximum level he could elevate the maids to being only level 10. Chun Yunxi vividly illustrated what it meant for a post-00s individual to reform the workplace, wholeheartedly leveraging her youthful competitive edge. She eagerly took on various household chores, such as laundry and cleaning, inciting envy among the other maids who could only grit their teeth in frustration without a word to say. Whenever questioned, she would meekly agree that her sisters were right and that she was willing to change. The other maids had already branded the beautiful school flower as a deceitful green tea. The previous arrogance had now dwindled into humility. They could even foresee that once Chun Yunxi secured her position, their advantages would vanish entirely. This wretched girl is quite the performer. However, none of this mattered to Lin Dong. Let them compete, for he alone would reap the benefits. Just as he was about to return to his room for lunch, an abrupt sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. At the entrance of the community, a small figure stumbled in. Upon seeing Lin Dong, the insect brother could barely utter a plea for help before a shard of ice exploded at his feet, sending him crashing to the ground, rolling helplessly before finally collapsing at Lin Dong's feet. "Big brother, save me," the insect brother cried. "What is wrong with that madwoman? What enmity do we share?" He had thought he could fly, believing the crazy woman would not catch up, but little did he know she could create ice paths as well, gliding swiftly and forcibly, bringing him down with her ice spike. Had it not been for the little darlings risking everything to save him, he would have met his end. Lin Dong observed the insect brother, whose level was 6, slowly narrowing his eyes. "Oh, you fled quite well, little one. Too bad I lack a bowling ball. Otherwise, you would have achieved a perfect strike." The insect brother, "What the hell? Do you take me for a bowling pin?" The earlier commotion had been quite loud, and the maids inside the house rushed out. Upon seeing a delicate little boy with red eyes, looking pitiful, they were instantly smitten. "Oh my, what an adorable little brother. Come, let me pinch your cheeks. How did you end up here? Where are your parents? Who could be so cruel as to harm a child? Look at how you've been hurt." The multitude of maids nearly rushed to embrace the little brother, but upon noticing Lin Dong's ambiguous smile, Shen Wanyue hastily restrained them. "Dongji, don't act recklessly." The little brother's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So many beautiful sisters. Would you ladies consider becoming my wives?" His cheeks flushed with shyness. Lin Dong displayed an inscrutable smile. "Little one, you certainly possess audacity." Ling Shui paused, then with a smile remarked, "That might not be possible. Dear brother, you are still quite young. Perhaps when you grow older." The little brother's face brightened with anticipation. "But that sister can't be your wife." His expression fell instantly. Xia Qingyu appeared at the doorway, noticing the little brother hadn't fled, and unleashed a shard of ice with violent intent. The little brother gasped. Save me." Lin Dong furrowed his brow, and just as the ice shard was about to strike, he swiftly flicked his finger, shattering it into fragments. The little brother froze in amazement. Whoa, this guy is quite formidable. Xia Qingyu, realizing her attack had been effortlessly thwarted, halted her advance, her beautiful eyes narrowing in scrutiny. Upon catching sight of Jiangzhu, her gaze sharpened in surprise. What's she doing here? Jiangzhu, recognizing Xia Qingyu, momentarily displayed a hint of panic, but quickly composed herself. She has finally arrived. Lin Dong, stroking his chin, squinted thoughtfully at Xia Qingyu. Miss, you seem familiar. Have we met before? This beauty was indeed a level 6, a true treasure. You damned, Xia Qingyu retorted. Shun Yunqi exclaimed excitedly. Is that really Xia Qingyu? It must be you. Shen Wanyue and the others exchanged meaningful glances. Ah, a beautiful lady has come to us. It seems our group is about to grow stronger. Lin Dong feigned realization. Oh, so it's you. Just as captivating in person as on television, I was almost swayed. He patted the little brother's head and inquired, Young lad, are you smitten? The little brother quickly shook his head. Ridiculous. I almost got knocked out by her. Xia Qingyu ignored Lin Dong and fixed her gaze on Jiangzhu, demanding, Why are you here? Huh? Lin Dong and the others were taken aback, glancing between Jiangzhu and Xia Qingyu. Do you two know each other? Lin Dong's temper flared. Why didn't you mention you knew Xia Qingyu? Do you want a beating? Wait, that is not right. Jiangzhu's fiancé bears the surname Xia, and Xia Qingyu is related to Xia Beichen. Lin Dong felt he was piecing things together. Jiangzhu bit her lip and calmly approached. Miss Xia, it's been a while. What did you call me? Answer my question. Xia Qingyu demanded angrily. Upon seeing Jiangzhu standing behind Lin Dong, she immediately surmised that this wretched woman had betrayed her brother. However, upon encountering me, shouldn't you be flustered, fearful, or eager to explain? Why are you so calm? Jiangzhu sighed and smiled. In the past, when I called you sister, you were displeased. Now that I address you as Miss Xia, what is your grievance this time? As for my presence here, I owe you no explanation. Xia Qingyu's chest rose and fell with agitation. So you refuse to act even now? Is that it? Do you have any regard for Beichen's weight? Do you comprehend the immense pressure he has endured and the efforts he has exerted for you? You wretched woman, how dare you betray my brother? Lin Dong clapped his hands, exclaiming, Aha! This is a confrontation between the fiancé and the sister-in-law. A flicker of pain crossed Jiangzhu's eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, her expression turned serene. I acknowledge that I have wronged Beichen, but what has transpired cannot be undone, and I shall not seek to justify myself. Please inform Beichen upon your return that Xiao Zhu is no more. Shen Yunqi inwardly scoffed. Compared to you, I am no seductress at all. You are the true harlot. An indescribable fury engulfed Xia Qingyu, yet she forcibly composed herself, her tone chillingly cold. I shall not allow you to perish. Instead, I will make you kneel before Beichen, so he may witness firsthand the disgrace of the woman he cherishes, sharing a man with others. If previously, her desire was to eliminate Jiangzhu to inflict pain on Xia Beichen, now she yearned to expose the unfaithful Jiangzhu before Xia Beichen, shattering this dear brother's hope completely. Chapter 80. Xia Qingyu versus Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu was taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing deeply. Miss Xia, are you intent on ruining Beichen? Xia Qingyu scoffed. The one truly destroying him is you. Alas, Miss Xia, further words are futile. You are no match for me. So kindly take your leave. Jiangzhu sighed deeply. Why is every member of the Xia family so obstinate? Yesterday's Xia Jian and today's Xia Qingyu. Each one insists on leaping into the abyss. I have risked punishment from my master, repeatedly urging you to depart. I have shown you kindness beyond measure. Should you persist, your fate will be most tragic. Xia Qingyu laughed derisively, as if hearing the most ludicrous jest. It seems your newfound abilities have rendered you blind. You think I am no match for you? She had truly reached her limit. One after another, they belittled her, and her fragile, sensitive pride was once more wounded. Xia Qingyu extended her hands, and countless shards of ice and snow enveloped her. Her long, white hair danced in the wind as her body began to levitate slowly. I will shatter your hands and feet, and then allow Beichen to witness the pitiful state of the woman he loves. Alas, master, she said, casting a glance at Lin Dong. Just don't kill her, Lin Dong replied coolly. Shen Yunqi was the first to prop up a stool. Lin Shui's teeth gnashed in anger as she hastily retrieved a cigarette from her bosom. Shen Wanyu struck a match. Liang Zihan brought over hot tea, and Qin Shuyu provided snacks. It was a seamless orchestration. The younger brother watched in envy and timidly asked, "Where do I sit?" Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance. "Just sit on the ground. This kid is certainly up to no good. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the little trinket you slipped into the room earlier? However, right now, I am preoccupied with watching beautiful women battle. I shall deal with you later." Jiang Zhu took a deep breath. She truly did not wish to engage with Xia Qingyu, yet Lin Dong had made his intentions clear. The new maid candidate could only be her. Ice spike. Xia Qingyu initiated the attack. Dozens of ice spikes formed around her, and with a flick of her finger, they shot forth. Jiang Zhu narrowed her eyes, recognizing the formidable strength of her opponent. Had it not been for her master's diligent training over the past few days, she would have been at a disadvantage. But now in a flash, Jiang Zhu vanished, evading the ice spikes that fell aimlessly to the ground. Such incredible speed. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted, without a moment's hesitation. She swiftly spread her arms, and an aura of extreme cold began to swirl around her. Ice Blade Tornado. A frosty whirlwind with a radius of 2 meters took shape. Countless snowflakes swirling within, gleaming with a cutting chill. Jiang Zhu's forward momentum abruptly halted as she plunged one hand into the ground, forcibly tearing up the floor and hurling it away. The tornado shattered, causing Xia Qingyu to stagger back, with Jiang Zhu in hot pursuit. Ice Frost Ring. Xia Qingyu altered her gestures, sending an ice ring hurtling forward. How flashy! Jiang Zhu scoffed, not dodging but instead crashing directly into the ice ring. "Oof, you are too naive," Xia Qingyu retorted with a cold smile, elegantly snapping her fingers. The ice ring exploded instantaneously, a terrifyingly frigid aura radiating outward, instantly encasing Jiang Zhu in ice. Little Bug glanced, sticking out his tongue. "Big brother, this white-haired sister is amazing. The black-haired sister is frozen. Aren't you going to save her?" Lin Dong spat out a sunflower seed shell into Liang Jihan's hand. "What does this little brat know? Just watch." Little Bug pouted. "If you call me a little brat again, I will really be angry." Xia Qingyu descended gracefully. "I warned you. Your luck will only blind you. You are defeated." Boom! Before her words had fully settled, Jiang Zhu shattered the ice, bursting forth like a cannonball. How is this possible? Xia Qingyu was taken aback. Had she truly broken free in less than half a second? "I refuse to believe you can escape that many times." Ice prison. Ice walls once again rose from the ground. Bang! The ice prison shattered. Ice frostbind. Bang! The binding snapped. "It is you who are blind," Jiang Zhu exclaimed, charging forward. Xia Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily crossed her arms. Ice armor. A magnificent and resplendent ice armor enveloped her once more. Boom! Jiang Zhu's heavy fist struck the ice armor, sending Xia Qingyu flying backward. Crack! What terrifying strength! Blood began to seep from the corner of Xia Qingyu's mouth. Even with the protection of the ice armor, she sustained internal injuries from Jiang Zhu's relentless assault. In truth, this was under the condition that Jiang Zhu had held back. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhu pressed the attack, her small fists raining down incessantly, leaving Xia Qingyu completely on the defensive. The young man was left astounded. This sister is incredible. The sister who had relentlessly pursued him was now being subdued by another formidable sister. He felt utterly bewildered by the world around him. It wasn't only him who was perplexed. Even the steward, hiding in the Foundation S base while watching the video, was left dumbfounded. His nephew had been beaten as soon as he stepped outside, and now a terrifying woman had emerged, accompanied by an enigmatic man of unfathomable depth. When had the awakened individuals outside become so formidable? Xia Qingyu was now being thoroughly dominated, quite literally. In close quarters, Jiang Zhu displayed terrifying hand-to-hand combat skills. Although Xia Qingyu had performed martial arts in her earlier years, her techniques were mere embellishments against Jiang Zhu, who wielded a fierce prowess that was utterly overwhelming. With a resounding slap, Jiang Zhu mercilessly pressed Xia Qingyu's head to the ground, carving a long trench into the earth. "Ah, Jiang Zhu, I will kill you." Xia Qingyu erupted in fury, her eyes turning a ghostly white as the temperature around her plummeted and her aura began to surge, clearly signaling a powerful counterattack. With a crack of thunder, Jiang Zhu's eyes gleamed coldly as she executed a vicious whip kick, shattering the icy armor and delivering a heavy blow to Xia Qingyu's head. The star's eyes rolled back, and her head tilted as she crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater, unconscious. "Cool." Ling Shui provided the timely commentary. Shun Wanyue quietly inquired, "Master, I've been meaning to ask you, why is it that we possess only physical enhancements, while others exhibit flamboyant attack techniques. Lin Dong interrupted her. Shen Wanyu bit her lip and nodded. After so many days in this post-apocalyptic world, they had witnessed individuals with laser-shooting eyes, flying daggers, and mind-controlling abilities. Now, another adversary wielding ice and snow elemental attacks had emerged. Yet, the few maidens, including Lin Dong himself, relied solely on their explosively powerful physical attributes, lacking any additional abilities. This left them at a disadvantage compared to other awakened beings. Lin Dong shrugged. Don't ask. Simply embrace the essence of simplicity. True strength lies in one's own might. All those flashy techniques are mere illusions. The reality, of course, was that he too was uncertain. The abilities he and his maids possessed were bestowed by the system, which retained the ultimate authority over their explanations. Chapter 81. A gift for the young man indeed. The system's enhancement of physical attributes was not as straightforward as it appeared. Beyond offensive and defensive capabilities, it seemed that mental fortitude and endurance were also simultaneously elevated. The most evident example was the earlier brainwashing technique of the divine servant, which could simultaneously influence numerous wealthy individuals, demonstrating its formidable strength. However, it failed against Jiang Zhu and had no effect on Lin Dong whatsoever. As for Liang Jihan, she had fallen victim due to being only at level 1 and lacking sufficient training. Currently, Jiang Zhu showed no signs of harm against ice and snow elemental attacks, owing not only to her level advantage, but also to her exceptional resilience across various dimensions. Is there no attribute suppression? Lin Dong has roughly discerned the fundamental reason behind the system's enhancement of the body. In other words, once one relies on the system to elevate their strength level, the possibility of failure becomes non-existent. As long as my level surpasses yours, you are utterly powerless against me. It seems that the apocalypse remains perilously treacherous. I must exercise greater caution. Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Look at him, only at level 21. Yet he has encountered an opponent at level 6. Does this not signify something? The apocalypse is truly terrifying. Alarmed, Lin Dong hastily extracted a bottle of AD calcium milk from Qin Xiao's collar and gulped down several mouthfuls to calm his nerves. Xia Qingyo's hair was in disarray, and her eyes were glazed over. Jiang Zhu seized her hair and dragged her before Lin Dong. Master. Lin Dong nodded. Take her back to wash up. Understood, master. Xia Qingyu was pulled back into the room. With the battle concluded, the insect brother's heart raced, and he immediately donned an innocent smile. Cough, big sister. You were so impressive. Thank you for saving my life. My mother is still waiting for me to come home for dinner, so I must be going now. Goodbye. With that, he turned on his heel and fled. Hey, don't rush off, little brat. Stay and chat with your elder brother. Want to you? Lin Dong caught him by the scruff of his neck, lifting him as one would a fledgling. The insect brother instantly clutched his chest in terror. Big brother, what are you going to do? I'm still a child. What you're doing is illegal. Slap. Lin Dong delivered a playful smack to the back of his head. What are you thinking, little brat? Seeing how adorable you are, I've decided to gift you something. The insect brother was taken aback and bitterly replied, Can I refuse? What do you think? The insect brother internally lamented. This is it. He.S. definitely going to send me to my doom. Once inside the room, Lin Dong eagerly retrieved a cardboard box. Here, don't be shy. The insect brother, apprehensive, hesitated to open it. Open it. This is your elder brother's heartfelt gift. If you refuse, I might just get angry. Then I'll open it now, the insect brother said, taking a deep breath before tremblingly lifting the lid. Inside, he found homework. A box full of homework. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would you give me so much homework? Lin Dong leaned in excitedly. So what do you think of this gift? Are you satisfied? The insect brother forced a stiff smile, very satisfied. Thank you, big brother. I'll take it home with me. Don't worry, I'll definitely finish it. PFF. You little rascal. You're the most playful. You'll stay here to do it. Finish it before you go home. Lin Dong firmly pressed down on the insect brother's head. Look, this sister is your teacher. Shall I leave her here to tutor you? He gestured towards Qin Xiao. The beautiful teacher immediately straightened her expression. Rest assured, master, I will ensure the little brother completes his work. No finishing, no mis. Insect brother. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. That evening, with a satisfied smile, Lin Dong departed with the other maids, leaving behind a note for her brother, who had pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Chong Di, with a face full of despair, opened his homework. The first question read, Xiao Ming has 60 yuan and spends 20 yuan on snacks at the supermarket. How much should the cashier return to Xiao Ming? It's just elementary school homework. How difficult could it be? With confidence, Chong Di wrote down 40. Suddenly, Qin Shuyu slammed her palm on the table. Her expression severe as she declared, incorrect. Review the question. Chong Di, bewildered, retorted, where did I go wrong? ISNT 60 minus 20 equal to 40? Adjusting her glasses, Qin Shuyu calmly explained, this problem is a classic trap with multiple solutions. Firstly, if Xiao Ming has 3 20-yuan bills, he can pay directly without needing change. Secondly, if he possesses 6 10-yuan notes, Chong Di was left dumbfounded. When did elementary school homework become so absurd? Suddenly, his attention was captured as a tiny insect stealthily crawled back to his feet. This was a reconnaissance bug that had just surveyed the entire neighborhood and, in the process, discovered the long cold bodies of the golden boy and jade girl in the basement. Enraged, Chong Di realized that Uncle Nyoto and his future wife had met their demise here, undoubtedly at the hands of that man. Moreover, the reports from the reconnaissance bug indicated that his future wife had met a particularly tragic end, having endured unimaginable torment in her final moments. Damn it, this is my future wife, and you've turned her fate into a team-building exercise? Chong Di's chest heaved with rage as he cast a fierce glance at Qin Shuyu. With a swift motion, she delivered another sharp slap to his forehead. What are you staring at? Focus on the question. Do you see any answers on my face? Chong Di thought to himself, what the hell? Why am I still so afraid of teachers when I've already graduated? This is utterly irrational. Master, you are quite the devil, assigning so much homework to the little brother. Ling Shui chuckled softly, recalling Chong Di's pitiful expression that was simply endearing. Shen Wanyue shook her head, stating, you are mistaken. The master surely has a purpose in doing this. This child is not simple. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Wanyue, you are quite astute. Liang Jihan was taken aback. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with that child? Not wrong, but a significant issue. Lin Dong replied as he entered the bedroom. With a freshly bathed Xia, Qingyu lay with her eyes gently closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Jiangzhu had already dressed her in a fitted white lace nightgown, showcasing her exquisite figure. There's insecticide in the utility room. You all need to scour every corner of the house. Be cautious. Those are no ordinary insects. Shun Wanyue was startled. Does the master mean those insects are related to the little bug? Will Shuyu be safe alone there? Go. Lin Dong began ushering everyone out. If a mischievous child truly dared to lay hands on a beautiful teacher, the situation would undoubtedly become exceedingly intriguing. The maids hastily rushed to deal with the pest, while Lin Dong remained unperturbed, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a seat. Stop pretending to be asleep. Your acting may be commendable, but it cannot deceive me. As expected, Xia Qingyu instantly opened her eyes, springing up like a carp, and, disregarding any modesty, conjured an ice spear in her hand, aimed directly at Lin Dong's face. Chapter 82. The clever Xia Qingyu Lin Dong appeared momentarily taken aback, remaining perfectly still as the tip of the ice spear halted a mere 2 centimeters from his eye. Why don't you strike? Lin Dong chuckled nonchalantly, exhaling a ring of smoke. Xia Qingyu retracted her ice spear, exhaling a deep breath of frustration. I cannot kill you. Striking would serve no purpose. Quite astute, Lin Dong commended, recognizing the intelligence of Star. If she had truly dared to strike, she would have been met with a frozen fate. Xia Qingyu, with a profoundly melancholic expression, returned to her bed, lost in her thoughts. Could you enlighten me about your strength? S-class, or perhaps SS-class? In that fleeting moment, she sensed an overwhelming confidence and a fleeting killing intent emanating from this man. A presence that was undeniably formidable enough to easily vanquish her. Given that even Jiangzhu, who had previously overwhelmed her, now obeyed this man's commands. It was not difficult to deduce his extraordinary prowess. S-class? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. It seems you have your own classification system. What is your rank? Xia Qingyu answered candidly. I am A. Her tone laced with self-deprecation. After enduring so many hardships, she had finally shattered her limits to attain A-class strength. Yet today, she faced a significant setback. Being effortlessly defeated by Jiangzhu made her realize how limited her perspective had been. A-class, what are the lower ranks? Lin Dong inquired. Jiangjian? It seems he met his end at your hands. His rank is C. I see, Lin Dong replied, understanding. C-class equates to 3, B to 4, A to 5, and A to 6. Thus, you may interpret my rank as above SSS. Lin Dong offered a vague response. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted, her heart shaken, her first reaction being disbelief. Impossible. Even the formidable Foundation's enforcers are merely A-class. How could such a powerful man exist in this world? Yet, recalling that even Jiang Zhu could easily defeat her, it seemed reasonable that this man was even stronger. Indeed, I seemed to have no chance of controlling my own fate. Just as I gained strength, I encountered an even greater power. With this thought, Xia Qingyu suddenly lifted her head. Did Jiang Zhu acquire his strength from you? Lin Dong nodded, indeed. With a slight press of her lips, Xia Qingyu rose. Could you perhaps share some of your strength with me? I am willing to do anything. I can accomplish whatever Jiang Zhu can. Oh, are you certain? Lin Dong slowly revealed a smirk. You do not truly believe that merely becoming my woman will grant you power, do you? Suddenly confronted by a stranger so near, Xia Qingyu instinctively recoiled, yearning to escape, yet found herself utterly incapable. Is it not true? Jiang Zhu is not your woman? Lin Dong scoffed, shaking his head. Of course not. She is merely a maid. Do you comprehend the meaning of a maid? The final words were whispered softly into her ear. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted. Is that so? The fiancé of the esteemed CEO of the Xia Group holds such a lowly status in your presence? In that fleeting moment, Xia Qingyu found herself torn between conflicting thoughts. She had grown weary of her father's cold disdain, exhausted from being relentlessly drained by the Xia family, and fed up with being treated as a mere pawn to be manipulated at will. She had truly had enough. All she desired was to seize control of her own destiny. Why then was it so difficult? Even if she were to submit to the man before her, could her fate truly be altered? The only change would be the master shifting from her father to him. Lin Dong exhibited remarkable patience, toying with Xia Qingyu's elegant hair, allowing her the time to ponder. This woman was astute. He trusted she would arrive at a judicious decision. After a prolonged silence, with her eyes reddened, Xia Qingyu closed them, and after a brief moment, opened them again, filled with resolve. I am willing, but under one condition. Oh, you dare to negotiate terms with me? Yet, who am I to refuse when I am in good spirits today? Speak your mind. Grant me power, and allow me to annihilate the Xia family. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. My dear star, this is indeed a surprising proposition. Others seek power to protect their families, yet you wish to obliterate your own? Well, how delightfully wicked. I admire that. Xia Qingyu resigned herself to her fate. She understood that the moment she was defeated by Jiang Zhu, her choices had evaporated, leaving her with no alternative but to submit to him. This was her destiny. She was aware of Jiang Zhu's close bond with her brother, Xia Beichen, and despite her countless attempts to intervene, she had failed miserably. Yet, now she found herself unwaveringly by this man's side, which indicated he must have employed unconventional means to force her compliance. If submission was inevitable, why endure additional suffering? Having made her choice, the Xia family could not be spared. After all, the illustrious Xia family could never allow their eldest daughter to serve as another subordinate. Their pride forbade it. And the eventual outcome would surely be the Xia family's downfall at this man's hands. Given her profound disdain for the Xia family, she would rather take matters into her own hands and relish the act of destruction, allowing her obstinate father to witness just how inadequate he truly was. This problem is far too challenging, unbearably so. Chong Di clutched his head and wailed skyward, his eyes bloodshot and his expression grotesque. He had reached his limit. He was genuinely at his wit's end. Previously, he had thought himself peculiar. Now he believed the instructors setting these questions were the true oddities. For instance, a mathematical dilemma. 1 square table seats 8. How many can 3 square tables accommodate? The answer is 24. The beautiful teachers retort. For instance, in a language exam. White? Small. I am. Eat to form a sentence. The answer I provided was I'm a small white eating. This elicited laughter from the beautiful teacher. Such instances are far too frequent. There is hardly a standard question among them. This is not merely an elementary school question. It's a life-threatening conundrum. Qin Xiao tilted her head and remarked, well, I cannot blame you. These questions are indeed somewhat obscure and greatly test your logical reasoning. It is only natural that you struggle with them, so do not be disheartened. Having just completed 2 books, there are still 19 more to go. Let us continue. Enough of this. The bug brother was utterly perturbed. Are you calling me foolish? With a swift gesture, a small ant charged towards Qin Xiao's delicate neck. Damn woman, my little darling will bite through your neck, burrow into your brain, and consume your intellect, punishing you for your cruelty to children. Yet the next moment, he found himself utterly astonished. The small ant, like a bullet, collided with her neck, and then there was silence. Her snow-white, tender neck was as impervious as an iron wall. Despite the ant's earnest efforts, It could not breach her defenses. How could this be possible? The Bub brother's face turned pale. With a swift clap, Qin Xiao felt an itch on her neck, and upon striking, her palm was stained with a circle of blood. How can there be mosquitoes in such cold? Chapter 83. Liang Jihan's Torment, My Little Darling. Upon witnessing the demise of his cherished aunt, the Bub brother let out a piercing wail. Qin Xiao frowned. Little brother, you must not address your teacher in such a manner. One should learn to respect their elders. Do you understand? Respect? What nonsense is this? Who are you to lecture me? The Bub brother dropped his pretense, stretching out his arms. Swarm of insects devouring bones. In an instant, countless small insects began to emerge from the corners of the room, swiftly converging towards Qin Xiao. The beautiful teacher's complexion turned ashen with fright. This is utterly revolting. My little darlings have already infested the entire house. They will crawl into your nostrils, your ears, devouring your innards. Every ounce of flesh, even your bones. I shall make you pay for your mistreatment of children. The Bug brother's charming facade had vanished, replaced by a fierce countenance. Do not come closer. Get these insects away from me. Qin Xiao grabbed a book to defend herself, searching for a place to hide. The Bug brother sneered. Give it up. My little darlings are inexhaustible. I told you, not just this room, the entire building is teeming with my insects. Yet again, the Bug brother found himself at a loss. He had secretly released all the insects to hide in various corners of the room, and logically, upon summoning them, they should have swiftly devoured everything in sight, including the entire building. Why was it that apart from this room, there was no movement from the insects in the other rooms? Meanwhile, in the other rooms, the maids were in a frenzy. Heavens, there are too many insects. It seems we will have to conduct another thorough cleaning today. Enough chatter. Thankfully, the insecticide still works. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Clear the way. Clear the way. Watch as I set them ablaze. Oh, please don't act recklessly. Be careful not to ignite the house. The insect brother, having waited in vain, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Something is amiss. I must swiftly subdue this woman and then assess the situation outside. My dear little ones, devour her. The swarm of insects swiftly fluttered closer, encircling Qin Xiao. Don't come near. Help! I'm about to cry, she shouted, her voice rising in panic. Soon, insects began to crawl upon her, causing her to jump and swat at them in terror. Wah, master, save me. There's so many bugs. The insect brother chuckled with excitement. Though this female teacher possessed formidable defenses, she could not withstand the sheer number of my insects. Once they burrowed inside her, her demise would be inevitable. More and more insects crawled over her, pushing Qin Xiao to the brink of mental collapse, her eyes growing increasingly red. Get away, Wah. Little brother, do you wish to perish? The pleading tones suddenly turned chillingly cold, causing the insect brother to shudder. What is happening? At this moment, Qin Xiao was no longer the panicked figure she had been moments before. Instead, she wore a bloodthirsty smile as she gazed directly at him. Countless insects crawled across her pristine skin, yet she remained unfazed. Sensing something was amiss, the insect brother hurriedly commanded his swarm to invade her mouth and nostrils. Smack! With a powerful clap of her hands, countless insect carcasses and blood trickled down her palms. That repulsive stench, be gone. With a thunderous crash, her entire aura surged violently, causing the swarm crawling on her to be violently cast to the ground, with many perishing in the process. The insect brother was now utterly bewildered. This gentle female teacher had suddenly transformed, her presence equally formidable. Teacher, shall we continue with the exercises? He stammered, quickly retracting the insects and displaying an innocuous smile. My goodness, I cannot overpower this woman. Where on earth am I? Little brother, your prank of frightening the teacher with insects will surely earn you punishment, Qin Xiao declared, drawing a dagger from her thigh as she sauntered towards him with feline grace. The insect brother. Danger! The villa was immediately filled with the insect brother's piercing screams. The maids, having exterminated the insects, rushed over in haste. Xiao, what on earth? They gasped, frozen in shock at the scene within. They thought Qin Xiao had been bullied. But the tables had turned. The insect brother was firmly pinned to the ground, his face marred and bloodied. Will you speak? Qin Xiao's tone was simultaneously delicate and frigid. With bloodshot eyes, the insect brother retorted, What nonsense. Don't think you can intimidate me with a knife. I've killed before, and you. Another gash appeared on his face, a wound stretching from his mouth to his ear. Chen Yunxi felt her legs weaken, instinctively shielding Shan Wanyue and the others behind her. It is over. Teacher Qin has lost her mind again. Last time, Qin Shuyao brutally slaughtered a room full of people in front of her. And her madness is truly terrifying. Not willing to speak, is she? Qin Shuyao's gaze flickered as the dagger slowly descended from his face toward his groin. The young man's face turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth and declared, I have lived for over 20 years. Do not think you can intimidate me this way. I have endured enough mockery in this body. If you are capable, go ahead and kill me. In 20 years, I shall rise again. Impressed by his audacity, Qin Shuyao prepared to strike. Wait! Liang Jihan rushed forward, seizing her wrist and patting her chest. Interrogating suspects is my forte. Leave it to me. I am, after all, a security officer, and I know how to handle this. Qin Shuyao smiled slyly at her. Very well. Liang Jihan breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a tinge of fear when meeting her gaze, despite her usual adorably naive demeanor. She hoisted the young man onto a chair, gesturing to her companions. Wanyue, Lingxue, keep him still. With his hands bound, the young man scoffed coldly. Do not even think about it. I fear neither death nor your interrogation. I have endured excruciating pain during my awakening. I am not afraid of mere torture. However, Liang Jihan ignored him, stepping outside briefly before returning. Here, eat this. She tossed a plate of sauced chicken legs onto the table. The maidservants exchanged glances while the young man exclaimed, What does this mean? Poison, is it? Huh. I fear no poison. As he was released from his bonds, he grabbed the chicken leg, ready to devour it. Do not let him eat, Liang Jihan shouted. And Shun Wanyue immediately grasped the young man's arm. Why? Are you reluctant to see me die? If you do not allow me to eat, I shall do so regardless. Just as he spoke, the sauce began to drip slowly down his wrist. Liang Jihan smirked ominously. The sauce trickles over your fingertips, down your wrist and arm. Unable to wipe it away, and unable to lick it clean, how does that sticky sensation feel? The maidservants shuddered in response. How utterly cruel. The young man's expression twisted in rage. If you have the ability, release me. What kind of skill is this childish play? Let me taste the chicken leg. Just once. Chapter 84. The Death of a Young Man, a Merciless Foundation. Madam is despicable. Aside from beauty traps, I shall reveal nothing. The young man was nearing madness as he relinquished the chicken leg. Although he dabbled in bugs, he preferred cleanliness. Yet, the sauce clinging to his arm, with its slippery and greasy sensation, invoked an uncomfortable feeling that surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, unbearable for any ordinary person. Oof. Do you even qualify to use beauty traps? Liang Jihan sneered, waiting patiently. As time passed, the sauce began to dry, becoming increasingly sticky. The young man's expression grew more twisted, his eyes bloodshot, overwhelmed by the nauseating sensation of his fingers becoming ensnared. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Chun Yunshi hid at a distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, Lin Dong had not allowed that wretched woman to torment her. Otherwise, she would have truly been unable to endure it. Rather than being disgusted, being tied to the back of a car and exposed to the cold wind seemed a trivial matter. The creature struggled violently, yet was firmly restrained and unable to move. This is utterly revolting. It's not over yet. Ling Shui, help him clean up. Liang Jihan retrieved a pack of tissues. Ling Shui, bewildered, thought he had not even revealed anything yet. Why was he being let off so easily? Nevertheless, she obediently complied. As she began to wipe, Ling Shui quickly realized something was amiss. The sauce had dried and was impossible to remove, and these tissues were of such poor quality. They tore at the slightest touch. Soon, her hands were covered in fragments of the tissue. What are you doing? Can't you wipe properly? No, I'll do it myself. The creature was in despair. Now, her hands were smeared with a sticky brown sauce, adorned with white tissue remnants. How utterly revolting. Liang Jihan chuckled coldly, pulling a switch from the creature's pocket and tossing it into the air before him. My gaming console. The creature gasped in horror, unleashing a power it had never known, breaking free from its restraints to catch the console. But immediately its hands froze. The sauce-covered hands gripping the console screen made for an overwhelmingly slippery and nauseating sensation. The maids watched with grimaces of disgust. What a delightfully twisted form of torture. The creature felt as if its steel teeth would shatter, an immense wave of anger and sorrow crashing over it. Thud! The creature knelt, banging its head on the ground, weeping profusely. Stop tormenting me. I'll tell you everything. Humph. Liang Jihan clapped her hands, concealing her triumph. Speak. Confess honestly. If you dare to lie, I have ways to deal with you. The maids raised their thumbs in admiration, declaring her the best. The creature looked up blankly. What should I say? Why don't you ask me? Liang Jihan replied. Qin Shuyu had by now returned to her usual demeanor, absent-mindedly touching her head. Oh? It seems I forgot to ask. Why is there so much blood on my hands? How disgusting. She hurriedly ran out to wash her hands and hair. The maids exclaimed. The creature, Shen Wanyu inquired. Where do you come from? What is your ability? The Foundation's base. The stewardess' eyes widened in horror as he watched the video. Ever since the creature had left the Foundation, he had been observing closely. From the moment the creature encountered Xia Qingyu and was defeated, to its confrontation with Lin Dong, followed by its breakdown while doing homework, to being countered by Qin Shuyu. And in the recent phase of torture, he had witnessed it all. Brutal. It was utterly barbaric. While being overpowered by Xia Qingyu could be understood, this woman possessed extraordinary talent and an ice-based ability that rendered her unafraid of swarms. What was the story with this group of women and that enigmatic man? How could they be so powerful? Both strong and twisted, Xia Qingyu was effortlessly defeated by Jiang Zhu, and the creature was easily subdued by the female teacher. The series of events that transpired exceeded all comprehension. The autonomous awakeners outside could not possibly be so formidable. Esteemed steward, the secrets of the Foundation must not be divulged. Please, initiate the self-destruction protocol for Insect Brother. At that moment, a voice rang out. The steward instantly turned, fixing a gaze upon him that seemed capable of devouring him whole. An overwhelming aura surged throughout the surveillance room, rendering the atmosphere oppressive. Insect Brother was not merely a subordinate. He was akin to a nephew, treated like a beloved son since childhood. How could one dare to suggest his demise? The subordinate, trembling under the steward's fierce glare, persisted. Esteemed steward, you are well aware of the Foundation's regulations. Should any information leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. Enough. The steward barked. Insect Brother is my own flesh and blood. I have faith in him. He wished to assert his belief that Insect Brother would not so readily betray the Foundation's secrets. Yet in the next breath, a voice from the video filled him with despair. I am known as Insect Brother, hailing from the Foundation. My ability is to control mutated insects. The stewardess' face turned ashen. It was over. Shen Wanyue furrowed her brow. Indeed, he originates from the Foundation? Please elaborate on the Foundation's circumstances, including its scale, personnel composition, and who oversees it. Though her master had little interest in the specifics of the Foundation, as a maid, she felt compelled to understand the situation thoroughly. Insect Brother fell silent. His uncle had repeatedly instructed him never to disclose any details about the Foundation, as the ramifications would be dire. Yet, he feared the return of unspeakable tortures. My lord, we could delay no longer, urged the subordinate urgently. The steward's hands clenched, his steel teeth grinding. Before him lay a tablet, displaying Insect Brother's information and the self-destruction switch. My lord, Insect Brother took a deep breath. The Foundation is a vast organization, and my knowledge is limited. There's a branch in Jiang City located at, boom. Without warning, Insect Brother's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering the room. The small, headless body slowly collapsed to the ground. Shen Wanyue was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. Damn it! The Foundation had a bomb implanted in his head? What a ruthless tactic. In her mind, the Foundation's danger level escalated dramatically. Ling Shui frowned. How is this possible? Does triggering a keyword cause it to detonate? Liang Jihan shook her head. It's not that mystical. I suspect this young man was equipped with some surveillance device, and someone was monitoring his every move. Upon sensing something amiss, they detonated it remotely. Chen Yunxi gasped. This is too brutal. The Foundation is not to be underestimated. Once the master concludes, we must report the truth. Let's first clean this place up. Shen Wanyue sighed deeply. Ling Sudamented? Just after killing the insect, we must clean the room? I truly have become a maid. In the monitoring room of the Foundation, the steward's eyes brimmed with tears as his fingers weakly slipped from a tablet. Ultimately, he had taken the life of his own nephew with his own hands. There was no longer any need to speculate about the disappearances of Huang Fei and the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. It was evident that they had fallen victim to that man and his women. Summon all the mercenary captains, halt the current missions, and gather within the hour. I demand vengeance. The steward glared fiercely at the large screen displaying the lost signal, a tempest of murderous intent in his gaze. Chapter 85. Yes, I am afflicted. Maid 7. Xia Qingyu. System rating, 88. Current strength, level 7. Maid outfit, none. The new maid, Xia Qingyu, had finally transcended the A limit and ascended to S rank, thus achieving level 7. Now, she stood at the same level as the probationary maids. Feeling the surge of newfound power within her, Xia Qingyu knelt down. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this strength upon me." At that moment, her body and soul were engulfed in a state of profound shock. It was exhilarating. She could not forget the immense suffering she had endured during her awakening, a torment that resonated from her flesh to her very spirit. To continue gaining power, she had to assist the Foundation in pursuing that elusive opportunity. However, with Lin Dong, it was astonishingly effortless. Lin Dong, smoking a cigarette, smiled and said, "Now your rank is the lowest among the maids. I look forward to your performance." "Yes, Master." Xia Qingyu lowered her head even more deeply. Indeed, Jiangzhu's limits were not here. "Just wait. I will surpass you." As she gazed at the sky darkening outside, Xia Qingyu pondered, "Master, may I return to the Xia family now? Tonight, the young master of the Yun family will be arriving. We might as well eradicate them together." Lin Dong nodded. "Yes. Take Jiangzhu with you. Let her settle matters with your brother." "Understood." At this moment, the Xia family was adorned with lights, bustling with activity. All this was in preparation for the visit of the young master from the southern Yun family, Yunzhe. Even before the apocalypse, the Yun family had been wealthier and more powerful than the Xia family, and this remained true in the aftermath. Xia Juanfeng's expression was grave as he asked the anxious Xia Beichen, "Where is your sister? Why hasn't she returned? She wouldn't have run away, would she? If she did, it would be a disgrace for our family." Xia Beichen, unsure of his sister's whereabouts, could only reassure, "Don't worry, Dad. My sister is not that kind of person." In truth, he was even more anxious. After all, his sister had gone to pick up Xiaozhu and had yet to return. He was more worried than anyone else. "Oh, Xiaozhu, I miss you dearly." Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from the horizon as a helicopter approached. Xia Junfeng quickly rose, composed his expression, and prepared to welcome the guests. The airplane gently descended onto the helipad at the Xia residence. As the cabin door opened, a dapper gentleman clad in a black suit emerged. "Yunsha! Ha! My dear nephew Yunzhe, still as handsome as ever." "Welcome, welcome," exclaimed Xia Junfeng, stepping forward to greet him. Yunzhe offered a warm smile. "Uncle Xia, you flatter me. I apologize for this unannounced visit, and I hope you can forgive me." Xia Junfeng waved dismissively. "Oh, from now on, we are family. Addressing me as uncle feels too formal. There is no need for such distance among family. If you continue to be so formal, I might just get upset." Yunzhe nodded with a smile, then glanced behind him, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Where is Xiaoyu?" "Ah, her." Xia Juanfeng's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment as he silently chastised his daughter for her lack of propriety. "I have sent Xiaoyu on a mission. She is on her way back now. Please, Yunzhe, come inside and rest. She will arrive shortly." Yunzhe continued to nod, turning his attention to Xia Beichen. "Beichen, it has been a while. How have you been?" Xia Beichen, momentarily lost in thought, quickly snapped back to reality. But before he could respond, a figure hopped down from the helicopter. "Brother Beichen." The newcomer was a girl, around 20 years of age, radiating youthful energy. Yinmengli. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with soft contours that lent her an air of vivacity. The girl's skin was fair and luminous, smooth and delicate, with a healthy blush tinting her cheeks. She wore a simple sleeveless sweater on top and denim shorts on the bottom, showcasing her long, fair legs. Standing at a height of approximately 1.7 meters, it was evident that she too possessed extraordinary abilities. "Who are you?" Xia Beichen asked, momentarily taken aback, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, yet unable to place her. Yin Mengli pouted, her petite red lips forming a frown. "Oof, I've missed you, Brother Beichen. How could you not remember me?" Yunzhe playfully chided. "Mengli, we have elders present. Must you still be so impolite?" "Oh, I forgot," Yin Mengli exclaimed, covered her mouth in mock horror before bowing to Xia Junfeng. "Hello, Uncle Xia." "Yin Mengli?" Xia Beichen finally recalled, staring incredulously at the young beauty before him. "Is that really you? You've grown so much. Just a few years ago, you were still a little girl." Xia Junfeng burst in a hearty laughter. "Mengli, my dear, after years apart, you have blossomed into a stunning beauty. It's hard to recognize you. I wonder which young man will be fortunate enough to win your heart in the future." "Haha, please come in." Yin Mengli blushed, stealing a glance at Xia Beichen. In the reception room, Yunzhe conversed with Xia Junfeng. "Uncle, these are 10 vials of serum obtained through the collaboration between the Yun family and the Foundation. Although the quantity is limited, I hope it meets your approval." Upon seeing the serum, Xia Junfeng felt a surge of excitement. This is wonderful. With this, the Xiao family can nurture several more awakeners, and with our union with the Yun family, we can solidify our lineage and ensure our family's survival in the face of impending challenges. Meanwhile, Yin Mengli had latched onto Xiao Beichun. Brother Beichun, look at this sapphire my brother brought back from abroad, named a love to remember. Would you accept it? I recall you used to have a schnauzer. I have one too. But unfortunately, my brother Wen Ti let me bring it along. When you have time, do visit my home, all right? Brother Beichun, I'm speaking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Are you unwell? I must tell you, my ability is different from that of my family. Mine is healing. You can share with me if something troubles you. Lost in thought at the entrance of the Xiao family home, Xiao Beichun finally focused on the young girl's eyes. Yes, I am unwell. Can you cure me? Yin Mengli asked anxiously. Really? What ailment do you suffer from? Love sickness. Xiao Beichun replied, his tone heavy with profound emotion. Yin Mengli's cheeks instantly flushed. How long have you had this illness? 7 years. 7 years. Yin Mengli's heart raced. Oh my, Brother Beichun is quite the charmer. 7 years ago was precisely when Xiao Beichun went abroad for his studies, and she too has been thinking of him for 7 years. So, Brother Beichun as always. Yin Mengli covered her face, feeling her cheeks blaze. Chapter 86. Misunderstandings and a young girl's heartbreak. Brother Beichun. This ailment is rather difficult to treat, Yin Mengli thought, her heart pounding intensely. Xiao Beichun sighed. Indeed, it seems it cannot be cured. Perhaps only upon seeing you again will my affliction begin to heal. Yin Mengli, feeling anxious, asked, It is not that it can't be cured. Could you tell me what symptoms you experience? Xiao Beichun pondered for a moment. Every second I think of her. I suffer from headaches, shoulder pain, and a tightness in my chest. Yin Mengli questioned. I can understand the rest. But why does your shoulder hurt? Xiao Beichun gently caressed his shoulder and replied, Because I bear a heavy yet fervent love. Regarding the marriage with Xiaozhu, not only was his sister opposed, but even his father strongly disapproved, causing him immense pressure. These were the unspoken burdens he carried. Yin Mengli's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. So, Brother Beichun truly harbors such feelings for me. Indeed, 7 years ago, she was just a young girl, and he had already fallen for her. Yet he must have felt too shy to express it. To speak of it would be deemed inappropriate. The thought of Brother Beichun enduring his affection for so long alone weighed heavily on Yin Mengli's heart. Brother Beichun, Yin Mengli hesitated. She longed to say that she had grown up now, and he need no longer conceal his feelings. Yet, with the knowledge that Brother Beichun's sister would soon become her sister-in-law, her heart sank once more. What should I do? Let me massage your shoulders. It may alleviate your pain. Xiao Beichun nodded in a daze. Yin Mengli timidly extended her small hand and placed it on Xiao Beichun's shoulder. Her trembling hands, filled with excitement, slowly emitted a green energy. Xiao Beichun felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. What a delightful sensation. It was reminiscent of the times when he toiled through sleepless nights amid the brutalities of business, with Xiaozhu soothing his weary soul through tender massages. For a fleeting moment, the figure of Yin Mengli began to merge with that of Jiangzhu in his mind. Xiaozhu, how I long for you, Xiao Beichun whispered, slowly extending his large hand to grasp the young girl's delicate one firmly. Yin Mengli was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, oblivious to his murmured words. Brother Beichun, he is holding my hand, she exclaimed. Brother Beichun, you need not suppress your feelings any longer. I am willing. Their gazes locked, their faces inching closer together. Just then, Xia Qingyu and Jiangzhu returned. Upon witnessing Xiao Beichun holding a breathtaking young lady, poised to kiss her, Jiangzhu was momentarily taken aback, swiftly shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, this is acceptable. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart felt considerably lighter all at once. Xia Junfeng, upon seeing his daughter return, bellowed furiously, You still remember to come back? The thunderous voice startled the two about to share a kiss, causing Yin Mengli's cheeks to flush crimson, while Xiao Beichun stood dazed, his gaze shifting toward the entrance, his eyes widening in shock. Xiaozhu, my Xiaozhu. His heart raced, utterly captivated by the sight of his beloved fiancée, momentarily forgetting to rise. Xia Qingyu walked into the parlor with a huff. Shall I take my leave then? She retorted. Xia Junfeng, incensed, snapped. Do you dare talk back? Bring forth the family punishment. Yunsha hastily intervened. Uncle Xia, please calm down. Xiaoyu's been busy all day. What harm is there in her returning a bit late? Furthermore, she is now my wife. How can she be reprimanded so casually? As her husband, I cannot allow it. Though his tone was light-hearted, it bore an unmistakable weight of authority, essentially declaring, "This is my wife, and even if you are her father, you cannot chastise her at will." Xia Junfeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Xiao Zhe makes a valid point. Xiao Yu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but when Xiao Zhe came to our Xia family today, why didn't you return sooner? His tone softened significantly. Xia Qingyu scoffed quietly, recognizing her father as a typical bully who preyed on the weak. Yunzhe approached her with a gentle smile. Xiao Yu, you must have had a tiring day. Did anything unexpected occur? What business is that of yours? Xia Qingyu replied, her expression impassive as she unceremoniously plopped down. Having encountered a myriad of personalities in the entertainment industry, her initial impression of Yunzhe was one of insincerity. In contrast, her father was refreshingly straightforward, just as Xia Junfeng was about to erupt in anger at his daughter's coarse language. He met Yunzhe's cold gaze and swallowed his words. Ha, it seems Xiao Yu had a rather challenging day, but fret not, as long as you wish to speak. I'm always here, Yunzhe remarked, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. After all, the union of their families was initiated by him, with both sets of parents agreeing without considering Xia Qingyu's consent. It was entirely natural for her to harbor grievances. Xia Qingyu leaned on her chin, remaining silent. Let the show begin. Xia Junfeng was on the verge of exploding with frustration as he glanced at Jiang Zhu, who stood silently at the doorway, arms crossed. How dare I not criticize my daughter, and yet I cannot admonish you, you wretched woman. Who granted you entry into my home? Someone, throw this vile creature out. It is this woman who has ensnared my handsome, mature son, turning him into a mere fool, a quintessential seductress. Jiang Zhu regarded the approaching security personnel with an icy gaze. Stop. Xiao Beichun rose abruptly, his voice laced with anger. Beichun, she is... Yun Mengli discerned the shift in atmosphere, noting that Beichun had released his grip since this woman's arrival, his gaze never wavering. The sensitive heart of the young girl began to feel the weight of distress. Xiao Beichun disregarded everyone, rushing towards Jiang Zhu, unable to contain his yearning, arms outstretched, longing to embrace the one he cherished. Xiao Zhu, I miss you so much. Thud! Jiang Zhu deftly evaded him, leaving the domineering Xiao to crash against the doorframe, his nose reddening. The onlookers thought, we must not laugh. We must not laugh. Jiang Zhu stated coolly. Do not touch me. The chilly demeanor of his fiancée pierced Xia Beichun's heart. Xiao Zhu must be angry with me for not reaching out to her sooner. A man as promises unfulfilled weigh heavily. Xiao Beichun, you are truly despicable. He chastised himself with a slap. Yin Mengli's complexion drained of color. Who is this woman? Xia Junfeng rose with a cold huff. Beichun, even if you're the future heir of the Xia family, matters of marriage are not trifles. This woman, with her background and education, is unworthy of you. I will not allow her presence in our household. Do not think that by secretly obtaining a marriage certificate behind my back, you can sway me. As long as I live, she shall never become a Xia. Previously, you were naive. Now I offer you a chance. Eliminate this woman. I will instantly declare you the future head of the Xia family. Yin Mengli felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen. A marriage certificate? So, this woman is Beichun's wife? The girl's heart felt as though it were shattering. Xia Beichun gazed ardently at Jiang Zhu. Xiao Zhu, you must be blaming me, right? I am sorry. I was wrong. I should not have. Xia Junfeng interjected. What the hell? I'm speaking to you. Chapter 87. The siblings have lost their minds. Jiang Zhu coldly regarded Xia Junfeng. You need not concern yourself. I have no desire to be part of the Xia family. She then turned her attention to the lovesick Xia Beichun, her beautiful eyes flashing with complexity. Her tone resolute. Xia Beichun, we are breaking up. Take care of yourself. Boom. Xia Beichun stood there, stunned, as if struck by heavenly thunder, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Zhu, you must be joking, right? I admit my mistakes. You cannot. I have another man now. Jiang Zhu dropped the bombshell. Another man? Xia Beichun felt as though his breath had been stolen away. His hands began to tremble slightly, his eyes vacant as they fixated on Jiang Zhu. It felt as though his throat was constricted by an unseen force, rendering his breaths rapid and labored, while his heart was wrenched violently. A man? Xiao Zhu has another man? In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Sorrow, rage, bitterness? No. Xia Beichun unleashed a primal roar akin to that of a beast, striking the doorframe with a heavy fist, causing the gates of the Xia residence to collapse with a resounding crash. I will not allow it. How could you do this? How could you? Witnessing her brother's anguish shattered Yun Mengli's heart. She rushed forward, gripping his arm tightly. Brother Beichun, please don't be upset. You still have me. Yet, Xiao Beichun was impervious to her words, forcefully shaking her off. The young girl lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. Her face etched with sorrow. Yunzhe, incensed, hurriedly helped his sister up, glaring at Xiao Beichun. Beichun, what are you doing? Xiao Junfeng followed suit, seething with anger. Beichun, have you lost your mind? I told you this wretched woman is unworthy of you. Do you finally believe me now? Take this opportunity to end her life, lest she bring shame upon the Xia family. Xiao Beichun was deaf to the voices around him, his gaze fixed squarely on Jiangzhu. Who is he? Tell me. Who is he? His domineering presence crackled with fury, intent on violence. Jiangzhu sighed deeply. Beichun, who is he? I cannot tell you. You must take care of yourself. In his current state of rage, should Xiao Beichun seek out Lin Dong, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. You shameless wretch. Xiao Beichun raised his hand to strike down, but Jiangzhu did not flinch. Yet there was no sound of flesh meeting flesh. His hand hovered near her alabaster cheek. Unable to descend. Ha! Xiao Beichun staggered back, collapsing onto the ground. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. At that moment, he felt as though the world was crumbling. The usually fastidious man, now disregarding his own standards, sat on the ground, laughing and crying in a frenzied state. Brother Beichun. Yun Mengli was heartbroken, wanting to comfort him, but held back tightly by Yunzhe. Shameless scoundrel. Xiao Junfeng was apoplectic with rage. Someone, seize this wretched woman. Jiangzhu allowed herself to be surrounded by security, gazing at Xiao Beichun with complexity. Beichun, Sora. With that, she vanished in a flash. Where's she? Xiao Junfeng and the others were taken aback. What speed was that? What are you staring at? Go after her. Chase her to the ends of the earth. I will not allow the honor of the Xia family to be tarnished. Xiao Junfeng bellowed at the security personnel. Suddenly, a peal of delicate laughter rang out. Ha ha! The honor of the Xia family? I truly ha ha ha! Everyone turned in unison to the sight of Xia Qingyu, her laughter exuberant and unrestrained. What's wrong? Have you lost your mind too? Xiao Junfeng's brows knitted deeply. What madness is this? Xia Qingyu had completely shed her refined demeanor of a young lady. Rising to her feet and screaming hysterically, the moment my mother passed away, I lost my sanity, although she was the daughter of the family head. The severe patriarchal mindset within the Xia family subjected her to relentless torment. When her mother was still alive, there was at least someone to love her. But after her mother's demise, the household grew unbearably cold. Her father's gaze was solely fixed on profit and her younger brother. He had never deigned to acknowledge her. Despite her superior capabilities compared to Xiao Beichun, she was merely regarded as a tool, a bargaining chip, simply due to her gender. In her heart, the seed of malevolence had long been sown. Xiao Junfeng, oblivious to her turmoil, coldly remarked, There are guests present. Why bring this up now? Is this how I raised you? To his surprise, Xiao Qingyu's laughter became even more deranged. You raised me? Indeed, dear father, you have taught me well. You taught me to prioritize family interests, to selflessly sacrifice while you drain me dry, to abandon my own happiness and obediently serve as a tool. You taught me to be as heartless as the ancient emperors, to bully the weak and fear the strong, to fawn upon the powerful. Xiao Junfeng was infuriated. No father could bear such scorn from his own daughter, his face darkening with rage. Humph, what do you understand? Everything I do is for the longevity of the Xia family. As my daughter, this is your duty, my foot. Xia Qingyu cursed vehemently, utterly disregarding her image. What I ought to do is cleanse this loathsome Xia family from top to bottom. As her words fell, her eyes and hair turned pale, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Xiao Junfeng paused, quickly glancing around and asking, Where are Xiao Zhou and the security team you took out? Only then did he realize how foolish he was. Xiao Qingyu let out a chilling laugh. Naturally, they're dead. Dead? Xiao Junfeng finally panicked. His daughter was resolute in her rebellion. She was an A-level, and currently, no one in the Xia family could rival her. The only one who could barely contend, Xiao Beichun, was not a reliable ally. Xiao Zhe, as Xia Qingyu's husband. It's inappropriate for me as her father to discipline her. I'll leave this to you. Xiao Junfeng cleverly passed the burden to Yunzhe. Old fool. Yunzhe cursed inwardly but nodded, turning to Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Yu, I understand you must have been wronged. If you feel uncomfortable here, come back with me to the Yun family. I assure you, no one there will dare to bully you. Not even me. Humph. Not necessary. Xia Qingyu had completely darkened, unleashing a frigid, violent energy with a crash of her palms. "Oh Xiaoyu, don't hold this against me," Yunzhe said, extending his hands forward. A blazing inferno erupting around him. Both were A-levels, and they needed to tread carefully. The clash of ice and fire instantly generated a thick mist, obscuring their vision. "Flames! Disperse!" Yunzhe commanded, sweeping his arm, flames swirling outward, evaporating the mist. Where did they go? At this moment, the reception room was in chaos, with members of the Xia family scrambling to hide, yet the whereabouts of Xia Qingyu remained elusive. Above the reception room, a gaping hole had formed in the ceiling. In the air, Xia Qingyu gestured, and a colossal ice spear, measuring a diameter of 10 meters, rapidly took shape. Should it plunge down, the entire Xia estate would be reduced to mere candy. Go! The ice spear began its slow descent. Chapter 88. Yunze versus Aoyou Dam. As he gazed at the slowly descending ice spear, Yunze's eyes widened in horror. If this monstrosity were to land, not only the Xia family, but also his sister Yunmengli would perish. He had to intercept it. Flames erupted from his body as he transformed into a living inferno, his legs igniting and propelling him skyward like a jet. With outstretched arms, he braced against the ice spear. The moment he made contact, terror washed over him. Something was amiss. The ice spear was incredibly heavy. Wasn't it supposed to be of the same A rank as himself? How could it possess such power? But there was no time for hesitation. He was the strongest present and had to hold his ground. "Xiaoyu, do not err again. I will take you away from the Xia family." Yunze gritted his teeth, straining against the ice spear. Yet the spear was overwhelmingly formidable, and despite his utmost efforts, he could only slow its descent. Xia Qingyu's cold gaze fixed upon him. "I am not mistaken. Do you think you are noble? Relying on your family's might to pressure the Xia family, forcing me to marry you. When have you ever considered my feelings?" Yunze was taken aback. Why was he doing this? Because he loved her. Their families were intertwined, and since childhood, he had harbored feelings for her. He had vowed to marry her. But as they grew, she had changed, becoming distant and cold. He had no choice but to act this way. Xia Qingyu scoffed. "So, you have never taken my feelings into account. You only care for yourself." Yunze retorted, "I am the proud heir of the Yun family, the most gifted among the younger generation. What is wrong with being a bit selfish? Tell me, how spicy is it?" At a loss for words, he continued, "Since you all care only for yourselves, what harm is there in my selfishness?" Xia Qingyu's heart grew ever colder as her delicate hand pressed down. With a splatter, Yunze coughed up blood. His face contorted in pain. He realized he could not bear this burden alone. "What are you all running from? Come help me." He shouted frantically to Xia Junfeng and others below. "This is for your sake. What kind of cowardice is this?" However, Xia Junfeng called back, "Xiaozhe, you can do it. Today is your chance to reclaim your authority as a husband. If you win her over, she will never dare to defy you." What a joke. He was merely a B rank. Confronting her would mean certain death. The other members of the Xia family, seeing that the family head remained back, had no intention of stepping forward either. Yunze exclaimed, "Damn it. In nearly 30 years of life, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Forget it. I shall no longer resist." After such a long time, Mengli should have evaded danger. Why does she remain in place? In the parlor, Yun Mengli was utterly oblivious to the imminent peril above her, gazing adoringly at Xia Beichun. "Brother Beichun, do not be sorrowful. That wicked woman is not worth your concern. You still have Mengli." "Brother Beichun, do you know? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, you were indelibly etched into my heart, and that has never wavered. Please look at me, Brother Beichun." However, Xia Beichun seemed utterly entranced, completely unheeding her words, remaining vacantly seated upon the ground. Yunze interjected, "Mengli, we must take Xia Beichun away. This place is perilous." Yet, Yun Mengli remained deaf to his plea, her gaze solely fixed on her brother Beichun. Yunze felt tears welling up. "Family, who understands? My sister is infatuated. What should I do? Waiting for assistance." Xia Qingyu scoffed, "Do you see? A family like the Xia is not worth your sacrifice. They only care for their own interests, draining you of everything. From the moment you proposed a union with the Xia family, it was a foregone conclusion. You are merely a pawn of Xia Junfeng." The ice spear pressed down once more. Yunze bent under the weight, his heart seething with anger. "If they won't assist me, then I shall defeat you. To hell with fate. My life is mine to command. Whether I am a pawn or not is for me to decide." With a thunderous roar, Yunze erupted, flames surging fiercely around him, his bent form gradually straightening, hair dancing wildly. Through his relentless effort, the ice spear indeed halted its descent, slowly beginning to rise. Xia Junfeng and the others exhibited expressions of exhilaration. Wonderful. As expected of my son-in-law. Truly impressive. The terrifying flames erupted forth, consuming the ice spear until it melted into water. Sensing victory within reach, Yunzhe exerted himself further, unleashing his full power, the explosive flames entirely enveloping the ice spear. Break from me, he bellowed, propelling himself with force. Boom! The ice spear shattered, releasing a cloud of mist. Xia Qingyu, with a cold smile, extended her finger. Binding of ice. In an instant, several icy rings shot forth. On the ground, the Xia family eagerly awaited the dispersal of the mist, anticipating Xia Qingyu's imminent defeat. Yet, as the mist finally cleared, the Xia family was left dumbfounded. Before them stood Yunzhe, who had previously unleashed his full might, now ensnared by the icy rings, rendered immobile. An ice spear hovered threateningly before his eyes. Perhaps just a couple more centimeters, and its tip would pierce his iris. Yunzhe's handsome face turned pale as he gazed at her. You are not merely a level, are you? It was evident that Xia Qingyu had not even exerted her full strength. She remained silent, her cold eyes surveying the scene below, where joy had swiftly turned to despair, and her heart swelled with satisfaction. Xia Junfeng was indeed furious, cursing Yunzhe in his heart. Aren't you an A-class? Why did you fall so easily? Truly useless. Well, I concede today, our engagement is hereby annulled. Yunzhe felt a bitter pang, his heart heavy with disappointment. Since the Xia family was so inept, there was no need for support. Xiaoyu had never truly liked him. Why should he continue to suffer in silence? He was not Xia Beichen. Let go of me. I assure you, the Yun family. Suddenly, Xia Qingyu thrust her ice spear forward, piercing through Yunzhe's eye and emerging from the back of his head, blood staining the weapon crimson. The sudden turn of events horrified everyone present. Xia Junfeng's legs trembled in fear. How dare she? She's truly lost her mind. Xia Mengli finally noticed her brother, her face paling and her eyes widening in shock. Brother. Her voice was a piercing wail. Xia Qingyu coldly snorted, casting aside Yunzhe's lifeless body, which fell heavily to the ground. Xia Mengli rushed forward, pouring her green energy into him as if it were of no consequence. Brother. Wake up, don't frighten Mengli. Woo-woo, brother. I can't bear to lose you. The girl felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. Before their departure, she had clung to her brother, charmingly pleading to accompany him to the Xia family. But what was the outcome? The brother she adored had gone mad, and her beloved elder brother had been slain by his wife. She had never felt the world so bleak. Chapter 89. All for your own good. Yunzhe was dead, and Xia Mengli's healing abilities could not resurrect him. With a flick of the ice spear, Xia Qingyu descended gracefully, a sinister smile directed at the astonished Xia Junfeng. Little you, what have you done? Killing Yunzhe will bring devastation upon the Xia family. Do you not comprehend the gravity of this act? Xia Qingyu retorted coldly, if that is the case. I shall cleanse the Xia family first, and there will be no repercussions. Xia Junfeng was taken aback. What nonsense! It seems you believe your awakening has granted you strength. Does it? Dare you lay a hand on me? Dare you harm anyone from the Xia family? Ancestors and forebears. With a swift motion, Xia Qingyu conjured a small ice spike, piercing through his calf, blood gushing forth. Xia Junfeng cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Having lived a life of comfort, he had never endured such torment. You have some audacity. I am your father. Are you attempting to betray your kin? Fear and anger coursed through him. The elders of the Xia family leapt forth to admonish her. Xia Qingyu, how dare you show such disrespect to the family head? For 5,000 years, the Long Kingdom has never witnessed such cruelty. Do you truly believe that your newfound power grants you the right to disregard your elders? Without our struggles, where would you be now? If you possess the audacity, then go ahead and eliminate us all. I am eager to witness just how depraved you can truly become. They are aware that escape is futile, yet to plead for mercy before Xia Qingyu? Does the Xia family still have any dignity left? Thus, moral coercion should prove effective. At this moment, however, Xia Qingyu's heart is as cold as ice, and she slowly raises her hand to strike down fiercely. In an instant, a terrifying wave of frigid energy erupts, and the elders and juniors of the Xia clan are unable to evade it, instantly transformed into ice sculptures. These old wretches, prior to the apocalypse, indulged in various forms of psychological manipulation, forcing their youthful and beautiful selves to toil for their livelihood while they basked in a life of luxury at home. Everyone deemed this as a matter of course, and no one ever expressed any gratitude towards her. In fact, should the earnings dwindle or the investments fall short, they would be met with reproach. It is utterly absurd. They cling to Xia Qingyu like leeches, relentlessly draining her vitality. Xia Juanfeng's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. She truly dares. Now, it is your turn, he thinks, gazing at Xia Qingyu with trepidation. No, please, daughter, Xiao Yu, I am your father. Xia Junfeng cries out in anguish. I admit my past mistakes. I've been too harsh on you. It is my ineptitude. If you're dissatisfied with the Xia family, then how about this? You shall be the head of the family from now on. Do as you wish, and I will support you. He does not believe he has erred. He is merely frightened. Xia Qingyu's cold laughter reverberates. Yet I find the Xia family utterly useless. What significance does being the head hold in this apocalyptic world? Money, connections, resources are all rendered meaningless. Only power is paramount. With a swift motion, another ice spike pierces through one of his legs. Ah, then what do you intend to do? Xia Juanfeng's face contorts in agony. I have made my intentions clear. I simply wish to eliminate you, Xia Qingyu declares, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. 2 more ice spikes follow, leaving Xia Junfeng crippled. You cannot kill me. I am your father. If you slay me, you will descend into hell. Xia Juanfeng's trousers are soaked with sweat. Xia Qingyu regards him with disdain. Is this the courage of a family patriarch? I have long since dwelled in hell. Raising her hand once more, countless small ice spikes coalesce around her, sufficient to transform Xia Junfeng into a hedgehog. Suddenly, Xia Beichun, his gaze vacant, regains his senses and surveys his surroundings, his pupils widening in alarm. Sister, are you truly going to kill father? Sister, no, Xia Beichun shouts, rushing forward. Oof, you can perish as well. A complex glimmer flits through Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes. Yet she raises her hand to unleash another ice spike. Among the entire family, perhaps only this younger brother genuinely cares for her. But he is too naive. So naive that he fails to comprehend her suffering, assuming that she is inherently happy. If killing is to be done, then let it be all-encompassing. The icy spear struck with alarming swiftness, prompting Xia Beichun to urgently conjure several layers of ice armor over his chest. Bang! Although the armor successfully deflected the piercing spear, it was violently propelled aside by the overwhelming force. Xia Beichun's body was sent crashing against the wall, leaving behind a web of cracks. Yinmengli, his sister, rushed over in tears to tend to his wounds. Her brother was already dead. She could not bear to lose Xia Beichun as well. With a spurt of blood, Xia Beichun struggled to rise. Sister, do not err again. He is our father. Everything he has done is for your sake. Again with this phrase, Xia Qingyu's eyes turned red in an instant, and a barrage of icy spears surged towards Xia Junfeng, who lay on the ground. In mere moments, the renowned head of the Xia family in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom, Xia Junfeng, was mercilessly transformed into a porcupine, the spears piercing through his head and body, obliterating all. Only a pool of mangled flesh and warm blood remained. Perhaps in his final moments, he felt no remorse, only the belief that his daughter had gone mad. All for my good? I have truly had enough. Xia Qingyu erupted in fury once more. Previously, the elders had used this very phrase to manipulate her. With her ice spear solidified in her grip, she lunged forward towards Xia Beichun. Do not harm my brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Mengli closed her eyes and positioned herself before him. Xia Qingyu's murderous intent was unwavering. Then let you both be doomed lovers. Just as the ice spear was about to impale them, a delicate, snow-white hand emerged, grasping the spear's shaft, halting at mere inches from Yun Mengli's chest. After all, he is your brother and your only kin in this world. Let him go, Jiangzhu spoke softly. When she had come here earlier, her master had merely instructed her to accompany Xia Beichun, and she had assumed it was to bring a definitive end to their relationship. She had not anticipated Xia Qingyu's madness, which threatened to annihilate her own family. As she witnessed Xia Beichun on the brink of death, she could no longer remain passive. Xia Beichun gazed at Jiangzhu dazed. Xiao Zhuyu, you have returned. Xia Qingyu scoffed. No need for your feigned concern. Do you truly believe you are superior to me? Jiangzhu remained silent. At that moment, Xia Beichun was undoubtedly in torment. His fiancée wounding his heart while his sister inflicted physical pain. His negative emotions surged to an extent capable of sustaining 6 malevolent sword immortals. I care not for the others of the Xia family. Let him go, Jiang Zhu declared, shattering the ice spear with a decisive grip. Oof. I shall inform our master of this matter. Xia Qingyu, recognizing Jiang Zhu's superiority, reluctantly relented. With that, Jiang Zhu turned to eliminate the remaining foes. Among the Xia family, aside from those bearing the surname Xia, there were servants, security personnel, and extended relatives, totaling over 230 individuals. She would spare none. Do as you wish. Jiang Zhu remained unperturbed. She understood that Lin Dong was indifferent to whether these maids held affections for anyone. Her master was rather superficial, caring only for the physical form that belonged to him. As for whether there are hidden feelings, the master expressed indifference. After all, they're merely maids. Chapter 90. A face full of bombs. Jiang Zhu sighed and turned to Yunmengli. The girl wore a vigilant expression, keeping Xia Beichen shielded behind her. What are you planning to do? She demanded. It's this wicked woman who has harmed Brother Beichen so severely. If I possessed combat skills, I would confront her without hesitation. You are beautiful and charming, Jiang Zhu remarked, admiring the fearless demeanor of the girl driven by love. Deep down, she felt a pang of envy, recalling that she once possessed such bravery. Why had she changed over time? Take him away. Leave Jiang City. The farther the better, Jiang Zhu declared before making to depart. Xiaozhu. Xia Beichen's eyes were filled with complexity, yet Jiang Zhu had already leapt away, vanishing from sight. Yin Mengli supported Xia Beichen, saying, Brother Beichen, this wicked woman is not worth your concern. Let me take you away. Xia Beichen smiled bitterly, rendered speechless. His sister, whom he trusted implicitly, wished to kill him. The one who had wounded his heart, Xiaozhu, was now saving him. Such is the caprice of fate. At midnight, in the Mirror Lake Spring. Today, Lin Dong did not have the maids train, allowing them to rest early. He sat alone by the window of his bedroom, gazing at the darkened sky. If it snows again, I might have to dig a tunnel to go outside, he mused. With a peanut milk in one hand and a royal cannon in the other, he mixed the two, and to his surprise, it created a unique flavor. Ding ding. Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Glider, immune to extreme weather. 2. 1 heavy tank. 3. Collar bomb, detonated by the host's will. 4. An indestructible frozen fish. Wow, Lin Dong exclaimed, surprised, his eyes fixated on the fourth option. Forget tanks, bombs, or gliders. I just want a frozen fish. As his strength grew, ordinary frozen fish could no longer satisfy him. They would crumble at a touch, not providing the joy he sought. I choose option 4, Lin Dong declared, marking the first time he opted for the fourth reward. Within the system's space, a frozen fish, measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, materialized. It felt icy to the touch, with frost clinging to its surface. Externally, it resembled a fish pulled from a freezer. Bang, bang, bang. The texture was delightful, and Lin Dong was immensely satisfied with his new frozen fish. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the night sky, rapidly approaching. What is that? Lin Dong squinted, his pupils narrowing in shock. No way. A rocket. Boom. The rocket struck the villa, unleashing a colossal explosion. Flames surged skyward, the fireball and intense heat swiftly engulfing the entire structure. The maids, still lost in slumber, were consumed by the shockwave and flames. The villa began to collapse amidst billowing smoke. Not only that, dozens of glowing orbs re-emerged in the sky, hurtling directly towards Mirror Lake Spring. Boom! In an instant, the affluent district, buried beneath a blanket of snow, was utterly obliterated. Some were roused from their slumber by the thunderous explosions, sitting up in bewilderment as they gazed at the distant flames. What the hell? Is this a scorched earth tactic? What on earth is happening? The snow was melted away by the inferno, transforming the community into a vast pit of ruins. Soon, 6 helicopters approached slowly. The leading helicopter's steward glared with palpable hatred at the crater. Tengu, Viper, Bloodwolf, White Eagle, Thunderbolt, each of you deploy your teams, encircle this area in combat formation, and tighten the noose. Ensure no survivors. Doubts echoed through the earpiece. Wait, steward, are you serious? After such a barrage, why even go down there? Even Superman wouldn't survive. Follow the orders. The steward's tone brooked no argument. All right then. Shortly, figures clad in full military gear descended from the other 5 helicopters, establishing a perimeter with remarkable discipline. The steward coldly observed, awaiting news. This is the fate that befalls those who offend my foundation. You had best not survive. Otherwise, I possess even more ruthless means. Amidst the rubble, a floorboard was kicked aside, revealing a 2-meter-tall shadow. How dare they bombard me? Demon Lin Dong seethed with fury. The moment the explosion occurred, he had swiftly donned his demonic suit, shielding himself from the flames. Though uncertain if he could withstand the blast in his natural state, he had no intention of taking that risk. Fortunately, the demonic suit proved effective, leaving him unscathed, albeit with his dusky skin now a shade darker. Detected the death of maid Shen Wanyue. Would you like to revive her with a single click? Detected maid Ling Shui. Detecting. This bombardment was exceptionally powerful. Aside from Jiang Zhu and Xia Qingyu, who had yet to return, everyone else was killed in the blast. Damn it! Revive them all! Lin Dong growled, truly enraged. Within the ruins, countless dark fragments began to shimmer with golden light, and soon, 5 figures coalesced into form. Shen Wanyue jolted awake. What happened to us? Ling Shui clutched her chest. It seems we've died again. Liang Jihan glared angrily at her surroundings. Someone used bombs to attack us. This is outrageous. Qin Shuyo's eyes were beginning to glow crimson. Lin Dong suddenly appeared, coldly stating, "Let those mongrels taste your power." "Yes, master." The maids emerged from the debris, rushing in 5 different directions. Lin Dong, with a frigid gaze fixed on the last remaining helicopter in the sky, deactivated his demonic suit, lowering his body to gather strength. With a thunderous roar, he leapt high into the air. Using the suit felt like bullying. He was determined to crush them one by one with his own hands. The steward was waiting anxiously when suddenly the pilot shouted, "Ascend quickly. We are under an unidentified attack." The steward was taken aback and immediately looked outside. A dark figure was approaching with astonishing speed, and the helicopter's slow ascent was far too late to evade. "Jump!" The steward decisively kicked open the cabin door and leapt into the air. Behind him, 2 burly men followed suit. Lin Dong surged toward the helicopter's tail, raising a frozen fish high and bringing it down with force. Boom! The helicopter's tail shattered, and the fuselage began to sway violently. "Steady! Steady!" The pilot desperately tried to regain control. Lin Dong seized the fuselage, squeezed into the cabin, and raised the frozen fish to strike the pilot's head with tremendous force. Crack! The pilot's skull burst apart like a watermelon under a hammer, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Dong grinned wickedly and delivered a similar blow to the other pilot. The helicopter was now completely unbalanced, and Lin Dong leaped out, landing smoothly. Moments later, the helicopter crashed behind him with a thunderous explosion. Engulfed in a cloud of thick smoke, illuminated by the flames, Lin Dong slowly stood up, a cold smile on his face as the shockwave billowed his clothing. Advancing with the frozen fish in hand, an unsettling sight. The steward's pupils constricted. He truly was not dead. Chapter 91. The maids strike back. 1. The 5 small teams. Witnessing the sudden crash of the helicopter where the steward was stationed, were taken aback. What the hell just happened? Should we check it out? Are you kidding? The steward is not that easy to kill. We shall continue with our mission. The Tengu team, led by a lean middle-aged man known by the codename Tengu, consisted of 10 members behind him. Suddenly, Tengu raised a fist to signal a halt, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Something is amiss. I sense an unusual presence. Be cautious. Responses crackled through the earpieces. Understood, Captain. Yes. Tengu furrowed his brow and swiftly turned, his pupils narrowing. Behind the last member of the team, the Hound, stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, grinning maliciously as she withdrew a dagger from the Hound's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the team members were left in shock. When did she sneak up behind us? The Hound, with a vacant stare, knelt weakly before collapsing to the ground. Shen Wanyue sneered, "This is just the beginning. You all open fire." Tengu bellowed, raising his weapon to shoot. The other team members followed suit, guns drawn. However, Shen Wanyue's figure had already vanished from sight. "Quick, gather!" Tengu shouted fiercely. The team members, positioned 5 meters away, rushed over, but Tengu, filled with rage, could only watch as the woman's figure reappeared behind Jingo. "Watch out!" Tengu shouted, but before he could raise his weapon, Jingo's head was already soaring through the air, his body propelled forward by momentum, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, the headless corpse sliding down at Tengu's feet. As she raised her head once more, the woman's silhouette vanished again. How infuriating! If you possess the audacity, why not confront me directly instead of resorting to ambush? The celestial dog roared into the darkness. Yet no trace of the foe was to be found. In the shadows, Shen Wanyue sneered. "Is it not an ambush when you bombard us with missiles?" The Rattlesnake Squad's leader, Rattlesnake, heard the commotion and bellowed urgently, "Gather!" The squad swiftly assembled, suffering no losses. Rattlesnake glanced at the adjacent building and whispered, "The Celestial Dog Squad has fallen into a trap. Let us traverse through this building to provide assistance." Upon entering, the squad arranged themselves in a staggered formation and advanced cautiously. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the distant flicker of flames. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a haunted house. Suddenly, behind them, a woman with a striking figure emerged. With her hair styled in a single ponytail, she wielded 2 butterfly knives. Noticing that they had yet to detect her presence, Ling Shui giggled. "Hey, who are you looking for?" The Rattlesnake Squad instantly redirected their weapons towards her. Upon seeing Ling Shui playfully toying with her butterfly knives and grinning at them, a chill ran down their spines. Performing a graceful flourish with her blades, Ling Shui taunted, "Are you planning to kill me? Here I am." Without needing a command, the Rattlesnake Squad opened fire. Bullets raining down. Ling Shui nimbly dodged, swiftly closing in on the nearest member, plunging a butterfly knife into his neck, blood spraying forth. Using the fallen soldier as a shield, she grinned wickedly as she withdrew her knife and launched herself into the crowd. With rapid, precise strikes, 2 more squad members were gutted. Seizing the opportunity before the others could react, she drew her daggers and thrust them into their eyes, one after the other. "Retreat while fighting," Rattlesnake decisively commanded, acutely aware that even as an ability user, he could not match this woman. Their firearms represented their sole chance for survival. Observing the remaining members retreating, Ling Shui made a swift decision, hurling a butterfly knife that embedded itself in one man's forehead. She slid forward, using him as a shield while withdrawing her knife, delivering successive blows to his head until it was smashed to pieces. Another butterfly knife was tossed, striking the Cobra in the leg, causing him to stumble and fall. "Don't mind me, just get out," Cobra shouted, leaning against the wall, firing incessantly. Rattlesnake, with tears in his eyes, led the few remaining squad members to the second floor, his heart sinking. What difference did it make to be slaughtered from the first floor to the second? On the first floor, Cobra emptied his magazine, frantically reloading. Ling Shui, with a seductive smile, discarded her human shield and advanced slowly, the knife's tip pressed against the wall. "Hurry, hurry!" Cobra trembled, finally loading his magazine just as Ling Shui accelerated towards him, the butterfly knife gliding effortlessly across his neck, spraying blood onto the wall in a beautiful pattern. Cobra stood frozen, his head rolling onto the floor. Ling Shui gazed into the corridor, a charming smile gracing her lips. "None of you will escape." The Blood Wolf Squad promptly gathered its members to seek shelter. What on earth happened to Mad, Tengu, and Viper? They wouldn't respond. Had they all perished? A heavy weight settled in Blood Wolf's heart. In the pitch darkness, Liang Jihan clutched a shotgun salvaged from the ruins, with only 1 bullet in hand. Yet, that would suffice. Sensing their concealment behind various cover, Liang Jihan smirked, her figure suddenly bursting forth to confront the first individual. The lone wolf stared blankly at the woman who had appeared out of nowhere, the barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Farewell." Bang! The lone wolf's head exploded on the spot. As the body collapsed, Liang Jihan deftly retrieved a handgun from the corpse, seamlessly finding cover once more. Blood Wolf and the others immediately redirected their weapons to shoot, but missed entirely. With only 5 bullets left against 10 adversaries, it would be a challenge, yet sufficient. Liang Jihan skillfully chambered a bullet into her handgun, leaping and rolling to confront the second foe. The savage wolf immediately aimed to shoot, but Liang Jihan tilted her head just in time to evade, the bullet slicing through a few strands of her hair. With the handgun pressed against his forehead, the savage wolf froze in fear. Farewell. Bang! The savage wolf was dead. Blood Wolf's eyes turned crimson with rage as he bellowed, "Charge together." The remaining members of the Blood Wolf Squad surged forward. Liang Jihan rolled in closer, shooting the coyote in the calf. The coyote cried out in pain and fell, allowing Liang Jihan to swiftly deliver a fatal shot to his head. Another kill. However, the remaining enemies were closing in. Liang Jihan flashed a smile and ducked behind cover once more. Just as Blood Wolf prepared to toss a grenade, a dark object appeared in the air, accompanied by a feminine shout. "Get down!" Blood Wolf instinctively shouted. Thud! The object landed. It was merely a stone. Upon realizing this, Blood Wolf erupted with fury. How dare they trick him? Liang Jihan leaped into the air again, her form elegantly twisting as she released a bullet. Bang! Coincidentally, the three, Sky Wolf, Flying Wolf, and Lightning Wolf, rose from the ground, forming a line. The bullet swiftly pierced through all three heads. They had barely gotten up before they fell again. Blood Wolf's eyes bulged with rage as he raised his weapon to shoot, but Liang Jihan had vanished once more. Indeed, I relish playing with guns. Liang Jihan mused, observing the 2 bullets remaining in her possession, while 5 foes still faced her. The safety officer meticulously calculated how she could possibly achieve the feat of eliminating 5 adversaries with just 2 bullets.